tried to write one program. When something went wrong, here she is lying, and a werewolf guy is trying to persuade her to have sex. What is going on? He is trying to justify his inclination to have sex. But he is in heat. He squeezed her throat so hard in his excitement that her thoughts became jumbled. But she croaked that she would not marry him in any case. Irma not only found herself in the world of animal trappers, having been reborn from the 21st century into the body of a werewolf girl, but also inherited the memory of her previous owner along with the body. How many times had she tried to commit suicide, wanted to hang herself, drown herself? The other girls of the tribe laughed at her, and what male would even look at this laughingstock? Mia was especially zealous. She bullied our heroine more than others, calling her so pathetic that it was easier to pretend to be dead than to look at her. How many times had she tried to kill herself this month? The werewolf girls talked among themselves, but even they soon got bored with it. Irma could not die. Even with fly agarics, it didn't work. No matter how much I chewed, death didn't come. Why does she need this life? It's a joke of fate. Who she was before and who she has become now. Irma was furious. Anger and rage were rolling over her. In the 21st century, she was a cool programmer. But who is she now? Stuck in the body of some kind of beast girl. Her head was splitting. She was going crazy. The old self of her previous personality was mixed with the feelings and instincts of the former owner of this body. At this time, they looked into the room, and the girl imploringly asked Irma to stop Ricky, because he was going to go to the lands of God's punishment. She jumped up on the bed, that where he was going to the land of God's punishment. These lands are a place of atonement for all hunters who have committed misdeeds, and the ice spirit flower grows there. If someone manages to get it, the beast god will forgive even the most monstrous mistake. But this place is very dangerous. Almost no one returns from there. Everyone tried to dissuade Ricky from going there. He had no sins that needed to be atoned for. It was all this Irma's fault. The elder also persuaded the best warrior of the tribe to stay. Irma is a healthy female, so why shouldn't he marry her? He said that he did not want to listen to persuasion about marriage, when Irma appeared, declaring that who was sending him to these lands, she or something. What a face he has. The girl thought, it's no wonder that the previous owner of her body tried to commit suicide because of him. Mia jumped out and pounced on Irma, accusing her of almost bringing Ricky to death. The girl firmly grabbed the accuser's hand and menacingly declared what right she had to interfere in her relationship with Ricky. Mia struggled and demanded to be released immediately. Mia's friend intervened. She calmed the girl down and accused Irma of depriving Mia of a male. She had gone too far, and now she still dared to open her mouth. But our heroine did not lose her head and fought back, declaring since when her male has any relation to Mia. She felt an unprecedented surge of strength, feminine charm, the fusion of her mind with her new body. Mia's friend Sophie continued to accuse Irma of dishonesty, but no male would mess with her. They are interrupted by a tribal elder who orders them to stop, but Irma must convince Ricky not to go to these lands. But the guy asked not to interfere, saying that he would not marry Irma anyway, to which the girl challenged him. Who said that she was going to marry him? Now it was Ricky's turn to be surprised. He said that this was why she tried to commit suicide the first time. Irma, with a sparkle in her eyes, briskly retorted that what had happened before was now history. Then she calmly added that he did not need to go to these lands of God's punishment and did not need to worry about marriage. Taking her as a wife was not at all necessary. Simply because she didn't need him, she was calm and confident when she looked into his eyes and said this. Ricky couldn't believe she was saying that. He said, "What the hell is she saying?" He did not like such bragging from this female, who was ready to die for him. He immediately demanded an explanation. or to go to these lands? The girl replied that she had just realized that she was not as bad as he thought. She and he are quite similar, and she is not going to keep him near her. If he is ready to die in order to get rid of her, she must let him go and allow him to live. The guy looked at her intently with his wolf eyes. He heard the elder's voice. You see, Irma doesn't hold a grudge against him for what he did. Then he looked at Irma and asked if she was crying. She was crying. The girl didn't even realize it. Tears were rolling down her ocean blue eyes. Obviously, these were the last emotions of the memory of the previous owner of this body. After this, the girl calmly turned around and said that since the matter was closed, she left. She just had to help the former owner make her dream come true. That's all. From today on, this body is completely hers. The ties with the previous owner, her emotions, her state are broken. Since she has been reborn, she must live with dignity. And so it will be. When the girl was sweeping the floors, a happy, smiling woman came into the house and joyfully chattered that she was so happy that everything was resolved. Now there was nothing to worry about. She chirped happily. Even if her daughter didn't succeed with Ricky, her mommy wouldn't marry her off to the first guy she met. At first, our heroine looked at her with eyes wide with surprise, and then it began to dawn on her that this was the mother of the body's previous owner. As far as she remembered, the mother and daughter did not have a particularly warm relationship. This woman lived with several partners. The girl answered the woman that she would manage her own life, and especially that she was not going to look for someone to marry. The mother screamed deafeningly. How could she not look for anyone? Coming of age in half a month, the tribe would not support an adult female just like that. She would be driven out, and in the end would be death in the forest. The girl was amazed by such laws, and her mother continued to lament that the forest was full of exiles and that she wanted to give birth to one of them. When she missed all this, the memory of the predecessor's body opened now, and the truth was shocking. If a werewolf reaches adulthood, he must find a mate. Otherwise, she is banished. Mom, having calmed down, matter-of-factly proposed the candidacy of her nephew Martin. She would give them 2 days to think about it, and in half a month they would be able to get to know each other. The girl replied that she wouldn't even think about it, noting to herself that, of course, she hadn't had a relationship for a long time, but she wasn't ready for such extremes. A squabble began between them. The mother lamented that since the tribe had taken care of her, she should repay them with offspring. But she would not marry anyone. The girl denied it. She would not want to support the tribe. She would feed herself. Irma was emotionally screaming. Why exactly the offspring? Couldn't she help the tribe in any other way? Mom replied that unfortunately not. It was about breeding offspring and strengthening the tribe. This is the greatest contribution a woman can make. At this time, the bugle began to play, which meant it was time to eat. Irma was hungry from all these worries. Mom stood there, perplexed, and Irma said it was time for lunch. The girl happily ran off, shouting to her mother that they would somehow return to the conversation. The mother shouted after her that she was a capricious child who was driving her parent crazy. When the daughter had already disappeared, the woman said that this girl does not understand that they want the best for her. She will go to dinner with Martin, and how she will go. The girl walked and thought, why did she get reborn in this Manhwa with such brutal laws? While other heroines sit in their cottages, sip cocktails, and don't give a damn. Seeing a berry on the tree, Irma picked it when suddenly it dawned on her. She is from the 21st century. She has knowledge, and she can use it for her own good. And she won't just give up. Irma turned on the program she had been working on for a long time, and it identified the unknown fruit as a grapevine fruit that contained a large amount of iron and zinc. Therefore, it was impossible to use it. Here's her saving program, on the development of which she spent 2 nights from her past life. In the system, she clicked on the image of the bag. but was unable to select it from the inventory because it was full. Oh, if she knew she would end up in this manhwa, she would have made her inventory bottomless. Then the girl clicked on the image of the sword. It was still better than nothing. As far as she remembered, in the world of werewolves, it was difficult to survive due to the lack of food. But now, thanks to her development, she will be able to conduct research and survive on her own. This will help her become as independent as possible without depending on the tribe or the male. Hooray! She doesn't necessarily need to look for someone to avoid dying of hunger. The headman cut up a boar ham, and when she saw Irma, the woman was glad that her appetite had returned. Irma, in turn, said that she had thought about her behavior and realized that she had acted wrongly. From that moment on, the girl promised to do everything for the good of the tribe. The headman was very happy with these words and asked to wait while she cooked the meat. But our heroine really wanted to start helping. Altruism was in full swing, and she decided to go and help with the cubs. When she arrived, she saw her mother, Mia, and Sophie, as well as other girls, there. They looked at her suspiciously and mockingly, and Mia, with a grin, blurted out, "Why such generosity?" Irma took one of the babies in her arms, saying that she really didn't know how to help, so she was hoping for support. Ricky and Jono walked past. The latter smilingly pointed at Irma, noticing that she had changed a lot. Ricky was a little embarrassed, and in order not to show it, he chuckled and said, "Oh, big deal." The headman shouted to Jono to hurry up and throw away the bones and giblets and not to forget the bamboo pots for the meat. Irma, hearing about the entrails, began to think. They must be useful. They need to be researched. The girl activated the program for researching new food, and the organs and bones of animals were transferred to a new level. She approached the boys and asked if they were going to throw it all away, pointing to the entrails and bones. Ricky told her discontentedly what she had thought up, but Irma replied that it was a shame to throw away such delicious things. Mia immediately appeared behind her, not taking her eyes off her rival. What other bones and entrails? They are inedible. She kinda covered the guy up by saying that she was just looking for a way to hit on Ricky. But the girl flashed her icy eyes at her and replied that she had nothing in common with Ricky. But that's where they got the idea that bones and entrails can't be eaten. Mia got excited and screamed that she was not stupid. The internal organs stunk, and there was no meat in the bones. If this was not so, then she would give her a month's share of salt. "Ha!" said Ingrid. "No one forced your tongue." Challenge accepted. The girl took one basket and went with Jono, throwing over her shoulder that she would wait for the monthly portion of salt. Sophie muttered fearfully to her friend that Irma looked so confident. And what if they really could be eaten? But Mia chopped off that it was all a bluff. She just wanted to get Ricky's attention, that's all. Anger and hatred towards Irma, as well as the fact that the guys were paying attention to her, clouded her mind. All her thoughts were occupied with making sure that everyone hated Irma. Jono lowered the basket of offal to the ground. Irma exhaled and thanked the guy with a smile for his help. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to carry everything herself. The young man smiled sweetly and replied that he was glad to help. Although he didn't know what she had planned, but he believes in her, and that she will be able to finish what she started. Irma blushed at these words. She turned her head shyly, pretending to fix her hair, and thanked him for believing in her. Jono looked at her with his beautiful brown eyes straight at her. At that moment, one of the girls walked past them, carrying an armful of mushrooms, lamenting that every spring so many of these mushrooms grow that they have to get rid of them. Irma looked at the girl, thinking about something, when suddenly she ran after her. She screamed at her not to throw away the mushrooms, opening a program inside herself, which showed the name of the mushrooms is a type of mushroom of the champignon family, recommended for consumption. Great. She uses them in cooking and shouted to the girl if she could give them to her. She was surprised by such a desire for these mushrooms, but when she gave them to her, she warned Irma not to eat them. But when Danny ate them, he started bleeding. Irma, shining like the sun, pressed the mushrooms to her chest, assuring her little sister that she would not eat them. Mia was watching her. She clearly didn't like such pressure and self-confidence. But what if she really succeeds? Irma asked Jono to help her crush the bones. He readily agreed, asking why she needed the mushrooms. With a sly wink, the girl replied that these mushrooms were not poisonous. She would make a delicious bone soup from them. He himself would appreciate the amazing taste. The guy scratched his head in surprise, not suspecting that mushrooms could be cooked in any way. The soup was ready. It had a wonderful aroma. The bones added a hearty richness. Irma decided it was time to try her creation, but before she could enjoy the taste, she heard voices and the sound of footsteps. Mia brought others, including her mother and the headman, shouting that Irma wanted to commit suicide again, pointing to the vat of soup. Running up to Irma, she angrily screamed that she had gone too far, saying that she was saying goodbye to Ricky. But in reality, she again wanted to attract attention with her death. But even if she died, he would never be with her. Mother ran up and hugged him, lamenting that he shouldn't do that. Irma tried to calm her mother down, saying that she didn't look like a person who wanted to commit suicide. These mushrooms weren't poisonous. The head woman said that Irma was very beautiful and that she shouldn't worry about a partner at all. But she was trying to kill herself like this and suggested that she marry her son. The girl started to freak out. No one heard her. These mushrooms are not poisonous. She saw a cuckoo eating them and nothing happened to her. Jono stepped forward and said that he believed Irma. She would not poison herself like that. Besides, he saw how she cooked soup, which looked great and smelled very tasty. Irma looked at the guy, and she was very pleased that at least he alone was not going crazy with everyone else. The elder approached the vat. The smell was indeed delicious, but she still did not dare to try it. Then Jono resolutely came up, took the bowl, and said that he himself would prove that the soup was edible. 10 minutes passed. The headman, without taking her eyes off him, said that the cuckoo had already sung 5 times how he was feeling. The guy, smiling and looking at Irma, said that it was very good. But there was one thing. Irma was worried, but then he said that the soup was very tasty. Inside, she was crying tears of happiness. Well, how could it not taste good? She had put so much effort into it. Mia, annoyed, told him that the poison had simply not worked yet. Not enough time had passed. The young man angrily rebuked her. For always butting in, Irma had come up with a new recipe, and he needed to thank her. "That's exactly the headman," Irma drawled, "and she doesn't need her son." Jono and the headman stared at her. The headman asked if this was really so, but the girl added heatedly that she really didn't care about her son's feelings. The elder asked Jono what he thought about it. The guy smiled, which made him even more attractive, and declared that he wanted to marry Irma, to which our heroine stuttered, "He's the headman's son." The memory of the body's previous owner contains no memories of any men other than Ricky. Irma said that she would not say anything when the headman asked what the girl herself thought about this. But her mother covered her mouth with her hand and did not let her finish, and said with passion that this poor child was nervous and was talking God knows what. They were waiting for Jono for dinner. The young man calmly said with a smile that he would be happy to have dinner with them. Irma made some kind of sound, but her mother continued to cover her mouth with her hand so that her daughter wouldn't blurt out anything. "You can't let a guy like that go." She said that they were expecting him for dinner, and dragged the resisting Irma home. In the evening, Irma and Jono were frying their dinner. The girl sighed heavily. The guy asked why she was sighing so much, because she didn't want to be with him. Irma convinced him that it wasn't about him. She just had no experience with a man, and besides, she didn't want to devote her whole life to raising children. Jono answered, was Ricky really better than him, for whom she tried to kill herself so many times? But he felt the pain for her. No, she convinced the young man that he was wonderful, but did he himself need a wife with such a reputation? And besides, he doesn't like her. Why force her to marry? Jono asked only if this bothered her. Irma nodded. Then he called her a silly girl and assured her that he liked her, and that was why he wanted to marry her, and not because she was being forced. Irma didn't expect this at all. She asked again if he was joking, but Jono seriously confirmed his intentions. Besides, he was captivated by her intelligence. No one would have guessed to follow the cuckoo and figure out that the mushrooms were not poisonous. Then he thanked the girl just as sincerely for the new recipe, which would add variety to his diet. Irma's heart started pounding, and the guy added that her discovery could save more than one life in the future. Irma added, embarrassed. He was exaggerating. She just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Jono beamed even more joyfully and said that Irma had changed a lot. He wanted her to become his wife, but he would not rush things. He would give her time to get used to him. Taking her hands, the young man looked tenderly into her eyes and added that he also hoped that she would give him the opportunity to get to know her better. Sally's mother, while eating mushroom soup, admired her child and how she came up with such a dish. She can eat 3 more servings in a row. Thanks to her daughter, they can now eat mushrooms. She really has changed a lot. Sophie held out her portion of soup to Mia, offering to share, but she nodded her head. Stepping aside, Mia cursed Irma with all her might, lured Jono to her side, but she would not see Ricky, convincing herself that she was the most beautiful and enviable bride in the entire tribe, and all the men were hers. Jono walked with a basket full of mushrooms, whistling a tune. Suddenly, Ricky blocked his way, offering to talk to Irma. He motivated his impulse by the fact that they were friends, and Jono was not obliged to enter into a forced marriage because of himself. Jono frowned and replied that Ricky had too high an opinion of himself and that he was not going to marry Irma under duress, but because he liked her. This answer was like a thunderbolt for Ricky. He likes her. Jono told his friend that it was time to open his eyes. Irma had changed a lot, and besides, she was wonderful. These words stung Ricky unpleasantly, and after a while her friend added, although she likes you, after which he corrected that he liked it, in the past tense. From these words, Ricky somehow felt an unpleasant flush of heat. Mia listened to their conversation, hiding in the bushes. She was bursting with anger. 2 guys were arguing over this female. A pale guy with a simple face took her hands and, looking into the girl's eyes, calmed her down. Why is she so angry? Let her forget about this Irma, because she has him, and no one will love her like he does. He is ready to give his life. The last words about life inspired Mia very much. She caressed him and ingratiatingly asked if he would really even give his life for her. She leaned towards his ear and cooed, "Let him come this evening," and then he understands. Jono walked happily from the hunt and brought Irma a plump hare. Having handed the trophy to the girl, he declared that she needed to eat more in order to become big and cute by winter. The guy explained that skinny werewolves can't survive the winter, unlike fat ones, so everyone tries to eat more. Being fat is good. Irma questioningly analyzed the information she had received. The hare squealed pitifully in her hands. Jono took the hare and pulled it towards himself, saying that as soon as he cut it up, he would immediately return it to Irma. Irma grabbed the animal by the side without giving it to the guy, saying that if the main problem of werewolves in winter is related to the lack of food, then she could help. She said that maybe they could make supplies for the winter, then the problem with the lack of food would go away. The girl explained in detail her plan on how they would collect the food and prepare it for long-term storage so that it would not spoil. Jono, in joyful excitement, happily shook Irma and shouted that she was a genius. If they made supplies, they would be able to survive the winter without any problems. He hugged her and lifted her up, squeezing her in his arms. The girl modestly said that she had done nothing wrong. Still in a state of euphoria, Jono grabbed Irma's hand and pulled her to tell his mother about this brilliant idea. The elder watched with a smile as they ran hand in hand and asked if something had happened. Jono held Irma's hand tightly and reported to his mother that Irma knew how to survive the winter. The woman became very interested and, taking the girl by the hands, began to listen attentively. Irma explained that these were mushrooms, but the headman doubted it. Even though Irma proved that they were not poisonous, many were still afraid to eat them. Our heroine explained that there are poisonous mushrooms and there are edible ones. If you dry the mushroom, then it will be quite possible to eat it after washing it first. The elder thoughtfully said that this could really be their salvation, and Jono happily said that Irma knew how to distinguish edible mushrooms from inedible ones. They could send the boys to gather mushrooms that could feed the tribe. The woman, in turn, agreed with the young men, saying that Irma had helped the tribe a lot, and they should thank her. Irma blushed and replied that it was nothing, and then noted that she knew how to preserve meat. The elder straightened up. But how? This is no joke. The girl explained that she knows how to make dried meat that will easily last until winter. Irma said thoughtfully that this required a lot of salt, and as she could judge from the memories of the previous owner, every year they exchange meat for salt. And it turns out that salt is more valuable than meat. The woman assured the girl that if they could save the meat this way, she would find a way to get salt. But meat was not an easy matter, asking Irma to forgive her for not being able to tell everything now for her safety. Irma was not offended at all. She said that she would go into the forest to see if she could find anything else edible. Then Jono's mother suggested that her son keep her company, since the forest was dangerous. Our heroine thought for a bit. She and Jono are together. Of course they don't mind. The guy exhaled and began to transform into his true form. A minute later, a huge bird stood in front of Irma. This made an incredible impression on her. Especially the size of the bird was simply amazing. The converted Jono said she was so shocked that she was speechless. With him, they would fly away in the blink of an eye. Oh, okay. Our nervous heroine climbed onto the bird's back, her heart pounding. Jono, getting ready to take off, told her if she was holding on tightly. The girl confirmed, thinking about how cool it was to fly on an eagle. If she told anyone, no one would believe her. They soared up. He asked if she liked it. Irma shouted that she liked it very much. She really experienced incredible sensations. His eye glanced at his companion, and he said that he liked her too, explaining that when a werewolf is in his true form, only his partner is allowed to sit on him. Therefore, will she be his? But he did not finish. Irma exclaimed in surprise. What a turn of events, she thought. Yet such rapid developments frightened her. They arrived at the place. The girl looked around in surprise. The trees were so huge. Jono explained that the werewolf forest began here, and that it was dangerous to go further. Even the bravest hunters don't go there alone. He suggested that she look around and find what she needed. Irma ran from one tree to another. Everything was somehow fantastic. Huge fruits and shoots. The local nature is completely different from the earthly one. It's good that she has an identification system. Approaching one of the sprouts, she scanned that it was a green sprout, which can be eaten after processing and removing the bitterness. Wait, isn't that bamboo? It occurred to her, and she waved at Jono to help her bring her some of the shoots. She would make something tasty at home. The guy was wide-eyed when he heard that if they were dried, they would last for several more years. He began to break them with diligence, anticipating another delicious treat from Irma. Next, Irma scanned another plant, and the program confirmed the edibility of these thin-leaved, sweet-tasting vegetables. Then she went to the sweet potato tree, which contains a high starch content. We also take it. It is edible. Then I saw huge eggs. These are cuckoo eggs. They are edible. But then an enraged giant cuckoo swooped in, not sharing Irma's interest in using her unhatched chicks as a snack. She wanted to peck Irma, but Jono arrived in time and covered her with himself. The bird sat down and glared at them menacingly, as if to say, "Don't even dream about it." Irma looked upset. They were so close. Just a little bit more. Jono leaned close to her and said that they already had enough. Irma blushed and pulled back, as if keeping her distance, and said that it really was time to go back. The guy asked, trying to look into her eyes, if she was shy. Irma, all crimson, tried to prove the opposite, but Jono smiled and said that it was the first time he saw a girl embarrassed. It was very cute. Irma asked again, quietly, as if for the first time she was surprised by this, and then again began to babble that she was not at all embarrassed. When they returned, the elder and others from the tribe met them and rejoiced that they had more and more food, thanks to Irma. One young man said that he didn't expect this from Irma. Now they will survive the winter without any problems. Irma spoke up and suggested teaching residents to identify edible mushrooms from inedible ones themselves, and then everyone would be able to prepare for winter without her help. The girl explained that if the mushrooms have light caps, light yellow, light gray, then they do not pose a danger. Mushrooms with bright caps are most likely poisonous. But if there are doubts, they can always turn to her. The crowd came to life. Young people raised their hands and asked about mushrooms. Irma answered and explained. While showing each mushroom from the baskets, she pointed out the type and color of the mushroom. Miyu's face twisted in anger when one of the males in the crowd said that Irma had changed a lot since she stopped chasing Ricky. Now she could be considered the most beautiful female in the breeding grounds. And how does this creature manage to distinguish mushrooms? It must be the headman who helps. If only this girl would marry her son. She wished her death. Danny was cooking dinner when Mia approached him, squinting slyly. She reminded him how he said that he was ready to do anything for her. Even die, he remembers that. The young man jumped up like a child, put his hands on Mia's shoulders, and assured her that he loved her more than anyone else and was ready to give his life. She clung to him and held out a fly agaric for him to eat. The guy stared at her and said, "But it's poisonous." Mia wrapped her arms around him and babbled in her most seductive voice. But he still wasn't ready to give up his life for her. When he realized that Mia was ready to give herself to him, he happily babbled that of course he agreed. He kissed her and babbled to her how he loved her. But she grimaced and thought with disgust how disgusting it was. If only he hadn't disappointed her. Irma was still conducting the training as Sophie ran screaming trouble. The girl screamed that Danny was poisoned by mushroom soup, although Irma said that these mushrooms can be eaten. But this is not true. The elder and everyone else were scared. How could this be? Danny was lying there, foam coming out of his mouth. He was pale and breathing heavily. Mia, feigning grief, shedding a tear, held his hand. Irma, looking at the young man, was sure that he had eaten a poisonous mushroom. But the mushrooms he showed her were not poisonous. She remembers that for sure, which means he ate some other mushroom. The head woman leaned over to the guy and asked how he was feeling. Mia realized that now was the moment to blame her rival. She ran up to the girl and swung her arm to slap her, insulting her with the most vile words. Suddenly, a strong male hand grabbed her hand. Jono covered Irma with his body, angrily asking what Mia had in mind. Frightened by the male power, she babbled that she wanted to give the poisoner her just desserts. He said sharply that the girl was not guilty of anything. Everyone had picked the mushrooms and eaten them too, and this had not happened to anyone else. But Mia screamed why then was Danny dying. She started screaming so that everyone could hear that Irma couldn't tell the difference between mushrooms and that they were poisoned. The tribesmen, succumbing to the words, began to groan and gasp, finding signs of poisoning in themselves as well. With his last strength, Danny stood up and said that everything was wrong. They shouldn't throw away the mushrooms, otherwise they wouldn't survive the winter. Jono approached the guy and asked him to explain everything. Otherwise, it was unknown how many werewolves would die in the winter. Danny broke out in a cold sweat at the words that then their tribe would simply die out. Tears rolled down his face, and the guy began to tell how it happened, that it was he who set Irma up. He deliberately added a red mushroom to the soup, so let everyone know that the mushrooms Irma indicated are safe. He repented before Irma with tears in his eyes. The girl asked him, they hardly know each other, so why should he set her up? Jono answered for him that he was not familiar with Irma, but with Mia, yes. And besides, he himself heard how Danny was happy yesterday that Mia agreed to be his partner at the coming-of-age ceremony. It was hard for Danny to speak, but he croaked out that he really liked Mia. But Irma didn't like Mia. He just wanted to help his beloved. Mia ran out into the street in anger, thinking of Danny as a useless piece of shit who would be more useful if he died. Irma asked the headmistress if Danny would recover, but she shook her head. We need to wait. We can't disturb him for now, and then we'll see. Irma felt very sad at heart, although it became clear that the guy had poisoned himself on purpose. Jono gave his friend a reassuring hug, saying that everything would be fine, and there was no need to be sad. Irma began to doubt whether it was worth starting all this. What if Danny was poisoned because of her? The guy stroked her head and said that there was no need to blame herself. Danny himself was to blame for his stupidity, and it was not her fault. The headmistress stood behind, watching her son comfort Irma, and she too sympathized with her. Here the head woman remembered about Mia, by the way. Where is she? Her friend Sophie blinked her eyes, not knowing how to get her friend off the hook. Mia was having fun with one of the males in the meantime, asking him to console her because her heart was breaking because of Danny. He promised her oblivion, but she must also help him meet the guests from the Quay tribe. She began to ask Connor if Aya, her friend from this tribe, would come. Connor rudely put her down for the number of her questions. Mia whined that he was so cruel to her, and yet she felt so bad because of Danny. The male got mad that she kept talking about this Danny even during sex. Well, she's in a bad way, so why did she come here? Let her stay with him. She in turn sent him away, saying that Danny was dying, and he didn't care. While getting dressed, he threw it. Why shouldn't she really go to him? What if he really dies? She'll at least say goodbye. Yeah, right, thought Mia. Why does she always end up with unfeeling blockheads instead of caring guys? All her hatred fell on Irma. She had already taken 2 males from her. She would not forgive her for this. Filled with anger, she went to Danny. The guy was still weak. Irma's mother was with him, and when she saw Mia, she said that Danny kept asking when she would come. Taking the bowl from Sally's hands, she asked her to feed Danny herself. Mia tried her best to show her concern for the young man, saying that she would look after the guy. She let Sally go. Feigning grief, she asked the woman as she left the cave if Danny would recover, and she gave her a displeased look and replied that she didn't know, but he needed to be taken care of as long as possible. Squeezing out a tear, she thanked her aunt, adding that she would definitely take care of the guy. As soon as she left, Mia looked at the dying Danny with hatred and contempt. The next minute, she started beating him, calling him a piece of shit. Danny jumped up and looked with a smile at his beloved, who finally came. But her words and distorted face scared him. The girl screamed that he was a fool. He couldn't even do this little thing properly. Let him remember. He is not her equal. She is just using him. The young man turned whiter than from a poisonous mushroom. But how can she say such things? And what about their love? And the coming-of-age ceremony? Mia became like a monster. She mockingly said that he had been looking at his face for a long time, and no female would give it to him. If he died right away, there would be one less piece of trash in the world. This finally deprived the guy of the meaning of living. He said, "You," and suddenly grabbed his stomach. He felt sick. Mia pretended to start wailing for him not to die, and called for help. Connor came running. The intriguer, looking mockingly at the dying Danny, babbled to Connor that she was very scared because Danny was dying. The last tear came down Danny's face, and the last thought in his fading consciousness was how pathetic he was, in the hope that his death would not be in vain. Danny was buried, and Mia cried loudly at his funeral. But the next day, she was seen having fun with other men. Life went on as usual, but not for Irma. She sighed sadly. A stone of melancholy and heaviness lay on her heart. Jono encouraged her as best he could, because the werewolf world is a dangerous place. Today, you are talking to a friend, and the next moment you see him in the jaws of a beast. To dispel her sadness, he took her by the shoulders and told her that it was time to get up and move on with her life. After all, Danny died a natural death, and she also told her what to do with the green sprouts. He grabbed her hand and led her. Irma asked him not to pull her so hard. It so happened that she tripped over a stone and flew straight at him. He deftly pressed the girl to himself. Irma blushed and apologized for such awkwardness. Jono, feeling her so close, looked into her eyes and asked if she would marry him. Irma felt like the heroine of a TV series who was caught off guard and kissed. And now someone has to make the first move. Her lips parted for the kiss. She felt Jono's breath, but she said she didn't know. He pulled back and said good-naturedly, "Well, if she doesn't want to." Feeling disappointed because of the failed kiss, she said that she didn't mean to express herself that way. The young man was not at all offended. He took her hand and said that he did not expect reciprocity from her right now. He understood that she needed time. Let her tell him when she was ready. Without giving her a chance to answer, he grabbed Irma by the hand and led her to cook until the sun went down. That's right. Today she planned to marinate the giblets with fruit. Irma took over the marinating process, with Jono standing nearby, always ready to help. He became very curious about what smelled so delicious. Irma smiled mysteriously. Then she poured it into a plate and announced that it was a stew made from the very same intestines that they were carrying to throw out. Having seated the guy, Irma placed a plate of stew in front of him and offered to try it. Jono was noticeably nervous, even though he trusted Irma, but he still asked if it was definitely edible. But when he put the first spoon in his mouth, his eyes lit up with bliss. It was delicious. The guy was delighted. The guy felt the spiciness. It was unusual for him. He asked if these were really the same intestines. Could such a delicious thing really be made from them? Irma added that the secret was in a spoonful of spices. Jono, surprised and interested, tried to find out where Irma got such culinary knowledge from. The girl turned away so as not to give herself away and answered that it was just intuition. It seems he believed her, but she can't tell him about the identification system. The satisfied headman, gobbling up the stew, officially announced that from now on they would cook from bones and offal, and then no one would die of hunger in the winter. After eating, she approached Irma and sincerely thanked her for such help, because so many males get injured while hunting, and how many old people cannot hunt. This is why there are so many deaths, because werewolves feel like scum in these situations. But now that they know they can cook mushrooms, they can just go and pick them while the trappers are hunting. The elder called Irma a true savior and heroine, not holding back her tears. Irma warmly assured that she was simply sharing her knowledge. And besides that, she and Jono brought other food from the forest. The woman was surprised. Did she really know anything else? Irma said that she knew how to preserve. You can dry it in the sun, as they did with green sprouts and mushrooms, or you can make dried meat and ferment cabbage. But for this, you need to use expensive salt. The headman assured Irma that there was no need to worry about salt. The Quay tribe would come next month, and it would be possible to bargain with them. All the food had to be taken to the cave where the supplies were stored. Irma was taken with them and, as a trusted person, was shown where all the food supplies were stored. Irma gasped in admiration. Who thought of this? It's an ice cellar. The headman explained that this was due to the efforts of elders of past generations. Every autumn, water is brought here so that it turns into ice. Since it is always cold in the cave, the ice does not melt until autumn. Then Irma saw a basket of vegetables and gasped. She swallowed nervously and asked to take a look. They were secretly watched by Mia, who was burning with envy and could not calm down because this bitch was doing everything she could to attract attention to herself. It infuriated her that the elder was on Irma's side. It was as if the whole tribe had gone crazy. Meanwhile, after scanning the vegetables, Irma exclaimed, "Yes, this is sweet grass, containing a lot of sugar, edible." And in her other hand, she held a potato. Irma asked how much of these products they had. The headman answered that they had a lot. The elder explained that sweet grass spoils quickly. You can't collect much of it, and the mian root grows in the mountains. Irma, excited and with shining eyes, told the headman that this was a real treasure. Mia listened and wondered what was so special about this root. Irma told me that from the sweet grass they would make non-perishable sugar, which both babies and pregnant females could eat. Having heard that the mian root would make very filling vermicelli, Mia immediately decided to tell the Quay tribe about it. Her thoughts were interrupted by the approaching Jono, who sensed someone's presence. Mia realized too late that she had been tracked and did not have time to escape. He looked at her suspiciously and asked what she was doing there. Mia was shifting hysterically, trying to come up with a lie, when she suddenly blurted out that she had come to fulfill a promise. With the words, "Here she fulfills her promise," she certainly rejoiced at her resourcefulness and insight. She held out the bowl of salt, declaring that she had lost the bet and was wrong. She hurried away, thinking about how to get to the Quay tribe as quickly as possible. Jono found all this suspicious and came here with salt because she could have just brought it home to Irma. The elder and Irma discussed salting meat using the girl's method. In a small cave at the top of the mountain, meat was stored. Irma sniffed the meat and said that it shouldn't smell. First, it needs to be taken out into the sun and dried. The elder said that she would tell the men to do this, so that all the meat from the hunt would be dried in the sun. She lowered her voice and said that she had a couple of questions for Irma, hinting at privacy, remaining where they would not be heard. The woman thanked Irma for the knowledge she shared. But where did she get it from? The girl had changed a lot. Irma had to lie about the beast god who appeared to her during another suicide attempt. It was something like an epiphany. The old woman burst into tears from this revelation, declaring that she knew that the beast god would not abandon them. She once again warmly thanked Irma for her knowledge and revelations. The girl brought to the tribe not only food but also good news. Irma felt ashamed of her lies. She apologized for her limited knowledge, thinking how awkward it would be to deceive the headmistress, who trusted Irma so much, but also couldn't tell her about the built-in program. The headman gently stroked the girl's head, saying that she had nothing to apologize for. Thanks to her, they now knew how to preserve food supplies. This was a huge contribution. She warned Irma that there were many dangers in the outside world, but she could stay in the tribe. They would bring her food themselves, and the girl would only need to determine whether it was edible Irma agreed, adding that she just needed to get busy with the starch. There would be no time for forays into the forest. The head woman breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that this child would not run away. The tribesmen brought baskets of sweet grass and mian root. Irma was cooking food in a cauldron. The boys felt hungry from such a fragrant smell. The men stood and waited impatiently for their portion. While serving the portions, they asked what the food was made of, and the girl replied that it was offal. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Could offal really smell so delicious? One of the young men grabbed his portion, declaring that since Irma makes amazing soups from bones and mushrooms, he would be happy to try this dish. Irma was pleased when the males, like children, piled on her cooking and were delighted with the delicious dish. Only Mia couldn't find peace, calling Irma a damn bitch. She told Connor to go and wash the entrails, and when he was done, let him bring them here. They would cook it much tastier than Irma's. Connor washed the entrails in the river. The stench was overwhelming. Mia was angry that he hadn't washed them well. She didn't see any problem with making something from bones and entrails. If that bastard had succeeded, then she was worse. The girls watched this picture, shaking their heads. They thought that Mia had gone crazy after Danny's death. Connor was stirring the intestines in the vat. Mia was covering her nose and constantly nagging him about how badly he cooked. He didn't even clean it properly. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and slammed the cauldron with all his might, yelling that he wasn't a female to cook, that it was her job, and how much longer could she spend bothering him with Irma all day long? Why the hell did she stick to her? In response, she pounced on Connor, yelling that she had stuck to him, and another round of mutual abuse ensued. The girls, listening to their dialogue, agreed that envy and stinginess do not lead to anything good. Jono praised Irma, how great she was. The girl replied shyly that it was easy. He lifted her up in his arms, declaring that she was the genius of the tribe and that she could do it. But of course he understood that it was not easy. They joked and laughed while Ricky watched from behind. Irma really did become different. Her chest became somehow painful and annoying. He thought that apparently the changes affected not only their tribe. Even Irma's feelings changed. He looked at the happy and laughing girl who was once in constant depression and did not give him a break. He should be happy for his friend. He really chose a wonderful girl. Irma went to the vat where, according to her recipe, sweet grass was boiled and mixed to make sugar. Irma thought that she only knew how to make brown sugar, but how to filter it was a problem. If only they had gauze. Besides, it is needed for preparing starch powder. At that moment, Jono patted her on the head, joking that she was starting to smoke from the thoughts of a genius. But there was nothing beyond her control. She looked thoughtfully at the smiling young man, with whom it was always so easy and relaxed. Suddenly it dawned on her, of course you can make baskets from bamboo. She told Jono that she needed his help. They went to a bamboo grove, where the boy explained that they needed to cut bamboo to weave baskets for straining sugar and starch. It was all simple in words, but it became more difficult when the guy started cutting bamboo. He cut the bamboo with his claw, but it was very difficult to calculate the force. Many shoots were damaged. He puffed and grunted. Irma watched his suffering. She completely forgot that all the tools here are primitive, and the Iron Age does not exist here. When suddenly she remembered the dagger in her inventory. Well, of course. Approaching Jono, she handed the surprised boy a dagger so that he could try cutting with it. Things went quickly and smoothly. The bamboo was cut like clockwork. The guy was delighted. This thing is much sharper than their claws. Irma calmly explained that it is called a dagger. This thing would be very useful on a hunt. But never mind. They'll finish the job now. At this time, the sugar production process was in full swing. Irma and Jono were busy weaving baskets, and the elder supervised the sugar-making process. The boys told the elder that everything was ready. She asked them to use up the firewood in 3 days. But why such a rush? Why exactly 3 days? Irma was surprised. The elder remembered that Irma was always with the tribe, so she explained. Sweet grass and mian root grow only in spring. The summer sun burns them out. Since the beast god turned away from werewolves, winter has lasted for 5 months, so death can be threatened not only by hunger, but also by the claws of wild animals. And in the summer, during the rainy season, due to the rising water level, there is a great threat of landslides. A huge number of tribes died from floods. And in the summer, there is a problem with obtaining meat. And in the winter, it needs to be stored, and it spoils in 5 to 6 days, even though they are in the highlands. But some hunters die when going hunting, and those who are missing are considered dead. The world of trappers is very harsh, but even it has its own built system. Irma began to understand these laws, which were necessary for survival and reproduction. A semi-state and semi-private social system was created. Juvenile trappers are dependent on the tribe. Males bring the necessary daily food ration, but if you don't have enough, then that's your problem. Females take care of the young and cook. The main goal of this species is reproduction. All females must choose a partner and give birth to him. But it is entirely acceptable to have more than one partner to guarantee conception. But Irma didn't want to get married or have children, or she was just stalling for time and fooling Jono. My God, how simple everything was in her world. Whether you want to give birth or not, there was a choice. But here there simply isn't one. Jono watched Irma and finally decided to ask if she was okay. Irma smiled tensely and said that everything was fine. She needed to go and see how the sweet grass was doing. While mixing the brew with the rest in the vat, the girl could not help but think that she needed to have a frank talk with Jono. Irma was very tired. Her hands could no longer stir the viscous mixture. At that moment, Jono came up behind her and took her stick to help the girl. He was close. His breath touched my face. How could I bear all this? Mia watches this process from behind a tree. She is infuriated by the very fact that the males are not paying attention to her. She angrily shared with Sophie how much she hated this girl, because of whom the sick now also work. They should not stick their heads out at all. Sophie explained, hesitantly and awkwardly, that Irma had given them the opportunity to work, to help, to be useful. Mia hysterically attacked her friend, screaming that she could see it perfectly well. It turns out that now this girl is better than her. Timid Sophie began to reassure her that she didn't think so at all. She was her friend. Then she threatened Sophie that if she found out that she was planning something behind her back, the frightened Sophie, who was frightened by Mia, tried to assure her that under no circumstances would such a thing happen. Mia smugly praised her friend, noting that only with her did she have a future. She had already told Jacob to choose Sophie at his coming-of-age ceremony, and she beamed with joy, knowing that Jacob didn't like her. But thanks to her friend, she would still choose her. The elder and Irma supervised the preparation of the sugar. Now it must be dried in the sun, and then cut. Irma confirmed the sequence of the process, adding that the same thing should be done with starch water. She called it a day and invited the workers to stay for dinner, and the wounded werewolf happily volunteered to help tomorrow. But the guys refused. They were sincerely grateful to the girl for the fact that now they did not feel useless. One of the boys added, with tears in his eyes, that before they hid out of shame and ate leftovers. But now, thanks to her care, they boldly come out to their fellow tribesmen without fear of condemnation. Irma replied that they had suffered enough and deserved gratitude. The guys said a warm goodbye to Irma until the next working day. The head woman watched with admiration how Jono looked at Irma and asked if he liked her. The boy answered that he liked her very much. The old mother was very happy for her son, who finally wants to start a family. But Jono told his mother that Irma had not yet given her consent, at which point the girl called him. At the threshold of her house, she thanked the young man for his help, saying that they needed to rest. Irma happily went to take a shower, but when she began to undress, she saw a twig on her wrist. When it appeared, it was not there before. The girl's head was spinning, wondering what it could be. It was probably some kind of serious illness. When the branch moved, she screamed so loudly that a frightened Jono flew in. Irma showed a strange moving tree branch on her hand, asking what kind of illness it was. Jono joyfully exclaimed that it was not an illness. She would soon become a mother. He pointed to his hand and explained that this was a sign that she would have children. If 3 leaves were moving, then there would be 3 children. This is not only true for women, but also for men. He repeated affectionately that she would become a mother. Irma started to get hysterical. How could this be? She didn't even want to get married, and now she has 3 children. And they are from Ricky. And here's what to do. Now, Jono stroked the gloomy, almost crying Irma. Wasn't she happy? No need to worry. And Ricky wouldn't want her anymore. He offered to tell him about the children himself, but Irma stopped him with a scream. Horror struck her. The existence of these children was proof that Ricky had forced the former owner of the body. And if the children asked about their father, what would she answer them? Irma firmly told Jono that she wanted nothing to do with Ricky in this life and did not want these children. Jono stopped her seriously and said that it was impossible to say that. A female who does not want to give birth to children is not worthy of being called a female. Those who cannot give birth are expelled from the tribe. Children are the most valuable gift of the beast god. The girl explained that she does not want the children to grow up without a father, and besides, she will not be able to raise them herself. She burst into tears and said that she was not yet ready to take on such responsibility. The former owner had left such a mess, and she needed to clean it up. Jono began to calm her down, apologizing for scaring her. He pressed the sobbing Irma to his chest. When suddenly it dawned on him, he said that he wanted to show her something. As he began to transform, he added that she would now see one place. Irma was very ill, but Jono carried her through the air. When they landed, the young man said that she probably didn't know that before they were born. The cubs were in an egg, in the sanctuary of the beast god. Standing on top of the mountain, the boy pointed to the cave sanctuary that he wanted to show her. They arrived at a cave where there were many eggs, future cubs. The priestess, smiling, also came to look at the eggs. Pointing to 3 eggs lying nearby, she noted that they had only appeared today. Taking 1 egg, the girl held it and did not understand what she felt. These were her future children. It's so unusual, her pregnancy, which she holds in her hands. Jono explained that the baby and its mother are spiritually connected. If the mother is happy, then the baby is happy too. If it is sad, it feels the same. He looked at her, asking if she didn't feel anything while holding the egg in her hand. She understood that she didn't feel anything for Ricky. The children would be without a father and how to deal with that. But Jono smilingly said maybe he would be suitable for this role. She looked at him in surprise. The guy beamed with happiness, declaring that he really liked her, and he hoped that her choice would fall on him. He confidently declared that he was ready to repeat this even 100 times and would never change his mind. Jono said he dreams of them hunting together and raising children. He asked again to become her partner to take care of her and the children. Irma pouted and muttered so that he wouldn't regret this choice later. But Jono, in his joy, grabbed her in his arms and flew up, shouting that it was simply wonderful. Irma asked to put her on the ground, as she reminded that bears are afraid of heights. He carried her and joked with a smile that their new house would not be built on a tree then. The girl asked again about the new house, and Jono enthusiastically said that they would build their own house. Left alone, Irma covered her face with her hands. How long had she been in this world if she agreed to marry this trapper? A happy Jono entered, dragging bags of iridescent colored stones. When the bewildered Irma asked why he had brought all this, he explained that since he was now her partner, then while they did not have their own home, they would live with her, and he would protect her and the cubs. Irma couldn't come to her senses. He was going to move in with her right now. He poured stones onto her bed. The girl stood there indecisively. She was not ready for such drastic changes. He took her hand. Irma looked into his eyes and asked if they were in a hurry. Before she had time to come to her senses, Jono, undressing her, whispered that yesterday she had agreed to become his partner, but today she was taking her words back. How quickly everything happens. These hunters are so treacherous. The girl, already naked, found herself in his arms. Then, nervously, Irma asked why he thought she was taking her words back. Without letting her finish, the guy covered her lips with his own in a voluptuous kiss. Irma, not knowing how to get out of it, asked again, "Does that mean he likes her?" The guy replied that he does. He added that he doesn't expect her to love him today. He just wants to know that she likes him more and more every day. Irma asked him to wait. He began to kiss her body. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her hand to keep from screaming. Jono kissed the hand tenderly, saying that he shouldn't bite it, otherwise it would hurt. Jono looked at her with lust. He was also very excited, Irma thought, kissing and whispering words of love and tenderness. Jono begged her to become his. He would accept her cubs, and then they would have their own. Irma sighed heavily. She was very ashamed. They lay together, her head on his chest, and she heard him tell her not to worry. He wouldn't do anything else until the ceremony. Stop the earth, I will get off, what just now was and is. The next day, Ricky overheard everyone discussing Jono and Irma living together, and that they were expecting a new addition to the family soon. He looked at Jono in surprise, wondering if they were already living together. He approached a guy who was carrying a basket of mushrooms and whistling a tune. Jono became very angry when Ricky clarified whether the rumors that he and Irma were living together were true, stating that Irma would be his partner. Ricky sensed a warning that the female was taken and reassured his friend by stating that he was not making any claims. As he was leaving, he said that he wouldn't bother them since he wasn't interested in Irma. Jono was worried that sooner or later he would see Irma's mark and then become her male. He said to Ricky's back that they had known each other for a long time, and that couldn't be changed. And he really hopes that he will remember his words. Behind the bushes, Mia listened to their squabbles, furious that the males were fighting not because of her, but because of Irma. Well, never mind. She has a friend, Aya, the daughter of the third elder of the Kui tribe. You think she'll get away with it. Irma was preparing noodles and pouring out portions. One of the boys said that he didn't think that noodles were so tasty, which means that in addition to meat, you can eat other food. Mia came up and asked if Irma was busy. She asked what she needed. Mia, shedding a tear, began to press on the pity that she could neither eat nor sleep because she had angered her little sister Irma. She had made a mistake, but they were still friends. Our heroine remembered melodramas from her past life. The words are exactly the same, but she can't be fooled by such a cheap trick. Throwing Mia's hand away, she replied that she had a clear idea of her personality, so there was no need to humiliate herself and put on a show, and they had never been friends, so there was nothing to talk about. But Mia didn't give up. She tried to gain trust and told Irma how she wanted to contribute to the tribe's cause, and in general, she had such a heavy heart that she couldn't tell right away. She continued to babble and ask him to teach her how to cook. God, why are you so clingy? Irma thought. When asked what she wanted to learn to cook, Mia pointed her finger at noodles, but she was quickly sent for a walk in the forest. Irma stated that the headman had ordered not to spread the recipe. At this time, Sophie was showing Jacob the skin cape that she had been sewing for a whole month. He did not even look at her, as Mia called the girl in a commanding tone. Jacob ran towards her voice like a little dog, and then Sophie came up, feeling humiliated and trampled. Mia ordered Sophie to go and find out how to cook meat in starch. Then they would cook it themselves. In a low voice, Sophie asked what she could do if Irma hadn't told Mia about the recipe, as she immediately reminded her friend about the coming-of-age ritual and that she might be left without Jacob. He barked rudely at Sophie, telling her that if she wanted to please him, she should do what Mia said. Sophie lowered her head and muttered that she would go and try to find out. Mia approached the girl and pretended to encourage her, saying that as long as she was with her, everything would be fine. Approaching Irma, Sophie asked her to teach her how to cook meat so that others could try it, and she replied that it was no problem. Having poured the meat soup, she handed it to Sophie, who was genuinely happy. Irma explained that everyone could come and try it, while for now she could only treat them. The headman said to prepare vermicelli before winter, so she is busy now. Having given the bowl to Sophie, Irma returned to her work. Approaching Mia, who was waiting for her, she held out the bowl, saying that she had brought it for her to try. The next second, Mia looked like a fury, knocking the bowl out of her hands. She yelled at her friend that she was a complete fool. She didn't need Irma's cooking. She was told to find out the recipe and not beg for food. Irma and Ricky witnessed all this and scolded Sophie and Mia for being so shameless with the food they worked so hard to earn. Caught off guard, Mia began to feverishly think of what to answer. Immediately wriggling out, she shifted the blame onto Sophie, saying that she gave her a hot cup and almost scalded her. At this time, one of the werewolves ran through the village shouting that the Kwe tribe was already at the gate. Jono ran up to the boys and told Irma that the headman was waiting for them and wanted to tell them something. Mia grinned maliciously. Her friend Aya came. Now when their tribe unites with the Kwe, then we'll see who wins. Jono walked anxiously, leading Irma by the hand, who was asking about this Kwe tribe. She saw that the guy was worried. He said that the Kwe tribe is the most powerful in the Uelo Mountains because they are more numerous and have better resources. At the same time, they are powerful and insidious. Someone clearly secretly warned them since they came here so suddenly. Irma thought out loud, remembering how today, Mia, who had been avoiding her, suddenly began asking her to teach her how to cook noodles. Jono screamed and punched the tree. It was definitely her. If the Kwe tribe finds out where they keep their food supplies for the winter, they will take it away. Then he saw that he had frightened Irma with his harshness. He apologized and hugged her. It just made him very angry. Mother told him to delay the Kwe tribe as long as possible to find time to hide the food. They arrived. A gorgeous blonde female with huge blue eyes extended her hand and introduced herself as Aya, the wife of the new elder of the Kwe tribe. Irma, a little nervous, extended her hand and said her name, not knowing what to say next. But Jono embraced her and proudly continued her speech, introducing her as the future wife of the elder of the Osawa tribe. Irma and Jono invited the guests to the table. Aya, looking mockingly at the snacks, said, "This is all the hospitality of the Osawa tribe." Looking ingratiatingly into Irma's eyes, she cooed about the rumors that said that things were going well for them lately. Jono got excited and responded sharply that things were indeed going well for them and demanded that they bring more food. They brought dishes prepared according to Irma's new recipes, including a stew made from intestines. Aya, seeing these dishes, asked haughtily, raising her eyebrows, what it was. A young male sitting next to her added that apparently the Osai tribe had become so weak that they could not hunt normally, since they ate bones and entrails. Irma smiled and suggested that they try it first, and then they could talk. Jono quietly whispered to her that the Kwe wanted to use them to take the animal's fur, but they could offer them mushrooms and bamboo shoots in exchange for salt. But he can't bargain at all. What should he do now? Mother knows how to do it well, but she's busy now. Hearing the bargain, Irma's eyes lit up with excitement, and she said to rely on her. Aya ate the soup and blushed with pleasure. She could not hide her admiration. Irma, smiling warmly, explained that making soup from entrails is quite a task, just like making a stew. The entrails need to be processed correctly, and the mushrooms sorted. Aya offered a deal. They would teach them how to cook this delicious soup, and the Quay tribe would offer an equally valuable product. Irma began the bidding, one recipe in exchange for 100 bamboo sticks of salt. The guy sitting next to her was Aya's younger brother. He told his sister not to mess with this lustful female. He could teach her that now. The girl answered her brother that he was still too young. They could dry dried bamboo shoots and internal organs themselves without any problems. What was much more important was the method of preparing them and the trapper who knew how to do it. Aya studied Irma, thinking that since the tribe trusted her, maybe she could take more than just Mia. She approached Irma and said that the deal suited them, but there was a request. Could they carefully study the entire process in order to avoid mistakes? Of course, let everyone come here. Irma happily agreed to teach them, and they will start with mushrooms. The males approached, led by Pete, Aya's brother, who bared his torso, showing off his body. Jono instantly flushed and shouted at Aya what it was. One of the young men, a cute and timid guy, noted that they just wanted to learn all the intricacies of cooking from their sister Irma. What's wrong with that? There was no stopping Jono. He was shouting at them to just try to do something with Irma. Threats rained down on all the males. Irma whispered to him that this was a business meeting. They were here for 2 days. No nerves. The modest boy immediately began touching Irma while she was talking about mushrooms. The enraged Jono looked at him like a beast, ready to tear him apart. The young man said that he could not study in such conditions. Aya approached Jono as a young elder. She accepted his conditions, so let him accept her conditions. Irma was constantly provoked into close contact, so it was difficult to see the mushrooms. Aya's brother seductively put a fruit he found into Irma's mouth, ostensibly for her to try, provoking Jono. Then he hugged her from behind without any embarrassment, cooing in a velvety voice that the scent of her body was so enticing that he wanted to try it. Jono restrained himself with all his might. Irma, moving away from him, politely asked him not to allow himself to go too far, otherwise she would not be able to teach. Jono didn't let her get a word in, closing her mouth with a kiss, and shouted at his rival to take his paws off his woman. Then he grabbed her and declared imperiously that she was his. Aya noticed how Ricky was watching this, and standing next to him, she smiled slyly and told him that he was jealous. After all, Jono has a partner, and how he defends his rights to her. Then she introduced herself and said that she liked him. He could become her partner and go with her to the Quay tribe. But he only chuckled and went away muttering that the offer did not interest him. How could a female not interest a male? Aya was indignant. Well, only if he was not wounded. She thought and glanced at Irma. It was quite possible that this male had his eye on her, too. She analyzed her competitor. What was so special about her that men were so hung up on her? Who is she? The further you go, the stranger it gets. As usual, Mia was furious and watching from under the bushes, wondering why Aya wasn't doing anything, why she was swarming her with males. Maybe she wanted Jono to leave her like that. At this time, Aya's brother approached her and said that he wanted to talk. Mia was happy. They probably wanted to take her to the Quay tribe. But the guy replied guiltily that he hadn't yet figured out a way to transfer her to his tribe, but he served his sister, so he would quickly solve this problem. His last words were a blow to Mia when she learned that Aya wanted to take Irma with her because people like her are needed by the tribe, as they are useful and therefore valuable. Trying to hide her humiliation and resentment, Mia said as indifferently as possible that it wasn't that important to her in principle. She needed to go about her business. She was ready to kill anyone she met now. That damned Irma who put dope in the soup. She pierced the doll with a needle, imagining that it was Irma, wishing her death. Jacob approached her and asked her worriedly if that guy from the Q tribe was bothering her. Deciding to take advantage of this, she asked him for a favor. The male courted Irma, despite her requests to keep his distance. He hugged her every now and then, under the guise of training. Jacob called out to Irma that he wanted to talk to her, wondering what kind of female she was, who first stole Jono and Ricky from Mia, and now shamelessly coveted other males from another tribe. He tried to give her a bouquet, saying that he wanted to apologize for Mia. Irma didn't want to take it, but he literally shoved it into her hands. A pleased Mia showed this to Sophie, who was crying because her beloved was being taken away. Mia slyly threw to her friend that this Irma is no slouch. Not only did she take all the males of their tribe, but she also has her sights on the Quay tribe. So if she died, then Jacob would stay with Sophie. Sophie, in tears, repeated Mia's words. There will be no Irma. Jacob will be with her. The first day of training was coming to an end. Irma was tired and did not know how to get rid of the annoying male of the Quay tribe, who clearly wanted to continue training, but not on mushrooms. She thought that today, Jono was beside himself, if it would be like this next time. Irma didn't notice how Sophie approached her with a clearly unfriendly look. She suddenly pulled out a knife and rushed at Irma. The girl tried to reason with her, asking her to put away the knife, but Sophie kept attacking. She slashed Irma's arm and screamed that she shouldn't be there. Blood spurted from the wound. Irma tried to talk about how she had offended Sophie, what the misunderstanding was between them. Anger and malice clouded Sophie's mind, who rushed at Irma with a knife, screaming that that damn bitch had decided to seduce her, Jacob. She saw him giving her flowers, and they are given during courtship. Irma fell to the ground, dodging another blow, explaining that he gave her flowers because he wanted to apologize for Mia. She stopped in a stupor and slowly repeated Irma's words on how to apologize for Mia. But a minute later, she was chasing Irma again, shouting that she was lying, and Jacob would be hers. Irma ran into the forest, sobbing and holding a bloody knife in her hand. Sophie shouted at her to never return to Osawa. Sitting down on the ground and throwing down the knives, she burst into tears, muttering that Mia would not calm down and would not let them live in peace, and Jacob still did not love her. She just wanted to do what was best. Jono came to Irma and immediately declared that he had managed to intercept the prey from his competitor, but no one answered him. She's not here yet. She still hasn't come. The guy was surprised. He went out into the yard worried and saw red droplets on the grass. He sat down and took the liquid on his finger and realized with horror that it was blood. The tribe went out to look for Irma. It was already dark, so they lit torches. Jono was on the verge of a breakdown. His old mother was worried that he would do something stupid. Jono was filled with anger at himself. He had failed to protect his woman. Ricky tried to calm him down by suggesting that perhaps Irma had found new food, which was why she was late. He punched Ricky in the face with all his might. Mia screamed for him to stop. Jono screamed that Irma was pregnant with his children, and God forbid something happened to her. They would both go to the lands of God's punishment and repent to the corrupt God. Mia and Sophie exclaimed upon hearing that Irma was pregnant. Sophie started crying and said that she had harmed the baby and that she had no right to live. Mia, feigning concern, took her hand and replied that Irma had no right to live, lured Sophie's male, and took her guys away. So she did everything right. She would not tell anyone that she killed Irma. Irma wandered through the forest of animals in the darkness. It was huge, and she could not find the way out to the tribe. The wound on her arm was bleeding heavily. She could no longer walk. She needed to rest and bandage the wound. Irma was bandaging the wound with her built-in equipment, while the creature watched her, wondering how a female pregnant with triplets could come into such a forest alone. She probably lost her male. She'll start crying now. How annoying it is. The wolf rushed at Irma, growling and baring his teeth, intending to tear her apart on the spot. Irma slashed the beast with her metal knife. She understood that her blood would attract new predators. The creature was already watching Irma with some interest, wondering why she wasn't crying. Irma tried to drive away the wolf with a knife, thinking that this was how her life would end. The creature covered the girl and threw the wolf back with its huge snake-like scaly tail, growling at how he dared to rush at its prey. Irma stared wide-eyed at the defender, who casually tossed over his shoulder whether she was okay. The huge snake's tail shimmered with a silvery glow in the gloom. She could only utter the word snake. The creature looked at her with condescension, wrapping its powerful tail around her. What else can you expect from trappers? He thought, looking at her. He was about to leave, and when he turned his back, Irma saw that he was wounded. She remembered how he hugged her, declaring that she was his prey. Irma stopped the strange defender. He threw what she wanted. His snake eyes were filled with some surprise. What else did this female need? The girl asked permission to bandage his wound, but he threw away what was unnecessary. With words this won't do, she confidently grabbed his hand, stopping him. She said that she wanted to thank him, so let her sit down now, and she will do everything. Irma bandaged his wound. He watched silently and thought to himself that she was pretending. He didn't say a word while Irma puffed and knitted with a bandage. Finally, he loudly asked Irma why she was bandaging the wound if she was so afraid of him. Irma was really afraid of his unusual appearance. She timidly asked if he was also a hunter. He answered, "Doesn't she know? There are rumors that hunters are born sinners and were punished by the beast god, which is why some parts of their bodies changed. They committed atrocities, they created tyranny, so all this was imprinted on the bones." But suddenly a legendary hunter appeared. Irma sincerely answered that she really didn't know anything, so she asked again if he was a trapper. He turned away and condescendingly replied that everything was clear, giving advice not to approach the fallen hunter. It's not hard to tell them apart. They have a crystal on their foreheads. Next time he sees one like that, let him run away. It began to dawn on her. Then the girl replied that the hunters were not evil and that this crystal was very beautiful. You can't judge someone by their appearance. He saved her, so he's a good and decent trapper. He exhaled and said that she was complicating everything. She was a woman who needed to be returned to the tribe and given birth. Irma didn't lag behind, so why did he save her when he saw that there was danger? The stranger snorted and threw that simply because she was pregnant. Then the girl replied that she saw in him a noble warrior who saves women, and not at all some despicable hunter. The guy inside burst into tears. He never thought that a female would call him a noble warrior. Irma extended her hand with a smile and stated that since they had resolved the misunderstanding, she wanted to introduce herself. She is Irma from the Osawa tribe. And what is his name? The guy didn't respond to the handshake, turned away so as not to show his excitement, and introduced himself as Reich. They came to the cave where the meat lay. Irma asked if this was all his food. He thought, yes, she is the epitome of delicacy. Now she will be disappointed. Of course she will not like a hunter like him. Irma stretched out his name, thinking and analyzing something. Then she said that let her teach him how to store food, saying it with such a sincere desire to help. He calmly asked how to do this, and Irma took his hand and began to explain in a businesslike tone. Reich was surprised by her revelation, because these are the secrets of the tribe, and disclosure is punishable. To which Irma replied that he was not a stranger, but her savior, And moreover, she did not consider that the fallen hunters were unworthy of knowing them. This touched Reich very much, and he also decided to open up to Irma. He said that he came to the forest of animals for a reason. He found salt deposits here. Cool. Irma jumped for joy. It means now he will be able to salt a lot of meat for himself. He gently stroked the girl's head and said, "She shared precious knowledge with him, and he is ready to share with her." Jono and Ricky called Irma as they wandered through the dark forest with torches. Suddenly, Ricky put his finger to his lips and looked at his friend. Someone was approaching them. Suddenly, they encountered fallen ones who were carrying huge barrels. The guys said that they didn't come to fight. They lost the female. They've been looking for her all night. If they know where she is, let them tell. The fallen looked at each other without answering. Within a couple of seconds, they rushed at the hunters with their weapons. Dodging the attack, Jono shouted that if they fought now, more fallen would come running, and they needed to get out. Ricky began to cry, looking at the fallen. A phantom began to separate from his body, and a giant figure rushed at the fallen with a menacing growl. The roar was deafening. The fallen fell to the ground in horror. Jono realized that Ricky had mental magic. While the enemies were lying on the ground, Ricky shouted that they needed to leave before the phantom dissipated. They turned and soared upward. Having arrived in a safe place, the guys were able to rest. The fallen would not find them here. Jono noticed that some grains were shimmering on Ricky's hand. They sparkled in the darkness of the night. Ricky tasted the crumbs with his tongue and exclaimed, "It's salt." They went to the elder and reported to her that there was salt in the animal forest. The guys said that the fallen found it and secretly mined it. The elder thought for a moment, and Jono immediately imagined Irma, alone in the forest. And if she had already met the fallen, terrible pictures appeared before his eyes. He stood up and, without listening to anyone, resolutely went to continue searching for Irma. Ricky decided to go with his friend, telling the elder to tell everyone about the fallen trappers. The elder prayed to the beast god that Irma would soon be found alive and well. The tribe gathered in the square where the elder told about the fallen. Everyone was horrified. The headman said not to go out unless necessary, not to stray from the group while hunting, and her thoughts were occupied with ensuring that the Kwei tribe, which was still here, did not find out about the salt deposits. Sophie was beside herself with fear. She heard that the fallen were so cruel that they killed the males and forced the females to give birth to many children. Standing behind Mia's house, Sophie was worried about what to do if the fallen captured her. Mia answered indifferently, and what did they care about her? Well, if they caught her, then she was unlucky. Sophie was shaking with horror. She had wounded her and driven her into the forest. What had she done? She remembered how Mia had tricked her into believing that Jacob was supposedly courting Irma, and she realized that she had gotten rid of her competitor with her hands. Sophie told Mia that she had deceived her and forced her to banish Irma by telling her that Jacob was hitting on her. She grinned smugly and said that she was only expressing her opinion. Is that considered cheating? So don't shift the blame onto her. Sophie screamed hysterically that it was not her fault. It was Mia who said that if Irma left the tribe, then Jacob would love her. While accusing each other, they did not notice how a crowd led by an elder stood behind them and heard everything. She said in anger that she did not expect this from them. Sophie follows Mia's orders, and she, with her manipulations, forced the pregnant female to run away into the forest. Sophie stated that Irma was now alone in the forest with the fallen because of her. The girl tried to deny it. The elder punished Sophie. According to the laws of the tribe, she must give birth to 10 cubs for disabled males who have not found a mate. Then she turned to Mia, who forced Sophie to commit a crime. But she, not listening to the headman, denied that it was all Sophie's fault, since she really wanted to marry Jacob. The headman was furious. she didn't even repent. Since she insisted on her innocence, then let the god beast judge her. Mia will go to the land of God's punishment. She screamed in horror, into the land of God's punishment, but this meant certain death. In the morning, Reich asked one of his fellow tribesmen if he had ever encountered any trappers. He confirmed that yesterday night the porters met hunters who were looking for a female. Reich wondered if they were probably looking for Irma. A still sleepy Irma appeared behind him, stretching and asking him why he got up so early. The fallen female, seeing her, screamed in horror. Reich asked why she woke up so early, since pregnancy takes a lot of energy. Irma replied that it was simply the first time she had spent the night outside and could not get enough sleep. Reich's fellow tribesmen could not understand what the female hunter was doing with the leader and why he was taking such care of her. The guy thought that she was his female and asked the chief what he was hiding from them by calling Irma mistress. Irma explained that it was not what he thought. It was just that last night, Reich had saved her from a wild animal. Reich gave the order for everyone to stay at home and for the miners to bring as much salt as possible. As he left, the young man wondered why the chief had reacted so sharply and what the female was doing so late at night in the forest. It dawned on him that the two trappers were looking for her. Reich was frying meat for breakfast and asked Irma why she was wandering in the forest alone and so late. Irma sighed and began to tell how it all happened. Reich got excited and shouted who had harmed her. At first he thought it was a male. Then he found out it was a female. Irma said sadly that she didn't think that things would go this far. Handing the girl her breakfast, he invited her to stay in his tribe, promising that they would never hurt her. But she refused because the tribe treats her well. It was just a misunderstanding. Plus, she remembered Jono and their home, the family they were going to build. Reich asked if her partner was offending her, but Irma shook her head. No, Jono is wonderful. When no one believed her, he alone stood on her side and supported her in everything. She remembered how they collected food. The guy trusted her completely, did not doubt, did not ridicule her ideas. Although he can be naive and jealous at times, that makes him cute. Reich felt some pain, turned away, and asked Irma how he could have allowed this to happen. Irma explained that no one expected this, and Jono was hunting. Irma's words about her male made Reich experience strange feelings. What's wrong with him? Why does he feel uncomfortable when Irma talks about her partner? Does he like her, or is it just animal instincts? He glanced sideways at Irma, chewing meat. In such a short time, he had become attached to her. The girl stood up, saying that she had eaten. Now she needed to determine the direction from which she had come. Reich remembered that yesterday he had promised to take her to the tribe. Irma said that it was dark, and she didn't remember where she came from, and Reich looked at her and wondered if he would regret letting her go. Coming out of the cave, Irma looked around, trying to understand where she came from. Suddenly, Reich took her hand. Looking into her eyes, he apologized, but said that he could not return her to the tribe. Irma asked why. He replied that there had been a report that something was wrong with the salt deposits. He had to check. Holding her hands, he tenderly asked if she could go with him. The girl lowered her head, not knowing what to answer. Reich reminded her about the food she was talking about. He blushed and added that he wasn't sure he remembered everything correctly. Irma also stood there, embarrassed, with her eyes downcast, and she thought that he was right. It was difficult to remember in words how to cook everything correctly, how to distinguish mushrooms. But the guy couldn't hold back and told her not to worry about it. He would learn with experience. He turned away so as not to show his sadness and said that he would take her home. Her hand took his hand, and he heard her say that she would stay with him for now. The fallen was sincerely surprised. But what about her tribe? She so voluntarily stays with him. She held his hands trustingly and simply explained that once she started, she needed to finish the job, and she didn't want to return empty-handed. Then he asked if she wasn't afraid that he wouldn't let her go. There was so much sincere trust in her eyes when Irma answered that she completely believed him. Reich was embarrassed by this confession. This was the first time someone had said such words to him. In order not to give himself away completely, he put on a serious look, coughed, and said that then they would not waste time. And they went. But Reich warned her to stay close so as not to get lost again, and the girl asked him if he really was the leader of the fallen. While she was asking how he had achieved the rank of head at such a young age, and what he needed to do to achieve this, they came to the salt deposits. Many fallen were working in the cave, mining salt crystals and putting them into sacks. Irma was amazed at how many fallen trappers there were. The fallen, seeing Reich with the female, joyfully perked up and began to greet him and his partner. They surrounded the girl and chattered. They never thought that the chief would find the girl so quickly. Irma objected. There is nothing between them. Reich darkened at these words. Did she really not want to be with him? But on the other hand, she was not fallen, which meant that her partner should be the same. He then introduced Irma to his people, stating that yesterday she had told him the secret of her tribe, and now she wanted to share it with everyone. Irma began to tell the secrets of preserving food, and Reich ordered that one group should mine salt and the other should learn from her. Reich's assistant, looking at the girl, admired the head's wife, to which Reich refuted his words. She was not his wife, and in a few days he needed to return her. He was horrified. How could he let her go? She was so charming, or he didn't like her. Reich muttered darkly. What difference does it make whether she likes it or not? She already has a partner, and he has to get her back. He tried to object, as he had no right. He saved a life. But with a gesture of his hand, the leader made it clear that the conversation was over. Then, looking down, he said that he was fallen, but Irma was not. He was not suitable for her. He saw how hard it was for the boss to say this, and said that he had no right to tell him what to do. But wouldn't he regret it if the girl left? Will he regret it? Thought Reich. This girl had become very dear to him, but if she is happy, he will have nothing to regret. Irma supervised the fallen, explaining how to salt meat, prepare mushrooms, and bamboo. One of the guys brought a mian root, asking what to do with it. I was told to strain it through a sieve, and then, ding, a new product opened up in the system. It will produce starch, but this vegetable, bai luo, is spicy, crispy, juicy, and edible. The girl without a system thought that it was a radish. She asked the guy where he found it. He thought that he had brought something wrong and replied that he had accidentally dug it up with the Milanese root. But Irma praised him. They will also dry this vegetable bailuo together with the Milanese root and store it. The men were delighted, which meant that now they would be able to eat their fill all year round. Irma was surprised, but they explained to her that in winter it is most difficult to find food. And why don't they want to leave these products? Until this period, they live in the northwest of those places. The path to the nearest forest is not close. Even if they take meat supplies, they will quickly spoil in the sun. A huge number of the fallen are dying from lack of food, but there is another problem if they are to survive. It was necessary to gather supplies for sale. Now Irma understood why they were attacking, causing harm to others without having much choice. Then the girl animatedly added that she knew what other products could be stored for a long time. They looked at the girl, fascinated and with wild delight, but Irma said that they needed to collect some plants for her. Irma sincerely wanted to help them so that they could survive. It didn't take long to persuade them. They ran so fast that Irma didn't have time to add anything, after which she talked about using another fruit, which can be dried and marinated in sugar, and the system recognized the unknown fruit as poisonous, so the girl explained that it should not be eaten, as it would cause stomach pain. The sound of a bugle sounded. It was the call to dinner. One of the fallen ones gave the girl his paw and gallantly invited her to dinner. Reich was already sitting at the table. Irma's dish was being laid out. It smelled very delicious, and everyone wanted to try it quickly. When everything was served on plates, the tasting began, and at first there was a concentrated silence. Reich was delighted. It was very tasty. He had never eaten anything like it before. Everyone clapped their hands like children and admired Irma. She not only knows everything about fruits and vegetables, but also cooks wonderfully. The mushroom soup is delicious. Irma became embarrassed, assuring him that they were exaggerating, and Reich's friend whispered to him that his happy life depended only on him, persuading them not to let go of Irma, who is not afraid of them at all, and her knowledge can still help them out. But the chief was unwavering. He promised to bring her home, and he would do it. Although Reich understood his friend's words perfectly well, and his heart was heavy that Irma would leave them, he broke the spoon in frustration. But first he decided to punish her offenders, and he had a plan. Late in the evening, the hut where Mia was placed as punishment before being sent to the Valley of God's punishment was noisy. She indulged in lovemaking with one of the males, from whom she took a promise that he would take her out of here. Enduring the guy's uncontrollable sexual ardor, she thought about running away and showing everything. Outside the Osawa tribe, the fallen were watching. His assistant approached the chief and whispered that he had learned how the chief of the Osawa tribe punished Sophie for wounding Irma with a knife. Now she is a slave for the birth of cubs from disabled males. Reich thought, if that's the case, then she can be left alone. But what about Mia? But Mia will be sent to the Valley of God's punishment, and Reich really liked this. But it would still be better if she were a guest of his city. Mia quickly got dressed, muttering that it was so late, but he, you see, still wasn't enough. He again tried to kiss her, saying that he couldn't help himself when she was around. But the girl hurried him. They needed to get to the Kui tribe. Aya wouldn't refuse them. The guards were asleep, and they jumped out of the house. Next, there was a second guard post, and the fugitives hid behind the bushes, waiting for the right moment. They didn't hear how a huge club rose up from behind them, and in just a couple of seconds, they were unconscious with huge bumps on their heads. Reich and his assistants did not let them slip away. The leader appreciated Mia's ability to make acquaintances. He ordered that this female be taken to the Dark City and that she be kept under close surveillance. The order was understood. Mia and her friend were lifted onto their backs and carried. Now, Reich was thinking about the message he needed to leave. The elder was beside herself. Jono and Ricky had been combing the forest for 2 days, but there was no news about the girl. Suddenly, something caught her attention. It was a piece of paper on the table. The woman, with trembling hands, unfolded the note which said that Irma was fine and would return in 2 days. When she showed this note to the boys, they screamed in horror, "Irma, in the Dark City!" The elder was also extremely frightened. The Dark City itself is equal to death. The trappers associated this place with the sinful capital of fallen trappers, where the inhabitants were more ferocious and despotic than anywhere else. And the head of the Dark City is vicious and cunning, and the guys didn't even want to listen to what he could do with Irma. But Ricky stopped Jono. If the fallen wanted to harm Irma, then why leave a note? But the guy flared up. Then why doesn't she return to the tribe? Maybe they just want to throw dust in the eyes and drag out time. Here the elder barked with a call to stop the commotion. One thing is clear, that Irma is in the clutches of this monster, and she insisted on holding negotiations with them. It was night. Reich was not sleeping and saw that Irma was thoughtfully looking at the sky. Approaching her, he asked why she wasn't sleeping, since it was already late. Irma smiled. He was not sleeping either, and he sat down next to her. The girl again raised her eyes to the sky and said that she was admiring the stars. She was busy and did not notice how beautiful the starry sky was. Before she could finish, she gasped when she felt his hand on her shoulder. Then came the fear of what was happening. He took her in his arms without taking his eyes off her. Before they could come to their senses, they quickly rushed forward. Reiche replied that he would take her to one place. When he stopped, the girl saw incredible beauty. Myriads of stars in the dark night sky shimmered like diamonds. The girl was delighted, asking how he knew about this place. And he, without taking his loving eyes off her, replied that he simply knew. Their eyes met. They were so close to each other, and Reich almost kissed her. Irma didn't resist at first, but then the realization of what was about to happen flashed in her eyes. Frightened and embarrassed, she turned her face away, muttering, "Maybe he'll let her go." Reich didn't answer, but a look of sadness crossed his face. They walked, and he did not let go of her hand. The girl continued to chat happily, and he said that there was a cliff here, and it was hard to walk alone. It would be better if he hugged her. Irma agreed. Standing behind Irma, who was admiring the sky, Reich replied that this place was discovered when they were looking for salt deposits. Irma enthusiastically walked forward and stretched out her hand, laughing that she could reach the sky, not hearing how Reich tried to say that there was a cliff ahead. Then she gasped as she hit her foot painfully on a rock and felt herself falling into a ravine. The girl screamed, and Reich, frightened, jumped up to her and managed to grab her hand. Pulling the frightened Irma closer, they collided faces in a kiss. It turned out that Irma was lying on him, and their lips touched. Both of them were overcome with embarrassment. Irma, still crimson, recoiled from him, thanking him. He had saved her again. He covered her mouth with his hand, saying that she should not thank him. The girl was surprised, but why he saved her? Reich, overcoming his embarrassment, blurted out, "Because he likes her." Holding the astonished Irma by the hand, he said that he wanted to protect her constantly. Therefore, there is no need to thank him for what he is obliged to do. Irma turned away and, all tense, said that she already had Jono, and she didn't need anyone else except him. Reich smiled tenderly and reassured her. He wouldn't create problems for her, just let her know that he liked her. But they were still friends. Irma happily confirmed, and he promised that she could always turn to him when difficulties arose. He would always help. Irma woke up this morning yawning. They went to bed so late. Today Reich has to take her home and give her some salt. But what was her surprise that she slept on Reich's chest? But she remembered that she clearly did not fall asleep on him. In the morning, Reich admired her sleeping, and unable to resist, placed her on his chest. The girl began to make excuses, but Reich assured her that she had simply turned over, but it was comfortable for her. He stood up and asked her to go, but Irma felt so awkward. Reich clarified that she definitely wanted to go to the mine to say goodbye to everyone. The girl nodded. Everyone was kind to her. She couldn't just leave like that. The assistant chief was frightened. The guards noticed several dozen trappers heading towards the mine. Irma and Reich exclaimed in unison. The chief asked if they were really hunters. He confirmed. Moreover, they were behaving very cautiously. Perhaps they were already near the mine. Then Reich gave the order to kill them. If they could get away from there, they would surely tell everyone. Irma cried out. It was possible to come to an agreement. Why kill right away? But Reich declared that she was too naive. There could be no peace between the fallen and the hunters. If they didn't kill, they would kill them. He hugged her and said that unfortunately he couldn't see her off, that she needed to go to the others. But Teros, his very own assistant, would do it. How terrible this war is, Irma thought. How many people have died on both sides? Reich gave the order to take Irma to his people. Safe and sound, Teros bowed and promised to do everything. Irma felt very heavy in her heart. At this time, the elder, Ricky, Jono, and the other trappers were walking towards the dark forest. Suddenly spears appeared near the elder, and everyone rushed to protect her. Jono shielded his mother while Ricky deflected the flying spear. He turned around only partially, breathing a sigh of relief that nothing had happened to the elder. Jono shouted that this was the hospitality of the Dark City. The Fallen with spears surrounded them, declaring that everything depended on them. Reich appeared and told them that they were tired of living. Jono and Ricky screamed to give Irma back right now. They received a message. Besides this, they lost another female. They hope that she will also be returned. Teros cried out. If Irma hadn't left, then these were her fellow tribesmen, and Reich realized that these hunters were from their Osawa tribe, after which he reported that he had only one female, whom he saved from a wolf, and according to the laws of the continent, she now belonged to him. It was the law. Jana was depressed, and Ricky spoke up, but she was pregnant by him. Reich looked at Ricky, thinking that this was the same Jono, Irma's partner. The elder smiled and told the worried youths that everything was under control. Approaching Reich, she agreed that by law, Irma belonged to his tribe. But what did he think about an exchange? He inquired about the offer. The woman replied that they would keep their secret about the salt deposits, and they would return Irma. Reich replied that it sounded good, but he had a better idea. He offered half the mine in exchange for Irma. The trappers were outraged. They didn't need the mine. They needed Irma. The situation was heating up. Jono, Ricky, and other warriors of the tribe shouted that if they were not given Irma, they would use force. The Fallen advised them to think carefully, since there were more of them. Red with anger, Jono shouted that one of them would still escape, and then the whole tribe would come here. Reich calmly replied that this made sense. And then he smiled and added that the Dark City does not choose easy paths. He teased the already agitated Ricky by saying that he was always eager to fight, so let him fight him and try to take his Irma. Reich, like Ricky, activated his totem. He was already imagining how he would give this hunter a good beating. Jono was also eager to do so, but his mother stopped him. They had to trust Ricky. He was their best warrior. The lion totem and the snake entered into battle. Reich thought only about what right he had to be Irma's partner. The lion lunged at the snake, which deftly managed to dodge. The snake tried to wrap its tail around him, but the lion released its claws, intending to bite into the snake. Suddenly, they heard the screams of Irma running. She asked them to stop. The snake and the lion stopped, saying her name in unison. Jono was already running towards her. Irma stood by the tree to catch her breath. Ricky, having turned into a human form, ran after him, chattering about where and how and what had happened to her. But Jono got ahead of him and hugged the girl, tears welling up in his eyes. The elder smiled with relief, seeing the girl healthy and unharmed. Jono tenderly asked if Irma was hurt anywhere. Ricky stood to the side, waiting awkwardly. He thought that he was not her partner, so he had no right to stand next to her and take care of her. While the girl stood surrounded by her own people, Teros guiltily reported to the dissatisfied Reich that he had been unable to stop Irma, who had decided to return halfway. Although, on the other hand, seeing the current picture, he added that she had already met with her relatives. But it seemed the head was not happy. Reich, without taking his eyes off the girl, replied that the main thing was that she was happy. At this time, Irma told everyone that she was able to survive in the forest, only thanks to Reich. Taking the embarrassed leader by the hand, she led him to her people and formally introduced her savior. Irma praised the fallen Reich as a very kind-hearted and decent warrior. Everyone from the Osawa tribe didn't know what to answer. For them, in principle, it didn't fit how a fallen one could be kind-hearted. Jono turned her words over in his head, looking at Irma with disbelief. The rest of the fallen stood and heard the whispers of the hunters. Did they really treat Irma well? There were even suggestions that it was a conspiracy. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Irma explained that it was she who asked Reich to write a message that she was okay, but she did not notice that there was a mark of the dark city on the skin. The elder now understood that they had misunderstood this message, so she thanked Reich on her own behalf, as did Jono, who said that the Osawa tribe does not forget kindness and will definitely repay. Reich said that this was unnecessary, since Irma had already helped them a lot, and he was surprised when he saw that Jono and Irma were holding hands. Approaching the girl, he gently stroked her head. Jono immediately flared up, pulling Reich's hand away and declaring that Irma was only his partner. Then Reich clarified that he was indeed Jono, her partner, but he thought to himself that he had made a mistake. Then Reich, pointing at Ricky, asked who he was since she claimed that Irma was pregnant by him. He nodded. Yes, he was the father of Irma's children, but not her partner. Here, Irma saw three men who were dividing her like a toy. One was the father of her children, the second calls him, and the third wants to become one. Then she intervened, saying that yes, Ricky was not her partner, but she was pregnant by him, realizing that this fact could no longer be hidden. But approaching Jono and taking his hands, she declared that only he was her partner. Ricky jumped out of the tent, clearly upset by this confession, to the surprised looks of those present. The headman interjected that after Irma's disappearance, a lot had happened in the tribe, and Jono, having perked up, hurried to tell her everything. Reich interrupted him and said that he could not believe that a female like Irma had only one partner, and was about to say something else. But he blurted out that he couldn't protect his woman. When Irma and Jono were left alone and he told her about the punishment of her offenders, she was horrified by Sophie's punishment to give birth to 10 cubs from disabled males. She didn't agree with such a punishment, after all. It was Mia who egged her on. Jono explained that even if Mia was the provocateur, then Sophie attacked the female to get the male. If this goes unpunished, then there will be chaos in the tribe. Irma rebelled. She screamed, but did not have time to continue. Jono hugged the girl and seriously continued to explain that he understood that she felt sorry for Sophie. But such are the laws. You need to take responsibility for your mistakes, and Mia will be sent to the Valley of God's punishment. Afterwards, he asked his beloved how she had lived among the fallen, whether they had offended her, to which the girl assured him that she had lived well. Everyone had been kind to her. Moreover, they were too protective of her, not letting her do anything. It was too sweet. Irma looked at the guy and shared that the rumors about the fallen were untrue. They were abandoned only because they looked different. It's not surprising that they hate the trappers and treat them cruelly. If you show them kindness, they will be grateful, Jono thought. Such thoughts had never occurred to him. In addition, Irma told how Reich saved her from a wolf, putting himself in danger, and when he saw that she was afraid of him, he wanted to leave. But in the end, he took her to the cave to feed her, and then told her about the mine. Jono somehow frowned, and the girl realized that he was jealous of her. But overcoming himself, he asked what else this snake had done, and Irma said with a smile that nothing more. But the others had also been kind, and there was something else. She tenderly kissed the guy on the cheek. He blushed in surprise. Sincerely hugging Jono, Irma confessed how much she missed him, and he whispered that he missed him a lot, too. Looking into her sky-colored eyes, the guy admitted that he was very afraid of losing her, because he was not there. Their breathing quickened and their lips were almost close. But before they could kiss, they heard someone cough. It was Ricky watching them, not knowing how to approach and speak. Jono turned around and asked if he was looking for him, but was very surprised when he received the answer that it was not him. Ricky approached Irma and said he wanted to talk to her. At this time, in the tent, the elder was negotiating with Reich about work at the mine. The plan was that they would send trappers to the mine and be responsible for provisions. and then the fallen would give half of what they got. The elders still could not understand why Reich made such a decision, and he in turn asked why she was hesitating. The elders still could not understand why there was such generosity, but he said that Irma told them about the food, but said out loud that they would not tell anyone about the salt deposits, since they were also to blame, since they misunderstood the situation with the note. Reich lost his temper, calling the trappers slow-witted. If they don't want to cooperate, then let them say so. The woman stood up and replied that of course they wanted to, and the snake replied that then everything was wonderful. They shook hands to signify the beginning of their cooperation. Afterwards, Reich headed for the exit, saying that they were done for today and that this was no place for games. The elders shouted after him, asking if it was true that he had wanted to bring Irma back from the very beginning. Reich only replied that they should take care of her, and if the girl got hurt again, he would take her away. The woman thought that maybe he had no intention of letting Irma go at all. Her face reflected anger and realization of what was happening. Well, of course he was looking for excuses for Irma to go to the mine. Reich called her to the mine and left a note that they would return in 2 days. It dawned on her, a message, a sign from the dark city, a picture came together. She remembered how he offered to exchange half of the mine for Irma. He persuaded them to exchange her for salt. She cursed him to the hilt. What a scoundrel! He wanted not the girl herself to want to stay, but for the tribe to reject her. At this time, Jono and Ricky were courting Irma, fulfilling her every whim. The woman thought with apprehension that the guys should defend our female. Jono wished Irma and Rika a pleasant conversation as he prepared to leave. The girl was nervous, because they hadn't had a normal conversation before, but she was pregnant with his child. To remove the awkwardness, she decided to thank the guy, considering that he was worried about her and was looking for her together with Jono. After all, he was worried about her and looked for her together with Jono. To remove the awkwardness, she decided to thank the guy. He asked how she felt, which touched Irma. He was worried about the children. Then he approached her without taking his eyes off her, took her hands and told her not to worry, that on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, he would become her partner, take care of her and the cubs. Here, Irma was already scared. The previous owner of her body was running after Rick, who did not want to see her. Moreover, he wanted to go to the Valley of God's Punishment just to avoid being with her, and now he is making such a compromise for the sake of the children. Irma, still in tense awkwardness, removed his hand and said that it was not necessary. He did not understand why she was rejecting him because of the act that resulted in pregnancy. Then she tried to convey with all seriousness that it was not about hatred, but being together just because of children was not necessary. A partner should love, and not just feel responsibility and obligations. And Irma asked him if he liked her, if he loved her. This made the guy think, because at first he hated her, but then she began to change, became smarter, more independent. Irma continued to say that he doesn't like her, that he is driven only by duty, but getting together only because of a sense of duty and responsibility will not make them happy. After which she turned around and walked away and told him to think carefully about her words. And Ricky stood there and played over her words, wondering if he liked her. Irma was surrounded by the fallen, and she showed them flowers and roots that could be added to soup and how to prepare seasoning. She told them everything she knew. She had nothing more to add for now. The system responded, an achievement for identifying 200 species in the form of a star chain X1. A chain with a pendant appeared in front of her. The girl beamed. Well, I never. The system gives gifts for identification. What generosity! The girl began to say goodbye to her new friends. They did not want to let their favorite go. They asked to stay. They even offered to bring her as many males as she wanted. Irma asked one of the guys if he had seen Reich. She had business with him. The guy pointed at the tent, saying that he had recently had a conversation with an elder, and it seemed he was not in the best mood. Our heroine thought about whether to go to him or not. She wanted to give him a chain. Maybe it would cheer him up. Having decided to enter, she saw Reich sitting with his back to her, and from the threshold, she cheerfully chirped that she had something for him. He asked hopefully if she would stay with them, but Irma denied this, saying that she had helped sort out the plants so that the work of his compatriots would not be in vain. But that's not the main thing. She doesn't want to leave without giving anything in return, and hands him the chain. A blush appeared on Reich's cheeks. She gives it to him. The girl nodded and helped him put the gift around his neck. Reich immediately felt that the suspension seemed to give him strength. He felt rested. But then, he took it off and told Irma that he could not accept such an expensive gift, but she assured him that it was simply a piece of jewelry given from the heart. She urged him to accept this gift as a gift from the beast god for their heavy burden, and the boy agreed. He, in turn, also handed her a box, saying that it was for her coming of age. Opening the box, Irma gasped. A beautiful blue flower shimmered inside. Then she froze with her mouth and eyes open. The system was telling her that the tear of God was open. If she entered the system, it would reward her. The girl thought, now she did not touch the flower. Usually, the system requires touching the object in order to identify it. The system also offered an item for exchange if she brought the tear of God into the system. She saw before her eyes an inventory of what could be selected: fabric, gunpowder, weapons. It seems like this thing is very important, but maybe she shouldn't rush it yet. Suddenly, she heard her name, Reich, calling her, worried that she was not responding. The girl replied that she really liked the flower, but she could not accept it, thinking about such strange results of the system. He took off her chain in an offended tone, declaring that since she could not accept his gift, then she could not accept hers either. Irma immediately reacted and said that she just wanted to know where he got this flower. She couldn't tell him about the system and its reaction to this flower. Reich replied that it was the tear of the beast god. The girl clarified that this tear was taken from the mountain of the god beast. This is a legendary place where God himself lives. All the treasures on this mountain have extraordinary power. Some give the opportunity to be reborn. Others bestow power. But they cannot be obtained so easily. One must undergo difficult trials. You must climb to the top of the God Beast Mountain, and only the worthy will be able to receive a reward. Holding the box with the flower, Irma wondered if the system was connected to the beast god. Does this mean that everything she said, starting from the conversation with the elder, when she told her that she received revelations from the beast god after her suicide attempts, and everything else up until the current conversation? Irma was shocked. It can't be. Most likely the system is simply interested in the treasures. Yes, that's probably true. Would she offer her such good things in exchange for a tear? Reich, seeing Irma's internal dialogue, gently stroked her head and asked if everything was okay with her. The girl had to lie about the enormous value of his gift. Reich advised her to take the flower to a place blessed by the god beast, where the eggs lie. The young will absorb the energy of the tear and become even stronger. Irma scratched her head and clarified that this could affect the family tree. But she didn't receive an answer because an angry elder entered the tent and asked the headman if he had kidnapped another female that they couldn't find. Then, seeing Irma, she softened and a smile appeared on her face. The girl asked the woman if it was true that Mia had disappeared. The elder explained that she had disappeared the same day they received the message. The trapper who was guarding her was found stunned, so it was possible that she had escaped. Irma thought, Mia is cunning. She doesn't look like a trapper who will sit and wait until he is sent to the Valley of God's punishment. She began to defend Reich. What did he have to do with it? But the elder explained that traces of the fallen were found on the night of Mia's disappearance. Therefore, the stern woman once again asked the head of the Reich whether he had taken Maya. But Irma again began to defend her friend, trying to explain that the traces were left by the fallen who brought the note. And then, suddenly interrupting her, Reich replied, "Yes, Mia is with him." Irma almost lost consciousness from such a confession. The head woman indignantly pounced on him, asking why he needed Mia. She had nothing to do with him. The fallen leader arrogantly replied that she was the cause of harm to Irma, and therefore, when she tried to escape, he stopped her. Now she is his captive. And when he said that he would not return this female, the woman, shaking with anger, wanted to say a lot of things, but held back. After catching her breath, she asked as calmly as possible where Mia was now. Stroking Irma and not looking at the headman, he replied that he was in the dark city and would get what he deserved, so he shouldn't worry about her. Irma stood with eyes full of horror. According to rumors, females are punished cruelly. They give birth to males. They hate trappers and treat them cruelly. She didn't want to believe it, and looking at Reich, she wondered if he would really do that. The indignant elder added that since the head had already made such a decision, she could do nothing. As she left the tent, she muttered that when this was all over, she would leave her post. Irma carefully asked Reich if this was too cruel a punishment. Mia was very proud, and bearing the cubs of the fallen could be a blow to her. Reich refuted her assumptions, calling them distorted. Most of the fallen are abandoned and have no time for offspring. Still gently stroking the girl's face, he added that admitting her guilt before the beast god was too lenient a punishment. Let Mia think about her crimes in the dark city. Irma felt awkward and apologized for her assumptions. Reich asked her about the coming-of-age ceremony. In a couple of days, she would become an adult and marry the father of her children. But Irma categorically answered no. She dreamily said that she would marry Jono. He is kind, reliable, and the first to extend a helping hand to her. And the most important thing is that he doesn't offend her. She thinks that this is probably love. Reich, watching her, noted that Irma looked happy. Irma noticed how he darkened, and she called out to him. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she winked and said that if anything happened, he would be the godfather. He was embarrassed by the surprise, but the girl explained that she and Jono did not have enough life experience to take care of the babies on their own. They held hands, and Reich, flattered by this offer, promised to help. Looking at the girl with love, he thought that at least this way he would protect her. It was time for Irma to leave with her fellow tribesmen, and she said goodbye to Reich and his tribe. Returning to the Osawa tribe, the girl was surrounded and asked if she had been tortured. Her mother could barely hold back her tears. Irma hesitated and replied that no one had tortured her. The mother hugged her daughter and lamented how worried she was. But now she's back alive and well. Afterwards, the woman asked if her daughter had been to the sanctuary with the babies. She learned from the elder that her daughter's babies were there, so why would she learn this not from her daughter? The girl tried to calm her mother, who was crying, promising to tell her first next time. She thought that since this was now her body, it was worth improving her relationship with her mother. But her mother wouldn't let her go so easily. In 2 days, there was a coming-of-age ceremony, and she chose another partner for herself. Irma's jaw dropped, as if she needed another one. Having come to her senses a little, she replied that she no longer needed anyone except Jono, but her mother waved her hand. The better the female, the more males she should choose for herself in order to leave more cubs for the tribe. Irma tried to explain that she only had one loved one, but her mother screamed, "What about Ricky? What did that bastard do again?" She told her mother that he didn't do anything. She made a choice in favor of Jono. She wants to live with him all her life and have a child with him. Sally screamed so loudly at these words that everyone in the area turned around. The woman, red with anger, screamed how difficult it is for a female who relies on only one partner. And if he is wounded, he will get sick or be eaten by an animal. Irma somehow didn't think about it, but she has a system. She'll manage somehow. A picture of three males who liked her appeared before her eyes, and Mother kept nagging that such a beautiful female as Irma couldn't have only one male. Jono stood behind the tree and heard the conversation, wondering if he could really make Irma happy and protect her. The words of Irma's mother haunted him because he had already failed to protect her once. The girl ran up to him joyfully, asking if he was prepared for tomorrow's ceremony. Jono sat there depressed, and she asked if everything was okay with him. Suddenly, he asked her why she didn't agree to marry Ricky. She grabbed him by the ear, which means he already wants to push her off. The guy tried to justify himself. It's just a question. The kids will just want to see their father, and Ricky will realize his mistake and become a good father. Irma flared up with indignation. If he was ready to share her with other hunters, she would not marry him. She did not need a harem. And she ran out of his hut. The guy shouted for her to stop. He caught up with her in the forest, hugged her and apologized. He didn't want to make her angry, but the girl was upset. He started kissing her, calling himself a fool, and asking her to forgive him. He was always afraid that Irma would want others, which meant that she really loved him. Looking into his beloved's eyes, he said that he would make her happy, but Irma corrected him. They would do it together. They sealed their promise with a strong kiss. Lying on the grass, when the fireflies began to shine, Jono covered the girl with kisses and confessed his love to her. The next day, the coming-of-age ceremony began, and the youth gathered at the statue of the beast god. The girls had wreaths of flowers on their heads, and everyone was in high spirits. Irma came out. Everyone gasped in admiration. There she was, the most beautiful female. The guys complimented her. Mia is nothing compared to her. Jono gasped when he saw the girl. How beautiful and seductive she was that day. He came up and hugged her, trying to express his delight. But she gently covered his lip with her finger, whispering that she would tell him everything in the evening. Ricky looked at them with annoyance, as the boys looked very happy. Meanwhile, the elder began the ceremony, asking the beast god to bless the Osawa tribe and send them good offspring and good health. Irma was nervous. Soon it would be her and Jono's turn. And it was at this moment that the system announced the download of updates. Why now? She loses consciousness. This is bad. The last thing Irma saw was Jono's frightened eyes. He held the girl in fear, trying to bring her to her senses. Irma found herself in a daze, not understanding where she was. She had just been at the coming-of-age ceremony. It was just her turn for the blessing, and the system had launched an update. And then she remembered how she lost consciousness. Come on, system, appear. The system announced that the update process was underway. The last time the system crashed was because of the tear of God. And now what? Suddenly, the system beeped that there was not enough energy. The update was stopped. What the hell energy was missing? Irma screamed in horror. She was flying somewhere down, hearing the system say that the priests from the tribe of hunters did not have enough energy for the sacrifice and blessing of the coming-of-age ceremony. While a terrified Jono, Ricky, and the elders stood over her, Irma heard the system say that she must lead the tribe so that it could develop. Jono begged her to open her eyes while holding the girl's hand, and Ricky asked if everything was okay with the babies. The headman looked at Irma with alarm and said that she examined her. There was no evidence of poisoning or a curse. Everything was fine with the kids. Apparently, this was the blessing of the beast god. Then she added somewhat hesitantly, if only she fell silent. The guys unanimously picked up on it. If only just then. Then the elder thoughtfully said that Irma herself could have just been nervous. At that moment, Irma spoke up, saying, "System, system." The frightened guys ran up to her and asked her to wake up. She was having a nightmare. But Irma did not open her eyes. She only said this word. Strange to them, suddenly she stood up and found herself face to face with Ricky, who blushed in surprise. But the girl immediately found herself in the arms of Jono, who asked what to do for her, and Ricky only muttered that he would go and make bone soup for her. The elder asked the host of the ceremony what happened, and she reminded them with a smile that they were young. And when you want to please a man, anything can happen. The girl stood at the altar again. Her mother worriedly asked how she was. Did anything hurt anywhere? Irma tried to calm her mother down, but she was crying because the priestess said that she could die with the babies. What is this system doing? Now everyone will think that she is head over heels, in love. The wedding ceremony began, and Irma had to go to the altar, but her mother still hoped that she would choose another male for herself. Jono stood with a bouquet of flowers and asked the girl if she would agree to accept him as her partner. By accepting the bouquet, she confirmed her consent. The guy in love made a vow that from now on he would take care of her and make her every day happy. Then, a whole group of males ran up with bouquets, and each began to offer himself. One was a great hunter, another shouted that he was an excellent cook, and a third declared that he had no equal in bed. The girl still couldn't get used to such straightforwardness. Blushing, she replied that she already had a partner. They wondered if just one would be enough for her. They could bring someone else. But the girl clearly answered that she didn't need others. When the boys walked away, Ricky approached with a determined look. Irma, not letting him start, asked him if his conscience was bothering him again. If so, then she had already said that she would not be with him for the sake of the children. He looked at her holding the beach and said, "What if he marries her, not for the sake of children?" This confused her. If not for the sake of the children, then why? Jono and Irma looked at him with their mouths open, not understanding what he wanted then. But they were even more overcome when they heard Ricky confess that he liked Irma. Irma stuttered and asked again if he liked her, and the male firmly confirmed. Then she repeated again that there was no need to do this for the sake of the children, and that it wasn't funny at all. But he looked her in the eyes resolutely and poured out confessions that he didn't like her before. But then she changed, and he began to watch her. He thought about their conversation for a long time, and when he sees her with Jono, he feels lost. And now he is sure that she is the one he needs. He reminded her of her words about how partners should like each other. He likes her, and he will be a good father. Jono heard his heartbeat, realizing that he was not lying. But Irma, freeing her hand, replied that she could not choose him because she had fallen out of love with him. He cried out, "How? Why did she fall out of love?" But the guy didn't give up. Let it be so. She herself said that the main thing is that he likes her. Confused, Irma tried to explain that he had misunderstood her and that feelings should be mutual. Gently pressing herself against Jono, she said that she already has someone she likes. Jono looked at his beloved with tender gratitude. Ricky sincerely did not understand why she could not choose him as a second partner. The two of them could take care of her, protect her. The girl thought, what a disaster. He's offering a harem. She watched as most females chose at least two partners. But the concept of a harem in the 21st century was different from the concept in this world. Then Irma tried to explain that her love was selfish, which meant that partners could only love each other and no one else. Here Ricky was already indignant. How could this be possible only between each other? She only advised him to choose another female, of which there were plenty in the tribe. If he looks closely, it is quite possible that he will find his happiness. After which she whispered to Jono why he was standing there like a pillar and why they were pestering her in front of his eyes. But Jono, looking at Ricky as he left, explained that according to the rules, only a female can reject another partner. Finally, the pairs were formed. The girls of the tribe were surrounded by several males, and only Irma stood with Jono. The headman asked if she was sure that she wanted to be only with Jono, and Irma confirmed it. Then the woman told her son to take care of this girl. She had sacrificed a lot for him. The priestess announced to the couples that today, under the watchful eye of the beast god, the partners would mate with each other. Someone shouted, "Wait!" Everyone turned around and saw Ricky. The tribe already knew that Irma had rejected him. Jono, closing the girl, said irritably that Irma had answered him clearly. There was no need to create problems. The elder also asked Ricky to calm down already. But the guy said he had a reason for doing so. Everyone stared at him. The headman asked what was the matter. And then Ricky, putting his hand on his chest as if making an oath, said that he wanted to become Irma's guardian. Everyone rolled their eyes and repeated in chorus as if they were guardians. Only Irma didn't understand anything. While everyone was in a state of shock, Irma asked what other keeper. The headman explained that the keeper is much closer than the partner. The guardian first takes a vow of acceptance and then stands next to the one he has chosen. The guardian can sense your location and condition, and if the ward is mortally wounded, he takes away the ward's pain. And then he dies instead of his ward. Jono reminded Ricky that if he became a guardian, he would not be able to choose his partner. Did he really think it through? Otherwise, he would bring the curse of the beast god upon himself? But Ricky was adamant that his decision had been made. Irma heard the hum of voices. Someone said that the guardians appeared on the continent so long ago that they had already become a legend. He agreed to this, for Irma. So touching. Irma stood in front of the guy and categorically stated that she did not want him to be her guardian. But he said that it was his decision and she could not change it. The girl looked questioningly at the headman. How could she not want it? Let the headman cancel it. But the woman explained that the god beast says that if the spectator gave an oath voluntarily, then his decision cannot be influenced. The headman asked Ricky if this was his final decision. Then he needed to prepare for the ceremony. Irma was depressed. What kind of laws are these if the interests of the other party are not taken into account? She can't do that. The keeper is almost a partner. As a last resort, she prayed to Jono. He and Ricky were like brothers. Let him talk him out of it. Approaching his comrade, he said that Ricky needed the status of a guardian to seduce Irma, and if it didn't work out, he would be tied to her forever. He really thought everything through. He replied that he never thinks about the past or the future. Since he cannot become Irma's partner, he will at least see how happy she is. Jono shrugged. He did what he could. Then the elder said that the wedding ceremony needed to be completed, and after that, Ricky would take the vows. Irma didn't know what to answer. Everything was against her will. And how did everything turn out this way? Everything so quickly and irreversibly. The priestess spoke the solemn words of the ceremony, binding Irma and Jono in marriage, so that they would support each other in sorrow and in joy. And now they must take an oath to the beast god. Jono sincerely thanked Irma for choosing him and wanting to connect her life with his. And they swore before the god beast that he would make her happy, and she would follow him and maintain happiness. In the end, the priestess declared them husband and wife, wishing them happiness, carefree life, and healthy offspring. Jono spun the girl around in his arms, and they finally became partners. Now it's Ricky's turn to swear. Irma made a sour face, but Jono didn't seem particularly worried and told the girl to go. She approached Ricky with difficulty and said that she hoped that he would not regret it. He knelt down before her and decisively replied that he would not regret it now or later. The claws on his hand began to lengthen, after which he slashed his hand and blood appeared. He placed Irma's hand on his head and swore an oath to always protect this woman, never to betray her. Then he took her hand in his, and energy appeared, enveloping their hands, sealing the oath. A lion sign was imprinted on Irma's hand, and she realized that everything was serious, just as the headman had said. Later, around the fire, the youth had fun celebrating coming of age and marriage. Irma invited Jono to dance, but he, holding her hand, wanted to go home. Irma was surprised that he was tired, and what was he doing at home so early? But he looked at her with a devouring gaze and mysteriously replied that they would find something to do. Well, of course, the wedding night. How could she forget? They held hands. Irma's heart began to beat faster. Irma heard some rustling and shouted to Ricky to come out. She knows it was him. It was indeed Ricky. The girl asked him not to follow her. He replied dispassionately that as a keeper, in addition to hunting, he had to watch over her so that he could always be ready to protect her. No, she needs to somehow convince this guy to be her keeper. Apparently, she needs to be more rude. Then, clinging to Jono, she sarcastically declared that they had business to do at night, which newlyweds do, and that she would also keep an eye on them. She looked at Ricky's face. She didn't want to hurt him, but she also didn't want to see him suffer. He clenched his fingers into a fist and heard a crunching sound. But then he reported that if necessary, he could watch from the sidelines and could also join Jono, and then from there. Irma saw a picture of herself, Jono and Ricky making love. She turned red as a tomato, waving her hands, her voice breaking. Then Jono intervened, telling the girl that he would go away for a couple of minutes to talk to Ricky. When they walked away, Jono told his friend that he got carried away. Let him be a guardian. But that does not mean that Irma should be deprived of personal space. Ricky said that he was just doing his job, but Jono continued to say that in this way, he would only distance Irma from himself. It worked. The guy in despair asked what he should do then. Bring an animal, flowers. Jono explained that Irma is not like an ordinary weak female. She has her own ideas about life. You need to observe her to understand what she really wants. He could not even imagine that he would help his rival in love affairs. Ricky thanked his friend for his help, and he replied that he just didn't want Irma to be angry. And then Ricky seriously stated that they would hunt in turns. Someone had to be with Irma, because one of them might not return from the hunt. They shook hands, protecting the cubs and Irma as a priority. Irma languished in anticipation of her lover. He came up from behind, hugging her. Everything was fine. They could go about their business. They had talked to Ricky, and he understood. Irma screamed that this was great and they could go home. But Jono stood there, breathing deeply, and had no intention of moving. He carefully laid the girl on the grass and whispered that he couldn't wait any longer, offering to do everything here. He closed her unspoken question with a kiss. Jono, succumbing to passion, began to kiss her. Irma tried to call him. It was already dark, and thousands of fireflies surrounded them. Jono covered her tenderly with kisses. He lay down on her chest, closing his eyes in pleasure. The next step he wanted to take off her skirt was to reach for the rope. But suddenly Irma jumped up and pushed him away, shouting that he shouldn't do that. Jono asked why not. Isn't she happy? Embracing her as if in a dance, he did not take his loving gaze off her. Irma explained that she didn't want to be outside, thinking to herself that she wasn't ready for such extreme situations. Jono looked at his embarrassed wife with a smile and added that, let it be as she wants. Suddenly, Irma took him by the hand and, cheerfully starting to run, dragged him along with her. They ran along, laughing merrily until they heard some growling. They were apparently hunters, as they saw shadows nearby. When Irma saw Sophie tied to a tree and the trappers near her, she was horrified by the realization of what was happening. The girl was exhausted. Tears were rolling from her eyes. Irma stood there, unable to utter a word. She felt so sorry for the poor fellow. Jono came up and hugged her from behind, saying that yes, this is Sophie. And for her mistake, she must give birth to at least 10 cubs from disabled people. Jono took her hand and led her, no need to look at it, and Irma thoughtfully thought about Mia, who was now in the dark city. I wonder if she regrets it. Meanwhile, Jacob approached the house where Mia was and listened to the voices. What he heard horrified him. Mia asked him to go faster, moaned and praised him for being better than all these hunters. Jacob's face twisted in disgust and realization. The next minute, he kicked down the door and burst into the room shouting that she had done this to him. He found Mia hugging the fallen, who stood frozen in shock, looking at him. Mia hurried to cover herself, and the fallen man calmly and even smugly began to pull on his clothes, saying that it was a shame that they were interrupted. As he passed by Jacob, he deliberately bumped into him with his shoulder. But the words of the fallen man at the door, that Mia was a darling, and they would repeat it again, enraged Jacob. He pounced on Mia with a scream. How could she, with her bloodline, have sex with a fallen one? They didn't even have the right to touch her, but she let out a fake tear and whined pitifully that she had no choice because the fallen one looked at her so strangely. Jacob was angry and helpless. These fallen ones forced them to do all the dirty work in their city. Mia told him that she had found out the location of the dark city guards and that they could escape. Jacob hugged Mia, who looked miserable, and declared that thanks to her, they would get out. She chuckled to herself. Ha! As soon as she escapes from here to the Kwei tribe, there will be nothing left of the Dark City and the Osawa tribe. At this time, Jono brought his wife to their new home, which he decorated for their first night. Irma was delighted. He prepared and did it for her. The room was decorated with flowers, and there were gems on the bed. Irma gasped as Jono picked her up and carried her to the bed. Irma realized that Jono was unable to admire the beauty of their new home. Having laid her on the bed, he declared that now they would begin the most interesting part. Jono, blushing, hugged Irma, who closed her eyes. Already, as husband and wife, they enjoyed each other. Holding hands, they did what the beast god blessed all newlyweds to do. Seeing that Irma was shrinking, John spoke kindly to her so that she wouldn't be afraid. He promised to be careful, and also that she would like it. And the next morning, they woke up covered in scratches and hickeys. Opening her eyes, Irma thought that she and Jono had become a couple. They have now become even closer and will live together. How quickly her life has changed. She was brought out of her thoughts by the voice of a waking Jono, who said that he wanted more. Irma ducked under the covers, which was pretty dangerous, she thought. Jono didn't understand her reaction when he saw the top of her head sticking out from under the blanket. She had to surface and ask again if he was joking. Her husband greeted her with a good morning hug, and he sealed the morning greeting with a sweet kiss. Irma, flushed, greeted Jono with a smile, feeling a little awkward. But it seems that her husband was not joking. He said that since they woke up so beautifully, he could continue. Irma assumed the militant look of one who intends to resist, as was predictable, she thought. Then she threw the blanket over her husband, fooling around, after which she announced that it was already daytime, and it was time to get up. At this time, Ricky was standing at the door, not daring to knock. He heard their voices. Irma was grumbling how she could show herself to the hunters with such scratches, and Jono was saying that he had a wonderful ointment. Ricky heard her scream that he shouldn't go in there without her permission. She would clean it all up herself, and he realized that it would be better for him to come back later. The door opened. Irma, with the air of a wife, scolded her husband like a disobedient child, giving orders for the day. Seeing Ricky walking away, she wondered what he was doing here. As a guest struck her, he hadn't been standing at their door since yesterday evening. Irma, all tense, poked Jono in the side with her elbow, who cheerfully greeted his friend. He looked at them with a sly smile, as if to say, I know how well you had a good night. Irma was beside herself. Why did Jono call him? She approached Ricky and asked when he arrived. He replied that he had just brought the animal. The girl sighed. Well, at least not from yesterday evening at the door. Jono thanked for the prey. The guys worked harmoniously. Jono butchered the carcass, and Ricky went to warm the soul. Irma was amazed. They behaved so calmly together. Do they really work so harmoniously to make her eat? They sent her into the house to rest, and they themselves began to prepare food. She could not understand how two men could live in harmony with one woman. No, in her opinion, this is still wrong. Ricky needs to return his oath. She was looking for an ability to free him from his role as a guardian. Irma sat down to breakfast, but her gaze was distant. Jono saw her eating without appetite and asked if the meat was not tasty. She glanced at Ricky, wondering if it was a good idea to leave him at the door. The guy replied that he had already eaten, so everything was fine. And Irma again asked her husband to talk to his friend and give up his guardian status. Jono said with a smile that he didn't like it when other males were around her either. But a keeper wasn't a partner, so there was no point in pushing him away. But he doesn't need to be either a partner or a keeper. He needs to have his own life and family, Irma countered. But Jono continued to insist that he had made this choice himself, and that he himself would feel calmer if someone were with Irma while he was hunting. Without giving her a chance to answer, he shoved pieces of food into her mouth, saying that she was thinking a lot and needed to eat. While chewing her food, Irma thought that even Jono did not take her side. But did Ricky really have such boundless patience? While in the elder's house, the girl said that the edible plants found by Reich and other fallen ones could diversify their diet. They could be dried and left until winter. The elder was moved and shed a tear, saying that by cooperating with the fallen they have salt, and they will be able to calmly survive the winter. And all thanks to Irma. But the girl simply replied that she was a member of the tribe, and it was her duty to help. The woman said that she would not be able to hide it for long. She needed to hide it behind the priestess's inspiration and tell the outside world about it. Rumors would spread anyway. They remembered that Mia was now in the Quay tribe, but the elder was still worried, and Irma said that this made her feel better. She and Jono could live peacefully. The elder remembered that the trappers had brought more plants and left them in the cave. They needed to see which of them were edible, and Irma voiced the idea that the inedible ones could be used to create an ointment for treating wounds. Suddenly, the elder saw Ricky on the threshold and asked what he was doing there. The guy said that he is Irma's guardian. That's why he is next to her. Then the headman asked him to take the girl to the cave, and he happily agreed. Irma irritably said that there was no need to go with her. She could get there on her own, just fine. But Ricky said that he had to accompany her while Jono was hunting. Oh, someone save her! What can she do to convince him? Irma came to the cave where the roots and herbs were collected. Ricky stood behind her. Taking the prickly fruit, she said out loud that it could be eaten. Only the hard skin had to be broken and the pulp dried and stored. Ricky wrote down everything she said with complete seriousness. Carefully writing about each fruit, she tried with special diligence not to miss a word. The girl didn't even imagine that Ricky would be so patient. She even thought that he would want to take notes. Damn, how can I make him leave? Now he will remain her shadow. Taking a pine cone, one of those that lay in the basket, she showed him that he also needed to write it down. She started talking about this plant when she suddenly sneezed. Ricky came up and threw his cape over her, saying that it was cold here. Irma followed him in protest. He himself then remains undressed, but he did not even turn around. It turns out that now, because of her, he will remain naked and will freeze. Taking Irma by the hands, he calmly reminded her that as a guardian, he must take care of her. Therefore, he forbids her to take off this cape. She must wrap herself up more tightly. This is the first time he has gone against her since becoming a guardian. Arriving home, Irma stretched. Finally, she would take a bath and go to sleep in a cozy bed. Then, seeing that her husband was not there, she asked Ricky. It was already so late and Jono was still not there. He replied that Jono said in the morning that he would patrol the area for 2 days, so her safety was on him. Let him call at any time. Irma wondered if he was saying this on purpose to spend time with her. Then she yawned and told him that she didn't need anything. She wanted to sleep. He protested. It was dangerous for a female to stay alone at night. But the girl reminded him that the tribe was guarded at night, and that could happen. He calmly sat down on a chair and declared that he was staying, which made Irma angry. How would she sleep while he was looking at her? They glared at each other. No one wanted to give in. Finally getting up, Ricky said that he would be outside. If anything happened, he should call. As he was leaving the house, he thought about what he could do to prevent Irma from pushing him away. Irma was angry with herself. What could she do to make him give in? She was apparently not rude enough. Last time, on the day of the ceremony, he agreed to her terms. Lying on the bed, she wanted to take a hot bath to wash off the day's dirt. Calling to pull herself together, the girl pulled the bucket. She was tired. It would be nice to ask Ricky to make a fire and heat up the water. Ricky stood behind the door and heard her gasp. He tensed up. Is that how trappers go to bed? He didn't know what to do, whether he should go in. What if she was ill? After the second gasp, he decided he needed to go in. Something had definitely happened to her. Carefully opening the door, he peered through a small crack. Irma groaned as she took a bath, rubbing herself with a washcloth. Ricky was embarrassed as if he was crouched on the ground. That's how she washes herself. And then Irma noticed him. Her hand stopped. She turned pale. Covering herself with a small blanket, she jumped up, calling his name and stuttering. He turned away and said, embarrassed, that he simply heard sounds outside the door and thought that something had happened. But she wouldn't think anything like that. And then her foot slipped on the wet floor. Irma screamed in fear and felt herself fall on her back. Ricky turned around and shouted her name. The next second, he caught her as she fell, holding her with his hands. And then Irma realized that she was standing in front of him naked, barely covered by a thin towel. She got dressed in silence, angry, hearing Ricky justify himself by saying that it wasn't on purpose. He just wanted to make sure that she was okay. Her palm was imprinted on his cheek, but the guy insisted that she didn't need to wash in cold water. He would heat it up for her. Her patience came to an end, shouting, "Okay." She was about to slam the door. He desperately tried to justify himself, choosing his words carefully. The girl, without looking him in the eye, said that she understood that he cared about her, so let her go home and not hang around on the street. After what happened, it's awkward to talk, but maybe thanks to this, he'll leave. But Ricky didn't leave. He said that Jono wasn't home, trying to formulate a thought. Irma replied that she would take care of herself, but were females really helpless without males? These words shocked Ricky. He looked at her not knowing what to answer. Does she really think she can handle it on her own? Then he meekly said that he would go home, much to Irma's surprise. Already on the street, he thought about the need to find another way to protect her, and Irma watched him with surprise, wondering why he obeyed so obediently. Irma couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed, angry at herself for it. She has insomnia when Jono is not around. Lying with her eyes closed, she suddenly tensed up, and the door creaked. There was a shadow standing on the threshold in the darkness of the night that he had forgotten here at night. In her hand, the girl clutched the handle of a small knife given to her by the system. Ricky leaned over her and gently covered her with a blanket. He felt that she was not sleeping, but was only pretending to, apparently because of him. As he left the house, he was dejectedly thinking that she would forgive him. Upset, the guy left, said her name, and asked for forgiveness for everything. Going outside, he closed the door. All this time, Irma lay tense. Opening her eyes, she wanted to call him, but the words stuck in her throat, wondering what this would change and whether it was necessary. The girl sat up in bed and looked into the emptiness of the night. He left. After that day, Irma never saw him again, but every morning a ready breakfast was prepared by the time she woke up, and by the door hung the skin that she took for her trip to the cave, where it was cold. And upon returning, dinner was ready and the water was heated. Even though he didn't show himself, she felt his presence. The girl, lost in her thoughts, sighed heavily, which did not escape the attention of the headman. Finally, the woman asked sympathetically whether something had happened. Irma didn't know whether she should open up to the elder. She was, of course, on Jono's side, and she had a lot of experience. The girl hesitantly began to choose her words and began to tell her story, so she told everything that was bothering her and what happened to her and Ricky. The elder thoughtfully said that she herself had not seen Ricky for 2 days. Irma literally begged her, asking how to make him pursue her. But the woman replied, "Is it bad that he takes care of her from the shadows like this? Because he doesn't come between her and Jono." Irma replied that it was not about her, but about Ricky, who should find his happiness, build a family, and not be attached to her. The woman thoughtfully noted that Irma considered it unfair, but she thought about Ricky himself, because it was his choice. Didn't he say that he was happy to be her guardian? And before the girl's eyes flashed the memory of Ricky's oath. Or maybe she really did misunderstand him, and he enjoys doing it. The woman continued to say that nature here is fickle and dangerous. Why not give a chance to both him and herself? And then Mother said that there was no need to resist Irma at all, but to accept Ricky, and the 3 of them would live happily together. Irma jumped up, but it wasn't the best idea to share with the headman. It would be better to talk to Jono when he returned. And to change the subject, she showed a red fruit and said that it is called red gao gao. It is sour, but if you boil it in sugar, it will become an appetizing snack that even the cubs will like. The elder, turning it over in her hands, was delighted and said that it was necessary to collect as much of it as possible. Phew! The change of topic was successful, and the woman never returned to the topic of living together as a threesome. At that moment, the system rang, informing that 500 species had been successfully identified, and she was entitled to a reward. Irma froze. For processing products, what does this mean? A food processor appeared in front of her in the inventory. What a gift! How much time she would save. Then again ding, and the system announced an update. But no, it shuts down again. She felt dizzy, and everything started swimming before her eyes. The head woman jumped up in alarm, holding the girl back. She tried to reach her by calling her name, but she didn't respond. At that very moment, Ricky flew in, screaming. He sensed her condition. Irma rubbed her head, which was hurting. Where was she again? Apparently in the program. Again, like last time, she lost consciousness, and her consciousness is here in the system. After Irma heard someone's voice saying, she woke up. "A child trapper stood before her," she exclaimed. She asked who he was, and he replied that she didn't recognize him. The child, looking at her with wide eyes, blurted out in surprise that it was he who brought her into the world of animal trappers. So he is the system, but it was not quite so. The soul of this boy was imprisoned in the system. So, if his soul is locked in her program, then who is he himself? The child introduced himself as Baina, the younger brother of the beast god. He said that he was born into a large tribe, and from childhood he was prepared for sacrifice. The relatives noticed that Ben could communicate with spirits and decided to send him to the mountain to the beast god. Maybe he would take him as a student. But instead of a student, the beast god made him his younger brother, ordering him to study well and not disappoint him. Ben took the oath of obedience and learned that he had 3 more older sisters. They were all kind to him, so he lived a carefree life. But one day, the sacred mountain shook and the temple collapsed, and then he heard the voice of the beast god in his head. She told the frightened child to run away and not to trust anyone, not even his sisters. Ben didn't understand what happened then, but he went to look for the master, but couldn't find him. And then he felt a strong pain. Someone stuck a dagger into his back. The shocked Irma asked if he knew who killed him, but the boy shook his head. No, he felt himself dying but did not see the killer. And then, as if in delirium, he saw the master who was holding him in his arms and said that wherever Ben ended up, he should live his life happily. After he died, his body remained in the palace, and he himself was in an unknown place. Irma guessed that the master saved him by trapping his soul in a program. The child began to cry and said that his body could no longer be revived, and the master sent his soul through a time portal to another world, so the enemy could not harm him. But the master, and he fell silent. Irma stroked his head, comforting him. It turns out he was sent to the 21st century and he remained in the program. But Beta said that at first, his soul was in the water stones of the bracelet. And then time passed, and he began to accumulate strength. And Irma remembered that these were the bracelets that she wore in her past life. Afterwards, the boy said that it was unbearable for him to watch her stay late at work and then die. Thanks to the accumulated power, he was able to collect her soul together. Then Irma realized that the previous owner of her body committed suicide, and her soul was transferred to this body. Bino noticed that this body was the best fit for her soul, but the girl was haunted by the question of how he ended up in her program. He explained that when Irma died, she turned the computer over, and it so happened that he was drawn into the moment of transition. Then Irma began to hug him and thank him for the opportunity for a new life. The boy replied that he could not do otherwise, but she also had to help him. The girl asked how. Bino asked to avenge the beast god. Irma was taken aback by such a request, but how could she do it? She must continue to find new species and develop the tribe. The gratitude of the trappers makes it stronger. That is, to accumulate strength, he needs faith. She herself wants to develop the tribe. But she did not finish her sentence. Irma explained that the tribe was not strong enough, even with their current reserves, and she was afraid that the Kwe tribe would turn its attention to them. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Couldn't he give her a weapon? She remembered that in exchange for a tear, the system gave various items. But Bino thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and replied that he gave everything he had. He was still quite weak. Irma was ready to kill him, but he had been pulling the wool over her eyes all this time. But the frightened Bino replied that there were other ways to increase the strength of the tribe. Irma came to her senses and asked which ones. The boy answered seriously that the totem would increase the strength of the tribe. At this time, the priestess and the elder were leaning over Irma's body, and Ricky was also restless. They went over the options, maybe hypothermia, but the priestess said that she examined her. Everything was fine with her. She just lost consciousness, like back then at the ceremony. The elder couldn't understand what had happened. Well, okay, there was excitement at the ceremony. Well, they were just sorting through fruits in the cave, and that's all. Ricky asked if Irma had told her something. The head mistress simply replied that she had convinced her to accept Ricky, but she didn't think the girl was so fragile that it would have shocked her so much. At that moment, the door slammed, and a frightened and out of breath Jono appeared on the threshold. He ran up to his lying wife, asking what was wrong with her. Ricky guiltily apologized for not protecting her. Jono, beside himself with anger, grabbed him and roared. He entrusted Irma to him, but he did not protect him. The priestess stood between them to prevent a fight, stating that Ricky had nothing to do with it. Irma was with her in the cave when she lost consciousness. But Jono didn't want to listen to anything. No matter what happened, he had been gone for several days, and now his wife was unconscious. At that moment, Irma moved and called out to Jono. Everyone froze. She sat up, rubbing her head, looking around and trying to piece together the picture. Jono hugged her and she woke up. He anxiously asked if she had slept well while he was gone. Irma replied that she had slept well. She was not little enough to fall asleep with someone. But Jono continued to interrogate her about how many days she had been eating poorly and how much weight she had lost. She looked at Ricky, who had been doing his job so conscientiously and was probably now blaming himself for what had happened. She told her husband that Ricky fed her well. It was very tasty, and in her opinion, she gained weight. Jono looked at them, frozen in place. After these words, he felt very pleased and he smiled. Irma turned to the elder and the priestess, asking if she could ask a question. They nodded, and the girl asked if they had a tribal totem. Ricky and the priestess gasped. How did Irma know about the totem? After which the guy, not without pride, declared that he was a totem warrior of the second rank. Jono and Irma asked in one voice, he is a totem warrior of the second rank. So that's why Ricky is so strong. The guy just smiled. Afterwards, he said that the totem is a precious power given to hunters by the beast god. Totem warriors from ranks 1 to 9 are valuable warriors given to trappers. And the higher their rank, the more power the beast god gives them. Once upon a time, there was a civilization that built tall houses and had food in abundance. But all this was destroyed in an instant. Civilization fell, and the city was lost. There is a part left in the city of the Beast Lord, but the residents keep it a secret. The guy asked Irma how she found out. Jono and Irma thought, wow, 5,000 years have passed. And the girl remembered how long Bena has been dead. And she replied that the disciple of the beast god told her this, and he also taught her the technique of connecting the totem. Everyone spoke in unison, the disciple of the beast god, and stared at Irma. Afterwards, the priestess breathed a sigh of relief. So that's why Irma loses consciousness. The disciple of the beast god is teaching her. The girl confirmed the priestess's conclusion. Jono also happily hugged Irma, and she decided not to talk about revenge for the beast god for now. The priestess was pleased that with the totem, their power would increase, and asked Irma if she knew how to assemble the totem. Irma replied that she needed jade for this, and the more, the better, since the totem would have greater power. Jono replied that there was no jade in their vicinity, but in the rich lands, there might be trappers selling it at the tribal market, where it could be exchanged for food. Then Ricky spoke up and said that he would find the jade. Jono protested. The boy was strong, but it was dangerous for him to go through the mountains to the plains. He would go too, but Ricky reminded him that he needed to protect Irma. The elder suggested waiting for other trappers who would return from salt mining. They would go with him. But Jono objected that after mining salt, they needed to deal with sugar, which was very rare and was not available in the Beastmaster's city, and so he would exchange sugar for jade. That's where they left off. Ricky promised to return with the jade, and the elder warned him that he should be extremely careful. Ricky was confident in his abilities and went to pack his things. Irma suddenly ran after him, and he stopped in surprise. Running up to him, her speech became confused. Her thoughts were confused. Then she said that there was no need to go alone. He stroked her head and said tenderly that he was doing this not for her sake, but for the sake of the tribe. As long as she has valuable knowledge, including about survival, then nothing terrible should happen while he is gone. The girl stood with her eyes wide open. She understood correctly. Her keeper decided to surrender. Looking at Ricky's retreating back, she asked Ben if he knew how to take back the Guardian's oath. Ben said thoughtfully, and with a businesslike air, repeating her words. Irma, seeing a ghostly spark of hope with glowing eyes, said, "Don't bother me with how to do this." And she received an answer that demoralized her, that the oath is canceled only after death. When she and Jono were at home, the girl shared with her husband that she should have rejected Ricky from the very beginning. Jono gently placed his finger on her forehead. She still couldn't stop thinking about this oath. Irma confirmed that she had only just learned that the oath would only be broken after her death and could not be broken. She said she felt sorry not only for him, but also for Jono. Her husband gently consoled her. There was no need to worry about him. He was even glad that while he was gone, Ricky would protect her. Irma looked up at him in surprise. He was happy. The guy explained that he was incredibly happy that she chose him, but the continent was full of dangers, and females could not transform into animals. It is the female's duty to bear offspring, so he will prefer to share her with other males in exchange for safety. So this is what was tormenting Jono, and Irma was beginning to get a picture of what was happening. Jono went on to explain that if he wasn't there, Ricky would be there to take his place and take care of her. Gently taking him by the cheek, she inserted that she would not be calm. She shares that the continent is unpredictable, but his thoughts are too dark, and the more he encounters it, the more he has to work for her and the cubs. The girl, turning to her husband, reminded him of the vows at the ceremony and that she did not want to be left without him. He promised at the ceremony that they would be happy together. Jono was inspired by these words and with shining eyes declared that he would put in even more effort. He laid her on the bed, telling her that he had missed her very much these days. Approaching with kisses, he said that tonight was just for them. In the morning, the headman saw Ricky off, having collected sugar, salted beef, and a few other products for him for the journey. Ricky brought a bag of medicinal herbs. They are poisonous for food, but good for healing wounds. When he found out that this was Irma's doing, he began to look for her in the crowd, and their eyes met. He thanked the girl for these herbs, and Irma asked him to be careful. He unexpectedly hugged her tightly, saying that he would return safe and sound. Irma did not resist. She was sad and hard to let him go alone, and the girl reminded him that the whole tribe was waiting for him. Ricky was pleased by her concern and promised that he would not forget. Jono came up to say goodbye to his friend, and Ricky asked him to protect Irma. Afterwards, Ricky soared into the sky on his wings. The headman, Irma, and Jono saw him off, and everyone prayed that he would return safe and sound. Irma exhaled, while Ricky was looking for Jade. She couldn't help him here, and Jono reminded that they could help the trappers here live better. Here, the elder suggested that the boys go to the opening of the Q tribe market and buy something interesting for themselves. Irma remembered that this tribe was a haven for Mia, so why not really go and find out about her? The market had everything from fruit to rare snow-white fur. Irma's eyes widened. This was the market of the Quay tribe, but Jono explained that trappers from other tribes came here with their goods. Irma thought, even though they have a food processor and food, something else wouldn't hurt either, like wheat. Jono, seeing her focused look, reassured her, no need to worry if they don't find anything. After all, Mother sent them here to have some fun. He took her hand and said that she could choose whatever she wanted. Irma's gaze fell on the round vegetable, and she thought about it. Taking it in her hands, she received an answer from Ben, who reported that it was mountain peas, had a healing effect, and there were also tubers underground. The seller, smiling warmly, said that the peas had been picked today. They wouldn't find any fresher ones, and Jono was going to buy some. But Irma stopped him. She had her own plan of action. Irma's question whether they found only these peas or something else confused the seller, who replied that it can only be eaten with fruit, so why should they take anything else? Irma needed to know this. They don't know about the tubers, that's luck. She said that she wanted to buy everything, and would he tell her where it was collected, to which the seller evasively replied that it was collected by the trappers of his clan, and that he himself knew nothing. Then Irma started the bidding, offering 20 skins in exchange for the information. The seller was shocked. Peas are, of course, a valuable product, but this female was ready to pay even that price. And after 20 skins, the seller's memory immediately cleared up. The peas were collected near a black tower, not far from the northern mountains. Although he knew that he had already been completely collected, he refused 20 free skins. And they shook hands. Jono, looking at his beaming wife, asked why she needed to know where the peas were picked and why she was so happy. Irma shared with him that peas have edible roots underground, and no one has yet guessed about their existence. Jono was as happy as a child. Great. Then they would collect these root vegetables from the Black Tower. He picked her up in his arms in a fit of happiness and spun her around. He said that when he got home, he would tell his mother, and they would send someone for potatoes. He led her to a shop where there were skins and precious stones, asking if she liked anything, since she deserved a reward. Irma's eyes were dazzled by the abundance of stones and jewels. She really liked the green fabric. It felt as soft as silk. The seller explained that it was made from silkworm threads, the pride of silkworm hunters. One craftsman can make only one piece in a year. Irma sighed sadly, thinking that this was apparently very expensive. Jono saw how the girl became sad and understood what she was thinking when she said that if she liked it, then they would buy it. The seller, hearing that her name was Irma, did not take his eyes off her. Apparently, this was the female from the Osawa tribe that Aya had spoken about. Jono wanted to buy this fabric. Then Irma would have new clothes or could leave it for clothes for the cubs. But she pretended that she didn't like the fabric that much and dragged him away from the shop. Suddenly, the seller handed Irma a piece of fabric, saying that it was a gift for her. Irma was completely confused, but refused firmly and decisively. They don't even know each other, so she can't accept such gifts. Then Jono came forward and said that he would buy his wife what she needed. The seller was confused by this interesting female who did not accept gifts from other men. They were already leaving when the seller called out to them again, asking if she was the same Irma from the Osawa tribe that Aya had told them about. Irma stopped and asked if he knew Aya and who he was then. The boy introduced himself as Zemo, the 8th son of the elder of the Kwe tribe, again holding out a gift. Then an enraged Mia jumped out, screaming that he was her partner. How could he give gifts to anyone? Irma and Jono opened their mouths in surprise. Here was Mia. Jono tried to grab her and shouted that she shouldn't think that she would get away with this. He would make sure that she went to the Valley of God's Punishment. An indignant Maya snapped back that she was now the partner of the 8th son of the elder of the Kwe tribe. After she threatened that the Kwe tribe would come for revenge, Zemo told her not to talk nonsense. Besides, they were not partners. Jono said that luck had turned away from her. She would answer for all of Irma's suffering. Mia squealed for Zemo to help, reminding him of the elder's words. Then he reluctantly said that they could not take Mia. She was now a female of the Kwe tribe. Jono objected. Everyone knows that she is a female of their tribe. When she managed to become a female of the Kwe tribe, Zippo explained that she was saved from the fallen by their warriors, and according to the laws of the continent, she now belongs to them. Irma realized that Zemo did not want to help Mia, but when he heard about the elder, he changed his mind. This needed to be sorted out, but now was not the time to sort things out. And she told Jono that it was time for them to go. Jono didn't understand why Irma was behaving this way, but he agreed. And Mia sternly said that now, as a hunter of the Kwe tribe, he should forget the past and live in the present. But she warned him that if he resumed his old behavior, he should expect no mercy. Mia turned purple with annoyance, thinking that this bitch was threatening her. In the house of the elder of the tribe, Mia shed tears, declaring that Irma had seduced Zemo. After she said that he needed to get rid of her, the man said that he would not help her. Now the main task was to ensure the safety of the breeding market. And if they don't do this, they will lose the traders. Mia screamed that they promised her that if she tells about the salt deposits, the elder will provide her with a partner. He confirmed his promise and said that he introduced her to Zemo. But if he didn't want to be with her, he couldn't do anything. Besides, he reminded that until his people returned with news about the salt deposits on her tip, and therefore maybe she deceived them. She screamed what a deception. She found out about everything in the Dark City. Then she arrogantly declared that it was their business. The continent was full of tribes that would gladly accept her with such knowledge as hers. She turned around as the man stopped her, trying to calm her down. Why rush? He didn't say that he didn't trust her. He meant that they couldn't break the laws. Irma grinned maliciously, thinking that this was a different conversation, and that soon she would not leave a shadow of Irma. Irma remembered that her mother was also at the market today and offered to go and help her. Sally stood there looking dejected, and there was not a single customer around. Irma felt very offended. Not a single customer. Why is this so? The woman was very happy to see her daughter, and Irma and Jono approached the bench. The girl asked why there was not a single buyer, because the market was very busy today. Sally replied sadly that while she was gone, the Quo tribe had moved the benches. Now, there are large tribes there, and she pointed her finger in the direction where there were a lot of trappers, and people like their tribe were given this place. The trappers realized that the larger tribes had a better choice, so they didn't come here. Jono was outraged. Wasn't this an infringement? The woman, with a note of resignation in her voice, reminded them that the Kyo tribe had always felt its power, so they had to put up with what was. But at that moment, Irma's eyes lit up with excitement, and she suggested trying something. The trappers smelled a delicious odor without knowing where it was coming from, until one female pointed to Sally's bench. Jono was grilling shashlik, and Irma was inviting customers to try the Osawa tribe's shashlik with secret spices. The trappers happily approached and exchanged their goods for delicacies. Everyone really liked the shashlik, so those who tried it came back for more. As a result, a whole line of people wanted to buy from Irma and her mother's shop. Irma's mother happily held a product presentation. In addition to meat, she also had dried fruits and other products that can be eaten even in winter. Products that can be eaten even in winter surprised visitors. The trappers happily bought up mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and dried fruits. Trade was booming, and Sally was barely able to let go. Watching them, Irma thought that people and trappers all loved to eat well, and therefore they would be able to exchange everything they brought to the market. Suddenly, someone screamed shrilly, tearing Irma away from her pleasant thoughts. The hunters surrounded the screaming people. At first, few understood what was happening. 2 trappers were lying on the ground and screaming that their stomachs hurt, and it was all because of the shashlik. Judging by the look of the poor fellows, everyone concluded that the pain was truly unbearable, and they were poisoned. Irma was in complete despair. How could this happen? She vouched for the quality of the meat. Suddenly, she heard a painfully familiar shrill voice that it was them, meaning Irma and her family. Mia pointed at her with her finger, and next to her stood the hunter responsible for maintaining order in the market. Irma frantically tried to figure out that if it was a patrol, then it was on the other side of the market. They couldn't have gotten here so quickly. Seeing Mia's maliciously triumphant look, she realized that, of course, it couldn't have happened without her. She got back to her old ways and did such a mean thing to her family. Mia savored the victory, believing that Irma was already a corpse. The market guard barked menacingly at Irma that they dared to poison the trappers at his market, for which they would be arrested. The patrol's hands were already approaching her. The girl understood that if Irma's people captured her, she would not be able to prove that it was a setup. Irma started asking Ben to give her an idea of what to do. He said thoughtfully that he had a truth serum, and if anyone drank it, they would not be able to lie. Irma began to act, saying that the sick needed to be given a serum to remove toxins. She had a tincture. The chief was against it, saying that he would take them to the healer himself. The girl insisted that it would take time. They could die. And her arguments convinced the trapper. He thought that if they really did die at the market, it would undermine the reputation of the entire market. Mia was worried, blurting out why Irma decided to help those she poisoned, and was not afraid of their testimony. Irma was losing her temper. She wanted to give this female a good beating, but she shouted that she was not crazy enough to poison someone at the breeding market. They were interrupted by the market chief, who said that the most important thing was the safety of the trappers. He allowed them to give the medicine, but if something went wrong, her tribe would know the wrath of the Quatrabe. Ben gave the signal, saying that these trappers were not poisoned. They were pretending. Irma guessed about this and wanted to quickly bring Mia to justice. She lifted the trapper's head and poured in the serum. Immediately, the recently dying trappers came to their senses. The crowd gasped. They woke up, came to their senses. Mia was overcome with rage. They had agreed that they would pretend until the end. Irma immediately asked if they remembered what happened to them. They were poisoned by Shashlik. Without giving the guy a chance to answer, Mia ran up, cooing that the beast god himself had brought them back from the other world, whispering a reminder of their agreement. She said louder, to refresh her accomplice's memory, that he felt ill after he ate the fried meat. But the guys started to lament that Mia, through threats and her connections with the elder, forced them to pretend that they had been poisoned. The crowd buzzed. It was all a pretense. Mia's eyes darted around in fear. Why did they suddenly decide to confess? Mia took the usual action in such situations, shed tears, accused Irma of wanting to blame everything on her, and why they decided to talk if she had threatened them. Then Irma put in her word, publicly declaring that the medicine was not a medicine at all, but a truth serum, and they confessed thanks to her. The crowd gasped. According to legend, such a serum was blessed by the beast god himself, and Mia flared up as this serum ended up in Irma's hands. Triumphantly, our heroine offered her a drink of the serum so that she could understand whether Mia was finally going to leave her alone. Irma called on the market chief to detain this female, pointing at Mia. He hesitated and muttered something like, "We need to discuss everything in private, because the elder likes this female." He heard the disgruntled indignation of the trappers. Apparently, this female had been bothering everyone for a long time. If nothing was resolved, they would never set foot in the market again. Mia grinned insolently, telling Irma that she was now a member of the Kui tribe and that they were no match for her in terms of strength. Yes, Irma understood that the Kui tribe itself was despotic, but how long could they endure Mia's antics? Then they heard a cry of "Stop!" and turned their heads. Zemo approached them. Mia happily rushed to him, saying how great it was that he came. She herself already wanted to call him. The guy said that he heard everything, and that one must have courage to break the rules that he himself established. Zemo publicly stated that the main rule is fair trade. Anyone who breaks deals and creates problems must be punished, and gave the order to take Mia into custody. Then, approaching Irma, he apologized on behalf of the Kui tribe for such a mistake. Mia, in a rage that clouded her common sense, thought about how Irma could take away her males here too, and why everyone was on her side. Suddenly, she fell at Irma's feet and began babbling that she was wrong, begging her to forgive her. Then, before anyone could come to their senses, she pulled out a knife and ran towards Irma, screaming, "Die!" Jono watched in horror as the knife approached Irma, and at the last minute tried to push her away. He managed to cover his wife with his body and hold back Mia's hand with the knife. Then he grabbed the attacker's wrist so hard that she screamed in pain, and the knife fell out of her hand. Jono screamed, how dare she attack his wife, and he kicked her with his foot so that she flew away. After catching his breath, he examined Irma to see if she was injured, and the girl reassured him that she was fine. Everyone was watching this scene. Jono said, "How dare she attack a pregnant female? Where is her control, adequacy, and brains?" Afterwards, he asked Zemo what he would say about this. His ward not only persuaded him to frame his wife, but also attacked her, knowing that she was pregnant. Zemo apologized, stating that he understood that it was their fault and that he would not just let it go. And he ordered the trappers to tie Mia to a tree and whip her. Mia babbled, her eyes wide open in horror that he couldn't do this to her. She was his wife. He turned away as she was led away, but she continued to beg him for help. Mia was tied to a tree. Trappers came to stare at her. Her fame spread throughout the market that all she does is cause trouble and mate with young males, and then they have no strength for anything. As she was being flogged, she cursed Irma and vowed to take revenge for today's pain and humiliation. At home, the elder sternly asked his son if it was true that he had ordered the beating of Mia because of a female named Irma. Zemo told about how everything happened, what Mia did. Besides, the salt deposits that Mia talked about were never found, but Irma is just a miracle. She will be much more useful. And the guy told in detail about Irma, her talents, what he could see in her. The elder was very interested in this and began to think. Zemo showed him a secret spice that he exchanged with Irma for 50 skins, thanks to which their sales would double. The elder was shocked and asked if Zemo was sure. He confirmed that things were going well for the Osawa tribe, and everyone said that it was thanks to the female Irma. If they lured her to their side, she would raise their tribe to the skies, an idea that the elder liked. And if they don't get it, then no one else will get it. Meanwhile, Irma clapped her hands happily. They sold everything. It's a pity that they only found out about mountain potatoes today. Jono praised his wife. Even like this, they would easily survive the winter. In addition, they helped other tribes, and he kissed her lovingly. They were interrupted by Zemo, who, with a kind smile, asked for a minute. Irma replied that he must have liked something after all, but he replied that he came for another purpose. Zemo wanted to make amends for the incident that occurred. Irma blinked her eyes in bewilderment, asking again, not understanding what he meant. He repeated once again that he was apologizing again. He was ashamed of his ward's misconduct. Then he opened the box, and there were beautiful, precious stones, and he asked to accept them. Jono whispered to her not to accept it. It had never happened before that a tribe did not have its own goal in giving something. Irma heeded her husband's advice and refused the gift, saying that an apology was quite sufficient. Zemo did not know what to answer, after which he mumbled that he was the manager. Then Irma added to his words that as the manager he had already punished Mia, and that was quite enough. Zemo was clearly upset. She didn't accept the gift, so he needed to change tactics. He asked Irma what plants she had made the spices from which he had exchanged them with her. It was her unique recipe made up of a dozen plants. To achieve such an effect, you need to sweat a lot. And out loud, she simply answered that of course it was a secret recipe. If he liked the spices, he could order more. Zemo asked that they would need the skin for a long time. Perhaps she wanted to exchange it for something else. Irma asked what he was proposing. Zemo assumed a businesslike and confident air and declared that goods from the distant plains should interest her. He led her to the crypt of the Kwe tribe, which was guarded by many guards. Zemo explained that things brought by their caravan from the distant plains were stored here. Irma asked again about the caravan, and Zemo, letting her inside, said that they had selected the best traders from the tribes and were sending them to trade all over the continent. Seeing the contents of the vault, Irma gasped at what she saw. She had never seen such abundance. There were fruits, precious stones, flowers. Zemo said that most of what she sees has already been promised to other tribes, But each year, they add more and more interesting things to the treasury. He approached the girl and said more quietly that much attention was paid to the needs of the trappers, and then, lowering his voice to a whisper, he added that special attention was paid to the needs of the females. Irma was shocked by the wealth of the Kui tribe. It is not surprising that it is so powerful. It can be said that it controls the external economy. It is interesting that the Osawa tribe will be able to achieve such prosperity. Zemo told the girl that he noticed that she had deep knowledge of medicine and herbs, and her mind was sharper than most men. Irma modestly replied that she was simply attentive. It is a pity that in her tribe, she cannot fully realize her full potential and could live much better. To which Irma again simply replied that she likes her tribe. Those she loves live there, her family. Zemo then asked permission to show her something. Irma irritated him with her behavior, and he turned away and said angrily to himself, "Well, luckily, if she becomes his mate, then you will live here and work for his tribe." After which he showed her beautiful flowers of bright red color. They are from distant plains and are very popular among females. Irma took the flower and confirmed their beauty. But why do they need them? He took her hand in his and croaked quietly that they make hunters even more beautiful. The girl blushed and froze. Zemo, pleased with the effect produced, took the flower from her hands, after which he crushed the buds in his hand, and touching Irma's face, he said that it is done like this, by rubbing the petals on her lips. Irma stood as if in a daze. He thought that was it. She was in his arms, just a little more. His lips were almost with her lips. His finger lay on the girl's parted lip. And then Irma touched her lip with her finger and happily said that the color of her lips had changed, wondering what it meant that women from the plains used flowers as lipstick. Taking out a pocket mirror, she looked with delight at her lips painted in a new color and began to chatter. So there are other colors. Zemo stood not knowing what to do. All his seduction was reduced to zero. Irma's thoughts ran through the ingredients for making lipstick. She remembered that it included wax and olive oil. Her cheeks were flushed with nervous ecstasy. Her brain was generating ideas. And you can also make blush. No woman can resist such cosmetics. What sales will there be? Zemo stood there completely lost, trying to attract attention. She finally finished him off by bombarding him with questions about what other flowers there are, and in what plains they grow. Pulling himself together, he replied that there were no others, and they had only managed to get these with difficulty. Okay. Irma sighed in disappointment, but then she said with a businesslike air, "Let's see what else is here." Zemo, pale, did not know how to approach her. He could barely contain himself from the anger that was overwhelming him. He didn't believe that Irma was so unavailable. And then, Zemo decided to repeat his attempt at seduction, taking her by the waist with one hand and holding her hand with the other, and looking passionately, asking her to touch the fabric that interested her. The fabric was on Zemo. The girl touched it and looked at it, realizing that it was thin to the touch. You wouldn't wear it in winter. Suddenly she screamed, looking to the side. But this is quite suitable. She ran to feel the soft material, similar to wool, from which a sweater could be made. When they left the storage, a satisfied Irma asked to send the things as soon as possible, and Zemo looked at her and thought she was a fool, or pretending to be one. If she really was stupid, then he would definitely get her. When she was about to leave, Zemo suggested celebrating their collaboration with a delicious dinner. She thought about Jono. He was not here, and he would probably be very worried. As he was worried when she went to him in the storage room, Irma thought that it was worth being vigilant, and said that she couldn't. It was time to go home. Ricky and her mother were waiting for her there. He didn't have time to say anything before she, leaving, added that he could come visit them, and they would feed him deliciously. And then she ran home as fast as she could, complaining about the late hour. Returning to the tribe and meeting Jono, she told him about Zemo's proposals and about dinner. The guy heatedly replied that he was trying to seduce her. Irma noted that there was nothing to worry about, since she had turned him down. But Jono was clearly worried. The Kwe tribe doesn't just give up without getting what they want. In the end, they agreed to be doubly careful now, and when Ricky returned, it would be safer if two trappers could fight back. At this time, they heard their names. The elder was calling them. They ran up to the woman and reported that they had returned. It was obvious that the elder was nervous and wanted to tell them something, but didn't know how. But there was no need to speak. Reich appeared and waved his hand to Irma. Irma was very happy to see her friend, unlike Jono, who was burning with jealousy. When they found themselves in the elder's house, Reich told them that Mia had given away the location of the mine. That is, everyone understood why she lived in such comfort in the Kwe tribe. But Irma and Jono could not understand how Mia found out about the mine. Reich was angry, reporting that Mia had picked up one of the patrolmen, who told her about the salt, after which she ran away. The Fallen did not have time to catch up with her. The Kwe tribe beat her off. The elder understood why the Kwe tribe had recently been frequenting the forest of animals, until they found the mine, but it was a matter of time. Reich understood what this meant for the Osawa tribe and suggested to the elder that he take the trappers away from the mine. The last thing he needed was a quarrel with the Kwe tribe. But Jono boldly declared that there is no place for cowards in his tribe. They are ready to fight. Although there are significantly fewer of them, the elder also supported her son. They cooperate with the Fallen, and therefore will be together until the end. But Reich reminded that by collaborating with the Fallen, they set not only the Q tribe against themselves, but also the other tribes. The elder, Irma, and John looked at him, not knowing what to answer. Reich was right. Here Irma spoke up that it was time to change their thinking. Before Kwe found the salt, they still had time to get it. The elder agreed. But would they have enough time? Irma suggested setting off a false trail to gain time. Jono patted his clever wife on the head and added that he would gather as many males as possible in order to take all the salt from the mine as quickly as possible. Reich asked anxiously, even if they managed to get all the salt, how to transport it without being noticed. The elder reassured him the salt could be stored here, because the Kui only knew about the Fallen, so no one would even think about them. Irma supported her. When Kuye saw that there was no salt, they would return it to his tribe. Reich agreed. He stated that he completely trusted Irma, and therefore her tribe. When Irma and Jono approached the house, the girl was happy, but her husband stood there frowning. Irma did not hide her joy at seeing Reich, and so soon. Looking at Jono, she laughed good-naturedly at his displeased face. Poking him in the cheek with her finger, she asked why his face looked so dissatisfied. He hugged Irma like a child and shared what was bothering him. At dinner, she fed Reich. Irma really wanted to please her friend with delicious recipes. Irma gently patted her husband on the cheek and calmly replied that Reich was their guest. And so what if she fed him? Once again, passionately grabbing Irma into his arms, Jono said that now she needed to make amends with him. Her question was answered with a passionate kiss on the lips. She couldn't resist his caresses. The next morning, Irma was still sleeping soundly when she heard someone calling her in her sleep. She really didn't want to wake up, but she jumped up when a voice screamed calling her, as if through a speaker. Rubbing her ear, which was burning from the loud scream, she asked Ben what happened. He, sitting with a pile of books, seriously stated that there was a problem with Reich. Irma immediately began to defend her friend. Reich would not hurt her. You can't think that he is bad just because he is fallen. But the boy replied that he didn't care whether he was fallen or not. He felt that he was under the curse of his master. Irma immediately remembered the legend about the curse, which means it's true. It turns out that the current situation of the fallen is connected with their punishment. She asked what they did wrong, but Ben didn't know. But he knows for sure that he checked all the information. And 5,000 years ago, the fallen did not exist. This was a revelation. It turns out that in Ben's time, there were no fallen ones. Ben confirmed that he thinks their curse is related to the death of his master. In the morning, Irma stunned her people and Reich by declaring that she needed to go to the Dark City. Jono and the Elder tried to dissuade her. The Ku tribe is now especially careful to watch the Dark City. And besides, she is pregnant. But Irma was adamant. The keys to the solution lay in the Dark City. Moreover, she will learn why the fallen are cursed. Reich asked her hopefully if she could remove the curse. The girl explained that, as Ben said, if you find the root cause of the curse, then you can remove the curse itself. Of course, Reich agreed to help, promising to protect at the cost of his own life. Irma asked her husband and the elder not to worry about her, as not only her fate depended on it. Jono eventually said that she was his mate, and he would support her in everything, and was ready to go with her. But Reich immediately cut it off. He can only take Irma. He explained that the feud between the trappers and the fallen had not gone away. The Q tribe was keeping a close eye, so there was no point in attracting unnecessary attention. Reich explained to Irma that she would have to pretend that he had returned her so as not to arouse suspicion. Jono asked Reich to protect and defend his wife, reminding him that she was his responsibility, and he swore that he would rather die than let her be harmed. After saying goodbye to Jono, Irma promised to return safe and sound. Jono kissed her goodbye and said he would wait. A few days later, Irma and Reich found themselves at the walls of the Dark City, which struck Irma. How long did it take to build such walls? Reich warned that they were starting a game for everyone. He deliberately said loudly that the Dark City had been here for centuries, passed down from one generation to another, so he shouldn't even think about escaping. Irma quite pitifully shed a tear, begging to be let go to her partner. Reich, grinning at the public, declared that never. Then he threw the girl over his shoulder, saying that now she belonged to him. The patrolmen were delighted with the leader. He's cool. Irma heard what the patrolmen were saying about her, that she was the same female that everyone was talking about, and that the chief had returned her. She whispered to Reich, "So this is what the city of the fallen is like." Reich replied that his house was ahead, where they did not need to pretend. Yours appeared in front of them, the one who was at the head. Staring at Irma with a grin, asked Reich why the female was with him. The guy realized that he himself had forbidden anyone to be brought in, and now it turns out he himself is breaking his own rules. Reich turned to the smug guy, stating that he didn't tell him what to do, so why was he meddling in his business? Reich's answer made the guy lose his temper, and he rushed forward with his fists. He rushed about in anger, trying to hit Reich when he heard his voice that he had gotten carried away. Reich moved very quickly while he turned his head in search of the head. The guys watching the action shouted at the guy to be more careful, pointing their fingers behind his back. Too late. Reich answered behind his back, his eyes flashing. The next minute, the impudent fellow was flying with splashes of blood. Reich stood there with an unperturbed expression, throwing the attacker at his friends. Irma stood with Reich in a daze, everyone looking at them. Suddenly, a young man came forward with joyful cries addressed to Reich. He unceremoniously ran up to Irma, declaring that this was the same female. Had she really found an approach to this ice cube, wondering if she had found Reich as a partner for the kids? Reich, pushing the unceremonious guy away, said that he would talk to him later. Arriving at his house, which amazed Irma, who was turning her head looking at everything, she asked why that guy was behaving like that with him. Reich Sitting the girl down so she could rest, explained that he was under the patronage of a priestess, and that was why he did not feel the shores. The guy named Lori jumped up to Irma again, cheerfully declaring that he had never seen Reich treat females like that. Apparently, she really was his wife. Then Reich tried to introduce them to each other. It was his brother, and he was also the head of the Dark City. He explained to his brother that this was the same female from the Osawa tribe that he had told him about in his letter. She had taught them how to store food. Lori became even more inspired and rushed to Irma, because she knows how to cook all sorts of delicious things. Reich, pulling his brother away, explained that Irma was here to remove the curse, but he did not understand what curse they were talking about. So I had to sit down and tell Lori everything to bring him up to speed on what was happening. They told him about Irma's abilities and how they met. Lori became serious and said this. Irma sadly said that the Dark City was so big, she didn't even know where to start. But Lori encouraged her that she needed to go to the High Priestess. Irma's eyes widened. This is the same one who patronizes that guy who attacked Reich. Lori confirmed that the priestess has great knowledge and power, so she will tell you where to go. But Reich interjected that the priestess had never been particularly interested in the city, allowing her subordinates to break the laws, so he doubted that she would say anything useful. Suddenly, one of the servants ran in shouting that the high priestess was sending a message to the head of the Reich. Then he bowed and said that the priestess wanted to see the female he had brought. Irma, flushed with surprise, only asked again if he wanted to meet her. The guys wondered why the priestess needed to see Irma so urgently, and the servant, looking at Irma, wondered if she knew the purpose of his arrival. Reich barked that the high priestess could not order him around, and therefore no one would go anywhere. The servant was horrified by this answer. Lori asked his brother why he was so angry. They themselves wanted to go to her. Irma also interjected that they could all go together. The one who entered from behind added that this girl, pointing to Irma, was better informed than the head. He flatteringly praised Irma's appearance. She looks good, and her eyes are blue like those of a messenger from heaven. He had already extended his hands to lead the girl to the high priestess. How Reich abruptly grabbed his hand with a menacing cry not to touch her. Then, covering Irma with his body, he threw him away so that he flew to the floor, claiming that he brought this woman, and by law she belongs to him. A beaten servant with a broken face tried to threaten Reich, but he ordered him to get out. Lori seriously noted that although the priestess would not do anything to him, the southern part of the city was still under her power, and it was not worth treating her servant like that. Irma didn't understand why Reich didn't want to go to her, but he explained that the priestess had always not cared about them. But when Irma appeared, she became strangely animated. Gently embracing her, he quietly added that he couldn't let her go to her alone, and if they all went, then the situation had to be under their control. He said this, looking deeply into her eyes with the strength to be with her and protect her. Left alone in the room allocated to her, she consulted with Bino. She needed to sort out the southern part of the city and still come to the priestess voluntarily. She would have to wait 5 days. The boy replied that he had waited 5,000 years, so he would definitely last 5 days. The main thing was that she was safe. Then his eyes lit up with a joyful glow from the fact that the priestess's house was located in the southern part. Bino said that something was wrong with this priestess. He felt some familiar vibrations, and they were coming from the southern direction. They were trying to understand whether the priestess was their friend or enemy. Suddenly they heard Reich's voice outside the door, asking if she was asleep. When he entered, the girl was surprised that it was so late, and he was still doing business. He said that the temperature difference in the desert was great. She was not yet used to it, so he brought her blankets. The girl was pleased with his care, but Reich gently corrected her that she shouldn't thank him for what he was obliged to do. They were followed by Lori, who shouted to his brother not to give up. He is cool. He was able to bring the woman back, realizing that his brother clearly needed help in the love sphere. And he jumped out and ran towards them with the thought that he was helping his brother. Reich managed to catch a glimpse of him, realizing what he could expect from him. Shouting cautiously, he covered Irma with himself, who did not understand anything. Their faces were so close to each other, they blushed. He remembered Laurie's words that since the curse would soon be lifted, it was time to think about marriage. Irma would be a great wife. And then Reich seemed to only now understand the meaning of becoming his wife, and he pressed his lips to hers and kissed her passionately and lovingly. Irma jerked back, realizing what was happening. The word with his name escaped her lips. He said that he would do everything for her happiness. Would she give him a chance? Irma pulled her hand from his, saying to forgive her. Irma didn't know what to say, and Reich was wondering what he should do now. As soon as she wanted to speak, he put his finger to her lips and asked her not to say anything. He understood everything then. Then, smiling softly, he asked if they were still friends, and Irma nodded, of course. Then she hastened to throw him out of the room, citing the late hour and the fact that he was tired during the day. Smiling shyly, she wished him good night and hurried to close the door. Reich also said good night with an embarrassed smile. When she closed the door, his eyes were full of pain and despair. He said good night out loud to her again. He needed to be alone with himself. He looked at the starry sky, trying to collect his thoughts. Irma sighed with relief. He finally left. She needed to keep her distance from him in the future. Ben didn't understand why she had to keep her distance. This Reich liked her so much. Why not just accept his feelings? Irma sternly replied that she was a civilized person and would not tolerate polygamy. She did not need 100 husbands. But the boy reminded her that she was no longer living in her own world. So why not accept the rules of the new one? Bino reminded her that according to the rules of her time, don't interfere with someone else's monastery with your statutes. In this world, hunters start harems for themselves, and she will have to accept this sooner or later. But the girl firmly replied that she was not going to accept such a thing. At this time, Reich was still thinking about his feelings for Irma. As I felt someone's hand on my shoulder, it was Lori who was confused as to why his brother was not in Irma's chambers. Reich looked at him and asked if it was he who had set it all up. But he didn't even think of denying it. He wanted to help him. Lori, in his usual style, began giving his brother love advice. But Reich, smiling sadly, replied that Irma had made it clear that she would only accept one partner. Lori flared up. And this is his brother speaking. This is not the Reich he knows who would fight. Reich replied that Irma had made him this way, but Lori did not calm down. He was not sending him to his death, but wanted him to take advantage of the opportunity. Reich didn't understand what Lori was talking about. What opportunity? He smiled slyly and whispered to Reich the possibility of leaving her in the dark city. It was deep night, and Irma, tired from the busy day, was fast asleep. The door to her room opened, and a figure in a black robe appeared, almost merging with the darkness. The figure approached the sleeping girl and extended its hand towards her. The stranger's hand reached for her face. The girl was sleeping, but did not manage to reach it. Someone's determined hand intercepted her. Irma jumped up in rage and screamed who he was and what he was going to do to her. And then she pushed the stranger with all her might. Irma mentally thanked Ben for waking her up, and Irma used the inventory from which she got the hemp to neutralize the alien. The effects of the cannabis were supposed to help knock out the person who entered the room. Irma was scared, but she approached the lying stranger to remove his hood and see who wanted to attack her. But he grabbed her hand. He was still conscious. But when he stood up and grabbed Irma by the hands, the girl could not even scream from the fear that gripped her. At that moment, Reich ran into the room. He freed Irma's hands from the stranger's hands, ordering her not to be touched. And then he struck with force at the enemy, who did not expect such resistance. Reich was very worried that he had done something to Irma, but the girl assured him that she was fine. He hugged her to himself with such relief, and Irma noticed that she was no longer such a softie. The criminal wanted to take advantage of this and escape, but Lori blocked his path and asked him where he was going. Reich and his brother demanded that he confess who sent him to capture Irma, promising an easy death. But the mysterious stranger did not answer, stating that they still hoped to catch him. And when Lori wanted to grab the impudent fellow, to everyone's amazement, he turned into a crow and flew out the window cawing. The brothers immediately understood that this was the high priestess, who would not give up trying to meet Irma. But they did not understand why she was so determined. Then Irma said in a firm tone that they would no longer guess, but would meet with her. Reich was concerned and asked his friend what she was up to. The girl answered cheerfully. Since she had sent her subordinate, she must be waiting for news from him. And the subordinate, with a bloody hand, walked through the temple of sacrifice. He entered her hall and apologized for not being able to complete the task and bring the female. But the majestic woman sitting on the throne replied that he had done an excellent job. The one she needed was already here. Afterwards, she told the head of Reich louder to go through since he was already here. Reich and Irma, standing in the corridor, looked at each other in fear. They had been noticed. Before that, they planned that Reich would go out and detain the priestess, and Irma would have time to escape if Lori helped her. But Irma was worried about Reich, but he calmed her down. It was not the first time for him. Now he stood in front of the priestess, who asked how he was. He answered that everything was fine until the moment when her subordinate burst into his house. The subordinate reprimanded him for disrespectfully addressing the high priestess, but the woman said that she and Reich needed to talk. The confused and angry servant obeyed. When he was leaving, Reich mockingly added that the priestess had a very obedient dog, but she needed to be watched, otherwise she might not leave someone else's house. Reich suggested that the priestess talk in the inner chamber so that Irma would have a chance to escape. But the priestess asked that his female also join the conversation. Listening, Irma was amazed. As she learned that she also came with Reich, it was time to resolve everything. Reich began to deny that there was no female with him, but Irma appeared behind him and, in a decisive tone, declared that since the priestess knew that they were here together, she would also talk. Standing next to Reich, she decisively declared that she was listening to why the priestess needed her. The woman, not believing her eyes, grabbed Irma by the hands, shouting that she had come. She did not believe her eyes. Ben got in touch and told Irma that this woman was not alive, but some force was holding her in a dead body. Irma, realizing that she was talking to a living corpse or a ghost, hid in horror behind Reich. Reich added that apparently the priestess was mistaken. Irma had just arrived in the city, but the woman said that she was 5,000 years old. She was the one chosen by young Master Ben. Irma was shocked. She knows Ben, asking the boy if he knows this woman. Ben's eyes widened as he recognized such familiar features, but he did not dare to speak. Irma was afraid for her ghostly friend, but the priestess said that she was the young master's servant. Ben burst into tears and stretched out his hands to the elderly woman, calling her sister. The woman saw the boy and tears rolled down her cheeks. She cried, remembering the words of the beast god that she would see Ben, and there would be someone to avenge him. Irma breathed a sigh of relief. If the priestess knew Ben and was his friend, then he was not an enemy. Ben and the priestess cried with joy. Irma tried to calm them down, saying that they should be glad that they finally met. Irma and Bina recalled the prophecy of the beast god and asked who killed Bina. It turned out to be his three sisters who found out that the beast god wanted to pass the throne to Ben, so they decided to eliminate him. So the sisters united and attacked the beast god. The battle was devastating. The mountains shook. The sea raged. After that, the continent turned into ruins. The legacy of civilization sank into oblivion. The god beast understood that if the battle continued, the world would be destroyed. He then used the remnants of his soul power to suppress Ben's sisters at the foot of the Black Cliff, and in the same way, he trapped Ben's soul in his body. The woman squeezed the boy's hands, remembering how the master promised that even after thousands of years he would return. And she headed to the vault to give Ben everything that was left of the beast god. The boy was surprised that the master had really left him something. The priestess walked down the long staircase, and Ben followed her like a ghost. Reich, as always, was on the edge of caution, so he told Irma that he would go first. The girl understood that Reich cared about her very much, looked after her, and she was annoyed that she could not give him anything in return. When everyone came to the huge stone, Ben asked the guy next to it what kind of boulder it was. The priestess replied that it was a totem stone. Everyone looked at it without taking their eyes off it, and that this stone was bequeathed to Beanie. When the boy touched the stone, it began to glow with a bright yellow flame. The light began to cover the entire cave. Irma was blinded by the bright light, and Reich immediately rushed to close it. Ben stood as if in hypnosis, not reacting to the voice of Irma who was calling him, after which he grabbed the priestess by the throat, yelling that she was even thinking of joking like that. Irma was very worried about Ben, and also asked the priestess what was wrong with him. Despite Reich squeezing his fist on her neck, she croaked that the young master was fine. He had simply removed the seal and was now receiving a revelation from the beast god. The girl asked Reich to let the priestess go, thinking that since she didn't even resist, her feelings for Bene weren't fake. The boy obeyed, but still warned Irma that she shouldn't come close. She asked the priestess what was so special about the totem stone that it was sealed. It turned out that the totem stone was a common thing in the world of trappers, and whoever wanted to use it had to be blessed to gain power. This means that the stone contained great power, and now that the seal has been removed, this power is in their hands. Ben began to cry and muttered, finishing his dialogue with the spirit of the god beast, that he would definitely restore the fallen civilization. It was a pity that he was still too young for this. Irma told the crying child that she would definitely help, and that he shouldn't be upset. They would do it together. Ben muttered that he would definitely cope, and the priestess admired how he had matured. The god beast would be proud of him. By the way, the fallen were also given to him so that he could remove the curse. Here, Reich yelled that she was saying such things now, which meant that the god beast cursed them intentionally. Apparently, he wanted to beat a confession out of her again. But Irma stopped him, and the woman had not yet finished speaking. The priestess replied that the beast god would never curse without reason. He loved his children. His ancestors were guards, whom the eldest daughter of the beast god incited to rebellion. The curse was passed down from generation to generation, but the beast god is merciful. If they help Irma restore order, the curse will be lifted. Irma took his hand, saying that she would definitely help the fallen ones remove the curse. He hugged her in gratitude. Yes, together they could do anything. Irma wondered if they were violating each other's boundaries. But on the other hand, as a good friend, she should console him. Ben told her to put the totem stone in her inventory, since it would be inconvenient for them to take it outside. Irma thoughtfully looked ahead and said that Ricky never returned, so he would be surprised to learn that everyone became totem warriors. Suddenly it dawned on Irma that Ricky had said that there were partial totems in the city of the Trapper Lords, but the priestess said that there is only one real totem stone, and there can be no others. Our heroine assumed that someone had revealed the secret of the real totem and erected an incomplete one. Perhaps she conspired with the city of Beastmasters. The city of the Trapper Lords is the most prosperous city in the world and has enormous power. Not only are there countless masters, but there are also legends that the four kings are the descendants who inherited the blood of the gods. How complicated it all is. But Reich encouraged her, saying that everything was fine, that he was there for her, and would definitely help. As a sign of his words, he placed his hand on her shoulder, on which Irma placed hers. This gave Irma strength, because now they have the support of the fallen, and if their hunters become totem warriors, they will be able to compete with the overlords. Bena and Irma understood that this city was located far away on the plain, so news from the Osawa tribe would not reach them quickly. Their dialogue was interrupted by the voice of the priestess, who began to peacefully melt into thin air, saying that since everything was getting better for them, it was time for her to retire. Ben rushed towards her, with tears in his eyes, as if trying to hold her back. The woman reassured him with a smile. No need to cry. She had died a long time ago, and was just a ghost waiting 5,000 years to see him again. As she disappeared, she pointed to Irma, saying that with such a witty companion, he would overcome everything. She completed her mission in the Dark City, and Irma will be followed by people loyal to her. Dissolving, her last words were that she believed that she would be able to revive the legacy of the beast god. All that was left of the woman was her veil, which Ben hugged and sobbed. Irma calmed the boy down. The master and priestess would not like to see him in such a state, after which she turned to Reich with the words that they needed to leave the Dark City. The rulers might become suspicious. Suddenly, a trapper appeared in front of them. Reich immediately began to cover Irma with shouts of who he was. It was Mo, who was responsible for the safety of the priests. He stood with an imperturbable look, his arms folded across his chest. Reich saw the rage in Mo's eyes. This is the priestess's subordinate. I wonder how long he was here and what he heard. Reich decided to ask the guard directly how long he had been there. Irma and Reich were worried about how to explain the disappearance of the priestess who was with them. But now, she was gone. Irma decided to take on the explanation by stepping forward and trying to explain, but her words began to falter. Mo replied that the priestess left absolutely calmly, so Irma asked again. Swallowing, the girl added that the priestess had told them that she had finished all her business. But what struck Irma most was when Mo knelt before her and greeted her as the new mistress. The guy said that the priestess said that Irma is her successor, and the beast god, as well as the mistress of the fallen, they will follow her to wash away the shame of the betrayal of their ancestors and return to their former greatness. Irma thought that the guy was mistaken, that Ben was a follower of the priestess and the beast god. But the boy told her that he was just a soul, and without Irma, he couldn't do anything. But Irma still raised Mo from his knees, asking him not to call her mistress. She was simply Irma. Then, thinking that she would not hear anything more shocking, she asked if the priestess had said anything else. Mo calmly and imperturbably replied, yes, that she and Reich should have a wedding ceremony. Reich and Irma were staggered by these words. At Reich's house, Mo assured that he had found a person who would pose as the high priestess, so no one would know about her death. The hunters from the southern part would guard the head's house and obey him. Reich promised Irma that he would help her. They would have an army no worse than that of the masters of the trappers. Mo noted that it was necessary to take care of the ceremony. It would be a grand celebration. Everyone in the city would know about it. Irma jumped up, blushing. No, she had already said. There would be no ceremony, period. She then hesitantly explained that she and Reich were just friends, and that they pretended that he had kidnapped her. Not knowing what to do, completely confused, Irma said that she should at least think everything over. She didn't understand at all what to do. Mo calmly replied that he understood her, and the girls sighed with relief. Then Mo added that he understood that she needed to cope with her emotions and make a decision so as not to regret anything. The more they delay now, the more problems there will be in the future. It seems the priestess's servant did not understand her, but she couldn't say anything because Lori, as always, came in with a beaming smile and was glad to see everyone. Lori said that there was some kind of chaos in the city, so he needed troops. Irma whispered to Ray that they go for a walk and not disturb the boys. Reich nodded and they left the room. But before he could move away, someone grabbed him by the arm and stopped him. Lori whispered to his brother that this was his chance, and he couldn't miss it. Then the guy continued to talk with Mo about business, glancing every now and then at his brother and Irma. Reich was depressed by Irma's reaction to their ceremony, and his brother's voice was playing in his head that this was his chance. He kept his eyes on the girl as they stood in the yard of his house. Irma, looking at the sky, said that the temperature here at night was really different. But if they grew fruits, there would be a stable source of food. And then she froze. She says we, if this continues. Reich pulled her towards him and asked if they were going to get married. Irma froze. She felt good with him. But then a blush covered her face. She began to speak but did not know what to say. Reich turned her towards him again and answered for her. Yes, he knows that only Jono, but the priestess could not be mistaken. Irma didn't understand what the priestess had to do with it, and Reich explained that she assumed that if they got married, she would become the wife of the city's head. Mo would become her subordinate on legal grounds, and that meant they would be able to get the support of the entire city. The girl answered, but wouldn't they obey her if they didn't get married? Then he noted that she was not fallen like the people of the Dark City, even if she introduced herself as the heir of the beast god. He was hated here. Irma said that there had to be another way. Reich said with such hope in his eyes that she still needed the status of the wife of the city head, and it would just be a formality. He gallantly kissed her hand, saying that she deserved it. Irma again did not know what to answer. Again, the image of her husband appeared before her, but their dialogue was interrupted by the cry of a subordinate who shouted that there was trouble and help was needed. Irma and Reich froze in horror at what it could be. Problems with salt. But things were more serious. The Kwei tribe learned that the Fallen were collaborating with Osawa. A few days ago in the Osawa tribe, Jono was talking to a familiar trapper while working, who shared that his sister had fallen in love again. Yes, not everyone is as lucky as Jono. Jono smiled awkwardly, thinking that this was true. At that moment, he saw in front of him Yuki, one of the sons of the elder of the Kwei tribe, who called Jono and his tribe traitors. But he forced a smile and asked in surprise why they hadn't warned him about the visit, and he thought that they must have found out about the mine. Jono gave Yuki a friendly hug, stating that they needed to talk. The guy needed to buy time so that his people could hide everything. But Yuki pulled away from Jono. He clearly had no intention of joking. Sharply pushing Yuki's hand away, he said that he knew everything about collaborating with the Fallen. Then, as if in a fever, he pulled off the rag covering the trapper's basket to prove his case. Then Jono replied that there was no need to slander. Yes, they found salt deposits, but they had nothing to do with the Fallen. Yuki remembered Mia, who said that the Fallen had found the deposits and mined salt a long time ago. So it was just a coincidence. Of course not. And there was no need to make fools of them. A fight was brewing. Yuki was beside himself with anger, declaring how the Osawa tribe had agreed to go against all the trappers. It was a disgrace. Jono was ready to fight. Jono's preparedness amazed Yuki, who reminded him that he had not come alone. Two tribes stood opposite each other, ready to fight. Jono gave orders to his assistant to fly and inform the other tribes that Kwei had decided to start a war. Yuki blushed with indignation when they wanted to start a war. Then Jano asked for proof of cooperation with the fallen. Yuki pointed his finger at the trapper carrying the basket. Jano didn't consider this as evidence. It was just a setup to get the salt for himself. The son of the priest Kue was angry with himself. He just needed to find the mine. And now Jano had driven him into a corner. He understood that if a war began, dozens of tribes would unite. He put on a mocking smile and told Jono that he considered himself the smartest, and he gave the order to his assistant to tell all the tribes that Osawa wanted to use the mine alone. Jono was speechless. The anger that had taken over him pushed him to attack Yuki with his fists. The smug head of Kue said that he was just helping to share, since the mine could not belong only to Osawa. Jono discussed the current situation with his mother. They understood that the Kue wanted to appropriate the mine for themselves, spread rumors. Other trappers looked at them as crazy for collaborating with the fallen. Jono was on the verge of despair. How were they going to take out the salt now? If they didn't come up with something, it would all be over. Suddenly, someone behind in a black robe said that there was a way out. It was Irma who added with a smile that she knew how to take out salt. Jono was so happy to see his wife that he hugged her in his joy. She looked at her, trying not to miss anything, how things were in the dark city, and she had lost weight. Irma also wanted to tell so many things. Reich stood and looked at Irma and Jono with pain in his heart, while the girl told how Reich brought her back as soon as they learned about the situation with the spring. An argument began between the guys. Reich angrily noted that Irma ate well, and Jono declared that he knew his wife inside and out, and would notice even if a hair fell from her head. The priestess approached Irma and asked if she really knew how to secretly transfer the salt. Irma wanted to share the plan when Reich stood up with her and declared that they would go together. There would be no problems. Jono immediately approached his wife and stated how he imagined it. There are many eyes in the forest. The priestess agreed that as soon as they were seen with the fallen, the Ku tribe would start a war. But Irma had a plan. She would try to get through, and then we would see. Irma went out. The guards asked if she was going without Jono, and the girl nodded. Yes. Her husband was busy. She was watched in the bushes by hunters from the Kwe tribe. The elder gave orders to another to watch her. Irma repulsed him. He was angry and could not remember why this female seemed familiar to him. And then he remembered. This was Jono's partner. A couple of minutes later, he told the head of Yuki about this. He was confident in his words, since many people had seen Irma at the market. Yuki was anticipating revenge. Jono thought that he had let his guard down and would not know about his female. Taking out his sword, he gave the order to the elder to gather the hunters. This will be a great excuse to get rid of Jono. At the entrance to the cave, the trapper reported to Yuki that he saw a female enter the cave. They did nothing. They waited for the chief. Yuki checked to see if anyone had entered or left the cave, but he was assured that there was no one except Irma. He was already imagining how he would catch the Osawa tribe and its leader red-handed, and gave the order to surround the cave and not let anyone through. A great time to destroy both the fallen and Osawa and get the salt. Jono approached along with the head of the Black Tower tribe, Hei, and the elder of the Red Valley tribe, Olin, as well as the head of the Blue Moon, Sioro. Seeing the heads of these tribes, Yuki's face reflected fear and dismay at what they were doing here. Jono replied that his partner was lost in the forest, and the tribal leaders kindly offered to help. He then asked Yuki what he was doing at the cave, and if he had seen his partner. Yuki said that there was no need to pretend, and that 3 chapters would show that Osawa was in cahoots with the fallen. The heads of the tribes repeated in chorus, as if in collusion with the fallen. Jono told Yuki not to tarnish the name of his tribe. He just wanted to take their food and make them look like traitors. Hei and Olin sternly asked Yuki if he was sure of his words. Such things are not to be joked about. He confidently suggested entering the cave, where Osawa and the Fallen were mining salt, and the female Jono entered to warn. At that moment, Irma jumped out of the cave, screaming for help. She screamed that there were fallen people in the cave. Jono shouted more carefully, and Reich was visible from behind in the darkness of the cave. Irma rushed to her husband, who covered her with his wings, half turning. He picked her up in his arms, rising above the ground. The elders looked at what was happening in bewilderment. They saw a group of fallen ones emerge from the cave. Reich and his trappers looked at those standing. He was calm, pretending to be a little surprised by what he saw. The tribal leaders said that it was true that the Fallen were operating here, but it didn't seem like the Osawa were cooperating with them. But Yuki publicly declared that Jono was putting on an act, so he attacked him, pointing at the frightened Irma. Then one of the leaders shouted that now was not the time for arguing. There were more important matters, and these were the Fallen, he said, pointing at Reich. Reich, pretending to be pleased, said that the trappers had surprised him and that he had no intention of killing today. But apparently he would have to. Jono shouted that 5 tribes were with him and that the one who would die was Reich and his Fallen. Reich narrowed his eyes at the guy. Well, the power of the 5 tribes sounds good. Then he rushed into an impromptu fight with Jono, shouting that he would now demonstrate his strength. Jono hit him, calling him a creature that strikes from behind. Reich moved very quickly, calling it strategy. He then rushed at Yuki and grabbed him by the throat. He lightly squeezed the head of Quay, as if he were a chicken, calling him a vile creature in front of everyone. They shouted to Reich that this was the son of the head of the Quay tribe, and if something happened to him, he wouldn't get away with it. Jono said that even if Yuki was wounded, the Fallen would not be able to escape, so there was no need to threaten them. But the tribal leaders stopped him. He shouldn't provoke the Fallen and act rashly. Reich stated that since they did not want a massacre, his Fallen must first leave safely. The trappers were given the order by their leaders to move aside. Now the Fallen could leave. A corridor was made for them. But Reich again grabbed Yuki by the throat, delightedly declaring that they had not yet sorted out their affairs. He backed away and shouted that they were strangers. What other business? And then Reich declared that they had once collaborated in salt mining, and now Kuo wants to appropriate it all for himself. Jono picked up on this, so the Quez themselves collaborated with the Fallen, and they blamed the Osawa tribe. Yuki tried to justify himself. It was a lie, but Reich pushed him away with his tail, saying that he wouldn't let it go. As he was leaving, he asked to tell the old man, meaning Yuki's father, that if the Quay tribe ever set foot in the dark city again, they would have no peace. They tried to cheer Yuki up, but he was terribly angry after experiencing such humiliation. Everyone pounced on him, demanding to explain what agreements the Fallen One was talking about. The enraged man tried to prove that the Osawa tribe had conspired against him. Then he ordered his men to quickly examine the cave. Osawa's trappers must be there. They couldn't have dragged the salt so quickly. When one of the trappers came out, he reported that there was no salt in the cave. There were Osawa trappers. But he did not have time to finish. Yuki interrupted him and declared with glee, "Here is the proof. Now they won't find fault." He shouted that these traitors needed to be captured, meaning the Osawa trappers. Irma stopped him in anger and suggested that they first look at the trappers. Finally, the trapper who had examined the cave was able to insert that the trappers from Osawa who were in the cave were tied up and beaten. Coming out of the cave, they approached Jono, complaining that they had been tied up and beaten during the hunt. Yuki's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it, and he continued to insist that they were playing a joke on everyone. Jono and Irma continued to console their people in front of everyone, declaring that they would not let the Fallen get away with this. Jono then accused Yuki of conspiring with the Fallen to kill his compatriots. He began to justify himself. The Fallen were lying. The Kui tribe had nothing to do with it. Irma, shedding tears, turned to the three elders, who saw with their own eyes how her partner was wounded, and the trappers were tied up and beaten. The elders surrounded Yuki with a menacing look. He nervously tried to prove that he had nothing to do with it. After all, he had suffered too. Jono walked away, giggling, and told Irma that their plan, although cruel, at least they had diverted suspicion from themselves, and Yuki would now stay away from them. But Irma cheerfully took some blood from his finger, saying that it was not real blood, and no one was hurt. Jono, without taking his eyes off her, said with rapid breathing that the berry was sweet. Irma, also looking into his eyes, quietly replied that she could collect it for him. When they stood like this, her heart always beat faster. Jono was already looking forward to the evening, whispering to her to apply the berry juice to her body. The elder was pleased with the work done, praising the boys, but she did not understand why Irma's face was so flushed. Irma hesitated awkwardly and blamed it all on the heat, quickly turning the conversation to the Kui tribe. But her expression was distant. Jono always said so many things that made her blush with shame. Irma and the elder discussed the situation with the mine. There was no evidence of cooperation with the fallen, so the heads of the neighboring tribes took their word for it. But the priestess was haunted by the question of how Irma managed to transfer the salt. Jono was also curious about how she managed to transfer the salt in such a short time. Irma burst out laughing and admitted that Ben's ability helped her. The system inventory could hold a lot, and she dragged the salt through it. But of course, she couldn't tell about the inventory. The priestess also liked the plan, and most importantly, its successful implementation. Suddenly, they saw a hooded figure standing behind the door and shouted who was there. They were overcome with fear. This someone had been standing there all this time, which meant he had heard the conversation. But when the mysterious visitor removed his hood, they saw a smiling Reich. Irma exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him, and Jono asked disappointedly whether the leader had left. Reich gently patted Irma on the head and said, "How could he leave without saying goodbye?" And then he added that she didn't have to return with him, saying that their ceremony would take place without her. When Jono heard about the ceremony, he lit up like a match. He immediately pounced on Reich, knocking him down and calling him an asshole. There was no stopping him. He didn't trust his wife to him just to get her into bed. Reich tried in vain to explain something, so he warned that he would have to use force. Jono was excited by these words. "Let's fight. Great. Stop dodging." Reich, wiping the blood from his lip, said that Jono left him no choice. A fight broke out. Irma screamed for them to stop, but no one listened to her. The guys were beating each other up, not paying the slightest attention to the girl. Then Irma called upon the priestess to do something to break it up, but the woman stood there with a blissful smile. After which, she simply turned around and said that this is the business of males. They often fight over females. Well, they beat each other up and go their separate ways. And she has business at the mine. Irma was terrified of how to separate them. What should she do? Here, Reich's tail slashed Jono across the face, and Jono scratched Reich's chest with his sharp claws. The girl blamed herself for everything. She needed to stay away from Reich. Then she decided to get between them, shouting, "Enough!" She closed her eyes, because they were in such agony that they might not notice her. But to her surprise, the guys suddenly stopped, and all attention switched to her. Whether they had hurt her, whether they had touched her, why had she taken such a risk? Irma told Reich that he needed to leave, and she would explain everything to Jono. Reich agreed with disappointment, and leaving, said that he would wait for news from her. His heart sank as he saw Irma tenderly ask Jono if his cuts hurt much. Reich walked past her abruptly, throwing out an apology for his recklessness. Irma felt very awkward. She should be the one apologizing. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Jono looked with concern at the girl's tired and worried face. He realized from her reaction to Reich's wad that it seemed he was no longer the only one. At home, Irma was applying ointment to Jono's wounds. His body was stinging and the boy grimaced. Irma, with the air of a professional, blew on his wounds, covering them, and the guy reminded her to take the ointment to Reich. Irma jumped up. What is he saying? They weren't going to get married. Besides, Reich has a cure. But Jono stopped her by holding her hand. Pulling her towards him, he stated with all seriousness that everything was fine. Let her take the medicine to Reich and tell him that he accepted their marriage. Irma affectionately called him a fool. She and Reich have nothing. The marriage is fictitious. To enlist the support of the fallen. Kissing him on the cheek, she playfully said that the main thing is that he is happy. But Jono, taking her by the face and looking into her eyes, conveyed to her that she already liked Reich. Irma repeated his words in complete bewilderment. She likes Reich. Jono gently confirmed that perhaps she herself had not realized this. Irma began to deny it. Stop joking like that, but Jono calmed her down. He reminded her of the day she rejected Ricky, saying that one-sided love was unfair to him. But when it comes to Reich, she worries about him, whether he is happy. She hasn't thought about that. But did she really think about it? Remembering her moments with Reich? For a long time, Reich seemed to her to be the one who could protect her and help her when needed. Nothing like that. But why then was her heart beating like crazy when he kissed her? And when she found herself in his arms, she wanted it, convincing herself that he was her friend. And now, looking down, she realized that Reich was more than just a friend to her. Had she really fallen in love with him? As if reading her thoughts, Jono added that she agreed to the fictitious marriage because she fell in love with Reich. But because of her character, she cannot accept such things, because he is right. Irma buried her face in Jono's chest, muttering as a last resort that Reich treated her well, but then fell silent. He kissed her, adding that if she was suppressing her feelings for Rai because of him, then there was no need to do that. He was ready to accept him. Irma was confused when she heard such things, but she had promised to love only him. Jono corrected her. Yes, it would not be entirely fair to say that he was not against it at all, but as long as she was happy, he was ready to accept everything, including sharing her love. Covering her with passionate kisses, he croaked that no matter how many partners she had, he hoped that he would always be in her heart. Continuing to kiss her, he praised her for accepting this fact and asked her to repay her love. She tried to stop him. What about his wounds? But there was no stopping him. They were separated. He missed her. Didn't she want that? After a passionate reunion, the next morning Jono was capricious and did not want to wake up. But Irma wanted to take the medicine to Reich. Irma didn't know how Reich was now, whether his wounds were serious, and this worried her. But her husband's hands on her waist brought her out of her thoughts. He said that she had deceived him. He wanted love again, Irma said. But he himself sent her to Reich to take the medicine. Jono, once again burning with passion, began to cover her with kisses. After such stormy love games, Irma felt like a squeezed lemon, complaining about such endurance of males. It is unscientific. But Ben replied that everything is fine with Jono. It is she who is weak. Ben reminded him of what Jono was especially good at, but Irma asked him not to say it. But he did not calm down. But if she gives medicine to Reich and then invites him to her place, then in the future, But Irma lost her temper and ordered him to leave, and everything turned upside down. Approaching the house where Reich was housed, she saw that the door was not locked. She stood for a moment, not daring to enter, to see if he was there and what he was doing. But when she finally decided to enter the room, she saw that the bed was made, but Reich himself was not there. Irma felt a rush of heat. Could he really have left? She felt sad. He left without saying goodbye, apparently hurt by her words. Oh, what is this? It's the same letter that was lying on the table. The girl unfolded the skin and began to read his letter. Reich asked her for forgiveness, but what happened yesterday made him realize that they cannot remain friends. The longer he is with her, the harder it is for him to contain his jealousy. Her heart sank. Reich had misunderstood her, but she began to convince herself that it would be better this way. But suddenly she heard such a familiar voice calling her by name, and there in front of her was Reich with a bouquet of flowers. Irma was completely perplexed. But how? And his note. Didn't he leave? He admitted that he really planned to leave, started writing a letter, and Jono came and cleared everything up. Jono explained in his own way he is ready to share his partner, but will kill him if he dares to offend her. And so, in his joy, he forgot about the letter on the table. Irma understood everything, and she thought about it, but the girl did not finish. He approached her without taking his eyes off her, and said that she thought he had left. But he was so happy now. Irma felt somehow awkward. She didn't know how to behave now. Reich said that he had learned that it was customary for trappers to give a bouquet and court the female in order to obtain her consent. Then, handing her a bouquet, he lovingly asked if she would become his partner. He swears to love and protect her at the cost of his life. Irma blushed shyly and accepted the bouquet. Reich, overjoyed, picked her up in his arms and spun her around. He was so close to her, whispering words of gratitude for her consent. When they kissed, Irma thought that Jono was gentle, but with Reich it was different. And Reich's kiss is passionate and drives you crazy. Your legs give way. At this time, the elder of the Kwei tribe was beating Yuki with all his might, calling him a complete blockhead. Not only did they not find the mine, but now everyone is accusing them of conspiring with the fallen. The son tried to justify himself. It was all Osawa. They set them up. The father replied that he already understood this. The question is, where is the salt? How are the Osawa able to transfer it? Yuki shouted that it didn't matter. Osawa had more salt now. They couldn't leave it like this. The elder answered in a calm tone that they certainly would not leave it like that. He said that he had already sent a message to the Black Wolf gang. Irma planted potatoes and told the tribe's trappers how to plant and care for them. The hunters repeated after her in chorus like obedient schoolchildren, so that it began to irritate Jono. Irma was a patient teacher and answered any questions several times. Jono began to displease the curious students away from his wife. After which, with an innocent smile, he asked for further instructions. Next, Irma pointed to the sprouted potato tubers, and she explained that you can't just throw them on the ground so that they sprout and you need to bury them deeper, but you can't plant them too close to each other. The girl showed step by step how to land. She also shared tips for better potato growth, such as using ash as a fertilizer. You need to fill it with soil, sprinkle it with ash, and water it from time to time until the potatoes sprout. Finally, the potato training came to an end, and the tribe's trappers had to repeat everything after her. The males were delighted. They knew that the skills of growing potatoes were possessed by the inhabitants of the plains. And now they would have potatoes too, and they would be able to eat well in the winter. They praised Irma so much that she felt embarrassed. Everyone was trying for the good of the tribe, not just her. However, it was Irma who taught them everything, and everyone unanimously agreed with this. Jono came up to her and gently wiped the dirt from her face. Irma didn't even notice how she was covered in dirt. Jono sarcastically remarked that apparently all her thoughts were about this snake, meaning Reich. But the girl replied that all her thoughts were about how to grow medicinal plants. And anyway, why is he so jealous? Reich treats Ricky well, but Jono walks around with a sour expression. Irma liked to tease him. Jono would immediately get angry and look like a hurt boy. At this time, Ricky was walking through the city market in the city of Beastmasters. Suddenly, his gaze stopped near one merchant. Could it really be Jade? The guy lowered his hood as he approached the merchant, his eyes sparkling with joy. The stone was large. The seller asked for 5 bamboo sticks of salt, or 5,000 skins. Two trappers behind were talking about how the stone was beautiful, but the price for it was high, and Ricky offered to exchange it for sugar. The merchant took the sugar suspiciously and muttered that it was something new and that he should just try to deceive him. But as soon as he chewed the sugar, his face changed, very sweet. A pleased Ricky offered to make a deal if everything was to his liking. But in the blink of an eye, the quiet salesman transformed into a ferocious predator who pounced on Ricky. He indignantly shouted that he was violating the rules of fair trade, and the residents would not let it go. But everyone in the square looked at the guy like a wolf, and the merchant, smiling, said that the saint had ordered the one who came for the jade to be killed. Ricky didn't know what to do as the crowd rushed towards him. The city had changed, however, and greatly, but it was impossible to allow his identity to be revealed. He ran, but he understood that in such a situation with Jade, it would be difficult for him to escape. The merchant attacked with an axe, shouting that the saint would reward him. He managed to wound Ricky with a blade, and the others arrived in time. The guy understood that he alone could not cope with everyone. He began the transformation, while the merchant announced that he might even intercede for him before the saint. Taking on the essence of a lion, Ricky roared so loudly that everyone ducked and covered their ears. When he took off with the jade, he heard the words that this was not just a lion, but a descendant of the king of flying lions. But he went against the saint, dug his own grave. Ricky wandered around, tired and wounded, and had not been pursued for several days. It was still a day or two to go to Osawa. He was very tired. The image of Irma appeared before his eyes. She was counting on him, and he would not let her down. Suddenly, he saw smoke and a whistle. It was a signal that the tribe was under attack. He saw burnt houses and killed trappers. The entire clan was slaughtered. It could have been his pursuers. And he walked on. There was no one left to save. Irma felt it while planting potatoes. The girl staggered. Everyone tried to persuade Irma to go and rest. She shouldn't overexert herself. She's pregnant. They already know how to plant. Jono was worried. Irma had not been herself for the last few days. She had a premonition that something bad had happened. Jono said thoughtfully that everything was fine in the tribe, but with Quay. Or maybe there is something with the cubs. But Irma denied it. She went and checked on them. They are connected. Everything is fine with them. Suddenly, Irma and Jono screamed in horror. Ricky, something must be wrong with him. Irma broke out in a cold sweat. If something happened to Ricky, it would affect the cubs, because he was both the father and her guardian. She reproached herself for letting one go, but Jono hugged her and declared that it was their common decision, and therefore their common fault. Wiping the tears from her eyes, he said that he would gather the trappers, and they would find him safe and sound. As the cry lit up the clearing, one of the tribesmen joyfully reported that Ricky had returned. How happy Irma and John were, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Irma ran to meet him, followed by Jono. He kept his word and returned. But when she saw Ricky's condition, he could barely stand, was pale and exhausted. Irma barely held back a cry of despair, and Jono screamed how this had happened. Ricky held the wound, wanted to answer something, but he had no strength at all. But seeing her face, he smiled and replied that he had brought Jade, after which his strength left him, and he leaned on her, losing consciousness. He was lying in the infirmary, and the priestess was treating his wounds. She reported that the situation was not very good. The wound was deep and could not heal normally. The woman said with undisguised sadness that she would give him medicine, hoping that it would help. Irma looked at Ricky and could barely hold back her tears, imagining what he had to go through. Putting her palm on his body, the girl saw that the wounds were from blades. But who could hold a grudge against him? A familiar voice said that it was the Black Wolf Gang. An elder was standing on the threshold. The woman looked at the boys with all seriousness. She shared that before losing consciousness, Ricky said that on the way back, he encountered Black Wolf's bandits. The gang wore distinctive wolf head tattoos. Ricky fought bravely, alone against a bunch of attackers. The leader even invited him to join the gang, promising food, clothes, and a bunch of females. Before he could escape, he heard that the gang was planning to go to Osawa, knowing that they had obtained salt and many other interesting things. Ricky took off in horror, and the target of Osawa, his tribe, he needed to warn at all costs. While he was hesitating, he received a severe spear wound to the chest, bleeding. With the last of his strength, the boy understood that he had to get to his tribe. Jono was furious. They had to avenge Ricky. He would gather the guys and they would go to the Black Wolves. But Mother stated that the Black Wolves outnumbered them. Osawa's main goal now was to protect the women and children, as well as the supplies. Irma took her hands, firmly declaring that they would fight. The best defense is a good offense. Anyone who attacks them will get it from them. War is not only a confrontation with strength and intelligence, but they will make ranged weapons using poison and more. In addition, Ricky brought Jade. With the blessing of the totem, the Osawa tribe will fight back the Black Wolves. The boys convinced the elder, and she decisively declared that Osawa was accepting the fight. Ricky hugged Irma and said that he would definitely protect her. She knew it. Irma looked at Ricky, hoping that he would witness their victory, that they would avenge him. Irma, pointing to the ditch, told the trappers that in order to incapacitate the enemy, it was not enough to just dig a trap and place weapons in it. The Osawa tribe was on alert. Their arrows were laced with poison, but the most important invention was the catapult. Irma demonstrated how, with her help, they would smash the enemy to smithereens. The hunters rejoiced. This was power. They promised not to let their mentor down. The night before the battle, the totem was almost ready for blessing. The warriors of Osawa bowed their heads before the altar. Irma offered prayers. Irma mentally conducted a dialogue with Ben. She finished the prayer. What next? The boy said not to be nervous. Put her hand on the stone, and with all her heart say a blessing for the tribe. The girl did just that. She really wanted all the inhabitants of the tribe to live peacefully and happily. Animal sacrifices were made, and the jade began to glow. The light was so bright that it was blinding. Irma was jubilant. It worked. Thousands of glowing lights illuminated their village. The warriors, led by Jono, were amazed to see these shimmering particles enveloping their bodies. The surge of strength was as if they had been training for 5 years. The power of the totem was great. Irma and Ben were happy. After the first blessing, dozens of hunters became totem warriors, and some even moved up to the second rank. The fighting spirit was high. Jono twirled the girl in his arms, calling her amazing. She asked him to put it down, and everyone was looking at it, although she was pleased with his concern and faith in her. The guy took her in his arms. She would carry his wife home herself. Everyone admired his care. Jono said that how could it be otherwise? He only had Irma. Irma even felt ashamed. Everyone was telling him to really take her. Jono took to the skies, and soon they arrived home, while the king of the flying lions knelt, awaiting his sentence. The female listened with a smug face to her subordinate, who was justifying himself by saying that none of his people had been found to have jade. She smiled and slowly said, "It turns out she is lying." The man in horror began to deny it. The mistress reminded that jade is needed to create a totem. There is one in the city, thanks to her. But this is not enough. Showing magic in the form of a flow of energy in her palm, She smirked at the fear of this male. Without taking his eyes off her hand, he swore and vowed with a whirlwind of energy that he was not hiding anything. Suddenly, the night sky was illuminated by a flash of bright light in the form of thousands of shimmering particles. Both the servant and the mistress listened with wild horror to what was happening outside the window. The mistress quickly pulled herself together and said that a totem blessing had occurred to the north of them. And without turning around, she gave the male the order to send someone and bring the stone. Then she added coldly and with contempt that he should not forget that she created this city, and the 4 kings, including her dogs, and dogs must be loyal. It seems the man understood this very well, he agreed, addressing the mistress as a saint. Evil lit up the beautiful face of the woman who said that she couldn't wait to meet her brother. Meanwhile, the Black Wolves gang approached Osawa. There were no guards in sight. Yes, it is clear that this tribe is really small, since there are not even guards. One bandit suggested that the leader simply break in and take the food and salt, while another reminded him about the females so that the road would not be boring. But the leader was very uneasy. If this tribe was so weak, why couldn't the Ku take the salt from them? After which he shouted to kill everyone. No matter what this tribe had in mind, his gang was invincible, and so some of his hunters fell into an earthen trap. The rest, not understanding what was happening, looked at their injured comrades, and Irma was already coordinating the archers to shoot straight at the target. Giving the order to fire, dozens of arrows flew at the Black Wolves. The arrows wounded the bandits, who screamed in pain and helplessness. But what enraged the leader even more was that the arrows contained poison, which quickly affected his servants. Those who were still standing suggested that the leader retreat. There were many wounded, and they could attack at another time. In anger, the leader hit the impudent man on the jaw, causing him to cough up blood. They won't retreat anywhere. It looks like Osawa has run out of arrows. While he was rejoicing that it was time to advance further, Irma was in charge of the catapult, setting it into action. Huge boulders knocked down the bandits like gnats. Those who remained ran screaming. The leader angrily looked around at what was flying towards them. He then used his paw to knock down the wooden ceiling, which inspired his remaining hunters, who again hoped for victory. Jano led the way as he prepared for battle with a call to protect his tribe. The Osawa warriors rushed into battle, their strength at its peak and their motivation to defend their territory. Here the leader began to doubt. It was time to retreat. Apparently, Kuo had deceived them, calling Osawa a weak little tribe. He noticed that Irma was giving the commands. Apparently, this female had a special honorary status here. The Osawa boys, pleased with the rebuff, said that these Black Wolves were not as strong as they were described, but ordinary weaklings. But they said that it was not safe for Irma here. She herself was nervous. She was a burden here. She was worried about Jano, but the guys supported her. Jano had good advantages, and the wolves had big losses. Irma felt something behind her, a sticky and disgusting feeling of animal fear covering her. Turning around, she saw the leader's clawed paw raised above her. Jano saw his wife and screamed as if he was frozen in place in horror. When the clawed paw was a millimeter from Irma's face, someone intercepted it. Irma screamed. It was Ricky, bravely covering her with his body. With furious force, he roared, throwing back the leader, that no one would dare to offend Irma. The bandit recognized Ricky, so that's what happened. He managed to warn his fellow tribesmen. His hunters were falling one after another. The situation was clearly not in their favor. Finally, the leader of the Black Wolves gave the call to retreat. Jono watched the fleeing bandits, realizing that they had always been cruel and would definitely return. And rushing forward, he shouted to the soldiers to catch up with them and not let anyone escape. Ricky also wanted to rush, but a familiar and dear voice stopped him. Irma begged him to leave this matter to Jono, since he was wounded. to which he was very surprised. Irma put her hand to his forehead, muttering that when he returned, he was covered in wounds and shaking with fever. Even though there is no fever now, it is still worth taking care of yourself. Ricky was embarrassed. She was taking care of him. This is the first time. The girl pulled him by the hand towards the priestess so that she could examine him. His face was flushed with embarrassment. He was pleased by her concern, but still. And the guy cheerfully said that he was absolutely healthy, blinking his eyes. Irma could not understand how. He said that he himself did not know. He was lying unconscious, and then he felt how strength was flowing into him. When he woke up, all the wounds were healed. It was comparable to a miracle. Moreover, he is now a third-rank warrior. So that's it, this totem blessing. Even though Ricky wasn't at the altar, it descended on him too. She looked into his eyes and tears welled up in her eyes. The guy gently took her face, saying that he was okay. No need to cry. Trying to calm down, the girl sobbed and said that she was very worried about him. When he was unconscious, she couldn't imagine his pain. Inflamed wounds, fever, what they and the priestess hadn't tried. They thought Ricky wouldn't make it. Grabbing his hands, she said that no matter how valuable the jade was, his life was the most valuable thing. He should think about himself first. After all, he is her keeper. It will be hard for her without him. The guy asked if she would allow him to be with her. Irma smiled. Where would she go? She herself thought that it didn't matter how many partners she had, because she had already married Reich. Ricky grabbed her in his arms. Of course he would take care of himself. And he will also protect her. She is the most precious thing he has. At this time, Yuki and his men were hiding in the forest. This was the only way to retreat. If they caught a couple of hunters from Osawa, they would be able to find out where the salt was. One of the trappers asked if the black wolves couldn't take everything out there, since they had already attacked. But the son of the leader of Quo Business, stated that he had sent his spy there. The spy said that the salt was hidden in another place, after which he fell silent, and the sound of footsteps was heard. Satisfied, Yuki signaled for everyone to freeze, whispering that the hunters were coming. With cries of, "Grab them!" he and the rest of his tribesmen jumped out with clubs, hoping to capture someone from Osawa. But it was the leader of the Black Wolves who was surprised by Kui's behavior. Yuki, having met with the leader of the wolves, froze with a weapon in his hands, asking what they were doing here and where were the Osawa trappers. Then he asked them what they had lost since they were here. The leader of the bandits looked at the guy sullenly, and it began to dawn on him. This old man from Quay wanted to use him to destroy Osawa without putting in any effort himself. And then a burst of anger prompted him to grab Yuki. Jono and his warrior hunters ran after the gang, shouting that they would pay for invading the tribe. The leader cursed. Now he was no longer the leader in the position, but rather the one caught in a trap. Yuki clenched his knuckles around the club, muttering Jono's name, which the leader caught, realizing that they were at odds. With a sweet smile, he approached the young head of Ku, and then he asked him if the young leader wanted to cooperate with them. Yuki looked at him with a surprised and uncomprehending look. He didn't have time to answer, as the leader of the Black Wolves barked, pointing at the arriving Jono, that he and the others needed to be killed. Then they would give Kaveh all the salt they found at Osawa's. Jono wasted no time and began to address. The Black Wolves must be eliminated. Otherwise, Osawa will have a hard time. Some were killed immediately. Some were tied up and begging for help, asking not to kill. Irma covered the prisoners with her body, shouting that the battle was over. There was no need to kill them. The dirty work could be dumped on them. But the elders said that these were Black Wolves who robbed and killed. They plundered and burned entire villages, each of them with blood on their hands up to the elbows. Irma offered to make them slaves, but the elder asked if she could guarantee that they would not escape. They were too merciful. But our heroine was full of confidence that the surviving and pleading bandits must atone for their sins. She was asked how. She remembered what Ben had explained to her about the totem. With its help, one could put a brand of slavery, which would seal the desire to rebel. When Irma handed all this over to the elder, she was very happy, and the number of warriors will increase, and there will be workers for planting potatoes next year. She also did not forget about the construction of defensive structures. Suddenly, she asked why Jono had not returned yet, since they had chased the black wolves. But the elder reassured her that everything would be fine with Jono. Suddenly, the elder's face was filled with horror. She turned pale like a ghost. Irma screamed, "Is something wrong with Jono?" The warriors returned and were surrounded by hunters. Irma fought her way to her husband, shouting for everyone to move aside. When she saw him covered in blood, she didn't know what to think. Jono couldn't get a word in because Irma was screaming that he needed to go to the priestess to help with his wounds. He needed treatment. The guy smiled cheerfully and wiped the blood from his face, saying that it was not his blood, but the black wolves. The hunters discussed the battle. It was amazing. These bandits can no longer be feared. It's a pity that they will no longer see the power of Osawa. Jono scratched the back of his head and replied that it was their common merit. While everyone around was rejoicing, Irma noticed that Jono was thinking about something. Left alone and hearing from him that Yuki was dead and the Kwe tribe wanted to take revenge on them, she was horrified. She was so nervous that Jono squealed in pain. When Irma pressed hard on the wounds, these Kwes first set this gang on them by leaking information about the salt, and now they want revenge. Jono agreed. Yuki began to cooperate with the Black Wolves, not thinking that Osawa would be able to fight back. The image of the leader grabbing Yuki's hand, who didn't understand what was happening, flashed before his eyes. And he plunged the tip of the sword into his heart, cold-bloodedly saying that it was Yuki's father's fault. He wanted to profit from the Black Wolves. Jono tried to stop him, shouting that even if Yuki died, they would not escape. The leader took out his bloody sword and exclaimed that he had always been ready to part with his life. He thought it all out, that now the Kwe tribe would not leave Osawa alone, who already considered themselves better than others. Irma said that yes, that is true, but the Black Wolves underestimated them. They are no longer the same Osawa tribe that they used to be. She winked and added that they needed a little more time, and then Kwe would understand who they were dealing with. Jono's eyes lit up with delight. It seemed his wife had a plan, but she was in no hurry to divulge it. First, she needed to try something. In a fit of desire and passion, he closed her mouth with a kiss. Irma muttered that it was unfair, and Jono wheezed. So what was she going to show him? In his impatience, he pushed her onto the bed, saying that not everything is always fair between partners. But Irma grumbled that sometimes hiding something strengthens the connection. At the entrance to the Osawa tribe, a protective wall was being built in full swing, and dozens of trappers were working tirelessly. Jono told his mother that there was a quarry nearby, and he thought it had enough stone to build a wall. The inspired elder pointed her cane at the captured bandits, calling on them to take them. Noticing Irma's nervousness, she suggested that she go home and rest. She could handle everything herself. But Irma, trying to calm down, said that everything was fine with her, and she would work with everyone, silently scolding her weakness and Jono, who wanted love at the wrong time. Approaching the wall, the girl put her finger to it. A wall made of compacted stone and earth will not work. It is too flimsy. She thought that the mud between the rocks must be stickier and more durable to grab. It dawned on her, of course, she needed clay, which when hardened would make the walls strong. Irma ran up to the elder and asked if she knew where there was soil that could be shaped. It was still a little sticky, but the elder had no idea what kind of soil it was. Suddenly, Ricky, who had heard their conversation, said that he knew where such soil was. Irma, her eyes burning, grabbed his hand and asked where. Ricky replied that the mud she was looking for was on the shore, but Irma knew it might not be clay. She immediately wanted to go to the nearest river, but the elder noticed that it was dangerous to go alone. They decided to go with Ricky. While they were walking, the girl asked how he knew about clay. The guy replied that there were many rivers on the plain, and when he went in search of jade, something kept sticking to his feet on the riverbank. Irma enthusiastically asked if he had encountered anything else interesting, but Ricky simply threw up his hands. Everything else was quite normal. Although he remembered that merchant and those hunters who spoke of the wrath of the saint, what kind of saint was she? He didn't hear Irma calling him. Those hunters said that this saint of theirs ordered to kill the one who comes for the jade. Finally, he flinched at Irma's touch, asking what he was thinking about. And the guy decided to share with her that when he was looking for jade, something very strange happened. And he told her everything. Now this saint, whoever she was, knows that the stone is in the tribe. But Irma cheerfully declared that they had now become much stronger, and if that saint decided to approach them, she would run away. Ricky wanted to object, but the girl grabbed his hand and dragged him to the river. The first thing they needed to do was strengthen the walls for the prosperity of their tribe. She inspired him with her enthusiasm and belief in victory, and he smiled and agreed with her. In fact, Irma was very worried when Ricky left. She contacted Ben and said that they seemed to have been exposed. Ben replied that no outsider could know this. It was definitely his sister Leah who went against the beast god. At this time, Ricky, sitting by the water, called Irma, showing her the mud to see if it was the clay she was looking for. Taking the dirt in her hands and scanning it with the system, she realized that it was clay. She suggested taking a little with them first, and then coming with the trappers. Her attention was drawn to a dark shadow under the water. What was it? The next second, the girl screamed in fear as a fish with needle-sharp teeth jumped out at her. Luckily, Ricky managed to grab the fish and close its mouth, after which he threw the fish aside. He ran up to Irma asking if she was hurt. The girl had no idea that the fish in these parts were so fierce. She sat down next to the fish, thinking out loud that something tasty could come out of this fish. She turned to Ricky, chirping happily, to ask what he thought about it. To her horror, the guy swayed and began to fall. Irma was overcome with heat. Her body was shaking. Was he really hurt? What was going on? Ricky laid his head on her chest, breathing heavily and wheezing that the fish was poisonous. In horror and numbness, holding Ricky, she looked at the flowing fish. Sweat was pouring off the guy. His vision was clouded, and he could barely stand on his feet. His face turned red. He called her, but said nothing more. In his eyes, she looked at him, with wet eyes, quietly whispering her name. He felt Irma press herself against him and tell him to come to her. Consciousness and reality were erased, and he rushed towards Irma. In reality, Irma did not understand what was wrong with Ricky, who rushed to kiss her passionately. Having knocked her to the ground, he began to kiss her. The girl screamed to let her go. He didn't hear her as he began to undress her and cover her with kisses. Irma pushed him with all her strength. The guy recoiled. Ricky woke up to see reality, a terrified Irma sitting on the ground. Realizing what he had just almost done, he tried to pull himself together, but the poison was quickly spreading throughout his body, and the guy realized that a little more, and he would not be able to control himself. He apologized to Irma, explaining that the poison clouded his mind. Irma understood everything and tried to help him. But as soon as she approached, he pushed her, shouting for her not to come closer. The veins bulged on his face. He croaked that because of the poison, he could hurt her, and Irma needed to leave. The girl asked if there was an antidote. He said that the priestess had one. Irma hesitated whether to leave him here alone. On the other hand, she needed to bring poison. And turning around, she rushed to the village. She needed to bring the antidote as quickly as possible. But Ben stopped her, saying that Ricky was deceiving her and deliberately sent her to the priestess. He explained with the air of a teacher that the poison of this fish stimulates the hunters to reproduce, and then they die of happiness. If the desire is suppressed, then the blood pressure rises, which also leads to death. The worst thing was that there was no cure for this poison, so that's why he decided to send her, supposedly, for an antidote, so as not to harm her. While Irma was cursing this perverted fish and asking Ben what could be done, Ricky was in a really bad way. He tore his clothes. He reassured himself that Irma was already on her way to the village, where Jono would take care of her, but it was a pity that he himself would not see his babies born. Suddenly, he heard someone's footsteps. Someone was in the cave. However, it could be a hallucination. He saw Irma calling him by name. She seemed quite real. She leaned towards Ricky, who was agonizing over how Owan could let him die because of his principles. He turned away so as not to look at her and shouted at her to leave or he would get hurt. The girl screamed how she could let him die. He grinned, which meant she understood everything. Irma screamed, wondering if he understood what it would be like for her to return in the morning and see his dead body. He barely whispered. But even if she stayed, there was no antidote. Grabbing his hands, she reminded him that he promised to take care of his life, at least for her sake. Ricky smiled bitterly. He would like to, and fell silent. Irma assumed a determined look. She was very angry with herself. With him. Having declared that she was very angry and would punish him, she tied him up with the branches of a bush growing in the cave. She pressed her face to his and grabbed him by the collar, ordering him not to move. Then she hugged him and started kissing him. Ricky froze, but first she blindfolded him. He sadly noted that the poison was already in his blood, so there was no point in overexerting himself. But Irma thought differently. Ricky felt her breath on his face and her words for him to just trust her. She wouldn't let him die. Having given him a kiss, Irma remembered Ben's words that magic could only slow down the penetration of poison into the body, but not get rid of it completely. After all, instincts take over. So she understood that he needed to be satisfied. She lay down on him. Ricky had not yet come out from under the influence of the poison. This means she can take control of him, take control of the situation, covering him with kisses. She saw that it had gotten dark outside, and it started to rain. When the sun rose, the girl was still fast asleep after a sleepless night. Opening her eyes, Irma did not immediately understand what was happening and where she was. Remembering that Ricky fell asleep in the middle of the process, she wondered if it was because he was so exhausted and if the poison hadn't left him yet. Then she heard a cheerful voice calling her name and saw Ricky smiling with an armful of fruit. He came up and hugged her tenderly, thanking her for not leaving him, but saving him. Irma was embarrassed, replying that in the end he suffered while protecting her. Ricky handed her some fruit, saying that she was dehydrated and weak, so she needed to eat fruit. While chewing fruit, Irma thought about how to tell Jono about all this. Meanwhile, Jono was worried about why Irma and Ricky hadn't returned yet, in case something happened. And I saw them, Ricky leaning on Irma. A joyful smile lit up Jono's face when he saw them, but it flew off his face when he saw Irma's legs all covered in bruises and scratches. He jumped up to his wife in the blink of an eye and anxiously asked what had happened, and if she was hurt. At home, sitting on the bed, he treated her wounds, and Irma apologized. She told him everything that she had to do to save Ricky. She was shocked when he calmly said with a smile that everything was fine, no need to apologize. She did the right thing by saving Ricky. But behind this carelessness and smile, she saw an expression as if he was about to kill someone. He exhaled and put his hand on her head, calming her down, saying that he was angry not at her, but at himself. He thought about accepting Ricky, but the final decision was hers, and now that her body was saturated with his scent, he realized that he still hadn't come to terms with it. Ricky said this while burying his face in her chest. And then, with such a pleading look in his eyes, he asked her if he was the only one in her heart. The girl fervently assured him that of course he was. Their hands intertwined, he laid her on the bed and lay on top of her. His eyes were shining with an excited gleam. He said that since Ricky had given her pleasure, so did he. At that moment, Ricky came in and, seeing them in a piquant pose, turned away in embarrassment. Jono got carried away. He yelled that they had medicine. Irma was afraid of another fight and assured that Jono had cured her. Jono covered her with a blanket, not letting her get up, saying that she herself said that she was tired and needed to rest. Leaning towards her, he whispered to her to have a good rest. And then she fulfilled her promise. And then Irma thought that she hadn't promised anything, after which he approached Ricky and suggested that they go out to talk and not disturb Irma while she was resting. They went out. It was already late. The sky was shimmering with the glow of the stars. Ricky stood behind Jono. Sensing the tension, he turned to the boy. He didn't turn around, so Ricky offered to fight if he was angry. But he wouldn't lose. In the blink of an eye, Jono turned around and punched the tree, pinning Ricky to him and threateningly throwing that he would never believe that it was just an accident, there with Irma. Ricky asked him what he was angry about. Jono was angry at himself. Irma was with him and almost got into trouble. She will have to face so many more difficulties. And he is such a weakling. Ricky put his hands on his friend's shoulders. There was him, too. They would protect Irma together, and they could train together. Jono responded sharply that if it were not for Irma's safety, he would never have shared her with him and that snake. When Ricky found out what kind of snake they were talking about, he freaked out and screamed how he could let a snake join them. Jono tried to justify himself. What could he do? Ricky shook him, screaming how Irma could like another male if he was near her. Jono shouted that it doesn't matter how many partners Irma has. She only loves him. Meanwhile, the elder of the QA tribe could not believe that his son was killed. He cursed the Osawa, promising that they would pay with blood. He gave the order to gather warriors and go to Osawa. Yuki's body lay on the floor with fresh traces of blood. Zemo entered and said that they could not attack them. The elder, crimson with anger, accused Zemo of wanting to betray his tribe, but he explained that the Osawa had destroyed the Black Wolves, which meant they had a secret. To go just like that would be reckless. The head of the tribe, realizing that he was right, asked, "What about revenge for Yuki?" But Zemo answered that if they get to know the enemy, they will be able to defeat him. The thrill of revenge gripped Zemo, who promised that the Osawa would die when they learned their secret. Jono was trying to kiss Irma. He wanted love, but Irma was fighting back. She needed to finish building the wall. She couldn't stay out of bed. Jono turned on the capricious child, lamenting that she no longer loved him. But Irma had not yet woken up, and therefore was angry at his advances. Then Jono started feeding her fruits. Now she will eat, cheer up, and they will be able to play. He kissed her, tasting the berry in her mouth. The juice flowed from her lips. Jono licked the sweet juice. Ricky stood at the door, knocking and saying that breakfast was ready. But no one answered. But Jono continued to insist on caresses, although Irma resisted and appealed to the fact that Ricky was standing at the door. But it seems that her husband was not at all embarrassed by this, or by the fact that she was naked as a birthday present. Then there was such a cry that it was time for him to go hunting and feed his family that Ricky staggered back. Jono was mercilessly exposed before he even had time to pull up his pants. Irma was getting dressed. Her gaze was stern. You can't be so soft with Jono. It's never enough for him. The food was set out. and the trio sat down to breakfast. Jono was clearly not in a good mood that Ricky was with them, who said that he had built his house next to them. And when he added that she could come to him at night, Irma almost choked. And Ricky continued to tell her, as if nothing had happened, that he had redone the furniture. The bed was now spacious. There were lots of skins on it, and it wouldn't hurt her. Jono was about to hit him, but at that moment, one of the females burst into the room screaming that Mia was back. Everyone understood that her appearance did not bode well. But why did Mia decide to return? She is in the Kui tribe. Irma jumped out, grabbing the girl by the hand, and they ran. And there was a squabble between the guys. Jono teased his opponent that his tricks had failed today, and the more he pressured Irma, the faster she would turn him down. The hunters and the elder gathered at the wall, all of whom asked Mia how she had the conscience to return. Mia was lying at the headman's feet in tears, lamenting that her place was here, in the tribe. Yes, she had made many mistakes, but when she found out about the black wolves, she was so afraid for her fellow tribesmen. She beat her chest, saying that her heart was calling her here. She wanted to live and die here. The elder did not give in to her tears, and calmly replied that everything was fine with Osawa, and that he should return to Quay. Mia was beside herself. She still hadn't managed to move the old woman to pity, and she decided to resort to a proven trick, feigning that she had decided that if she did not return to Osawa, it would be better to die. And with these words, she jumped up from the spot. They shouted at her to stop. What was she doing? Suddenly, someone's hand stopped her. Irma stopped the stunned Mia and asked her if she had returned to Osawa, only to die. Mia didn't know what to answer. Irma's gaze seemed to pierce her whole being. Shedding tears once again, she said that she wanted to atone for the sins caused to Irma, and she herself wanted to gouge out those eyes that were looking at her angrily. On her knees, she asked for a chance to atone for her sins. Irma thought Mia looked convincing, but what if Quay was involved? Ricky and Jono arrived and unanimously advised not to trust Mia. She just wants to take advantage of Irma's kindness. Jono angrily told Mia that she had offended Irma and gone against the interests of the tribe, and still hoped to return. Osawa would not allow himself to be led by the nose and gave the order to drive her away. The trappers took Irma by the arms, but she resisted and screamed that she would not leave. But Irma stopped them, saying that if Mia really wanted to change, then they should give her a chance. She grabbed Jono's hands, asking him to try. From her look, he realized that Irma was hinting at something to him. And turning to Mia, he said that since she repents and Irma wants to give her a chance, then she can stay. Mia ran up to Irma, hugging her and thanking her. But Irma warned her that if she resumed her old behavior, Mia would not live in peace, either in the tribe or outside of it. And she obediently swore that she would obey. One woman from the tribe invited Mia to stay with her. Of course, she agreed. And in her mind, she was hatching a plan of revenge against this tribe that she hated. Meanwhile, the elders scolded Jono, Ricky, and Irma. What they were thinking when they allowed Mia to stay. It would not end well. But Jono patted Irma on the cheeks, offering to reveal the plan, because it wasn't for nothing that she allowed Mia to stay. And Irma told the course of her actions. If Mia was sent by the Quay tribe, and they do not accept her, then they will think of something else. It is better to keep Mia under their control. It will be safer. And when the time comes, they will provide her with the correct information. But Ricky doubted that this was a good plan. Mia was an unprincipled female, and if she wanted to do harm, Jono immediately picked up on her words. Irma should stay away from Mia. And therefore, Ricky interjected, from today on, he will also sleep with Irma, in order to protect her if something happens. Irma was shocked, the harem in all its glory, she and 2 males. So she retreated, saying that Jono would fully protect her. But instead of fighting, Jono calmly told Ricky to bring his bed. because theirs was too small. Mia wasted no time in conducting surveillance late at night. She tried to find out at least something about the tribe, how they fought back the Black Wolves, but everyone unanimously said that they knew nothing. Even the males turned her down, suggesting that she ask the elder. Mia cursed Irma, who shut the trappers' mouths, but she forgot about the prisoners. She opened the hatch and looked into the pit where the Black Wolves' prisoners were. When they asked who she was, Mia answered with a grin that she was the one who would free them. Entering the captives, she remarked with contempt that how had they come to this, when everyone was afraid anyway. One of the males seethed at her words and growled, asking if she could help them. She exultantly declared that, of course, yes, she was sent by Quay, who would soon enslave Osawa. She looked at the captive with the gaze of a temptress, asking him to share Osawa's secret. She would kill Irma, and they would be free again. The guys asked if she would deceive them. Then Mia put on a businesslike air of authority, declaring that all the males of the Kui tribe listened to her. She understood that these slaves could be useful, so she needed to squeeze everything she could out of them. If one prisoner didn't know what to do, the second one jumped in, screaming that this bitch Irma was using him, and froze. His eyes widened and his face turned crimson. Afterwards, he fell with screams and clutching his head. Well, of course, Irma used the slave seal, and the captured hunter rolled on the ground screaming that his head was about to explode. Mia got nervous and asked the person sitting in front of her if they were pretending to blackmail her. In the end, she was kicked out. She is of no use. She just creates problems. The prisoners decided to stay away from this female. She didn't even know about the seal. Mia walked drooling with hatred towards Irma. This devil had even charmed the Black Wolves. They were loyal to her. She began to think feverishly. If Irma could do it, then she could too. Yes, it wouldn't work with Jono and Ricky. Oh, she wants Irma to experience firsthand what it's like to have your man stolen from you. A satisfied Jono waited for Irma to go to bed. Everything would be fine. But Ricky was also nearby, calling her over, offering her a relaxing massage. This is some kind of erotic dream. The girl closed her eyes. Two half-naked males invite her to bed. Irma hesitantly replied that she didn't want to sleep yet, but they took her by the hand. They laid her down in the middle between them, whispering tenderly that they understood that she was not ready for the two of them yet, so they would just sleep together. Ricky kissed her tenderly on the cheek, saying that they would never do anything she didn't want. Jono immediately pulled her towards him, declaring that he wanted to kiss her too. She kissed Irma hard, who closed her eyes. But the kiss on the cheek turned into a deep kiss on the lips. They hadn't agreed on that. Then Irma slid her head under the covers, declaring that she was going to sleep. The guys smiled, realizing how embarrassed she was, and wished her good night. In the morning, Irma stretched as she came to terms with her sleep. Jono handed her some salt water, and Ricky offered her a light breakfast. Irma agreed, smiling sweetly and happy at how well everyone got along. When she saw the mushroom soup on the table and smelled the aroma, she clapped her hands in bliss. When she sat down, Jono ran in with an armful of flowers, saying that he would bring her some every day. Ricky blushed with annoyance. There was a serious tension growing between the guys, but experience told Irma that it was better not to interfere. But their tension was relieved by the rustling sound they heard outside the window. Looking out, they saw Mia, who was confused by the fact that she had been discovered. She was going to retreat, but the guys asked what she was doing under their house. They asked her menacingly what she wanted to offend Irma again. Mia put on the most innocent look, saying that she really wanted to atone for her sins and therefore brought them nuts and fruits. She also offered to help with cleaning the house and cooking, and then her foot caught on a rock. Dropping the basket of ooze, she fell to the ground. This was her signature trick. What kind of man can stand up to a lady in trouble? But here she lies with her head in the ground. The basket is lying nearby, and no one runs up to comfort her and lift her up. Instead, Ricky scowled and said that they didn't need help from trappers who you never knew what to expect. And he said in disappointment that Mia was so clumsy. The boys approached Irma and, stroking her, asked if she was scared. They themselves should take care of her. Mia rose to her feet, shaking off the dirt and sheepishly muttering that she would be extremely careful, and Irma would be pleased. Oh, how she hated Irma now. At that moment, a trapper flew in shouting that the new trappers had fought with the locals. After the wall was built, the Osawa tribe began to attract even more attention, and many wandering trappers wanted to join this tribe. Wandering hunters, seeing such a fortification, concluded that the tribe was not in poverty, and therefore wanted to join, and the tribe's numbers began to grow. Now Irma watched the fight between their trapper, who was teaching the newcomer that bones should not be scattered everywhere, and the newcomer, in turn, accused him of discriminating against newcomers. Irma approached and asked the trapper what was going on this time, and he replied that the new arrivals were trampling their males. Irma understood that newcomers, upon arriving in the tribe, begin to demonstrate their masculinity. There are more males now, and they decide everything with their fists. But as they say, if you come to someone else's monastery, you must observe its rules. A pleased Mia watched this. The trappers were used to lawlessness from afar, and she would see how Irma would deal with this. Meanwhile, a real riot was brewing. The trappers were shouting for their women to be returned to them. The newly arrived trapper brazenly held the female, who was frightened, and declared that this woman was not Osawa's property, and that the strongest would get her. The local trappers shouted that they were from outside. What kind of impudence was this? And they responded by accusing them of discrimination. Irma shouted for everyone to stop. Osawa does not allow strife. Everyone looked at her happily. Irma will sort everything out. The new male looked with delight and curiosity at the famous Irma, who had led the tribe to prosperity, and asked if she would drive them away. Irma calmly replied that no, and she should apologize to him. Having entered the tribe and become Osawa, they have the same rights as others. The male was pleased. Irma was right. An indignant murmur was heard, but he wanted to take the female. Then Irma coldly added that it was his turn now. He blinked, and the girl explained that the rules of Osawa stated that strife and cruelty were not allowed, and the new arrivals called themselves part of the tribe. But they broke the rules. The newbie repeated after her, as if scalded, that she had said that they were breaking the rules. Turning purple with indignation, he shouted that a strong male should have females, but almost every one of them runs after him. They are all his. Irma, without taking her eyes off the egoist, whistled. Well then, maybe he'll take a chance. The newbie was delighted. A fight. One-on-one. He's ready with the strongest. The guys growled that even the strongest one was too much for him. A male stepped forward. The crowd shouted, "Come on, beat him, go ahead." The newbie immediately pounced on him. Don't underestimate him. They clashed in a fight. The newcomer did not know about the power of the totem, so his damage did not cause any damage to his opponent. He was confused. How could it be that even the inhabitants of the plains fell from this blow? And this was a resident of some small tribe. Then the native of Osawa growled that it was now his turn and rushed at the newcomer. Jumping up to the newcomer, he struck him. He didn't understand what kind of powerful force it was or where it came from. The next second, he was crushed by the blow and flew to the ground. But the resident of Osawa shouted to stop and did not let the newcomer go. Irma stood in front of the newcomer and stated that he had lost. The newcomers started saying that they lost. How could that be? Now they will be driven out. Mia watched this scene. She did not understand how these guys, whom she had known for a long time, became so strong. The new guy fell to his knees before Irma, accepting defeat. Now they can do whatever they want with him. However, looking the frightened guy in the eyes, Irma replied that she was not going to do anything with him. This was just a duel, which always ended with someone losing. The trappers were puzzled as to why Irma had not driven him away. How could it be that now, when they had heard her voice, they were not driving their own away? This touched the previously cocky newcomer to the depths of his soul. Before, they would have gotten into a lot of trouble for this, but this kind woman was ready to accept them after all. Then Irma categorically stated that if they do not follow the rules of Osawa, it means they do not respect themselves or others, and they will no longer behave rudely with the trappers they do not like. The newcomer swore that from now on they would follow the rules. In that case, you are welcome, Irma finished. If you treat Osawa well, then Osawa will treat you well. The tribe has food, and you can choose a partner for yourself on the terms of voluntary consent. There were cries of "Long live Osawa." Let everyone know about this tribe. The male, mad with joy, took Irma's hand and without taking his eyes off her, proposed to her. He fell in love with her, forgetting about all the other females and offering himself as her partner. Ricky and Jono howled in unison, looking for death again. Running up to the amorous newcomer, they warned him not to talk nonsense. If he freezes like that again, he'll be dead. The guy has learned his lesson. Mia kept wondering how the Osawas became so strong, what the secret was. She took the tried and tested path of love games, while copulating with the male who defeated the newcomer at the very peak of the process. She asked, as if by chance, how he became so strong. The male praised Mia. She also did well, but she never heard from him where the strength came from. They continued and continued. Mia ingratiatingly pulled out. So where did the strength come from? The elated guy wanted to answer. And just as I wanted to share, I remembered the elder's order not to tell outsiders. Sophie turns out to be an outsider too, which means she can't. And in general, she was behaving strangely. Then he asked where such interest came from, taking on the appearance of a slandered victim and falling on his chest. Mia groaned. How could he think such a thing? It was just that the tribe and he himself had changed so much. He agreed. But it was better not to ask her such questions. Otherwise, she might be misunderstood. She closed his mouth with a kiss and promised that she would not do it again. Mia was disappointed. During sex, it is best to get a man to have a frank conversation. But this one is silent. After the conflict between Irma and the strangers, harmony was restored in the tribe. The latter changed, and Osawa accepted them. Sophie became more reserved and gentle. She began to take care of the babies, and even males appeared who wanted to marry her. Jono and Irma discussed Mia's behavior. Now Mia wants to find a partner and start a family. Jono himself heard about this, and also that she wants a strong man, so the males will compete with each other for the right to be with her. Irma thought, a strong partner. Yes, she came for the power of the totem, and not for a strong partner. Jono patted her head as usual. No need to think too much. They were looking after her. Quay didn't know about the totem. The headman is busy with meat. They planted potatoes. Irma is thinking again, and Jono again reminds her not to think about it anymore. He blushed. His breathing quickened. The guy admitted that he finally got rid of Ricky, and now wanted to be only with her. He asked to look only at him and think only about him. But their solitude did not last long. Irma was loudly called by a male who was looking for her. The guy was very excited. There was something clearly wrong with the potato leaves. Irma and Jono screamed, "How so?" Irma took the leaves and saw for herself that the problem was in pests. Jono didn't understand the seriousness, that's all. They could be removed. He suggested just going and collecting the pests. And that's it. The potatoes would start growing normally again. But our heroine understood that collecting was half the trouble. If they did not process the leaves, the insects would return. But where would they come from in the world of trappers? Then it dawned on her, and she called Ben, he should know. She asked if there were plants here that could repel insects. Yes, they were, and many were planted in the tribe's fields. Irma was already happy about where exactly and what kind of plants they were, but Ben didn't know. The master didn't talk about it. Bummer. Looks like she'll have to look for it on her own this time. Irma approached Jono with a request to ask the trappers to look for plants with a specific smell, but the guy asked for at least some visual characteristics. But Irma didn't know. The plants here and the plants from her world were very different. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. And then, as if by magic, a handsome man appeared out of nowhere and handed her a bunch of plants, asking if this was what she was looking for. Irma couldn't take her eyes off him, and in a voice trembling with excitement, she asked who he was. The guy introduced himself as Bart, a traveling trapper, and this was a grapevine flower. He was passing by and accidentally overheard their conversation. Irma's heart was beating so hard, but then the dissatisfied Jono closed it and muttered that he was Irma's partner. He immediately became unpleasant to this Bart. Then, forcing a smile, he said that he would gladly accept the flower, and the wandering hunter held it out. Mechanically turning to Irma, he handed her the plant. The girl scanned the flower. The juice of the vine contains a poison that kills insects. She rushed to Bart to see if he still had these flowers, or if he could tell her where he found them. The guy, a little confused, replied that these flowers are planted on the plains to fight insects, but he had never seen these fields up close. Irma immediately drooped on the plains, which means they will never be able to get these flowers. Digging through the bag, Bart said that he still had such flowers. Irma and Jono looked at the flowers with wide eyes like children, and Bart gave them everything he had. Bart even gave instructions on how to treat potato leaves. While Jono was giving orders to the trappers about processing the potatoes, Irma asked if Bart could do it. Although he didn't have much experience, he told what he knew. Irma thanked him warmly, to which the guy, looking thoughtfully at the flower, assured that it wasn't worth it. It was just a couple of flowers and words, but Irma still assured that it meant a lot to her. If he needed anything, he could contact her, and the guy looked at her and asked, "How can he get to the Osawa tribe?" The girl froze. "He's already in Osawa. Let him be their guest," to Jono's obvious displeasure. Bart looked at the wall in admiration. His choice to join Osawa was the right one. The wall really was strong. Irma was glad. She would have someone to consult about potatoes. But why was he wandering around with such knowledge? Any tribe would gladly accept him. The guy lowered his eyes and replied that it was a sad story. The same thing repeated every time. Shedding a tear, he shared that the males fight over him. Each one wants to make him their own. He fights against this. The males start to get angry, and he only has his face and is otherwise useless. He smiled radiantly, saying that he had heard that the Osawa were friendly towards foreigners, and fortunately met them. He looked at her with his huge eyes, pleadingly whispering, "She won't drive him away." Of course, Irma said that he could remain with peace of mind. The females of the tribe could no longer take their eyes off him. Jono, seeing him with his mate, thought about how to get rid of this cute Bart. The priestess approached and saw some kind of crowd, and she became interested in what everyone was discussing so animatedly. Irma's face appeared with glowing eyes. She was clearly eager to tell something. The girl introduced the newcomer to the elder, and the woman looked at him with curiosity, explaining that he was a traveling trapper named Bart, who wanted to join their tribe. The elder invited him and warmly welcomed him into the tribe. The woman did not miss the male's seductive appearance. Half jokingly, half seriously, she said that he would have no end of females here. Imagine everyone's surprise when they learned that Bart came from the city of the Beastmasters. Jono and the priestess gasped in unison to come here from such a big city, and the rest whispered. It was obvious. Even his clothes were different from the locals. And then the thought came to Irma. Was he not a saint who was sent here? Irma remembered Ricky's words, who told how he was almost killed in the city of beasts. And if she knows that the jade is in Osawa, then she will not leave him alone. According to their assumption, the saint is Ben's sister, who controls the city of beastmasters, and Bart was born in this same city. The girl looked around at the charming Bart, who had already won the elder's heart. It didn't look like this cute and charming guy was a spy, and besides, he himself offered to help them. In general, he looked like an ordinary traveler. And then she decided to get to know him better by asking why he left such a big city to come here. Bart, almost in tears, told how the elder wanted to make him her own. He resisted and ran so far away that her subordinates could not find him. His story touched the hearts of women. The females vied with each other to say that no one would hurt him again. They warmly and vying with each other invited him to live with them. The elder took him to show him the village, where and what was located. He has already become everyone's favorite, touchingly thanking everyone for their care. Irma also involuntarily succumbed to his charm, but trying to think rationally, she understood that her assumptions were not without meaning. Well, you can't be such a handsome heartthrob. He also made such an impression on her that her heart almost jumped out. Ben appeared, announcing that he belonged to the clan of enchanting foxes. Irma knew nothing about this. Ben explained that it was a special clan, and the men and women in it were incredibly beautiful. In ancient times, countless tribes and powerful hunters fought for the beauty of the enchanting fox clan. Compared to what Bart told, this is child's play, Irma thought. Bart didn't tell this. He only said that he went to Osawa because he had nowhere else to go. Lost in thought, she didn't hear Jono calling her for a minute, who irritably asked what she also thought about this Bart. She nodded in confirmation, wanting to share her thoughts, as her eyes lit up, looking to the side. Jono immediately became hysterical and started throwing a tantrum that she no longer loved him. But she liked this cute new guy. Irma tried to convey that he had misunderstood everything, but Jono shouted that she had just confessed and had not even heard him calling her. Irma showed the oath sign. She was simply thinking about the purpose of his coming to the tribe, and nothing more. And as a sign of confirmation of her words, she reached out to him and kissed him, saying that she loved only him. Jono blushed. Before, Irma had always been shy about showing her feelings in public. The girl took him by the hands and cheerfully suggested that they go home. On the way home, they chatted happily, and Jono asked her to think about him more often and kiss him in front of everyone, so that other guys wouldn't hang around. Ricky appeared out of breath and asked if they had really accepted a traveling trapper. At dinner, Irma couldn't get a word in edgewise. Ricky and Jono were discussing Bart and his cuteness that had captivated all the females in the tribe. Ricky's eyes flashed, and he promised to sort it out. At this time, Bart appeared with a radiant smile and feigned surprise that they turned out to be neighbors. Irma and Jono jumped up in surprise at what he was doing here. But after coming to her senses a little, Irma learned that the headman had settled Bart next to them. She was pleased to receive a bouquet from him. In turn, she asked him not to be shy if he needed anything. But she didn't finish. The guys pushed her away, intercepting the bouquet and telling Bart that Irma is always busy, so he should contact them. He had already seen Jono and knew that he was Irma's partner. And who was he? He asked, looking at Ricky, knowing that he was Irma's guardian. When Ricky said his name, Bart somehow tensed up, saying that his name was so familiar. Then, looking the guy intently in the eyes, he asked if he was the illegitimate son of the king of the flying lions from the city of beastmasters. Jono and Irma were taken aback when they heard these words. The next moment, Ricky grabbed Bart and pushed him against the wall. He began to press on his throat, anger filling him. Who the hell was he? He tried to say something, saying a name, but he couldn't add anything else. Instead of words, a hoarse wheeze came out. Jono pulled his friend away to prevent a murder. Irma was also scared. Bart, coming to his senses and still wheezing, replied that it looked like it was all true. Irma didn't like Bart's actions and asked who he was. He was clearly not an ordinary traveler, since he knew such information. Bart replied with an innocent expression that everything he told about his past was true, and that he found out about Ricky when he overheard the conversation of the king of the beasts. Irma doubted, and he understood all this based only on the name. He added that he also saw a similarity with the celestial lions, so he guessed right, you could say that. Irma hesitated. It didn't seem like he was lying, and Bart confirmed that if he had wanted to do harm, he would not have shared this information. Bart sadly noted that this is what Osawa's hospitality looks like. Attacking a guest like that, Irma apologized, saying that yes, Ricky really did flare up. Having analyzed his behavior, he himself started this mess, and now he pretends to be innocent and even accused them all. He pretended that there was a misunderstanding. Everything was fine. When Irma stuck a knife a millimeter from his face, Irma's appearance frightened Bart. She warned that if she did another similar trick, she would not be responsible for herself. But then, a shadow of a smile flashed across his face, after which he said that he understood everything. Irma did not take her eyes off him. She threw him out the door. Bart wanted to say something, but Irma didn't want to listen to him. Left alone, Bart smiled contentedly, admiring Irma's courage and the fact that he managed to get her mad as she defended her male. Her eyes are full of determination to do anything for her man. It is admirable. A smug grin crossed his face. Let's see what she's willing to do for him. Irma watched him walk away into the evening twilight, breathing a sigh of relief. She and Jono approached the upset Ricky and asked how he was. He sadly smiled and confirmed Bart's words about his origins. His mother was not his father's partner, and therefore he was only a shameful stain for him. Irma felt sorry for him, imagining what he had gone through as a child and how painful it was to remember it. Irma fervently assured that she did not care about his origin. He was her protector and guardian, and Jono added that he was his best friend. Ricky was touched by such support and approached Irma, and she asked him if he would never give up his present. Gently hugging Irma, he only said that he would always be like this. Everything would have been fine, but they continued to stand there, and Jono began to get nervous. But he didn't flare up. He just smiled and thought that today it was Ricky's turn. Tomorrow she will yawn again in front of the elder, and she will again start asking if she got enough sleep. Jono stood between Irma and Ricky in a businesslike manner, declaring that they needed to discuss something. The guys asked Irma to keep this Bart at a distance. They didn't like him. He deliberately provoked Ricky. He shouldn't be made part of the tribe. Ricky added that this guy was clearly lying. In the city of animals, he had hidden his belonging to the heavenly lions in every possible way. And if he was sent by a saint, then he will turn Osawa upside down. Irma tried to defuse the situation by saying that everything wasn't so bad. The headman liked him. Besides, from the very beginning, he did everything to help them. He doesn't look suspicious. The guys pounced on Irma, saying that she was defending him, but the girl tried to explain that with the arrival of Bart, the girls in the tribe blossomed. If they drove him away now, they would provoke conflicts. And she made an argument that if he really is a spy, then on the contrary, we need to keep him close. The guys agreed with her, so they agreed not to take their eyes off the new fox, and if anything happened, they would immediately kick him out. Ricky was about to leave them, explaining that he was only causing her pain. Ricky was used to being an outcast, People often shouted at him that he was an illegitimate scum, a freak. Irma couldn't sleep. Her heart was constricted with worry for Ricky. Lying in the arms of the sleeping Jono, she wondered if Ricky had really left, and if he was already far away. It was already deep into the night, and Irma gently removed Jono's hand to get out of bed and look for Ricky. Jono did not sleep. He looked into the darkness as she rose. He didn't stop her, realizing that the two needed to talk. Ricky sat in a clearing on a hill, looking into the distance. Irma came up and sat down next to him, saying that she had just had a nightmare that he had left her forever. Ricky patted her head reassuringly. Osawa was his only family. He would never abandon them. Looking into the distance again, he thoughtfully said that since childhood, he had not known who his mother was. He only knew that his father had other women. Although his father himself brought him and his family to the city, this embarrassed him very much. His wife hated him. His son and his other children were always pestering, bullying, and torturing him in every possible way. The father tried to calm the feud, but his attempts only made things worse, and eventually, after another fight with his son, the father expelled him. He wandered until he was taken in by an elder from the Osawa tribe and found a family. Irma was outraged at how it was possible to drive away a very small child, and Ricky sadly noted that his father apparently never considered him part of his family, and unwanted children always face the same fate. He admitted that at first he courted her only so that his children would be safe, and so that they would not suffer the same fate as him. Then he hugged her tenderly. Now everything is different. Irma whispered that the past cannot be changed, but she is confident in the future. He, she, and their children. Ricky asked pleadingly that they would be happy. Irma assured him, thinking that they had enough time to replace negative memories with good ones. Having promised to do everything to help Ricky become truly happy. While sipping on the bed, Irma realized that it was already lunchtime. What a sleepyhead she was. Someone knocked, and still not fully awake, she trudged towards the door. Bart stood on the threshold with a bouquet of flowers and a sweet smile. Irma's sleep was gone in the blink of an eye. What is he doing here? As if nothing had happened yesterday, he handed Irma flowers, admiring their beauty and aroma. But the girl demonstratively turned away and coldly declared that she only accepts gifts from her partners. He happily looked into her face and blurted out that she wanted him to become her partner. She put him in his place and then began to explain that there was a lot of work in the tribe, and he had not joined to pick flowers. But Bart, with childish ease, grabbed her hand and ran to show her. When they stopped, he showed her today's catch. A whole mountain of wild boars. Wow! Irma didn't know what to say. Twice as many as usual. He hugged her, saying that he would be rewarded for his efforts. Ricky and Jono saw this, and oh, how they wanted to beat him up. Ricky asked Irma what she was doing there and ordered Bart to stop pestering her. But the guys who took part in the hunt asked for a rest for Bart. They admired him because today's catch was his merit. Bart smiled sweetly and became embarrassed, saying that this was everyone's work, and he had already had enough rest. Ricky and Jono were sullenly silent, and Irma said, "Wow, how quickly Bart became friends with everyone." Ricky appreciated Bart's abilities as a hunter. He knows the habits and weaknesses of wild animals. He organized the hunting strategy well, and this is the result. Jono also had to agree with this, because at first they thought that nature had only given him brains and a cute face. But such a hunter is really rare to meet. Let him stay. Irma replied, "But what if this is just a disguise to gain trust?" She answered her own question, "Then this is an enemy to be feared." But the guys calmed her down. Let her not worry. If he was up to something, it would definitely come to light. They were watching him. When they were cutting up the animal carcasses, one of the girls told him not to throw away the bones. They would make soup out of them and add mushrooms. He was surprised. He didn't know about that. The girl, looking at him lovingly, said that she would cook everything in a moment and he would taste it. While she was cooking, she shared that it was all thanks to Irma, who knew so much more than anyone else. What a cool woman, Bart whistled, realizing that Osawa's power was directly connected to Irma. The boys were carrying the loot, and Yuart asked where to take it. The guys explained that some of the meat is stored in an ice cave. There's a lot of game in the summer, so they put it aside for the winter. Bart asked how they managed to keep meat for so long. As far as he knows, it can be kept in ice cubes for 10 to 15 days. Maybe the ice cubes there are big. But the guys said that they didn't know this, and Bart pricked up his ears, wondering if Osawa really had a way to store meat for a long time. Irma had finally managed to make yarn from wool, and she wanted to start knitting things for the winter. She will knit sweaters for herself, for the boys and children, and the yarn can also be exchanged. The girl hummed to herself with pleasure at how beautiful they would all be. Meanwhile, the girls treated Bart, trying to please him, and he really liked everything. As Irma passed by, she saw this picture. For the first time, so many females were so kindly courting a male. Bart noticed her and called out to her. He waved his hand, inviting them to join their meal. But the girl kindly declined. She still had a lot to do, so let them dine without her. Mia, red with anger, watched this. This girl was still not satisfied, she thought. She didn't have enough of Jono and Ricky, and now she decided to take this new guy away too. And pretending to be innocent, she languidly said in a circle of girls, "Well, Irma has charmed this handsome guy, and she already has two. This is a good opportunity to turn the females against Irma and make them jealous of her and hate her, just like she did with Sophie." But instead of hatred, the girls responded that it was time to admit that Irma was better than them. She was so cool. It seems like they should learn from her. Maybe they, too, will find a partner someday. Mia was horrified. Were they serious? Irma was knitting a sweater. It was good that she remembered the basics of knitting, even without patterns. Then Bart spoke in her ear. She knits well, even though she is not a silkworm. The girl almost dropped her knitting needles. She asked him discontentedly what he was spying on her for, but he, in his simple-minded style, replied that he was passing by and saw her through the window. Returning to work, she said that if he had seen enough, then he should return to his females. They were probably already tired of waiting. He giggled girlishly and replied that they had all already run away to improve themselves and become as cool as Irma. Irma hiccuped, asking what he was saying, and Bart, rolling a ball of yarn, answered slowly that she was full of surprises. Approaching her like a spider to a fly, he added not only that yarn needed to be made, but he also knew how to weave. He believed that Irma could not have guessed it herself, and the girl in fear thought that if Bart was an enemy, he would not be so easily fooled. After which Irma offered to teach him how to knit if he was so interested. The guy was clearly surprised. She nodded sweetly, smiling in confirmation of her words, giving him the yarn she had started knitting with knitting needles. Bart really liked it. He quickly joined the process, asking if he was doing everything right. Irma took his work for inspection and unfolded it. That's right. She didn't think that he would master this skill so quickly. He grabbed her hands, thanking her warmly because he had such a good teacher. Irma stopped the intimacy, and having thrust the yarn at him, said that he would finish the remaining half himself, and tomorrow she would show him how to make sleeves. Bart asked again in surprise. "They will continue tomorrow." Irma nodded, because the sweater is not ready yet. As soon as Irma began to continue knitting, he, saying how could she do this, pinned her to the wall with his hands. Irma asked him in fear and surprise what he was doing. The guy's appearance changed from cute to predatory, who said that he was an ordinary guy who had just joined Osawa. Scanning her closely, he asked why she taught him such secrets. Wasn't it reckless? Bart held her face in his palm, And Irma replied that there was nothing reckless about it. It was her desire and her problem. If something went wrong, she would be responsible for it. Then, confidently pushing his hand away, she seriously asked him to respond to her with the same kindness and tell the truth. Without delay, she asked him who he was. The guy, not having time to pronounce the news, as he usually did when entering the house, froze, seeing Irma and next to her, clearly not at a business distance, Bart. Jono lit up like a match, screaming what the hell he was doing to his wife. Meanwhile, Ricky collected a whole basket of berries that Irma liked so much last time. But before he could open the door, a frightened Bart flew out, and behind him, he heard the voice of his friend growling like a wounded animal. Already running away, Bart shouted to Irma that they would see each other tomorrow and rushed away. Ricky walked in tensely, saying that he had come expecting an explanation of what he had seen. Jono, red with rage, punched the wall, calling Bart a brat, and Irma tried in vain to calm him down. Seeing Ricky, the girl turned to him with a request to calm Jono down. When Ricky asked what happened, Jono sighed resignedly that they were losers. He told his friend that while they were gone, the scoundrel had seduced Irma. The girl no longer had the strength to prove anything. She repeated for the 100th time that she was simply teaching him how to knit a sweater. But the guys had already pounced on her. She didn't understand hints. The sweater was just a pretext. But Irma calmly replied that they should first figure out what was going on and then kick him out. Bart had helped Osawa a lot, and so it was a gesture of gratitude. Besides, the girl raised her index finger with a sly smile. She was also watching him. She explained that if Bart was here to find out Osawa's secrets, then sharing small details with him would weaken his vigilance. The guys thought for a second, but she was right. But Jono was again overcome with fear for Irma. He reminded her that this guy is not so simple, and if he does something to her, he will not live. The boys went to cook dinner, and Irma thought about how important it was for her to get closer to Bart and find out what he was like. Late in the evening, she was about to fall asleep when she felt Jono's hand on her and his playful gaze. He reached for her neck for a kiss, muttering that although he knew that nothing had happened between her and Bart, he still felt uneasy after today. He lightly and tenderly bit her ear, arranging a prelude. Irma muttered that it was not necessary. Ricky would come now, but Jono reassured her that he asked him to spend the night in his house today. Irma couldn't resist him when Jono was around. She lost control of herself. In the morning, a pleased Bart looked at his homework, the finished sweater. As always, he came to Irma with a broad smile to continue the lesson. Irma outlined the boundaries for him from the very beginning so that he would not forget about the distance. But it seemed that this irritated Bart. He began to sniff her, smiling and muttering something. Irma turned away, feeling uneasy, and Bart seriously assured that Jono had left him a message. He blurted out that Jono had marked her so that he wouldn't get close to her. Irma started to get nervous because Bart got carried away and started flirting with her, saying that he liked her, and what if they? He came up from behind, put his arm around her, and suggested that they become partners so they wouldn't have to hide their meetings. He put her hand on his face, whispering that he had such a beautiful face. Well, didn't she like it? His eyes seemed to pierce her whole. The next second, he was already a couple of centimeters from her lips. Before he could finish his seductive speech, he received a fist to the chin. The girl resolutely stated that she would not tolerate this. If he needed a partner, the tribe was full of females. Let him choose. Lowering his head, Bart said in a serious voice, barely audibly, that he wasn't lying. He really liked her. The very next second, a sharp needle touched his neck. Coldly piercing him with her gaze, Irma asked, "So you like her, and how long have they known each other?" And he knows what kind of person she is. He knows nothing about her, so his words are just empty. Pushing the needle harder so that Bart began to choke, she added, or he was gaining her trust. He shed a tear. How could he? He was just a lonely, wandering hunter who was pursued everywhere by females. And she was different. Irma watched his habits and was amazed. Wow, he was more cunning than Mia. Afterwards, he quite seriously suggested to forget everything. There were more important things to do, and his hand dropped into the basket with yarn. As if nothing had happened, he cheerfully told how he himself had finished knitting a sweater and improved her knitting method. Irma looked at the neat patterns and sincerely admired them, and she did it in one evening. He said that at night he decided to repeat the method of the silkworms, and he succeeded. He never ceased to amaze Irma. Only yesterday he took the knitting needles in his hands and immediately improved the method by inventing his own. He is absolutely not like other trappers. Irma was interested in learning about silkworms, and the guy told her how they taught him the technique of knitting. But since he doesn't know how to create threads, he couldn't knit a thing from scratch. Irma said that he knew almost everything in the world and asked him a question. All the males she has met focus mostly on brute force and hunting. And he, it seems to her, is developing in all directions. Bart seemed pleased that Irma had noticed his strengths, and he reminded him of the woman from the tribe he had spoken about. But Irma said that she doesn't think that this is the main problem. He knows how to find an approach to any woman. She saw how he communicated with the women of Osawa. So what is the truth? They looked at each other without looking away, both faces extremely serious. Finally, Bard exhaled and cheerfully reformulated her question. The most logical thing to ask was why he could do so many things. Irma assumed it was because he was smart, but Bart corrected her in order to survive. Fox hunters are distinguished by their outstanding appearance, but they are not very strong. And if he does not learn new knowledge, then over time he will become a trophy for a woman's piggy bank. Females everywhere fought for him, for his appearance, for his presentability. If you want to live with dignity, you need to work on increasing your value. Engage in farming, hunting, weaving, strategy. No matter what happens, you need to work constantly. Then the girls understand that it is better not to anger or divide a male with brains, because he does not want to become a slave for females. Only by becoming a useful person can he control others. In other words, set his own rules. Irma was amazed by his thoughts, but he was right. She couldn't even imagine that Bart thought so unusually in this primitive animal world. Unnoticed, he approached her and said that all this time she had lived the same way. He has seen many females. Most of them grab onto males and don't worry about anything. They don't have to do anything except give birth to offspring. They enjoy all the benefits and take it for granted. But Irma is completely different. Not like other females, she does not like to sit on everything ready and enjoy female privileges. So before getting married, she will take everything into her own hands and will be able to provide for herself. Irma looked at him with wide eyes, even though she had been in this world for a long time. But only Bart clearly understood the course of her thoughts. But he took her hands again and started talking about how they were very similar, that they were going against their destinies, that they were made for each other. And he got carried away again. Now that she knows him, they can become a couple, or she doesn't like him, or rather, she likes him, but the way he thinks. But that's not important. Well, that's why when she starts to think that Bart is a smart and serious trapper, he turns into some kind of boy and starts playing with her. And again, she answered a firm no. They are both independent and each is developing. They will not get along together. If she hears something like that again, she will beat the crap out of them. And again, she turned him down. Bart looked like a dejected animal. But then, he said with a smile that he would then teach her his knitting technique in gratitude for her help. Irma smiled, thinking that he changes like the weather. And deftly moving the knitting needles, he showed how to embroider patterns. Then Irma took the yarn in her hands and began to repeat after him, and she began to succeed quite quickly. He happily prompted and guided her, being so close that he could smell the scent of her skin. How happy Irma was when she got a beautiful pattern. He took advantage of the moment to hug her and say how clever she was. She warned and punched him in the chin. Bart whined and mumbled, but she pressed herself against him. She continued knitting in silence, and Bart asked if there was some kind of holiday today. He saw how the tribe was preparing a lot of food. She stopped knitting. He asked what was going on. He didn't want to talk about it. But she chuckled, noting that she didn't expect him to notice such little things. The girl said that once a month her tribe makes a sacrifice, and food is prepared for it. Each of them was thinking about how to find out information, Bart about the sacrifice, and Irma about what approach to find this guy. It's difficult to crack him. And suddenly, for Bart, she invited him to attend this ceremony with everyone. He never expected this. Is it possible for him? Irma assured him. And why not? He is a member of the Osawa tribe. It is even necessary. Bart was thinking feverishly. Ricky, Jono, and Irma suspect him. And then she invites him to the ceremony. Maybe it's a trap. But out loud, Bart cited fatigue and refused, especially since it was a monthly ceremony. He could go another time. It was already evening, and Bart went home. They said goodbye. All the guys' thoughts were about whether to go to this ceremony or not, whether it was a trap for him or not. And Irma's thoughts were about whether Bart would come to the sacrifice in the evening or not, which she asked Ricky about. He replied that he didn't know, standing with his back turned and thinking about his own things. After which he advised not to tell this Bart anything else about the sacrifice, but rather to assign a tale to him like to Mia, so that he wouldn't sniff around. But Irma said that Bart would sniff around anyway. In general, no matter what she does, he is always on the alert, sees, and notices everything. He either acts as if nothing happened and avoids questions, or like a fool, or is overly serious. She has the feeling that he is leading her by the nose. And therefore, we need to take everything into our own hands and see if he will come to check and find out or not. Having learned about their plan, Jono screamed like a victim that he was against it. Even if she wants to test Bart, it's not worth taking such a big risk. But Irma tried to convince him that sacrifice is the best way to increase the warrior's strength, thanks to the totem. Her powers were only enough for one ritual a month, so she couldn't delay. Who the newcomers needed the blessing of the totem? But Jono hit the table hard. Irma had never seen him like this before. He was furious and declared that this was his last word. Irma was even scared, it seemed to her, that he was going to hit her now. Jono felt ashamed. He realized that he had gone too far and apologized for shouting. But he was really worried about Irma. And what if Bart really was a holy man and found out about the totem? Then she would never let her go. He hugged her, as if she would be gone the next minute, and passionately declared that he did not need any force if she was in danger. Irma understood his worries, telling him that she was bad for making him worry about her so much. But taking his face in her hands and looking him straight in the eyes, the girl insisted on her own. The ritual of sacrifice cannot be canceled. Jono flared up again. Why is his wife so stubborn? She didn't let him continue and covered his mouth with a passionate kiss. When they caught their breath, she whispered that she understood him and appreciated him very much. However, in case of danger, only he can protect her, and she believes that no matter what happens, he will always be there. When Jono came outside, Ricky was waiting for him, chewing on a stalk of grass. He told his friend that he needed to go. There was still a lot to do before the ritual. Ricky had no doubt that Irma would convince him. But Jono grumbled discontentedly that he still had the audacity to say such a thing. He asked him to keep an eye on Irma, But in the end, she takes a risk, and he even supports her. But Ricky declared that he would protect Irma, even at the cost of his life. Bart watched from behind the bushes as the ceremony began, and he had a bad feeling about it. But there was no way to retreat. He had to find out everything. He remembered his elder. She relies on him. He is the best male of their clan, who must find a bright path for their tribe. And the king of the Flying Lions asked him to go to the northern lands and find his son. So whether it's a trap or not, he can't back down. The fire was burning. Irma was saying something. All the males of the tribe bowed their heads. Bart was amazed. The ceremonies are conducted by priests. What is Irma doing there? He recognized the jade stolen by Ricky. He couldn't take his eyes off the stone. It had such a familiar pattern on it. And then a bright light flashed, so bright that Bart closed his eyes. I felt such power and strength. So this is the secret of Osawa's improvement. This power was received by the new arrivals. Bart watched the warriors. Their transformation, did it really increase strength? And then it dawned on him, jade, ancient ornaments, sacrifices. Could this really be what he thought it was? A totem from ancient times. So this is the secret of Osawa, the ancient totem. And if Irma told him about it, then his leg froze. Ricky and Jono were watching him, ready to give him a good beating. It was too late to run away. But he decided to tell about the evening walk. But this only irritated the guys even more. Enough, it's time to confess, and not make up stories. Jono said that he would take him to Irma, and took a running jump. Bart didn't have time to react before he felt a vibration in the air and a paw near his face. His eyes widened in horror. Ricky was there too, who kicked him so hard that he didn't have time to come to his senses. He tried to dodge, but his foot left the ground and he flew back, hitting his back painfully against a tree standing behind him. Taking on a calm look, smiling and wiping the blood from his lip, he said that it looked like he wouldn't be able to escape today. Irma appeared, menacingly flashing lightning with her eyes, ordered him to be seized, and demanded a confession from Bart. After Bart said that he did not wish her tribe any harm, the males rushed at him. When Bart saw how many hunters were rushing towards him, he shouted that he really hadn't lied to them. Backing away, he approached the altar without noticing it. A sudden surge of power engulfed his body. He froze. An incredible sensation. The guys of the tribe gasped. How this fox managed to get a blessing, Irma said. In that case, his desire to join the tribe was sincere. Bart tried to joke that he didn't want to die undeservedly, but Irma brought the knife to his throat, threateningly saying that he was constantly lying, dodging, leading her by the nose, and therefore he deserved to die. If he continues to hide the truth, he will regret not dying. She was shocked to hear that Ricky's father had sent him here to help his son. Ricky didn't believe it. His dad never cared about him, so why did he decide to help now? But Bart said he had no idea. Bart said that he was an ordinary henchman. When one day the king of the Flying Lions called him to him and said that the city of animals is not the best place for him, he needs to go to the northern lands and help his son, Ricky. Bart asked how he recognized Ricky, but the king shrugged. He had no idea what his son looked like now, maybe by his achievements. He reminded that his son should have been in Bart's place, whom he protected for many years, so it was time to pay the debt. Or he will have to hide so that she doesn't find him. That's all. He really doesn't know anything else. The boys assumed that the king of the Flying Lions meant the saint. Ricky decided to go out and get some fresh air. He was having a hard time. Irma wanted to stop him, but Jono stopped her. Ricky believed for a long time that he had no father. He didn't care about him, and now he finds out that he cares about him and sent a trapper to protect him. But Bart interjected with a grin. What kind of a talisman is this? Throwing an underage child out into the street, and after so many years, when the son grew up, the father's conscience woke up. So there is no need to consider him the father of the year. But Irma glared at him menacingly. Irma decided to put the squeeze on Bart by asking if he was sent to protect Ricky. Then why did he provoke him, sow discord between her partners, and arouse everyone's suspicions? He innocently replied that he just wanted to check how deep their feelings were, and then he got carried away. Or maybe Irma herself began to stick to him, and Ricky was like a dog to her. Irma could barely restrain herself. Afterwards, Bart seriously added that he did this to make sure that they were the very tribe they were looking for. Before the guys could ask again who he meant by they, Bart replied that he meant his tribe, and Osawa, although small, wants his relatives to become part of this tribe. Irma cordially replied that she would be glad to see all of them, and Jono somewhat anxiously asked how many there were. Bart told somewhere more than 200. He didn't know exactly, since he had been away from the tribe for many years. Irma and Jono repeated in unison, looking at each other in bewilderment. Irma asked why he wanted his tribe to become part of Osawa, if there were about the same number of them as in her tribe. Bart explained that although their numbers were sufficient, the tribe had a hard time, and the women attracted the greedy glances of men from other tribes because of their beauty. In order to avoid bringing trouble upon the tribe, they are forced to hide in the mountains. In the wilderness, there is very little fertile soil and game, and there is also a lack of male strength, so the tribe experiences a shortage of food. Periodically, the lava tribe sends out a group of people to find a new and safe place to stay. When asked why Osawa and not Beast City, Bart replied that he had managed to visit many tribes over the years. Yes, large tribes are good, but the relations between tribesmen leave much to be desired. In Osawa, everything is different. Irma said, who would have thought that the small number of Osawa would become her advantage? But Bart liked not only this, but also the fact that there were no intrigues and troubles here. His views were respected. His tribe would like it here. The females here were not offended if he refused, but remained friends. He liked the priestess and the guys in the tribe. The guy enthusiastically took Irma's hands, assuring her that together they would make their tribes even better. Jono pushed him away and stood up with Irma, saying that he would also believe as long as he didn't grope his partner. Pretending to be offended, Bart replied that he was just chatting with her. He couldn't be that jealous. Jono immediately rushed to punch him in the face. Irma tried to calm him down. Turning to Bart, she added that he shouldn't add fuel to the fire. They'll talk later. Bart then returned to the topic of the tribe. The Osawas should show hospitality to his tribe so they would believe that he had made the right choice. Irma asked what he wanted. Bart asked for food. The priestess was outraged by such a condition, to provide food for the winter for 200 hunters. Irma and Jono conveyed Bart's words, because his tribe will have to travel a long way to join them. They will also have to take risks. To the boys' surprise, the priestess quickly agreed. Although there are many females in the Barta tribe, so they will have to provide the tribe with provisions for some time. The priestess explained her agreement by saying that an increase in numbers means an increase in the tribe's power. In Osawa, there are more men than women, which is why there are conflicts. Irma understood her plan. New females will arrive, and the numbers will even out. Families and cubs will appear. Jono asked his mother if they had enough food, and she nodded confidently. Thanks to Irma's combine, food doesn't go to waste. They make dried meat, so Irma runs to tell Bart the news, and he will pass the letter on to his fellow tribesmen. Jono wanted to stop her, but the elder stopped him. Mother seriously warned him that Bart was not indifferent to Irma, and would not back down so easily. Jono replied that Irma was not interested in Bart, but the old woman noticed everything. He was not only handsome, but also smart. They had a lot in common. In the future, everything could change. But was it true that Irma was completely indifferent to him? Jono wondered. and this worried him greatly. Irma admired the knitted sweater. It should suit him. The door opened, and she greeted him cheerfully without turning around. She beamed and held the sweater up to him. It fit just right. But there was no joy on Jono's face. He gloomily replied that he was back. What's wrong with him? He doesn't seem to have a fever, but something is definitely wrong. Having started to interrogate him, she did not receive an answer. Jono denied that everything was fine. But she couldn't be fooled. She could sense the slightest change in him. Jono finally admitted that he was constantly thinking about Bart, but Irma said that there was no need to worry. He had already written to his family, and they were on their way. Jono looked at Irma. She doesn't understand anything. That's not the point. Irma had a question mark on her face. Was he jealous of her? And Bart? She cheerfully pressed herself against him and assured him that Bart was just a joker, that she didn't care about him, that she didn't feel anything for him. This calmed Jono down a little. He believed her, but he didn't believe himself. He innocently shared with her his idea that Bart was very smart and that he and Irma were made for each other. It seemed to him that he and Irma were drifting apart, that he was losing her. He felt so weak, helpless, and useless. But Irma infused him with strength with a magical kiss. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. She assured him that she was full of energy. And he gives her this energy. Jono is her source of strength. He is always there, supporting, tenderly hugging him. She promised that she would always be there for him. And as a sign of the seriousness of her words, she began to pull a sweater on him, the first one, and especially for him. But his hand stopped her. It wasn't enough. Lifting her up in his arms and carrying her to the bed, he wanted her to prove how much she wanted to be with him. Before he could come to his senses, he was already kissing her. Words were unnecessary here. And Ricky, at this time, stood at the door and barely restrained himself from anger and resentment, realizing what was happening there. After that night, although Jono felt relieved, he was still wary of Bart, who came to Irma and casually flirted with her. She made clay pots, and Bart wanted to restore their tribe's long-lost technique of making porcelain. Irma invited him to join, the more the better. Jono pretended to be interested in the sculpting, but he wanted to be with her and not let this Bart get near her. Without missing the opportunity to show whose woman it is, Bart always stood there like a crying boy, until one day he heard behind his back that he looked pathetic. It was his mother and the elder of the tribe, who had already arrived in Osawa. He, like a little boy, joyfully threw up his hands and, shouting how bored he was, rushed towards her. But instead of a fiery embrace, he received a blow to the head with a rod. When asked why, she screamed that he was a charming male fox. All females should be his. And what she saw was that he couldn't conquer any female. But before she could finish speaking, a clear girl's voice greeted her. Turning around, she saw Irma and Jono, who introduced themselves to her. The woman was a little confused, so she coughed to come to her senses. Extending her hand to Irma, she introduced herself as Ayana, bluntly saying that she still doubted whether to become part of this tribe or not. The woman said that she wanted to talk to the elder, to take a closer look. Irma and Jono realized that the merging of tribes is not a piece of cake. Irma decided to offer to show her the tribe, because she hadn't seen a lot of things here. But the woman refused. She glanced at everything, was tired from the journey, and wanted to rest. Irma didn't know what to think. This woman didn't act like a guest asking for shelter, but Bart waved his hand and said not to pay attention. But the elder called him irritably, indicating that it was time for them to go. Watching them walk away, Irma told John that she had a bad feeling about this. Ayana walked with a stony face and didn't say a word. Bart told us about Osawa's methods of storing meat, and Irma constantly discovered new varieties of fruits and vegetables. He tried to convince her that merging with them would be good for them, and their erected walls protect every inhabitant, no worse than in the city of beasts. The tribe has a great future. Ayana interrupted him, saying that she had seen all of this. Let him tell what she hadn't seen. Not only that, Osawa has secrets that made him admire this Irma. And Bart told that Osawa has a mythical totem, and as long as they are faithful to the tribe, and warriors can receive the power of the totem, become strong, and be able to control their own destiny. And he showed her the power of the totem, which fell on him, too. The elder was clearly amazed. Looking at the seal on his hand, she wondered if this was the same totem described in the ancient books. Bart passionately said that Osawa has many more secrets. But the more they hide, the more it becomes clear that Osawa has potential. The woman thoughtfully said that in the letters he indicated that Irma had made all these discoveries. The guy quickly confirmed that she had already found a way to make pottery, and he had only told her about the ceramics recorded in ancient books. And then she asked him point blank, he likes this Irma, so why isn't she his woman yet? Bart, barely holding back a tear, turned away so as not to show sadness, and replied that she has a partner and also a protector. She is not one of those who pounces on appearance. Clenching his fist in impotent anger, he summed up in a trembling voice that Irma didn't like him. The mother asked, trying to control herself. But he likes the girl. Bart turned red as a tomato, stuttering and almost whispering that they were just friends with common interests. His mother smilingly summed up that everything was clear, which meant they liked it. But if he can't get the female, then he is a disgrace to the clan of charming foxes. But he is her favorite child, so he shouldn't worry. She decided to help her beloved son get what he so desired, which she declared during a visit to the elder. She wants to become related, to marry Irma to her son, Bart. Ayana stated that if Irma marries her son, she will believe in Osawa's sincerity. Irma firmly stated that she refused. The elder also added that this was not the only way to see their sincerity. But Ayana patiently explained that this was one of the best ways to unite two high-ranking members of the tribe, which would set a good example for the rest and protect them from conflicts. This will be an incentive to create new unions. Isn't this the happy future they all want to see? Irma was outraged. Why marriage? Another way can be found. Ayana, looking with her piercing eyes, added that she understood Irma's feelings. But couldn't they make concessions for the sake of the tribe, especially since she and Bart get along well? He's smart. Irma understood that she was being pressed, but she did not want to go out of convenience. But the unification of Osawa with the enchanting foxes was a boost to the development of her tribe. The elder decided to intervene and offered Ayane another female to mate with her son so that they could unite. But Ayana answered with a categorical no. She sees that Irma is in a special position. She is probably the wife of a young elder, and in the future, she herself will become the head of the tribe. Such a partner is the best candidate for expressing sincerity. But Ayana interrupted the conversation because she heard a scream outside the door. Jono flew in shouting that in that case he would renounce this status. Irma couldn't get a word in edgewise. Jono blurted out that if he refused to be an elder, then Irma wouldn't be one either, and she could choose another candidate for her son. He approached Irma and said that he would not allow her to be forced to do something she did not want. Ayana stated that this was all very nice, but even if Irma was not a future elder, she had heard about her discoveries and achievements. So Irma was definitely not a simple female. How she infuriated Irma! The girl decided that it was enough to remain silent. It was time to fight back. And she resolutely turned to Bart's mother that Osawa could provide shelter, power, food, and better conditions. This was already quite enough. Besides, they themselves needed Osawa. The woman thought, wow, what a smart girl is beating her with her own conditions, and said out loud that many tribes will accept them, given the appearance of their girls, so they can go to any nearby tribe. And smiling triumphantly, she named the tribe Odor. And as if remembering, she asked again, I think that's what it's called. Irma thought that there was a threat now. Then, taking the staff, she nodded to her son, saying that it was time for them to go, and headed for the exit, giving Irma time to think. Jono cursed in impotent rage. Irma tried to calm him down. She was pleased that the elder also supported her. If Irma did not want, no one would pressure her, and the clan of charming foxes simply did not want to join. But the girl was worried about Odore, whom Ayana threatened to join. Bart followed his mother and asked worriedly if she would really join Odore if Irma did not agree, since she was Osawa's sworn enemy. The woman lost her temper and yelled at Bart. Their plan failed, and he was worried about Osawa. Was she stupid? He rubbed his bump resentfully after scolding her, saying that he could just forget about the marriage. But his mother blurted out, for whom she had arranged everything, for him, who was head over heels in love with Irma. And she did this not only because of Bart. He was of interest to the tribe, and therefore the wedding was going to happen, and she would not back down. His mother wanted to have a full say if there was a merger. Bart was depressed, but Ayana had already said softly that she understood that he was a very tender child, and sometimes she was too rough with him. But as the elder of the tribe, she must be rational and put the interests of the tribe first. But the guy still doubted that Irma would agree, and Ayana, as a woman with experience, reassured him that she would agree for the sake of the tribe. But Bart already knew Irma well enough, who didn't like being forced to do something, and told her about how she didn't want Ricky to become her protector and what conflicts there were. But the mother advised to take advantage of Irma's weakness, and she would agree. Bart doubted that Irma even had them, but Ayana immediately understood what, or rather who, was her weakness. She told Bart, and didn't he notice? It was her partner Jono. During the arrival of the clan of charming foxes, their children became friends and played together. The youth found a common language, and relationships began to build. Jono and Irma saw what changes had happened in the tribe. It became lively. Of course, everyone would be upset if Bart's clan left. This put pressure on Irma. If she refused Ayani, everything would go away. Jono gently stroked her head and whispered that she shouldn't be upset. He was a young elder and understood what Ayana's proposed marriage meant. Irma asked again if he wanted to say that Ayana was bluffing in order to get more favorable conditions. And she answered her own question. That is, they are now bargaining for favorable conditions. Jono praised her intelligence, but they were interrupted by a voice that said they could not allow conditions to be put forward to them. Turning their heads, they saw the elder. The tribe of charming foxes wants to influence decisions through marriage. Then nothing will remain of Osawa. It will turn into the tribe of Barta. Jono and Irma agreed, but they don't fully know Ayana's motives. But she knows a lot about them. Irma thought for a while, and then said that she had an idea. And she shared her plan with Jono and the elder. Suddenly a sweet voice greeted them and turned to Jono. A girl from the Barta clan stood in front of him and gently muttered that she needed help. She was building a house, but the stones and logs were heavy. Jono looked at his mother and wife. The girl asked so pleadingly. Irma replied that he should help the girl, and she would talk to the elder. While Jono was carrying logs and stones, the girl praised him and constantly tried to cuddle and hug him. Jono didn't know how to escape, thinking that it seemed like everyone from Bart's clan was so clingy to the opposite sex. Seeing sweat on Jono's face, she took out a handkerchief and said she would wipe it off. Jono abruptly stopped her hand and barked at her not to touch him. But I froze in a stupor. The smell was so delicious and enchanting. The girl was pleased. It was her special scent that no male could resist. She asked again if he liked it, and Jono nodded. But when he happily said that Irma would also like the way she does it, he stunned the girl. Jono asked again what she mixed to get the scent. The girl was nervous about what was going on, why this male was not giving in. but she said out loud, stumbling, that this was a secret of the tribe. But Jono wasn't offended. That was her right. And the girl went to praise him again. And how lucky Irma was. If only she had such a partner. Jono advised her to find a male from Osawa. All their guys are like that. The girl did not understand at all what was happening, why he was constantly thinking about his partner, that he would be faithful only to her for the rest of his life. Jono was already leaving. He had done everything. And what he didn't have time to do, let the other males finish. But she was given a task. She can't fail it. She jumped up and hugged him, lamenting that she had fallen in love and wanted him to become her partner. Jono pushed her away as if scalded, screaming for her to let him go. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Irma who, folding her arms on Moro's chest, asked what they were doing here. Jono froze, blushing, and the girl, still clinging to the guy, said that they were discussing the smell of her body, which Jono liked so much. Without changing her expression, she asked her husband if he really liked her. Jono, stuttering and struggling in the fox's tight grip, tried to explain to Irma that she had misunderstood. But interrupting him, the girl grabbed him again with a death grip, saying that Jono was asking why she smelled so good. She thought that if she couldn't seduce him, then at least she would create a conflict. What female wouldn't be jealous of her? Male. But to her surprise, Irma pulled Jono towards her and burst into laughter, saying that even if she liked to create different smells from herbs and spices, she didn't need to ask everyone about it. It was not nice. It became so easy for Jono. She understood everything. And Irma, gently pressing herself against him, replied, "Well, how could she not understand? He was trying for her sake." The girl almost vomited from such tenderness, not a drop of jealousy. Did she really trust him so much? Afterwards, she approached the girl and said that it was time for her and her husband to go. Jono had already helped her. Then, approaching her tightly, she added in a whisper that if she approaches her partner again, she will regret it. There is no need to irritate her. Let her stay away from her man. When Irma and Jono were leaving laughing, the girl started shaking. Such a terrible energy was coming from this Irma. On the way home, Jono cheerfully asked if she had seen everything. Irma admitted that she was nearby and accidentally overheard the conversation. John's face seemed to turn to stone. He summed up in an automatic tone. It turns out she knew the whole situation and didn't care about the girl's words. Irma was worried. She couldn't understand why the guy looked so disappointed. Gently hugging him and looking into his eyes, she assured him that everything was not so. Even if she had not heard the conversation, she would still believe him. Tensing up, Jono said that he knew it and apologized. He looked sad and confused. If she had gotten angry or jealous, he would have understood that she was not indifferent to him. Irma looked at him and saw that he was not telling her something, but Jono assured her that everything was fine. Turning around, he said that he wanted to return home quickly. Irma knew that something was wrong with him. And then it seemed to dawn on her what he expected from her. And our heroine suddenly said that although she understood that Ayana's ward did all this on purpose, but how difficult it was for her to control herself when she saw how she clung to him. Oh, how jealous she was. And she asked Jono not to help her anymore, and it was as if a burden had been lifted from the guy's heart. He happily took her in his arms, and Irma also told how she frightened that girl with evil energy. Jono looked at her tenderly and passionately, saying that he wanted to go home quickly. Irma was surprised early. He replied that they would engage in love affairs and soared upward. Ayana and Bart watched what was happening. The woman was surprised. What a connection there was between them. Even the scent couldn't seduce him. It seems it won't be possible to separate and quarrel them. Bart has some suggestions. Bart calmly replied that there was a strong spiritual connection between Irma and her partner, and no one could separate them unless they themselves wanted it. Mother thought of saying that nothing is impossible. Bart didn't understand what she was talking about, but Ayana shared the truth of life. No matter how much you love someone, you have to let them go, or they will suffocate. In the morning, Irma sent Jono out to hunt, but he didn't want to leave. Jono demanded a kiss to recharge his energy, and Irma flared up at him that the night was not enough. But he came closer and demanded his kiss to recharge. Irma kissed him on the cheek tenderly and affectionately. They felt a bit awkward. Irma went a bit overboard with the kiss. Ricky appeared, looking stern and even gloomy, and Jono, as usual, handed Irma over to him for protection. He promised that Bart would not come near her. Jono promised that he would not help females, especially from the tribe of charming foxes. Irma replied that one should only help those who really need help. Ricky didn't move, standing there with a stony face, while Jono and Irma were exchanging goodbye words like a couple in love. When Jono left, Ricky had already greeted Irma warmly, wishing her good morning. Then he asked what about the clay, did he still have some? Before Irma could answer, he quickly turned around and left. Irma noticed that lately he was not himself. At this time, while hunting, having killed an animal, Jono thought that Irma would definitely like the tender meat of this boar. But hearing someone's footsteps, he jumped up and saw Bart approaching. It was strange, and he asked what Bart was doing here. Bart, with his usual innocent expression, replied that they needed to talk. Jono sharply responded that there was nothing to talk about. There was no need to force Irma to do something she didn't want to do. Bart's gaze changed to a provocative one, and he asked, "What if she wanted?" When Jono replied that this was out of the question, Bart rushed at him in a fight, releasing his claws. Irma was fiddling with the pots, trying to learn how to regulate the temperature. She turned her head to call Ricky to help, but she was scared because he was standing very close, not taking his eyes off her. The girl realized that he had been watching her all the time. Ricky took the pots and muttered that he would help carry them, but Irma stopped him, saying that she wanted to talk. Trying to read his eyes, she asked what was wrong with him. Ricky still stubbornly answered that everything was fine, but Irma had already raised her voice. It was clear that he was hiding something. When Irma asked him to open up to her, Ricky agreed but asked him to answer honestly. Jono is more important to her than he is. If he were gone, what would she do? This question brought tears to her eyes, and her lips trembled. Irma's eyes widened in horror. Johnny won't. What is he saying? The girl was already hysterical and shaking Ricky, demanding to know what was wrong with her Jono. Ricky sadly replied that everything was fine with Jono. It was just that in her heart there would always only be Jono, even if she accepted him or Bart. Irma was struggling with how to answer him now, how to treat men equally in general. And then Ricky leaned towards her, taking her by the face. He thought that while he was close to her and protecting her, everything was fine. But it didn't work out. He understands that she is not indifferent to him either. But why is she calmly holding hands with Jono, doing kisses and more intimate things? Or maybe he can just simply observe whether Irma can bestow the same love on him. Irma walked away and replied that she couldn't, but Ricky didn't let up. Why not? He could do the same for her as Jono. Irma thoughtfully and seriously answered that Jono is her world. When she comes face to face with something new, she feels lonely. It is he who always supports her. He was always there, encouraging, helping, and he made her face the truth and dare to take on a new life. Upon returning, the girl honestly admitted that she could not give Ricky the same. If he wanted them to remain just friends, she would understand. But suddenly he took her hand, not letting her move away. With a feeling of last hope, he appealed to her and asked if he would resign himself. He hugged her from behind, pressing himself against her, saying that the main thing for him was that he was also in her heart, and that would be enough for him. But Irma considered that this was unfair to him. Looking into her eyes, Ricky replied that when you love someone, you can close your eyes to many things, but it hurts him. After taking the unexpected Irma into his arms, he passionately breathed and declared that from time to time, he needed sweet support. A second later, Irma was already lying on her back on the bed in some kind of daze. Ricky was already on top, kissing and saying that this is the kind of support he needs. His kiss was long and passionate. Irma did not resist. Without taking his eyes off her, Ricky asked her to look after her, but Irma wanted to resist. But he began to kiss her feet. Her body began to tremble. He asked her to just relax. Irma saw his face above her and could do nothing. A sweet moan escaped her lips. After that, Irma no longer tried to resist. Being completely in his power, Jono spent one fight with Bart, wiping off his bruises, asking what he wanted, and came to fight. He also stood there disheveled and covered in bruises, and replied that Jono simply had to know. Provoking Jono, he stated that with such strength as his, he was simply not worthy of Irma. Jono took the boar and went away, saying that he had no time to argue. The catch would spoil. Bart shouted after him, even if he was strong, would he be able to cope with an entire army from the city of beasts? Jono turned his head and asked, again threatening that there would be no marriage. He would go to the city of beasts. Bart replied that he was not the only one keeping an eye on Ricky. Osawa doesn't have much time left. Will they be able to resist the Beast City in such a short period of time? And will Jono be able to protect Irma at a critical moment? These words were like a knife through Jono's heart. The fear of losing Irma always haunted him like a shadow. With these thoughts on his way, he returned home as usual, announcing his arrival from the doorway. His eyes widened when he saw Ricky feeding Irma. Irma, crimson, pulled the blanket over her head, muttering what he was doing. After which she snatched the bowl from Ricky, shouting that she could eat it herself. She saw Jono standing there, suddenly feeling embarrassed and guilty. After Irma's eyes lit up, he returned, and Rickus asked why it was so late. Jono sat down next to her and replied that everything was fine. He just decided to hunt a little longer. Irma, looking away, said that she had been fiddling with the clay for too long today and was tired. But Jono understood everything. That smell, those hickeys. Irma and Ricky tried to laugh it off casually, but Jono remained silent. Then he kissed Irma, telling her to have a good rest and that he needed to go outside and deal with the loot. Ricky followed him, saying that he would also help. Irma sat in bed wondering if Jono had noticed. Yes, of course he had. Then Ben's voice appeared and reminded her that Jono himself had not been against sharing her with others. But now he was indignant. What a hypocrite. Irma screamed that it was all because of her. The feeling of shame and helplessness over her weakness ate her up. Jono and Ricky were silently preparing dinner. Jono finally decided to start a conversation, but Ricky meekly replied that he had seduced Irma. Jono thought sadly. Bart seemed to be right. Everything was changing. Tying up the remaining carcass, he threw that Ricky did not miss the moment. Ricky, in turn, replied that no one asked Jono to disappear for the whole day, and she was simply trying to improve her relationship with Irma, who had such a character that if she didn't take the initiative, the relationship would never move forward. And then he saw the wounds on Jono's body and gasped. He was hurt. But with his strength of 1,000 hunters, no one in the forest could harm him. Jono said it was nothing and asked not to tell Irma. He didn't want to talk about it, saying that it was time to go home. Ricky understood that something was clearly wrong. Usually the boys cooked, but this time Irma decided to cook the food herself and reward the men for their efforts. And then she shuddered. A familiar voice called her. Bart brought a basket of animals he had found and suggested using the fur to twist the wool. But Irma said that they should not communicate until his elder agreed to the terms of unification. Holding the spoon out in front of her, Irma blurted out that he needed to leave before Jono came and gave him a beating. Bart calmly replied that he shouldn't worry. Jono wouldn't stop them from getting closer anymore. Irma froze and asked in what sense. Bart replied that she didn't know. Jono didn't need her anymore. Irma was ready to kill him right there and then. What kind of guy is he? Always up to some kind of tricks. Bart was sure that what he had shot at her forehead must have shaken her balance. But Irma turned around, took a fish knife and said if he had everything, then let him go. Bart couldn't resist running up to her. Didn't she really care? And after saying that she wasn't lying and that Jono didn't need her, Irma slashed the fish so hard that its head bounced off and drops of blood splashed around. Turning to Bart, she held the knife and asked him with an ominous look if he was telling the truth. When he nodded stutteringly, Irma, smiling calmly, replied that there was no need to take her for a fool. She trusted Jono. "Does he really trust her that much?" Bart asked. "He knew how to get under my skin." Irma flared up again and, waving a knife, ordered them to get out. Bart's words that yesterday Jono agreed to the marriage made Irma scream at the top of her lungs. A little more, and she herself would cut him into pieces. The hand raised at him with a cry that her partner would never agree was intercepted by his hand. The knife fell out. He leaned her against the table, holding her raised hand in his, and in a calmer tone confirmed that Irma was wrong. Yes, Jono loves her, but he is a young elder, which means he can sacrifice his principles to protect Osawa. Irma's eyes widened. No, he would never sacrifice her. But Bart explained it not as a sacrifice, but as protection, just like Jono allows Ricky to protect her. Pleased with the result imprinted on her face, he whispered to the speechless girl that she should ask him herself. At that moment, they were caught in this position by Jono and Ricky, who came in shouting to get away from Irma. Bart raised his hands and cried out that he had done nothing, and Irma was so happy that Jono was coming. Now he would calm her down. She blurted out that Bart was talking some nonsense about marriage, supposedly that Jono had agreed to it. Well, isn't that crazy? But instead of his usual outburst and attempt to punch Bart in the face, Jono remained silent. Irma asked with a nervous laugh. If this was true, Jono looked away guiltily. Bart immediately approached Irma and cheerfully said that it was time to keep quiet. The wedding ceremony was soon. Then Jono sharply noted that nothing had been decided yet. But Bart, defiantly and sarcastically, reminded him that he agreed to be with Irma, or he would take back his words. Irma turned pale. Words about the wedding ceremony were ringing in her ears. To be close, Jono agreed to the marriage. Her temples started pounding. Her head felt like cast iron. Why does it seem to her that it is not Jono next to her now, but someone else? While thinking about why he did this, her eyes became dark and the girl lost consciousness. Ricky screamed in horror when he saw that Irma was ill. He managed to catch her and held her, glaring menacingly at Bart and Jono. They, seeing that Irma had lost consciousness, shouted in one voice, calling her name. And now Irma was already lying in the priestess's chambers. They were all asking her what was wrong with the girl. Would she wake up? She gave the verdict that Irma had severe emotional overstrain, stress. She needed to take medicine and no anxiety. The guys exhaled, saying that it was great that Irma would come to her senses. But the woman reproached them that there was nothing great about it. The girl was here because of the three of them. Bart wondered if it was the words about marriage that had so shaken her balance that Irma was disgusted even to think about it. And then, unable to bear it, Ricky, turning purple with anger, hit Jono, accompanying him with the words, "What kind of creature is he? He shook him like a rag doll. He didn't resist. Ricky screamed that Irma was here because of him. After Jono slowly asked again because of him, and Ricky continued to yell that Irma was shocked by the betrayal. But she loves him and is very dependent on him. Then Jono muttered helplessly that everything was wrong. He had not agreed to all the conditions of the marriage. Ricky let him go, waiting for an explanation. Jono tried to remember yesterday's conversation with Bart. He said that the messengers of the City of Beasts will soon learn about Osawa, and war is inevitable. If he wants his tribe to emerge victorious, he needs to protect Irma. Bart spoke of an alliance with Irma in exchange for his people, but Jono replied that he would not go against his wife's will and that there was no way to pressure him. And then Bart offered conditions. He promised not to interfere with communication with Irma. If Irma understands that she is not indifferent to Bart, then there will be a bark, and Jono will not interfere. Jono clarified that he should not pressure her. She should decide for herself. And Bart, as always, with an innocent face, promised not to touch Irma if she remained adamant towards him. And Jono agreed if there were no pitfalls, as if Irma's desires were not in danger. So Jono had no idea that Bart would falsely sow seeds of hatred between Irma and Jono. Ricky growled, "Oh, bastard!" They started searching the area. He seemed to disappear into thin air, but Jono said that the main thing now was Irma, and they would deal with Bart later. Ricky still wanted to find the bastard and give him a beating right now. Jono wanted this no less, but the desire to see Irma, to be close, overcame it. At this time, Bart was lying at his mother's feet, begging her to abandon her plan. The woman screamed in horror at what her child was doing. He tearfully begged her to give up the marriage. Otherwise, they would live in enmity all the time. Then she sternly asked if these were his personal interests, or if he was worried about the clan. The guy replied that there were personal motives, but mostly because of the clan. That's how it was. Her eyes seemed to burn right through him. Bart cried out that the provocations from the girl from their tribe and from himself only brought Irma and Jono closer together. They needed to be left alone. He reminded them that they had to accept the conditions of the elder, who gave them the right to vote, namely, to allocate them half of the voting seats. Ayana exhaled. Oh, the conditions are good, of course, but he knows why she didn't agree, because of him and his love for this female. She stroked her son, who replied that even if he could not be Irma's partner, he could be her mentor, her confidant, her friend in the end. He just wants to be near her, and it doesn't matter who she thinks he is. And then his mother began to scold him again, calling him a spineless blockhead. How could he refuse his feelings? But the boy whined that Irma would reject him again. But Ayana persisted. He is smart, handsome. The rest is a matter of time. Even Ricky managed to achieve the status of a protector. So why is her son retreating? Bart said that he would go visit Irma, realizing that now he needed to run away from his mother. Meanwhile, in the tribe, Quezimo was getting scolded. The elder received a letter from Mia and was furious, so he tore and threw everything around. And she wrote that one large tribe wants to unite with Osawa, and Mia is unable to interfere with these plans. But Zemo did not really believe that the merger would happen. The elder stated that not only did he not want these tribes to merge, but he also did not want them to be at odds. Inzu didn't have time to come to her senses as Ricky and Jono were buzzing over her, not knowing what to offer. Irma pushed Jono away with her hands. Stop messing with her. She feels fine. Let him rest. Jono said that he was worried about her. He lay down with her and took her hand. She needed support. What was shaken needed to be restored. Jono apologized for hiding the conversation with Bart from her. Then he would not have deceived her, and the nervous breakdown would not have occurred. But Irma fervently assured him that he was not guilty. It was she who should not have believed Bart. Something came over her and fluttered in her chest. She was just very scared, and she admitted that she is very afraid that he will leave her, and this haunts her. Along with the euphoria, there is this terrible fear that you will be abandoned. This is probably love. Jono joked, gently patting her cheek, that even if she married 50 males, he would never leave her. Irma was so happy about these words, and the guy reminded her that he had made a promise. And his funny jokes that you shouldn't take 50 males. He'll be jealous. Irma asked him not to worry. He and Ricky were enough for her. They would be happy. And Jono thought looking at her until death do them part. And then they jumped up, hearing Ricky's loud bass voice at the entrance, shouting to get out of here. It was Bart who came to visit Irma, but Ricky said that there was no point in hanging around here. Then Bart said that he had a question for Irma about uniting the tribes, but Ricky sent him to the elder with this question. But Jono, who appeared at the door, said that Irma wanted to see him, so let him come in. Bart entered and gently asked Irma how she was feeling, but the girl cut him off, ordering him to speak only on business. Bart reached out his hand to her. He understood that he was guilty and had been exposed. But there were guys standing behind him, threatening to punch him in the face if he touched their female. Then he sat down on the edge of the bed and apologized for his lie. Irma replied that an apology would not change anything. As long as his mother wanted marriage, he would still do nasty things. But Bart fervently assured that the elder had agreed to unite without marriage. He would not do any more mischief. Irma smiled broadly. He is not joking. There will be no marriage. No jokes, and he just came to report this. Some females from his tribe found mates, and therefore it would be good to organize a ceremony in the near future. Jono went out, saying that he would go and tell the elder everything, and Bart added that the males of his tribe want to join his hunting party, so they won't sit on his neck, but will help. Bart asked Ricky to go and select the males for the next hunt, reluctantly leaving. Ricky threatened not to even think about touching Irma, who nodded obediently. When he left, Irma asked Bart if he had sent Ricky away on purpose to stay with her, and he nodded. Irma demonstratively lay down, covering herself with a blanket, declaring that she would rest. Bart replied with a blissful smile that she should fall asleep, and he would watch. Irma closed her eyes and curled up, trying to begin to fall asleep. Then she jumped up and screamed how she could sleep when he was staring at her. He gently took her hand and cooed that since she couldn't sleep, he could help. Irma didn't understand what he was talking about, but Bart, looking at her mesmerizingly, said that they could do interesting things. Irma pulled her hand away, smiled. He wants to do something else. Come on. Bart said great and began to lay Irma on her back, towering over her. The girl put her hand under the pillow, pulling out the knife that she always kept there. Pulling out a knife and pointing the handle towards his chest, she silently looked at the dumbfounded Bart. He became nervous and forced a smile. Then he got out of bed, mumbling that she needed to rest. They would talk another time. And he completely forgot about his own business. As he was leaving the house and about to close the door, he said that he wouldn't bother me anymore. But Irma suddenly called his name, and he stopped. Irma sternly said that since the unification of the tribes had been decided, he would no longer court her or his fellow tribesmen. It hurt Bart to hear these words from her. What do his fellow tribesmen have to do with it? He likes her. It looks like she will avoid him like Ricky once did. Then he replied that he found a common language with her and just wanted to be friends. Do Jono and Ricky really think that he is running after her? And he went on to say that can't a female just have a male friend? And if he flirts somewhere, it's to see her smile. And her partners should trust her. Otherwise, what kind of relationship is that? Irma got tired of these infusions and said that she would sleep. As he was leaving, he paused at the door, deep in thought. Turning around and looking at the sleeping Irma, he remembered his mother's words and agreed that he couldn't give up. When Irma was brought a special potion to restore her strength, She looked at the liquid that looked like dirt and flatly refused to drink it. But Jono insisted. The priestess said that after this medicine she would feel better. Irma almost cried, but it stinks. How can you swallow something like that? But Jono promised sugar if he drank it. Irma said that was another matter and drank the potion in one gulp. It certainly tasted disgusting, even made me feel sick. Jono pulled her towards him. She didn't understand what he wanted. Then he leaned over and kissed her, putting a piece of sugar in her mouth. Irma asked how he came up with the idea of passing the sugar in this way. Jono looked at her tenderly. He saw that she liked the surprise, and he reminded her that she had said that partners should be together in sorrow and in joy. And again, he began to kiss. Their cuteness was interrupted by Bart entering, and the boys stopped, looking back at the person who entered. Bart justified himself by saying that he brought a hibiscus decoction. In his tribe, pregnant women, or those who have given birth, drink it for health, because he is guilty of Irma losing consciousness, and now he is making amends. Irma resisted another nasty thing, but Bart insisted that there were a lot of vitamins here. She's pretty tired of him, so it's easier to drink than to resist. She took the bowl. It didn't look disgusting and didn't stink. Just as she wanted to drink, Jono jumped up and stopped her. No need to drink. Looking suspiciously at Bart, he muttered, "You never know what he could add." Bart looked down guiltily and justified himself by saying that he had the right not to trust him. But he would never harm Irma. This potion was very useful. If something went wrong with him, he could beat him up. Jono asked not to pour it. Everyone knows that Bart says one thing to your face and does another. Irma won't drink it. Then Bart took the cup and began to drink the brought concoction in front of Jono and Irma. When Irma asked him what he was doing, Bart replied that he was drinking his own poison. Now they are one tribe. You need to trust your fellow tribesmen, and Irma drank the potion. Bart began to lecture about how you can't question everything you see. But the next second, he froze in horror. Irma lost consciousness. Jono, frightened with horror, held her. While Jono was screaming and calling her, Bart didn't understand what had happened to her. Jono screamed that immediately after Bart's death, Irma lost consciousness. Jono turned his face to him. He was choking, and Bart didn't understand what was happening. Taking Irma in his arms, Jono, drilling him with his gaze, declared that he understood everything, that he had brought the poison to Irma. Bart made excuses. Why should he poison Irma, especially since he drank it himself? Jono had no time to figure it out. He wished Bart to pray that it wasn't his potion. Bart felt very sorry for Irma and tried to pull himself together. The priestess examined Irma and pronounced the verdict that the girl had been poisoned by an ancient plant called sweet hops. Normal people will be fine if they drink this tincture, but a pregnant female will be poisoned if she drinks too much. She will go into a coma and slowly die. Ricky rushed to Bart, shaking him. He drank on purpose, knowing that nothing would happen to him. Bart explained that he didn't know anything. Jono handed the bowl with the remaining brew to the priestess. The woman took some from the bowl onto her finger and brought it to her nose, after which she screamed in horror that it smelled like that same poisonous plant. Bart screamed that it couldn't be, and everyone seemed to be hit by a wave and paralyzed. Jono stated that all the evidence was against Bart, that he would answer, but he stood his ground, a decoction of hibiscus. But he did not add poison. Bart almost cried. But would he have done that to Irma? And even if he had wanted to, would he have done it so openly? Ricky replied that he agreed with Bart. He was a real sneak. Why would he act openly? So someone set up Bart, and the guys started asking if there was anything strange during the cooking process, or if maybe someone saw what he was doing. Bart began to remember that nothing strange happened during the cooking. And when he was walking to Irma, he met a couple of females who asked where he was going. And then he stopped. Could it be that someone had added poison to the brew? Ricky, having learned that Mia was among the females, immediately screamed that it was her. Jono, in a rage, crushed the bowl on the table. This creature had harmed Irma after all. Mia reported to the fifth elder of the Kui tribe. The deed is done. Soon they will quarrel and throw Bart out, and the elder will be able to lure him to himself. He was happy. Finally, some results. And Mia immediately began to beg for bonuses. But they were interrupted by the guys who came up and some of the Osawas who found out about what had happened. Jono demanded that she give him the antidote, or Mia would beg for death. Mia turned pale. They had figured her out after all, and they weren't going to joke around. Then Mia chuckled smugly. Since Irma's life was in her hands, then what difference did it make? Let them beg her. Jono rushed at her, but Mia reminded him that his Irma was dying, so no sudden movements. Then Bart stepped forward and reminded Mia of the situation she was in. She wouldn't be able to escape unless she gave her the antidote. Mia blushed with anger. How dare he threaten her? Then Elder Quay replied that he would give an antidote. Mia squealed and said, "What the hell is he doing?" But he yelled at her to shut up. Thinking about what a brainless girl she was, she just ruined everything. He understood that if Osawa really attacked, they would lose. So even if they don't drag Bart to their place now, they can exchange the antidote for something else. Bart asked what the conditions were. He thought that now everything would be resolved. The elder replied that they should hand over Irma to them. Then they would heal her as soon as she became a part of their tribe. The boys were outraged. Then the elder replied that they should look for the antidote themselves. Jono and Ricky rushed at him, growling that he was talking too much. They would grab him and exchange him for the antidote. He clearly didn't expect this and yelled that they really had decided to drive him into a corner. So let them think carefully first. For a moment, everyone stopped as if frozen. Ricky and Jono also froze, not knowing what to do. Bart didn't lose his head and cheerfully added to the elder that since he was ready to risk his tribe, then so be it. They would take advantage of it and gave the order to attack. The massacre began. Screams! Mia screamed, begging not to kill. She was part of Osawa. The elder yelled at Bart that he was out of his mind, that he wanted Irma dead. Bart retorted, "Irma is also important to the elder. By killing him, he would turn everyone against himself." That's what he wanted to say. The elder realized that if he didn't come up with something, he would be killed. Bart killed his enemies without mercy. They did harm to Irma. Mia, realizing that there would be no mercy and no one would stand up for her, tried to run away. Having twisted the head of another enemy, Bart growled that it would be better to capture the elder alive. He would be their main lever. And if they don't catch up, then they need to set up an ambush on the way back to their tribe. They can't let the news about Irma leak out. Ricky ran up and asked Bart if he had a plan. Bart had one, and it was that he would sneak into the Quo tribe and steal the antidote. Jono and Ricky exclaimed, "How will he steal it?" The guy explained that Quay didn't know anything about him. So if Mia and the elder didn't have time to tell him anything about him, he would sneak in and get the antidote. Jono froze, then said he disagreed. Bart replied that there was no other way out. The antidote, namely the aurora herb, grows in the lands of the far north, which take at least 3 months to get to. Irma cannot wait that long. Jono replied that Bart should not go there alone. He would go with him. Ricky also confirmed his readiness to go. He and Jono would cover him, and Bart only prayed that Irma would wait for them. The guys approached the Quay tribe, reasoning that they had a lot of warehouses, and somewhere there must be the aurora herb, salvation for Irma. Ricky warned, "The guard is strict. Bart is confident that he will be able to get in there. The interrogation will be serious." But Bart assured that he was the best at this, and that he relied on his appearance. And he went on a mission, telling the guys not to worry. Everything would work out. Bart assumed the open and noble image of someone who had nothing to hide and approached the elders. Immediately, one of the guards, with a ferocious face, barked at him to stop, asking who Bart was to invade the territory of the Ku tribe like that. Bart put on an innocent, angelic expression and replied that he didn't know permission was needed. He was just a wanderer. The local females immediately noticed him, whispering to each other about what a handsome man had come to visit them. The guard came to his senses a little, but still added in the same icy voice that the tribe was not a walk-through for any beastmen. And just as he wanted to push him back, telling Bart to get lost, the girls surrounded him from all sides, calling him to stay with them, calling him a poor thing who had wandered alone for so long. Bart was delighted, but asked what about the guards' words. But the girls assured him that they would take it upon themselves. Then, almost a fight began over which of the females would have Bart. Each wanted to get their hands on such a handsome man. Suddenly, a loud, commanding voice said that he could stay with her, and Bart turned his head. It was Aya who declared that since she was the head's daughter, it was only fair that the newcomer would stay with her. Flashing her amber eyes and looking around at those present, she smiled triumphantly, as if to clarify that this would be fair. It is clear that no one dared to contradict the elder's daughter, and the saddened girls confirmed that this would be the best thing. Leaving with Aya, Bart heard the girls cursing the depraved Aya, who takes advantage of her position to steal males. She already has a whole harem. Bart caught on to this, realizing that he could take advantage of it, while Aya asked how about having a room prepared for him in her house. When he nodded, the girl offered to go and show the tribe, not taking her eyes off him. This handsome man should be hers. They were followed by the looks of the offended females of the tribe, who could only quietly curse the daughter of the chief. She led him to a hut that was a warehouse where various foodstuffs, leather goods, and other supplies were stored. Bart caught on when Aya said that there were also rare species of herbs from other regions. Bart wondered if Aurora was there, while the girl proudly continued that they were the only tribe around with a caravan. She counted on her fingers that they had dozens of warehouses, and every year their caravan went to other regions and exchanged their goods for rare items. The girl believed that this would make Bart more inclined to like her when he found out how wealthy she was. And he, feigning sincere and childish surprise, was delighted. Turning on his fox charm, which Aya could not resist, he asked to show these warehouses and the things stored there. Under cover of night, a dark robe flashed through the forest wilderness at the speed of the wind. It was Bart who had arranged to meet with Jono and Ricky. They asked how things were going, whether he had found an antidote. Bart replied that he had searched everywhere, but Aurora Borealis was nowhere to be found. Jono and Ricky both exclaimed in unison how this was possible. Bart suggested that the fifth elder had lied, and that perhaps the antidote did not exist at all. But the guys didn't want to believe it. Maybe Bart didn't search everything. Maybe there are secret compartments. But Bart replied, upset and guilty, that there were no other hidden spaces there. And then it dawned on Jono. What if such a rare herb is not damaged in hiding places if it is kept in the elder's house? But Bart followed Aya everywhere. There was no hint that there were any secret places in the house. He examined everything carefully. Then Ricky thoughtfully said, "Maybe the priest has the grass." Bart exclaimed happily, as if he hadn't thought of it himself. But then his smile disappeared, and his face became worried again. He remembered that he and Aya had passed by the priest's house. The elder's daughter showed that there are always a lot of guards around the priest's hut. If he doesn't want to get into trouble, then I advised him not to pass by him at all. Therefore, if the herb really is with the priest, then stealing it will not be so easy. But the guys encouraged him. They didn't just go with him for no reason. When told that there were a lot of guards there, Jono responded enthusiastically. It was time to return the favor. The guards stood in 3 circles around the priest's house. Suddenly, the fire began to blaze, and cries of, "We're burning, we're burning," were heard. Panic set in, and buckets of water appeared to put out the fire. The guards shouted that the caches were burning, several caches, and that the fire needed to be put out immediately. The guards did not know what to do. There was a fire, and they needed to protect the priest, but the priest himself appeared and gave the order to help his fellow tribesmen. Most of the provisions were in hiding places, so there was no point in standing around like a pillar. We had to go and help put out the fire. But as soon as the guards started to run, the priest stopped them. The burning of several warehouses at once could not be an accident. Someone did it on purpose. Bart watched as the guards ran away. Jono's diversion had actually worked. He made his way into the priest's house, but he was no longer there. Rushing around the house, he repeated the name of the herb, wondering where it could be. Having searched through all the drawers and shelves, he thought hopelessly. Could it be that she wasn't here either? Or, as Bart said heatedly, he's looking in the wrong place. And what if the priest hid the herb in an unexpected place, and the guy started rushing around the house with renewed vigor? Suddenly, he was drawn to the window, and when he came up, he looked out. The picture began to be put together, Aya told him. The priest does not like to communicate, so he often sits on a tree near his home. "Is there really grass there?" Bart exclaimed. This was the last hope. Climbing the tree, his heart was beating like crazy. What if it didn't work out and disappointment again? But his face lit up with a smile. There it was. Aurora. It was mesmerizing with its blue glow. Taking the grass, Bart thought that now he needed to return to Osawa as quickly as possible. When he heard screams, he was discovered. Ricky shouted to Jono that they needed to run after them. More and more trappers were chasing them. Just a little more and they would be surrounded, and then there would be no way out. But they didn't know if Bart had found the grass. At that moment, a breathless Bart appeared holding the precious antidote in his hands, and the boys started running, and stones were already flying at them. But they also had a secret weapon in store, smoking bombs. Bart shouted that he found Aurora. It was time to leave. They turned and began to take off, lifting Bart up. The priest, coughing from the acrid smoke, wheezed that the thieves wanted to escape. With shouts, he used magic and threw a spear at the boys, which, on the fly, turned into the tip of a blade, flying towards the fugitives. Jono screamed in pain as the spear pierced him in the chest area. Bart and Ricky screamed in horror. Like Jono, he is injured, he can fly. Blood fell in scarlet drops, but Jono, gritting his teeth in pain, croaked that it was nothing and that he needed to fly. And they flew away, accompanied by the gaze of the priest and the warriors of Kue. The priest looked into the distance for a long time and growled that Osawa would pay for this. The antidote was ready, and the priestess said that all that was left was to give Irma a drink. All 3 guys volunteered to get Irma drunk, and after it came to a fight, the priestess decided that it would be better for her to do it herself. Having lifted Irma, the priestess began to pour the antidote into her. The marks on the girl's face began to disappear. Everyone joyfully exclaimed that it was working. But then Irma began to cringe. Her face turned red and traces of ice appeared. The guys didn't understand what it was. She should wake up. But now she was shaking. The girl seemed to have fallen into a block of ice. Her whole body and consciousness were sealed in cold. Jono tried to convey to Irma that they would cure her, and Ricky and Bart asked the priestess what was wrong with Irma. But the woman did not know that ancient sources said that Aurora was an antidote to sweet hops. But why Irma was cold as ice, she could not answer. Here the priestess was powerless. Bart was shaking with fear for her. She was dying from hypothermia. Jono screamed in despair that Irma would not die, citing that this was another trick of Kue. In a fit of emotion, he took Irma in his arms and declared that he was going to negotiate, that Quebec should know how to save her. Ricky also picked up that he was going with him, but then the priestess screamed, "They are out of their minds. Who will tell them how to save Irma after what they did?" While the priestess was explaining that they would simply be killed there, Bart shouted that he understood everything. These are ice pills. When he found Aurora, she was sealed in an ice pill. Apparently, because of this, Irma is now freezing. The priestess sighed and told Jono to put Irma back in place and not go anywhere. Ricky and Bart asked her how to save Irma. The woman sadly stated that the herb had been in the ice capsules for too long, and therefore the herb had absorbed all the properties of the ice. And after taking it, all these properties were transferred to Irma. It was like a bolt of lightning that struck the boys when the woman's final words were that there was no getting rid of it. Then Bart put his hand on the desperate Jono's shoulders and said that he knew what to do. Nobody understood how Bart suddenly came up with a plan. And the most important thing is that everyone needs to get out. All three stood there confused, not knowing what to do. Bart showed them the door, saying that tomorrow he would bring them their healthy and frisky Irma, but they also wanted to stay and help the girl. They wanted to know how Bart was going to heal Irma, but he pushed everyone out the door and exhaled. He looked at the lying girl, looked intently and thoughtfully. Jono tried to see through the crack what Bart was doing there. Ricky was also nervous until he heard someone's voice saying that they better leave. It was Elder Ayana, who said that Bart had finally decided to do it. The priestess asked Bart's mother what he was doing with Irma. The woman explained that the charming foxes have an ability called Life for Life, which is used when one of the couple is in mortal danger, and if one wants to help the other, then he takes on all the illness and pain. By saving a partner, one takes on all the pain. And they waited for Bart to come out, who could barely stand on his feet. Everyone already knew what the guy had sacrificed to save Irma's life. Ricky asked how much time Bart had left. With a smile, he replied that it was a month, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to see their babies. Jono jumped up and fervently assured him that they had a whole month, and they would find out how to save him. Bart kindly asked not to worry about him. He was mentally prepared for anything. He only had one request. The guys readily responded that they were ready to fulfill any request. Bart sadly and thoughtfully asked not to tell Irma anything, and if he was gone in a month, then to say that he continued to wander. When he and his mother were about to leave, she, as always, slapped Bart. Calling him a blockhead now was the opportunity. Jono noted that this was unfair. Considering his merits, Irma should know. But Bart replied that Irma would start to feel sorry for him, to feel guilty. Why waste energy on someone who has no more than a month left? Besides, she was very weak, and she needed to get better. It helped. Jono and Ricky wondered how Irma, having just come to her senses, would react to such news. Even though they were ashamed in front of Bart, it really would be better this way. And Bart assured that taking care of Irma would be the best gratitude. And he and Ayana left. Bart needed to rest. He saw his Irma's face in front of him, happy and smiling. Even if he is not around, she should still be happy. While Jono and Ricky stood silently digesting what had happened, the priestess broke the silence by saying that she needed to check on Irma. The girl came to. Her head was buzzing and heavy, as if she had slept for an eternity. Opening the door, Jono and Ricky rushed towards it. Irma didn't understand this reaction. Why were they asking if anything hurt, if she was cold? And the priestess moved aside to examine Irma. After examining her carefully, she came to the conclusion that everything was fine with her. Irma didn't understand why everyone was on edge. The last thing she remembered was taking the medicine. Jono told how she took Bart's potion and lost consciousness and wanted to continue, but fell silent. He carefully continued the story of her rescue, while the priestess asked Ricky to come out and talk. He followed her out, asking what she wanted to talk about. She replied that Kyo would soon make her presence known and that she had a task for Ricky. After all, he was the main warrior of their tribe. Ricky was ready to carry out any task. He declared to the priestess that he was even ready to die. She patted him on the head. Silly. It's not fatal, just a little complicated. The Kwei are more numerous than them, but they will be able to protect the tribe with the help of the wall. It will allow for a long-term battle. But the main thing is a food supply. They have wintered over, and therefore their supplies are depleted, so they need to go and hunt. And besides, he is the strongest male who received the blessing of the totem, and therefore must train as many warriors as possible. And we still need to make as many weapons as possible. We'll have to work day and night. Jono collected roots and cooked soup with bone broth, doing everything for Irma and her recovery. The girl was embarrassed. Everyone was preparing for battle, and they had to be there. Maybe she shouldn't bother with her like that, but Jono fiercely assured her that he would only cook for her himself from now on, to avoid poisoning. She had no answer to his argument, and she agreed. As she was about to drink the brew, she noticed that Jono was also tired and needed rest. Looking at the reddish liquid, she said that it was a decoction of hibiscus, and it reminded her of Bart. When she asked about him, Jono froze in place. Jono, trying to look carefree, said that Bart hunts all day and also trains warriors. But Irma reminded him that this was Ricky's responsibility. But Irma couldn't be fooled. She demanded to know what happened to Bart, because he saved her life. Looking into his eyes, she saw fear in them. Well, he was not telling her something. They didn't even bother to bring him to her. Even Ayana came. Then Irma, in a tone that brooked no objection, demanded that he tell her everything. Jono tried to calm her down, saying that she was just getting worked up. But it didn't work. Irma's indignation grew. They were hiding from her what was happening to Bart. But Jono, stroking her head, said that it was for her own good. But Irma cried out, "What a blessing! She doesn't need sweet lies, only the truth. Even if it harms, she has the right to know." She convinced Jono that they were partners and that they should all experience things together. He should not suffer alone. Jono gently took her face. Of course she was right, and sooner or later she would find out anyway. But he promised Bart. Then Irma took the initiative and demanded the truth, and Jono told everything. The girl walked slowly. Her heart ached with pain for Bart. He sacrificed his life for her. Why did he do this? Because they have known each other for a couple of months, as a familiar voice suggested. And what's not clear, he likes her. Ben showed up and seriously noted that when you like someone, you will do everything to help your loved one. The girl, in hope, grabbed the boy and asked, "But he knows how to help. He knows everything." But Ben shook his head in disappointment. He doesn't know, in general, the cold poison of Aurora could be cured by the flower of the hot artery that once grew on the mountain. But the mountain has long since ceased to exist. It turns out that it cannot be saved. Irma refused to believe that she couldn't help her friend. All she could do was watch Bart die. Bart went outside wearing a fur shawl. Despite the heat, he was shivering and coughing. Suddenly, he saw Irma, who was approaching with her head down. He asked what she was doing here. The girl stood before him like a ghost and was silent. He came up to her and carefully placed his hands on her, adding that she had only just woken up and needed to go to bed. Here, Irma passionately took his hands in hers and was silent for a while. And then, looking into his eyes with trepidation, she asked to become partners. Here, Bart began to guess that Irma had found out everything, and besides, Ben had advised her to spend her last days with him. Irma said that she was not joking about the partnership, thinking sadly that this was the only thing she could give him as gratitude. Bart lit up with a smile. That's how she found out everything. But he reminded her that he did it himself, of his own free will, and he doesn't regret anything. He gently wiped the tear from her face, adding that there was no need to feel sorry for him and reciprocate in this way. Afterwards, he half-jokingly, half-importantly noted that after saving her, he became a great benefactor in the tribe. So for him, the best gratitude would be to take care of his relatives. Taking care of his tribe is the best gratitude for his life. But Irma hotly objected. Even if he was concerned about the fate of his relatives, he must not forget about himself. But Bart assured her that without her, the tribe would not have achieved such prosperity. At that moment, she needed help, and he helped. But Irma was infuriated by his serious, instructive tone. She likes his spontaneity and playfulness, but he changes his images like a chameleon. Or maybe he says this on purpose. He doesn't want to upset her. Apparently, he doesn't want to be a burden to her. The girl looked into his eyes, and Bart didn't understand what Irma was thinking about now, not taking her eyes off him. In order to change the subject, he again assumed a nonchalant appearance and asked if she had had breakfast. When she nodded, he chuckled that he hadn't eaten yet. The girl worriedly asked if no one brought him food, but the guy denied this assumption. His mother constantly brought him food. Then he noticed his mother winking at him from behind a tree, as if to say, "Keep it up, she's already yours." Bart asked Irma not to worry about him. His mother did not bring him breakfast so as not to interfere with Irma. Opening the door of his house, she offered to try her newly discovered ingredients, and at the same time, she would tell whether they were edible or not. Bart was all for it. He hadn't tried her food yet, and he was genuinely interested in tasting it. They joked and laughed and didn't notice that there were strangers in the house. When they noticed the strangers in robes, Bart shouted who they were. He decided in horror that if they were in robes, it meant the kidnappers had come for Irma. They were in no hurry to answer, slowly lowering their hoods from their faces. When Irma screamed Reich's name, Bart became scared. But when he saw that these were two fallen ones, he became even more frightened, watching in amazement that Irma was beaming with happiness. Bart didn't know what to answer or how to behave. He only said, "They are fallen." Meanwhile, Reich hugged Irma, who was clinging to him, tenderly whispering that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that he missed her very much. They finally stopped when they heard a loud cough, so Bart tried to get their attention. Irma realized that she had completely forgotten to introduce them to each other, and, pointing to Reich, introduced him to Bart. But he said instead of her that he was Irma's partner. And although Bart understood that this was a bad idea, his ego played up, and he replied that what a coincidence. He is also Irma's partner. Look how Bart changed his mind. Did Irma really hurt his male pride that much? In addition, he embraced Irma as his mate and invited Reich to the wedding ceremony. And then a storm began between the men. Reich answered mockingly that Irma had not said anything like that, and Bart teased that there was less need to climb around in incomprehensible places. And Bart also decided to prick his rival with his origins, how a half-beast can protect a female, but he is always next to Irma. Reich, not knowing that he had hit a sore spot, made fun of Bart's appearance, who was wrapped up in the heat as if he were dying. Bart, hearing the painful truth, thought about what he was doing, because he really didn't have long left. Then Irma, whom no one had heard before, screamed piercingly, ordering both of them to shut up. Standing between them as a judge, she forbade them from talking to each other from now on. As they turned away from each other, Irma began to slowly imagine Reich as the one who saved her from the beast in the forest, and who is the head of the Dark City. And Bart saved her when he came to her tribe, which united with his tribe, which is why it looks like this now. It worked. The guys looked at each other calmly and with respect. Looking at Irma, Bart thought that it was not for nothing that some people believe that this girl is blessed by God himself. She will create a wonderful future for her tribe. It's a pity that he won't live to see it. Reich sincerely apologized for his earlier words and thanked him for saving Irma. Bart, in turn, also apologized for having taunted Reich about his origins. Reich asked when he and Irma were having the ceremony, he wanted to attend. Then Bart felt awkward and he replied that he was joking, but Irma jumped up, blurting out that she wasn't joking. Bart smiled. He didn't have much time left, but the thought flashed through his head that he might survive. Then, to everyone's surprise, Mo's loud voice rang out, saying that he knew how to help Bart, who would live as the tribe's totem as long as the tribe existed. Irma jumped up to Bart. It was so great he would live. But Mo continued, the price was high. His soul had to endure the burning of the totem fire. This pain is worse than death. If he can withstand it, he can go crazy. And if he manages to endure it, then he will have to go through this terrible pain every time the tribal priests perform totem blessings. It is not only a way to survive, but also an endless torture. Whether to simply die or live in eternal pain is up to Bart to decide. Irma burst into tears, and Bart replied that he wanted to try. He took Irma by the hands, who was crying that he would suffer, and calmly replied that he wanted to live next to her and Osawa. So, what if it hurts? He will be next to her. He will be able to protect her. When he imagines it, he wants to live. Then he kissed her on the forehead and asked her to help and support him. The ceremony began. Bart and Irma stood in front of the totem stone. The others were also present. Bart tried not to show his excitement, answering that he was ready. Irma began to call upon the totem stone and the spirit of the totem to open and appear. The fire began to rise up Bart, who braced himself for pain. The fire had already reached his chest. Bart clenched his teeth to suppress a cry of pain. Out of the corner of his eye, Reich saw Mo smiling slightly as he watched this. He felt uneasy, wondering if something was wrong. He looked with alarm at what was happening on the altar. Bart was completely engulfed in totem fire and screaming. He couldn't contain himself anymore. Unbearable suffering and the seal of pain were reflected on his face. Irma screamed in despair. It was unbearable for her to watch such suffering of the one who gave his life for her. She wanted to rush to Bart, but Jono stopped her. He turned the tear-stained girl away from the altar so that she would not have to look at the hellish torment of their friend. Irma turned around again and wanted to run, but Ben appeared and said that the ritual had already begun, and Bart had to handle it himself. The flames of the totem consumed his flesh and blood, and after this, his soul will be cleansed. He also needs to hold out. If he holds out, he will become the spirit of the totem. Irma was no longer able to watch. When it would all end, it seemed to her that Bart was already at the end. But Ben sadly noted that it had only just begun. Meanwhile, the flame totem consumed Bart's flesh, who seemed to be going crazy from the pain. Here, Ben screamed that it looked like he was going to die. Irma screamed how to save Bart, how to help. He replied that he thought that the creator of the totem could stop it. It wouldn't harm him. What about her? It was thanks to her that Osawa had a totem. Could she help? But Ben couldn't answer that for sure. Then the girl, without hesitation, rushed to the altar. In vain did Jono call her to return. Jono and Ricky wanted to rush and hold her back, but the elder stopped them. She told me to trust Irma. She would be fine. The girl rushed to Bart and hugged him. The fire engulfed both of them. She screamed for him not to be afraid. She was nearby. Everything would be fine. Even through the pain, Bart was horrified by what Irma was doing, screaming at her to take her hands off. They both cried. These were tears of sacrifice, tribute of gratitude and generosity that they both gave to each other. Bart kissed her, calling her a fool, but how grateful he was to her. They merged in a kiss, and fire penetrated their bodies. But along with it, his pain disappeared, and Irma did not feel it at all. But after some time, she felt it. It was so hot, and his pain was many times stronger. How does he manage to endure such pain? Consciousness left her in that flame. When she opened her eyes, she did not immediately understand what had happened. Jumping up on the bed, the girl remembered the totem fire. Bart, by the way. Where is he, and why is she at home? As the door opened and a smiling Bart entered, happy that she had woken up, Irma rushed to him. He came and looked quite cheerful. He opened his arms for a hug, and the girl ran towards him. Looking at it, she was surprised and happy at the same time. It was as if it wasn't burning at all. Holding hands, they excitedly shared the past events. Bart asked her not to do such stupid things again. He almost died of fear, but Irma assured him that she knew what she was doing. Sitting down on the bed, she stroked him as if wanting to be completely sure that he was in the flesh and not a ghost. But something made her stop. Something was wrong. Looking at her hand, Irma realized that the marks were gone. Horror gripped her. Cubs. In a panic, she grabbed Bart, begging him to tell her what was wrong with her children. Was it really them? She didn't have the courage to assume the worst. Bart hugged her and reassured her. They were okay. They were just staring. But when she imagined her babies, she didn't understand how this was possible. It was still too early. The priestess suggested that the totem fire could have caused too much stress, and the cubs are connected to their mother and feel her emotions. This encouraged the cubs to appear ahead of time, but Irma was worried that something might be wrong with them. But when Bart replied that they were all fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. But he only said, and Irma's gaze became piercing. That's all. He hugged her again, and looking into her blue eyes, asked her to promise not to worry, so that she wouldn't see. When she saw these 3 little bundles wrapped up in a basket, they were quietly snoring. They were lovely. Irma admired their soft skin and those little faces she wanted to cuddle. While Irma was getting to know the kids, an argument broke out between the men about why they brought her here. But Bart replied that how long could they hide it? Irma was not stupid and would see it sooner or later. When one of the babies rolled over and the blanket rolled away, Irma saw that one of the children was half beast. Her hand recoiled from the basket, her body shaking. How was this possible? My eyes couldn't take their eyes off this baby. Covered in fur. She and Ricky are completely purebred. So how come he was born half beast? Apparently, because she rushed to help Bart. Ricky answered seriously that he examined all the children at once, and everything was fine with them. Only one was born half beast. Bart apologized. It was all his fault because she tried to save him. But Irma assured that it was not his fault. She did not regret saving him at all. It's just sad that she, as a mother, did not protect her child, but allowed him to suffer. And besides, she is still too weak. Jono and Ricky added that they were also sad that the baby was born like this. But together, they would help the children, and Jono reminded them of his promise to be a good father. Irma smiled. How great it was that he was nearby. The girl said that they would do everything to ensure that these kids grew up to be the happiest children in the world. How her heart beat. She so wanted her children to grow up healthy and happy. But her rainbow dreams were interrupted by Reich, who declared that she would not be able to take care of this baby. He continued, as parents, they will be able to accept and love this child. But what about in relation to the other members of the tribe? Will the others in the tribe be able to accept this cub? But Ricky said that if they can't, then let them get out. They won't be welcome here. Jono and Ricky reminded them of how much Irma had done for the tribe. So why shouldn't they accept her child? But Reich asked them to consider discrimination as the child grew up. How could this end for this boy? Irma's eyes filled with tears again. The children don't want to be friends with her boy. He's strange. He's not like that. He's half beast. And they've heard that half beasts are evil. Oh, Reich is right. Society is not parents. But will he be happy without his relatives? Irma pressed the baby to her chest and hopefully asked Reich if he had an idea. Reich asked to take him to the dark city and raise him. But Irma pressed the baby to her chest and screamed that she would not give him to anyone. He is still so small, but she wants to raise him. No one will see him. She will hide him. But Reich tried to convey to her how she would hide him, how she would be able to explain why others lived in the sunlight. But he was forced to hide and condemn him to a life of loneliness. Irma understood that Reich was right. He added that he was not asking to give him up, but only to let him go to the dark city, where he would grow up among people like himself. In addition, many consider him to be the baby's father. He will take care of him and be kind to him. Reich promised that Irma could always visit him and even stay if she wanted. And so she stood at a crossroads and thought, maybe she shouldn't be so selfish and tie the child to herself. But the guys were on edge. They believed that in this way, Reich wanted not only to take the child, but also to lure Irma to himself. Here, Irma and Reich saw Ricky and asked what he wanted to do, since he was a father. As sad as it was, Ricky agreed with Reich. The dark city was the only way for this child to survive and live a normal life. Here, Jono announced that the time had come to give the children names, and Irma was at a loss. Ricky supported Jono. She is the mother, and she is the one who should give them names. Looking at the two babies peacefully snoring in the basket, Irma named them Tacy and Donnie, and Irma named her half-beast, which she held in her arms, Jakub. Late in the evening, Reich overheard a conversation about Irma and her decision to send the half-breed child to the dark city. When he entered, he saw Mo smiling happily and asked if he had intentionally told Irma about the dark city. He waved his paw, and so what? He simply gave them an idea on how to save the child, and they themselves made the decision. And besides, he didn't expect that the boy would be a half-breed. Reich grabbed him by the throat in anger, so that Mo began to wheeze. Why did he want to harm Irma? He knows that she is the descendant of the beast god, and the only hope for lifting the curse. Wheezing and gasping for breath, Mo confirmed that it was their salvation, and she lives under the protection of males, surrounded by false happiness, naive, without the desire to become stronger and better. After Reich let him go, Mo added that the enemies of the beast god had been watching them for 1,000 years. But Reich did not consider this an excuse to harm Irma like that. Mo, coughing and kneeling, replied that he wanted to show that if Irma wanted to protect those dear to her, she had to become stronger. And her cubs are the same animals as they are, and she must try with all her might to remove the curse. How Reich wanted to cut Mo. He barely restrained himself and warned that he would do bad things to Irma, and that he would regret it. Irma and Bina looked at the sleeping cubs and were touched by their cuteness. How tired she was, trying to feed them and put them to bed. She had almost no strength left. She came to the conclusion that she was so helpless and how difficult it was to put them to sleep. Ben completely agreed with her, especially when they were screaming with 3 mouths. Suddenly, Irma became serious and told her friend that she wanted to become stronger. The boy asked if it was because of that incident with Bart. She blamed herself. But Irma shared that up until this point, she had completely relied on the system, which would help her live comfortably in the tribe and develop it. And even if things go tough, the system could be modernized. But she was wrong. This world is a world of weakness and crisis. If her capabilities are revealed, it will lead to even greater intrigues against her and the tribe. And she no longer wants to see them fight because of her. She herself wants to be strong to protect herself. Ben readily volunteered to teach Irma to study the divine art of the priest. Irma, with all her inner strength, wanted to start as soon as possible. And then she heard the terrible news that the Kwe tribe had attacked them. This was reported by Bart. who had run in and was alarmed. This made Irma go into a stupor. But how? They had burned their warehouses. There was no point in starting a war without supplies. But Bart reported that they had united with other tribes, and they created an alliance. And although Osawa has strong walls, there are a lot of them. Bart grabbed the basket with the babies. If the enemies break through here, the females with their cubs will be in trouble. The head ordered that Irma and the children be taken away from here to a safe place. But she suddenly stopped him by grabbing his hand. The girl's gaze was full of determination. No, she would not hide anymore. She doesn't want to hide behind him anymore, but wants to meet her enemies face to face. Bart looked at her in fear, because the battlefield is very dangerous. But Irma was full of confidence to stand up for herself, and she also believed that they would be able to fight back. Meanwhile, the enemy approached the wall where Osawa's guards were waiting for them. The elder ordered the warriors to check the traps so as not to get caught like the black wolves. The elder asked the heads of the other tribes what prompted them to go against Osawa, since they had always been on the same side. They looked at her, but did not answer clearly. The head of Kui answered for them, accusing Osawa of conspiring with the fallen and setting fire to their vaults. But the elder was indignant. They were accused of all sins, and who poisoned Irma, violating the main rule, poisoning a pregnant female. The elder suggested calling her and meeting her face to face. Irma approached the elder and told her not to waste her energy. Kui was simply looking for a reason to start a war. And then she calmly replied that they were looking for her. And here she was. Grosno repeated the elder's words about violating one of the main rules of the beast god, poisoning her while she was pregnant, and also starting a war, not fearing punishment. But the elder was clouded with anger and blamed Osawa for everything. Then, with feverish brilliance, he gave the order to attack. Ricky and the other Osawa warriors also rushed into the attack with a cry for the tribe. And the battle began. The elder asked Jono to take Irma away. The battle was intense. But Irma's stubborn determination that she would not go anywhere amazed the elder, stating that she couldn't just sit behind their backs. This was her tribe, and she would fight. She also said with enthusiasm that she could help them all. Turning her back to the surprised Jono and the elder, she began to whisper. Bena said that this support spell will increase the strength of the tribe, but it requires a lot of strength. You need to be ready. Irma was ready. This time she was counting only on herself. Seeing the men fighting, she wanted to protect them. There were many killed. The bodies lay near the wall. The Osawa used catapults to throw boulders over the wall. Ricky and Jono fought with all their might, but Ricky shouted that something had to be done. There were too many enemies. Jono asked to hold on a little. Irma was almost ready. Ricky even paused, not understanding what Irma had to do with it. And then a fire appeared. Huge flashes rose up. The warriors stopped, not understanding what it was. Everything was mixed up. Blood, sparks, screams. Ricky tried to see what was happening, and he felt an incredible surge of strength. The fatigue passed. Other warriors felt the same thing. Their strength was restored. Their wounds did not hurt. This must be the blessing of the beast god. And the boys from Osawa took up their swords again and rushed to defend the tribe. Irma watched the consequences. It seemed to have worked. She leaned against the elder, asking how the situation was, feeling her strength leaving her. The elder said that the supplies of weapons, bows, and arrows were running low, and if the enemies did not retreat, things would be bad for the boys. But Irma assured them that everything would be fine, and that they would cope. The headman of the Kui tribe also had no intention of retreating. His fellow tribesmen tried to listen to him, saying that now the Osawa were stronger than ever with their long-range weapons, and that they needed to retreat. But the elder believed that in any war there are no deaths. No matter how many warriors perished, he would get his own. He reminded them of the Osawa food storage and their way of preserving meat for a long time. The leaders of other tribes did not know what to do. They doubted. Then one of the warriors came up bleeding and said that things were bad for them. They learned that a group of trappers had come to the tribe to steal food. The elder howled in rage. Where were the guards? Why didn't they stop? The wounded warrior replied that everyone had been taken here. There was practically no one left there. The tribe was defenseless. The priest commanded them to return immediately, otherwise everything would be even worse, and the enemies retreated. The warriors rejoiced, hugged each other, they won. The enemies retreated. Irma was happy. Reich and his detachment arrived just in time. Jono and Ricky came up, tired but happy, wondering what Reich's squad had done. Irma winked and said that Reich and his warriors had cleaned out all of Kui's supplies. She walked up and kissed Jono tenderly, calling him her hero. He looked at the girl tenderly. She is also his hero. Ricky approached with an offended face, trying to attract attention. It looks like Irma needs to learn how to communicate with men. Of course, Ricky was also her hero, as she tenderly informed him. But suddenly Irma's hand dropped, and Ricky's eyes widened in horror. Jono managed to catch the girl who had fallen unconscious. When she woke up, Bart rushed to her, hugging her. He almost went crazy when he saw Jono carrying her unconscious in his arms. Irma smiled guiltily. She just fainted. She was fine. Ricky, who was walking around hung with children, said that she spent 7 days unconscious and only just woke up. This is called okay, but Irma reminded that this was temporary. And besides, they had won. Jono came in carrying the broth and said that she was still badly hurt. The boys vied with each other to tell her how worried they were, and she promised to take care of herself. Irma just wanted to learn magic from Ben so that no one could bully their tribe anymore. And she promised Jono and the others that she would think more about herself so as not to worry them. But when Jono reminded her to take her medication, Irma was horrified. How could she not drink if all 3 of them were standing over her? She had to obey. When Irma drank, she thought the priestess was deliberately brewing such bitterness. After drinking the decoction, she felt sick. It is truly a test, every time. Bart was already holding a candy as a reward for drinking the entire concoction. It was great when these 3 got along so peacefully with each other. But it seems something is missing, and Irma remembered about Reich. Where is he? She hasn't seen him since she woke up. Did he return to the Dark City? But Bart explained that Reich went with his squad to clean up other tribes. This was to cover their tracks, and so that Osawa would not be suspected. But this scared Irma. What if those tribes joined forces? But Bart and Ricky urged her to calm down. She needed to regain her strength. And she thought, okay, they're right. I need to relax. Is it really over? Meanwhile, late in the evening, Mia indulged in love-making with one of the males. He praised her. She had no equal in bed. Why would anyone pursue her and want to kill her? Mia, in her own style, told that she had offended one female from the tribe who had stolen her mail and wanted to kill him, so she wanted to jump off a cliff. But fortunately, he saved her. The guy hugged her and said that he would protect her. He is a servant of the king of flying lions from the city of the king of beasts and serves the retinue of the young prince. Mia was happy. It was a great city. Osawa couldn't compare to it. But she was in for a bummer. The guy said he couldn't take her there. But when she heard that his mission was to find the illegitimate son of the Lion King, Ricky, the girl jumped up and asked why he needed Ricky. The guy answered simply, why should she know? Prince Nant wants to kill his half-brother, but he can't find her. Mia was overjoyed. She knew where he was. The guy was surprised how she knew, but Mia whispered why she would lie to him. And then he promised to take her to the city of the King of Beasts tomorrow. Using all her charms, the girl flattered her new lover, who would be so useful to her. After the victory, the Osawa tribe gained even more authority, and many small oppressed tribes sought to join it. Ricky, Jono, and Bart were busy from morning to evening every day. And in addition to new lessons with Ben on magical abilities, Irma began to work with children. Irma took her babies with her. Other mothers admired them. They were only a few months old, but already so strong and predicted that they would follow in their father's footsteps and receive the title of the first warriors of the tribe. And Irma herself, with all the tenderness of motherly love, dreamed only of her boys being happy children. Irma was pulled out of her rainbow thoughts by an angry little voice that said, "The first warriors, don't make me laugh." A smug female appeared before them and predicted that Irma's cubs would not grow up at all. One of the mothers attacked her. Why did she curse Tacy and Donnie? This is Gina, the wife of the elder of the Black Eagle tribe. They whispered to Irma. They joined quite recently, and it seems this female decided to provoke a conflict. The woman approached Irma with glee and sarcastically asked why she had brought only Tacy and Donnie, since she had 3 children. Irma, without batting an eyelid, replied that the third one was sick, and as soon as he got better, she would take him for a walk. She screamed in feigned horror. How could this be? After all, cubs from the same litter usually have similar physiology. These two are strong. How could that one be weak? Gina began to insist that Irma invite her home. She has a lot of experience in raising children. Our heroine suspected that this female was sniffing something out. Irma found an excuse that they did not allow strangers near the baby, which convinced Gina even more that something was clearly wrong with the third baby. The girl was so angry she was filled with rage and was ready to grab Gina. But suddenly a stranger appeared and said that Gina should leave Irma alone. It was the mother's personal business whether to fart with other cubs or not. Gina's face twisted with anger. She muttered who she was to talk to her like that. The girl retorted briskly, "She is the daughter of the king of the white tigers. From the city of beasts, she has every right to scold the bitch from the small tribe." Gina, not believing it, replied that no one from the city of animals would come here, so she was just a ragamuffin who came for free food. The girl from the city of beasts, Agatha, became furious and called her assistant, who was ready to carry out any of her orders. He came up and closed Gina's mouth, ordering her to leave, while Agatha herself happily approached Irma, pleased that finally it was quiet now. Looking at Irma with curiosity, she asked if she knew Ricky. Then, seeing the kids, she asked with affection if they were her children. Meanwhile, Bart sniffed. It smelled very tasty. Probably Irma cooked something tasty again. It's a pity that Jono wasn't here. To which Ricky noted that if Bart hadn't dumped things on him, he would be here. But Bart reminded that Jono was a young elder, which meant he had more responsibilities than the others. When they entered the house, they saw Irma at the table and the guest devouring meat legs as if she had not eaten for a year. And then the girl stopped chewing, and seeing Ricky, she screamed joyfully and greeted him. Ricky didn't take his eyes off her. He seemed to recognize her. He didn't have time to answer her, as Agatha had already wrapped her arms around his neck, chirping that she had finally found him. Ricky was embarrassed, and Irma stared at the scene with a questioning expression on her face. The guy tried to tear Agatha away from himself by asking where she was from. The girl, with childish simplicity, replied that she had come to him to marry him. She had promised. Everyone was shocked by this statement. Bart, Irma, and Ricky himself screamed. Bart approached Irma and said that Ricky was so flighty. He was not worthy of Irma. He tried to justify himself. There was nothing between him and Agatha. Having collected himself a little, he added that in the city of the King of Beasts, he had indeed met Agatha. But their relationship had always been like that of brother and sister, but Agatha did not like it. She reminded him how she once almost drowned, and he saved her, after which she promised to marry him. Agatha made a vow that when she came of age, she would marry him, and his half-brother would no longer be able to abuse him. Ricky was clearly embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, and replied that these were childish jokes, and he did not say yes. But the girl flared up. For her, everything was serious. After which she added that she had been looking for him for more than 10 years, and since he didn't say no then, it meant yes, so they could get married and leave together. But her hand was suddenly removed from Ricky's hand. Irma, trying her best to contain herself, firmly stated that Ricky was now her male and the father of her children, so it was not right to steal him like that in front of everyone. Agatha exclaimed, "But she doesn't even like Ricky." But Irma interjected that she had never told her such a thing. But Agatha simply reported that she had already conducted a survey and knew that Irma had rejected Ricky, even though she was pregnant with his child. This had an effect on our heroine, because she had indeed rejected Ricky before. But that was a long time ago. But Agatha was ready to save her lover from an unsuccessful marriage. She believed that she would be the perfect wife for Ricky, and they would live happily ever after. And she didn't care that everyone was stupefied and couldn't get a word in edgewise. In the end, she ran away saying that she would take Ricky with her to the city. Then Bart said with a smile that they could not kick out such a guest. So they needed to go to the headman and arrange a good arrangement for her. And when leaving, he gave the opportunity to explain himself to Irma. And Agatha herself was horrified by what she had said, where her brain was. How shameful. Bart called out to her and asked her to stop. Ricky approached Irma, embarrassed, not knowing how or where to start. Irma calmly said that Agatha was very nice. Not expecting such an answer, the guy was completely speechless. And Irma added that she is a bit flighty, but good-natured, honest, and open, and does not plot against others, which is important. Ricky couldn't stand it anymore and got ready to sort everything out. She is just like a sister to him. There is nothing between them. He would not have remembered her if she had not come. But Irma held out capriciously, of course. But Agatha had been looking for him for more than 10 years. Then it dawned on Ricky that Irma was jealous of him. The girl, trying not to look at him, quietly admitted that there was a little. He hugged her from behind with delight and tenderness, whispering that it was bad. But it made his soul so happy. Kissing Irma, he thought that if she liked it at least a little, that was enough. The kiss began to develop into a passionate embrace. Irma tried to stop him, but he did not let her. His kisses made her fall into a bliss of pleasure. Accidentally placing her hand on the crib, she pressed on the sleeping baby. And just a second later, the passionate love came to an end. The room was filled with children's cries. And now she's already at the crib, trying to calm the babies down. She rocks one, Ricky rocks the other. Well, that's parenting. She blamed herself for giving in to temptation and being affectionate in front of the children, while Ricky thought that he would definitely find time when there were no children. Ricky asked where Jakob was and learned that Irma had sent him to the elder. She's worried about him. By the way, she'll need to go and pick him up. The guy clarified that she had definitely decided to give him to Reich in the dark city. She did not want to part with her son, but if she stayed in the tribe, she would hide until the end of her days. And the tribe would begin to suspect her. He saw how hard it was for Irma to make this decision. But now there are a lot of people in the tribe, and Gina will not calm down. Pulling her close and gently reassuring her, he promised that he would sort this out. Meanwhile, Agatha sat by the window, not taking her eyes off the starry sky. The servant Lufen entered, who had been sent to find out news about Irma. But the information that everyone in the tribe speaks well of Irma, that she discovered many species of animals and plants, knows how to sew, make pottery, and much more, clearly did not please her. Well, the final blow was the news that the wall that Agatha had admired so much when they arrived at the tribe was also built under the leadership of Irma. Lufin didn't understand why his mistress, who had so many warriors under her command, was so yearning for this Ricky. His words about this guy not deserving such attention made Agatha boil with indignation. He knelt down and humbly apologized for his words, after which he proposed an idea to win Ricky over. One could capture the trappers outside the city and imprison them in the Beast King's city. But Agatha did not want to use such methods. She is a persistent girl. He will definitely fall in love with her. But Lufin asked, what if Ricky still does not want to be with her? But Agatha screamed that she was not going to lose. The next day, the Osawa tribe's trappers gathered around Agatha. Noticing this, Irma was surprised why a crowd had gathered there. Suddenly, she smelled a familiar smell. Someone was cooking something delicious. This was Agatha preparing her signature dish. Everyone was delighted. What a girl! To cook such deliciousness. She saw Irma approaching and solemnly thought that if Irma could discover new food, then she could too. Agatha declared that she had prepared a unique earth fruit from her city. It ripens in just a couple of months, has a large harvest, can be stored for a long time, is tasty and filling. Irma was shocked. Could this really be a potato? Thanks to the system, Irma discovered a new ground fruit. Although it is not a potato, it is similar in properties. She was already dreaming about what to cook from it. Grabbing Agatha, who was frightened by such a reaction, our heroine began to babble about how many of these fruits she had. Potatoes are not only a staple food, but also a simple and versatile dish that goes well with all types of meat. They can be fried, boiled, or stewed. Agatha graciously offered to give this fruit as a gift. There is plenty of it in her city anyway. She kept her word, and the servants put a large basket of vegetables. The girl said that this would be enough for them for a long time. The Osawa trappers, including Irma, thanked Agatha for her generosity. She gave so much, and our heroine was already feverishly thinking about how many potatoes she could start growing. Then the trappers would no longer worry about food or clothing. But then a difficulty arose as to how to grow it, like cabbage or in some other way. She asked Agatha if she could tell her how to grow it. Even though there was a lot of it, it would still run out. The murmur of the crowd supported Irma. Agatha had no idea how to grow it. She mumbled something like, "Put it in the ground and bury it." But she didn't know about the amount of water. Irma had already learned the information from Ben and said that potatoes are very similar to sweet potatoes. You first need to grow seedlings and then plant them in the ground. You can't water them too much. Agatha was angry. How could this woman be so smart? Ricky must have taught her, but that's why he was so quiet in the City of Animals. Here she decided to take the initiative from Irma and said why grow it if she could send a large quantity of this fruit every year. But Irma politely refused. The fruits Agatha had given her were quite sufficient. With sincere gratitude, taking the stunned Agatha by the hand, she calmly said that one cannot constantly rely on others. Then the tribe will never become independent. Agatha understood why Ricky loved her so much. But she couldn't give up either. Her father said that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Seeing Ricky, she waved at him while holding the basket. Pointing at her, she suggested eating together. Ricky, Irma, and Jono had a picnic in the fresh air. Irma invited Agatha to join them, since it was Agatha who supplied them with this delicious fruit. Agatha saw the dish prepared by Irma and asked if she had prepared it all herself. Hearing that Irma had prepared all these dishes from this fruit, Agatha pouted her lips in resentment. It smelled so delicious. She wanted to cry. Determined not to give up, she began asking Ricky to go and talk alone. Jono whispered to Irma that this was the girl from the city who had fallen for Ricky. And if Irma wanted to intervene, what if she really did take Ricky away? Irma smiled and said that Ricky treated her like a sister. She shouldn't interfere. Then Jono took Irma by the hand and said that they had things to do to leave Ricky with Agatha. As he passed his friend, Jono said that for the sake of his brothers and sisters of the tribe, and for his own good, he advised him to explain his position clearly. Otherwise, indecision will harm not only Agatha, but also Irma. Ricky, trying to distance himself from the obsessive girl, then said that he hoped for only friendly relations. Seeing that the girl was not lagging behind, already nervously and decisively stated that he was happy with Irma and the cubs, Agatha knows that he would rather die than be with someone he doesn't like. Then, Agatha reminded him how in childhood everyone laughed at him, especially his half-brother. He promised to become a good warrior in order to avoid ridicule in the future, and right now he can return to the big city. Ricky sighed and, putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, declared that he was no longer that little offended boy. He had a new life. Then Agatha blurted out that his brother Nante still hated him and sent people to sort things out. Ricky exclaimed how his half-brother knew where he was. A shudder ran through him. If Nant knew, then so did the saint. Agatha shared what she knew. The Lion King sent his people to Nante, too. The female who was kicked out of Osawa told where Ricky was. Ricky clenched his fists. He realized it was Mia. The saint will not leave him so easily and will follow him. Agatha matter-of-factly reported that Nante was afraid that Ricky would return to the city and take his place. When Ricky said that it was cool, she attacked him. What's cool about the fact that they want to kill him? Agatha cried out that she would give him everything that Irma gave, and even more. If he marries her, he will become the new king of the White Tigers, and she will be his support. Grabbing his hand, she promised glory, power, and that no one would laugh at them anymore. But Ricky was adamant, his stony expression speaking for itself. Seeing the girl's despair, he repeated more softly that there was only Irma in his heart, so there was no need to waste his time on her. Agatha stood there, offended and depressed, and he left, leaving her to return to the city of beasts. Jono led Irma by the hand. The girl grumbled where he was pulling her. He shouldn't have left Ricky and Agatha. But the guy explained that Ricky had to explain himself to her so that Agatha would no longer pester Irma. But there was another reason. He hadn't been able to sleep alone with her for several days without Ricky. They hugged, and Irma realized how much she missed Jono. The girl whispered to him that she would be with him until midnight. Jono looked at her with a look full of passion and hatred, promising to make amends for not paying attention to her for several days. His passionate kiss made it clear what he meant. They lay down in the lush grass with flowers. No one saw them here. Lufin tried to calm the sobbing mistress down, saying that if she was rejected, it didn't mean she wasn't good enough. He nervously suggested that they return to the city tomorrow, since Ricky had rejected her, and the king of the White Tigers would choose the best husband for her. After his words, Ricky would soon no longer be walking around the world, forcing the tearful girl to crawl out from under the blanket. Lufin explained that Nante's people had been spotted in the vicinity of the tribe, and then the girl thought, if he won't be hers, then wouldn't it be better if he didn't exist at all? And she gave orders to the servant to go to Nantes the very next day. In the morning, Ricky took the babies out for a walk, telling Jono to stay with Irma. Jono hugged the giggling Irma and said that he and Irma were rarely alone. Ricky, looking at them, would have muttered if it weren't for the fact that they had known each other for a long time. But he didn't finish. Turning around, he saw Agatha standing behind him. Agatha addressed him affectionately, "Brother," but, embarrassed, she could not start the conversation. Ricky reminded her that he had told her everything yesterday, so there was no need to waste time on him. When an embarrassed Agatha muttered that she had actually come to see Irma, Ricky said that was even worse. Hearing Irma's voices, she looked out the door and, seeing Agatha, greeted her. Running up with feverishly burning eyes and grabbing Irma by the hand, Agatha screamed that she wanted to learn from her how to prepare the earth fruit. She didn't mind. Irma couldn't refuse such pressure. But Ricky, grabbing Irma by the hand, told Agatha that Irma was against it. He didn't like that Agatha was now attacking Irma. He was worried that she might do something, but Irma calmed him down. Agatha doesn't seem like a vindictive person. Besides, maybe Agatha just wants to talk and came up with an excuse about cooking. But Irma pushed the children out into the street to walk with the little ones. Jono and Ricky realized as they left that they were walking with the children themselves today. But Jono looked back helplessly, and then Ricky resolutely pulled him along, deciding to trust Irma's decision. Irma turned around and addressed Agatha by name, but did not finish. Agatha put a sharp knife blade to her throat. She swallowed and looked at the girl without moving. Agatha was nervously and loudly surprised. Irma drove Ricky away. Did she really not suspect that she could take revenge for taking him away? Silently grabbing Agatha's hand from which the knife had fallen, she held it firmly. A second later, using her combat technique, she knocked her opponent, who was screaming in pain, to the floor. With the air of a fighter, she matter-of-factly noted that when you threaten someone, you don't need to wave your arms. You need to hold the knife more steadily and not talk nonsense. Otherwise, you can turn from a killer into a victim yourself. Irma easily tied up Agatha, who whined why Irma was so strong, coldly throwing out that she was training hard, and now they could calmly talk, which Agatha tried to achieve by threatening her with a knife. Ada sadly admitted that she had no intention of harming her. She just decided to try one last time, and that was all. Irma clarified what exactly to try and heard new details of Agatha's plan. She decided that if Irma refused Ricky under the threat of reprisal, then she would never give him up. But if not, then she was worthy of him, and she, Agatha, would no longer lay claim to him. With a sad smile, the girl added that she would leave them. She was not going to become a great villain. Her plan was slightly disrupted by the fighting abilities of Irma, who admitted that she trains a lot. With these words, she cut the rope and told Agatha that she was free and could go. Rubbing her numb hands, the girl asked if Irma wasn't afraid that she would pursue Ricky again. Our heroine reminded Agatha that she had already made a decision. Looking condescendingly at Agatha, the girl understood that she had no intention of causing her any real harm. Agatha was about to leave when she paused. She told him that there was no need to worry about Nante. She had already warned his people they wouldn't do anything to Ricky. This was all she could do for Ricky and Irma, for which Irma was grateful to her with all her heart. Watching her failed rival move away, she wished her to find her happiness. The enraged boy punched the ground, calling Lufin just Agatha's service dog. How dare he stop him? One of those present stated that Ricky should be killed secretly. If they were exposed, Nante would not be able to protect them from the Lion King. The group of trappers feared Agatha's influence and asked the boy to stop, but he stated that they were not the only ones who wanted Ricky dead. When leaving, Irma and Agatha parted warmly, exchanging gifts. The next few days were spent working to prepare for winter. Bart and Irma were happy about the good potato harvest. It was a difficult time for all trappers. Finally, the cold weather came, and real winter arrived. Returning home from hunting, Ricky entered the house and smelled a pleasant and very appetizing smell. Irma, Bart, and Jono were waiting for him, as Irma had prepared a new dish. Looking at the table, Ricky was surprised by the strange saucepan with 2 compartments, to which Irma proudly replied that she and Bart had tried for a long time before they managed to prepare this dish. Here, one side is spicy and the other is not, so you can try what you like best. Taking food with chopsticks, she dipped them in hot spices that she had prepared for a very long time and chewed them appetizingly. Tears of bliss flowed from her eyes. How delicious it was, although the ingredients and sauces were not as rich as in her time. But she can eat hot pot in the animal world, and this is already a miracle. The guys, looking at Irma and her delight, carefully decided to try. Ricky froze with a piece in his mouth. How delicious and rich it was. Bart chewed each piece and experienced real taste bliss. Irma chewed piece after piece, realizing that the texture was very different from fried pork. And the merry company merrily tasted the contents of the table. And how delicious and aromatic the broth turned out to be from several types of meat with the addition of spices. In winter, it was especially pleasant to eat this. Irma felt pleasantly full. The body simply burned from the spices and richness of the flavors. While taking away the dishes, Bart shared that he could eat this dish all winter. As Irma lay down, she remembered Reich. What a pity he was not at the table, but he was hibernating. Ricky noticed that the snow had stopped. Does Irma want to take Donnie and Tacy out for a walk? And he will stay with Jacob. Irma liked the idea. She hadn't gone for a walk with the boys for a long time. When she went outside with the babies, she saw a group of females animatedly discussing something and heard her name. They were talking about her. Seeing her, they froze awkwardly, and among them, Irma saw Gina. The women looked at her babies and tried to maintain a casual conversation. Here, Gina sarcastically reminded that no one had ever seen Jakub, so they could go and look at him now. Freezing with fear inside, Irma tried to say as calmly as possible that Jakub was not yet healthy enough. But Gina seemed to be devouring her. She insisted that she would only take a quick look at him. No one wished him harm. Then, smiling with an ugly grin, she said, "Maybe Jakub can't be seen for another reason." Getting the other women going, Gina asked why Irma was hiding this child so much. Upon hearing that Jakub was suspected of being a fallen man, Irma said that one cannot make accusations without evidence. Making an innocent and offended face, Gina replied that Irma doesn't show the child to anyone and it really looks suspicious. The woman convinced her like-minded women that Irma was showing the child if he was normal. Then they would apologize. But if he was a beast, then she herself understood what would happen to her. The other females also began to pressure her that they wanted to see. Gina walked further and further. Since Irma did not want to take them home, they themselves would go and find this bastard beast. As soon as she leaned forward, Irma ordered them to stand, noticing that the tribe was full of children who were too sick to see. And no one accuses these children of anything. She will show her son. But if anything happens to him due to their fault, they will all become murderers. Gina turned purple with anger, ready to pounce on Irma, who again managed to dodge. The elder who approached asked what the argument was about, and Gina perked up. Running up, she said that there were rumors that Irma's child was fallen. The elder thought how this was known, if even in the tribe no one knew about it. Then she indignantly replied that this was nonsense. She herself had delivered the baby, and it was not good for women to indulge in gossip, especially since the tide of animals was approaching, and wild animals would soon attack. Gina seemed unaware of this and screamed. The elder explained to Irma that in winter, when there is no food to be found, wild animals attack the tribes. Under threat of extinction, the animals fight to the death and many tribes disappeared. Osawa also almost disappeared because of such a massacre. The animals had already begun to approach. Irma concluded that the animals would not be able to overcome the wall, and they had arrows and bows. But the elder objected they would climb over the corpses of the dead. A terrible picture appeared, mountains of corpses and wild predators jumping out. If the animals are not killed immediately, they will not surrender, and here Irma asked in fear if their tribe would endure. The woman responded with alarm that the tide had come in too early this year. There were many more animals, and so the tribe was not ready. So she told Irma to go quickly and hide the children in the basement. Irma didn't want to leave the elder, but she had to for the sake of the children. Irma walked towards the children, thinking that Jono, Ricky, and the others were fighting, and she should not distract and protect the children. But Irma felt that something was wrong here, And at the same time, rumors began to circulate about her son. Someone was controlling this. She put her hand on the opening in the wall and felt something sticky under her hand. It was blood. This is animal blood. How did it end up on the wall? Irma went cold, and the elder's words flashed through her head that the influx of animals had come early this year. Moreover, the quantity exceeded last year's norms. She realized that someone was deliberately using blood and flesh to lure animals to them. And the only ones who could pull off such a trick were the Quay tribe. Meanwhile, the one who had done this dirty trick was already reporting to the chief elder. The young elder was pleased. When everything was over, Prince Nant would not remain in debt. The servant asked if they were leaving, but the boy replied that there was no hurry. Meanwhile, the trappers ran to the wall to fight the animals. Irma noticed that the two separated and went in a different direction. Having decided to follow them, the girl carefully followed them. It seems she had never seen them in the tribe. And were they even from the tribe? And then someone put their hand on her shoulder, and Irma almost died of fear. It was Jono, worried that she wasn't in the basement yet. And then she shared that she had just seen two suspicious hunters. When Jono learned that they were heading towards the warehouse, he realized that they were strangers. He decided to go to the warehouse and check, and told her to go to the shelter. But she grabbed his hand and stopped him abruptly. Irma looked at him with a pleading look, asking him to be careful, remembering that Ben had been asleep since the last time he used magic, so there was little she could do to help. The beast tide is so dangerous that she can only watch. Hugging Irma, Jono promised that he would return safe and sound. Clutching him, she frantically threatened not to lie, but Jono, calming her down, promised to return for her and the tribe. They stood hugging each other, as if they were about to have a long separation. At night, the animals attacked fiercely, and arrows flew at them. The predators fell dead, but there were still more of them. They tried to climb the wall. Jono and the other boys fought the beasts, realizing that they had less and less strength, needed rest, and the walls would not hold them back. This fierce battle continued all night. Finally, reluctantly towards dawn, the animals retreated. The tired but happy Osawa warriors shouted with joy. They had won. The women and children came out of the shelter, rejoicing that the danger had passed. Irma looked out for the guys and saw Jono. She broke into a smile. She threw herself on her husband's neck. He was alive and well, albeit tired. The girl was spinning around, chattering whether it hurt him, whether there were wounds. Jono did not have time to answer that there was animal blood on him. Then Bart screamed that it hurt. Irma jumped up to him. The guy complained that she didn't notice him. Then Ricky and Jono dragged him away from the Irma. Irma understood at what price their victory had come, how many had died, and all because of Quayu's meanness. She must tell the elder that this is a deliberate setup. Hearing that Jono told her that he saw strangers, the elder replied that it was just his guess. Jin's husband began to say that it was the beast god who punished them because of Irma, who left the beast child. The elder got angry at such a provocation and said to his face that he was using Irma as a pretext for conflict. The man did not calm down. He demanded that Irma answer whether this was a divine punishment or not. The elder turned to Irma, who looked straight ahead. Voices were heard in the tribe. Irma was the chosen one, the guardian of the tribe. Someone suggested that the god beast really punished her and the entire tribe because of her child. Irma understood that if Jakob's identity was revealed, she would have nothing to answer. So she said that this was not a punishment, but a setup. Looking Gina's husband in the eyes, she told him about what she found on the wall and under the wall. He chuckled incredulously. Who needed this? Her face twisted with hatred as she thought about how many of the Osawa men had died and said that only Quay could have done that. The elder screamed when she heard Irma's conclusion. The tribe grumbled. They shouldn't have let them go so easily. Gina's husband was angry. His plan to find the cub had failed. He whispered to his wife that everyone had switched to Kui, but they needed to find the cub. He decided to continue fighting. If he could defeat Ricky and Jono, he would rule the tribe. He asked Irma out loud if she had any evidence that the attack was staged. The girls suggested going to the gate, and he would see everything there. The man, pleased with the current situation, noted that there was now blood and corpses everywhere along the gate. So what she was talking about was something only she herself saw. And therefore it is easier to understand whether this punishment is divine or not, if they show Jacob. The elder pounced on him. How much can you suspect Irma? Then you need to check all the cubs in the tribe. He continued to insist that no one wants to live in a tribe that has a fallen one, and Irma realized that it would not be possible to hide Jacob any longer. But she will not abandon her son, even if she has to become an enemy of the tribe. At that moment, someone's strong hand took her hand and said, "Don't be afraid." Jono, Ricky, and Bart stood next to her, ready to be with her and support her. She immediately felt better after feeling such support. Gina's husband didn't calm down. She's just carrying the baby. They'll all look at it. He called the baby beast cursed, and she is the mother. But she brings the wrath of God upon the whole tribe. The hunters began to whisper in agreement with his words. He lost control, raising his voice and accusing her that it was her fault that her relatives died. This child needed to be killed. At this point, Jono lost his patience and started yelling, but Irma stopped him, saying that she wanted to ask someone to examine Jakub and determine who he was. But she put forward the condition that he and his wife had repeatedly spread rumors about her son bringing trouble. And so she demands that if Jakub is not fallen, then he and his wife will leave the tribe. He did not know what to answer, thinking that they were trying to pull a fast one on him. The elder did not understand what Irma was doing and how she was going to show Jakub, but she played along with her and asked how the man felt about such conditions. In front of the elder and the entire tribe, Gina's husband agreed to the condition, believing that he was being led by the nose and that Irma's child was a beast. Irma asked to go with her and went ahead. Jono and Ricky nervously approached her, whispering how she was going to show Jakub, "He is a beast." Irma smiled and asked the guys to trust her. She would not allow anyone to hurt Jakub. And now everyone had gathered at the door of Irma's house, impatiently waiting to see her third son. Opening the door, the girl suddenly stopped and told everyone to wait. Smiling maliciously, Gina's husband declared that it was too late to back out if she had changed her mind. The girl, with an unperturbed look, closed the door and said that she had already warned that the baby was sick and that such a large number of people would harm him. The male said that he would go with her, so she would not have the opportunity to negotiate with anyone. Irma, in turn, responded that when the time comes, there is no need to turn everything upside down and intimidate people, forcing them to give false testimony. One of the females, leaning on a stick, said that she would also go. The kids standing with the adults started chattering that she could be trusted. She wouldn't lie. She herself had been maimed by animals. Irma agreed to take the two of them with her. The elder stood with John, nervous because she didn't know how Irma was going to get out of this. But Jono reassured her his wife had a plan, and Ricky, who was standing with them, said that if the tribe did not accept Jakub, he would take him and leave with him. The elder screamed in horror. What was he saying? Irma had helped the tribe so much, she would never allow her baby to be driven out. Bart slyly spread his hands, as if to say Irma knew what she was doing. Finally, the visitors came out, sullen and silent. Everyone looked at their faces with tension, and the children began to ask in one voice if it was true that Jakub had fallen. Jono and Ricky looked at Irma without understanding. She winked and whispered that they shouldn't worry. The old female, leaning on her cane, finally said that Jakub was a purebred hunter, but his condition was not very optimistic. His body was too weak. It was unlikely that he would survive the winter. Ricky and Jono both exclaimed, turning cold at these words. The woman approached Irma and urged her to be courageous. And if she had any questions, she should not be shy about asking. And then, in desperate anger, Gina's husband screamed that how could Jakob be purebred? It was Irma who passed off someone else's baby as her own. But the woman objected. The child has all the features of a flying lion, so he cannot be an impostor. And Irma approached him and ordered him to leave the tribe immediately, in accordance with the agreement. He ran away in disgrace, but threatened that Irma would still regret giving shelter to the beast, and he would wait for her downfall. Gina ran after her husband, asking her to wait. Irma breathed a sigh of relief. Then Jono and Ricky came up to them. They were eager to find out. They were burning with curiosity how Irma did it. Did she really replace Jakub? The girl said that she confused them with an illusion that she had learned earlier. It won't work on a wide audience, but it will work on a couple of people. It's a substitution of reality. Bart exclaimed that he guessed exactly what he thought. Jono and Ricky went to attack, saying that he understood Irma better than anyone. Irma decided that the end had begun, and it was better to leave. The elder said tensely that the illusion only confused the tribe for a while, until everything would be calm. But not everyone would agree to have a fallen one living in the tribe. Sadness appeared in Irma's eyes. She understood that the elder was right. So she replied that in the spring she would give it to Leish, so that he would take the boy to the dark city. The elder supported this decision. The boy would be better off there. But before she could continue, an alarmed guy ran up to them. Irma and the elder turned around. The guy was yelling that things were bad. It turns out that Nick, Gina's husband, began to incite the trappers to leave the tribe with him, and they went to the warehouse to pick up food. There were many of them, and the attack was sudden. The guards were unprepared. They set the warehouse on fire, but the guys were too busy putting out the fire, so they didn't catch up with them. The elder called them heartless bastards who did this for the sake of power, but she welcomed them warmly and treated them well. Here, out of breath, Jono appeared, reminding his mother that he had spoken about suspicious people who were going to the warehouse. Jono shared his suspicion that he felt like Nick had planned everything in advance, and that Quay was most likely behind it. The elder was in shock. This is a complete nightmare if true. First, the early beast tide. Then they used Jakob to incite the trappers to betrayal. The woman thought, in the battle with Osawa Quay, they lost a lot of strength and people. How can they still weave intrigues? Irma calmed the elder. Ricky and Jono have already gone to look for Nick. And when they find him, he will be punished for his crime. The woman didn't really believe in catching the criminal. There was a blizzard going on. And besides, the tribe had experienced a wave of beasts, as well as betrayal by their own. Irma cheered up the elder. Yes, the warehouse burned down, but they have reserves of meat, which they can store for a long time. Besides, without Nick and the traders, it will be easier for them. The cheerful elder decided to go and fry some meat. Jono saw and heard how Irma helped his mother and thanked her for her care. Hugging his wife, he whispered that he wanted to thank her. She didn't have time to ask what the reward was before he kissed her. Jono asked how happy she was with the reward. Irma blushed. How could this be a reward? And then he transformed, took her in his arms, and flew away. When they were flying, he winked mysteriously and told her to wait until the evening. And then he would allow her to do something. Irma blushed with shame, covered his mouth with her hand, and ordered him not to continue. The boys saw how the trappers worked tirelessly. The elder said that the work was going too slowly. Although everyone was giving it their all, Irma couldn't help but yawn. The woman saw her son running and full of strength. She asked Irma how her son managed to be so cheerful and full of energy. And then Irma blurted out, "Why should he be tired? She's the one who doesn't get enough sleep. As soon as Ricky and Bart left, he fell silent, realizing that she had said too much. The girl changed the conversation to the topic of a lack of hands. The woman agreed. Indignant that Nick had taken a lot of people, Irma sighed with relief, successfully getting off topic. The elder said dreamily, "It would be good if another tribe joined them. Bart's mother, although ambitious, is honest and fair." And then the women started screaming. Jono appeared behind them and said that Irma could ask Bart. He had been to many places and knew many tribes. Jono suggested a plan that Bart was a great negotiator and Ricky was the tribe's best warrior. Irma remembered that Bart and Ricky had been chasing Nick for several days now and should have returned by now. And then Irma heard voices asking them to take them to the doctor. They led the wounded Ricky and Bart. They were covered in blood. The girl hurried to the boys, her voice trembling as she asked what happened. Hugging Ricky and trying to help him get there, she tried to understand what had happened to them. Jono also tried to question the wounded Bart, who barely managed to say that they were animals. Ricky, gathering his strength, replied that the city of the Lord of Beasts was attacked from behind. Ricky hung his head, blood pouring from his wounds. Irma's eyes widened in horror. She couldn't even pronounce his name. The elder ordered to take the boys to the doctor. The priestess bandaged the wounds, which were severe, and because of the cold and wind, the boys' temperatures rose. But fortunately, the priestess collected a lot of herbs in the spring and will use them to heal. The elder calmed the worried Irma. "The guys are strong warriors. Everything will be fine with them." Irma was outraged at Jono. These scoundrels from the City of Animals snuck up on Ricky and Bart. But she couldn't understand how enemies could unite. Irma remembered the elder's words that the enemies had suffered great losses, but they continued to plot. Jono, in horror, voiced Irma's guess. Could it be that Kuei and the City of Beastmasters had united? If so, then they had a lot of resources. But at the same time, Agatha said that the people from the City of Beastmasters had gone back. Irma remembered Agatha's last words, that this was all she could do. The girls said that they were afraid of offending Agatha, so they went into the shadows and acted through Nick's hands. Perhaps he was just bait. She thought that their main target was Ricky, who was being hunted. Irma felt so helpless. Then Ricky spoke up and said that he and Bart were just a bunch of totem warriors. Jono stopped his friend. He is badly injured, and there is no point in overexerting himself yet. Irma supported him. Now that they know about the conspiracy between the city and Kui, they will be on guard. But Ricky could not calm down. He wants to tell Irma something. She smiled softly and asked him to speak slowly and not to strain himself. Ricky spoke up, saying that he and Bart had figured it all out during the chase. Nick was using the name and resources of the Beastmaster's city for annexation, recruiting other tribes in the neighborhood to quickly gain strength. When he and Bart saw a group of trappers approaching them, they greeted the travelers and asked where they were going. The group responded that the Kui tribe had the support of the City of Beasts. They had a lot of resources, food, and the head of the tribe was calling for them to join. That's when Ricky realized that the trappers were being lured with promises, and if they didn't do something, Osawa would be in trouble, and she will come next spring. Irma gently forced Ricky to lie down again without showing any alarm. She wanted the guy to gain strength, but she needed to discuss everything with the elder. She screamed when Irma reported everything to her. Our heroine, matter-of-factly, stated not to worry. If the city of the Beast Lord wants war, then it will get it. She was already thinking about a plan of action, even before Ricky told her what he had learned. Jono and his mother exclaimed, "Irma has a plan, right?" Yes, Irma had a plan. Things went too far. And the girl said, "Do unto others as they do unto you." The elder and Jono gathered the warriors and said that although they had bravely repelled the beast tide, small groups of beasts were attacking neighboring tribes. And now that the tribe has decided to save their trapped compatriots, are they ready to accept this challenge and a loud yes was heard. The elder blessed the warriors so that the beast god would help them in battle, and the warriors of the Osawa tribe set out on their journey. Irma, seeing Jono off, reminded him to be careful that while saving others, one must not forget about oneself. Taking her hand, he promised to return all the captured warriors. Kissing her tenderly, he asked her to wait. Irma was already missing him. She tried not to cry. She would always wait for him. When Jono left, Irma doubted whether it was a good idea to go and recruit weak tribes. But the elder reassured her. Why was she doubting her own ideas? Even if not everyone joins, they will still help. But Irma was worried that someone like Nick would come. The elder denied such a possibility. All the greedy and corrupt had already joined Kuo, and those similar in temperament would come to them. And yet there is no point in rushing to expand the tribe. But at the same time, Kuo can do something. Irma replied that they would have to hurry. The girl asked the elder if she had found the people she had asked for, and the woman found them from the Barta tribe. They were brave, charming, and resourceful guys, but she still wondered why Irma needed them. And Irma had a plan to send them to Kui and stir up trouble and also find out everything. Now, there is complete chaos. Everyone wants to join the City of Beasts, but this only creates more civil strife. And for Osawa, this is a gift of fate. Irma came with a hot herbal infusion for Ricky to drink. He woke up rubbing his head, which hurt. Suddenly, Irma screamed out of worry for him. Jumping up to him, she began to lay him down again. She couldn't tense up, despite the guy's attempts to convince him that he was already feeling better, literally forcing Ricky, who was blushing with embarrassment, to lie down. The girl declared that nothing was right, and he must be a good boy and take his medicine. When she gave him the bowl, she didn't expect it to be very hot. Ricky got burned. She decided to feed him herself, much to the boy's delight. And Ricky thought that this was the first time in his adult life that someone cared about him like that. And not just anyone, but Irma. And at that moment, he realized that all the pain he had experienced was worth it. But when the spoon was in the mouth, the bitter taste unpleasantly burned the mouth. But this medicine was prepared by Irma. Seeing that he had a tear, the girl became worried that it was very bitter and offered to bring sugar. But Ricky believed that a real man should endure, so he denied the bitterness. When Irma fed him all the medicine, Ricky thought that this taste could kill better than any sword. Afterwards, Irma held the bandages and said that it was time to undress. Jono's eyes lit up. He really liked the idea of undressing. Irma jokingly called him a vulgar person and noted that the wounds needed to be bandaged. And obeying, Ricky began to untie the bandage. When he sobbed in pain, Irma took it upon herself to untie him. After all, she couldn't let him suffer. Their faces were very close. Ricky did not take his eyes off her. He took her hand and confessed that when he almost died, the only person he thought about was her. And he realized that they still had so much to do together. The kids haven't grown up yet. He wants them to see them grow up together. He realized that he didn't want to die. He wanted to be with her. Irma calmed him down because he had returned and they were together. How grateful he was to her that she was there, supporting him. He was drowning in her ocean-colored eyes and, leaning in tenderly, was about to kiss her. At the most intimate moment, someone's hand rose, and they almost lost consciousness from fear. It was a woken-up Bart, who was watching them and smiling slightly. He reminded Irma that he, too, needed a comforting kiss. Irma went to prepare a potion for Bart, while Ricky sat frowning at the sudden awakening of his rival. Ricky muttered to him that he had ruined everything, and Bart quipped that it was revenge. Irma stood behind the door, and tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. As the priestess said, the boys were strong and recovered quickly. Maybe because Ricky almost died, he became closer to her and the children. Bart, in his usual style, appears out of nowhere when Ricky hugs her or they try to get some privacy. The boys, like little boys, are always snorting and arguing about who is cooler, and Irma also really misses Jono and wants him to come back as soon as possible. Her head was already splitting from their endless swearing and competition over who was cooler. And then, one ordinary day, when Irma was separating them, he returned. She heard people shouting that Jono was back, finally. One young guy, his eyes wide with surprise, asked this Osawa tribe. There were many hunters with knapsacks walking towards the wall. They admired the wall, heard laughter. Could they really stay in such a good tribe? Jono approached his mother and explained that these people were left without a home. Everything was destroyed by animals. They needed shelter and warmth. Irma, seeing him, waved her hand cheerfully. Seeing his beloved, he smiled back. Picking her up in his arms, he spun Irma around, shouting that he was back. Everyone was looking at them, but they weren't paying attention to anyone, and the mother, smiling, realized that she had nothing to do here. Jono grabbed Irma by the hand and ran, shouting to his mother that he was taking a few days off and wanted to spend time with Irma. The woman was happy for the boys. They were young and so happy. Irma was out of breath and asked Jono to stop. Where was he rushing to? Jono admitted that he wanted to run away from his mother so that she wouldn't bother him now to sort out the tribe's affairs. Irma looked at him to see if he was okay, if he was hurt. But Jono reassured her that he was fine. It was just a pity that they couldn't be together every day. He winked slyly. He had a gift for her. He took out a figurine of Irma's image and handed it to her. Irma looked at the figure without blinking. At first, she didn't understand anything. Then, taking the doll in her hands, she smiled. He did it himself. Jono nodded. Every night when he thought about her, he carved a figurine. She gave him strength and motivation to move forward. But now he doesn't need the figurine. He can hug her alive. They hugged, and although he was silent, she felt that he was speaking. He loves her. His eyes, his passion, and tenderness said it. They were interrupted by Ricky, who said that he was glad that Jono was back. And after a little questioning, the arguments about Irma began again. Afterwards, Bart suggested that they practice since he had been lying in bed for so long. At this time, the young leader listened to the report of his assistant, who reported on problems among those who had recently joined, some of whom were not getting enough females. Gritting his teeth, the man said that there was not enough food and that there were many more trappers. He suggested asking the Beast Lord for help when the young leader rushed towards him, shouting that he was taking him for a fool. He helped him deal with Ricky and still has to solve the problems of his tribe. Choking from suffocation, he tried to justify himself. The young leader misunderstood him. Many tribes joined Osawa. It was becoming more and more difficult to get to Ricky. The young leader let him go and agreed, yes, Osawa is really growing now, and it is not a fact that he can be defeated next year. His eyes were filled with a sadistic gleam. Let no one blame him for cruelty. Irma looked out the window. There was still snow, but it was already felt that winter was coming to an end. Little Jakob was walking towards her, asking to be picked up and cooing. The boy wanted to go outside, but Irma picked him up and said that it was dangerous there. It was better to play at home. Then Ricky appeared with Tenchi, and Irma suggested going for a walk together, but the kids refused to play, and instead stretched out their hands to their parents, asking to be picked up. Irma looked thoughtfully at the children. How quickly they were growing. They were only a few months old, and they were already walking. In her world, children stand on their feet somewhere around the age of 1. Ricky heard her talking about how the kids grow up so fast and said that children start hunting at 6 years old. So the faster they get stronger, the better. Irma stuttered. At 6 years old they hunt. Only the question is who hunts whom, the animals or the doors for them. Yes, the education of trappers is ahead of schedule. How can such young children hunt? She couldn't get it out of her head how she would be able to let her little ones go hunting. And then her baby flashed before her eyes, riding on some animal, laughing merrily. Irma thought she was going to go crazy, but Ricky's cheerful voice loudly told her not to worry. He was nearby. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs for him to stop it immediately. Grabbing the animal by the tail and catching her breath from the stress, she asked him never to do that again. At that moment, Reich stood in front of her. Irma screamed in surprise. He gently took her hands, telling her how much he missed her. Irma was so happy to see him after hibernation. And as always, a squabble began with Ricky, who stated that Irma was busy with the children, but this did not bother Reich. He could stay with Irma and the kids. Bart also suggested that Reich return to the Dark City to have a look around there, and Reich admitted that he really should return there. Ricky and Bart stared at each other in surprise. This snake that was leaving of its own accord. Irma asked disappointedly, "So soon? He just came and is already leaving." He picked up Jakub and said that he wanted to take him with him. Our heroine's eyes reflected pain and disappointment. She had completely forgotten that winter had flown by so quickly, and Jakub had to be sent to the Dark City. Looking at her child, she thought with longing how she could part with him. Reich said that he couldn't be kept within 4 walls forever. Only in the Dark City could he be happy. Irma almost cried. Jakub was still so little, just learning to walk. How could he be there alone? But Reich assured that he would take care of the child and love him as his own. There was a lump in her throat. Neither she nor the elder would be able to see it. And then the girl decisively blurted out that she was going with him and Jakub to the Dark City. Bart and Ricky shouted in unison where she was going to go. But Reich was very happy about this. His eyes sparkled. Jono, who came in, heard everything, dropped the tray of food, and with pain in his eyes, he asked Irma if she was going to leave. Trying to calm Jono down, the girl tried to soften the blow. She would stay there for a little while until Jakub got settled in. Bart and Ricky were worried, asking Irma about her plans, but she said that she would just take them there and then come back right away. Irma felt awkward. She really made this decision spontaneously. Then Bart raised his hand and cheerfully exclaimed that he would go with Irma. Ricky joined in. He'll go too. Ricky and Bart looked at Reich as if he were a kidnapper, but he shrugged innocently, as if it wasn't his decision. Then the boys looked at Irma so pleadingly, silently asking her to take them with her. The first blow of harsh reality hit Bart. He cannot leave the tribe more than 100 meters. Irma's next words pierced Ricky like a knife blade. He is the strongest warrior in the tribe. How can he leave the tribe and go away? And although Jono was silent, both he and Irma understood that he, as the leader, could not leave the tribe. He didn't say anything, just muttered that he would go and cook some food. Irma was in pain. She called him, but he did not turn around. When they were alone, he did not speak, but only silently made the bed. Irma hugged him from behind and asked him not to be angry. Jono took her hands and quietly said why he should be angry with her, to which Irma reminded her that she was going to the Dark City. They talked, and Jono calmly explained that he was offended that she did not consult him about such an important decision. After all, they were partners. Irma justified herself by saying that she had told them all this today, but Jono called it a statement before the fact. If Reich hadn't brought it up, he suspects that they would have found out when she stood with Jakub in the doorway. Irma understood that she was wrong and apologized. Jono exhaled. He admitted that she had always been independent with her own outlook on things. He wanted to add more, but Irma used the feminine magic of a kiss. Her words about how she was taking such risks only because he was so supportive of her erased all reminders of the hurt. Jono gave in. How could he resist her? Irma happily hugged him, calling him the best and most beloved. The guy capriciously stretched out that she loves him more than anyone else, even if he doesn't let her go, and Irma convinced him that he will always be her number one. He smiled and patted her on the cheek. She still had to explain herself to Ricky and Bart. Lying on his chest, the girl tenderly said that she would return as soon as Jakob got used to the new environment. As she fell asleep on his chest, he said that he wished he could leave Osawa for a while and go with her. He knew what his mother would say, that going to the land of his ancestors was a very dangerous undertaking, even though he was strong. Kissing her tenderly, he whispered that when she returned, everything would be fine. Irma watched with pride and maternal tenderness as Ricky played with Tacy and Donnie on a walk. The girl decided to ask Ricky what he thought about her trip to the Dark City. He awkwardly replied that, to be honest, he didn't want her to go there. She tried to say something, but Ricky left her with a gentle touch to her lips. He can't do anything about her decision. But in the end, Jakub and his child are too. He understands that it will be better for him, and in a fit of passion, hugging her, he quietly added how he doesn't want to let them go. This winter was the happiest time in his life. They were all together, playing, laughing, and just enjoying life. Irma understood his feelings and apologized for ignoring his feelings. But Ricky already supported her with a smile that he, Tace, and Donnie would wait for her return. Then Bart, holding the cubs, yelled that they were cooing and who would look after the children. They almost fell. Irma and Ricky came to their senses and felt ashamed. They had truly forgotten about the little ones. While taking his sons, Ricky quietly hinted to Irma to talk to Bart alone, and the girl watched Ricky leave with the children. And then, right next to her ear, Bart, as always, appeared out of nowhere and said that she didn't have to see her off. They were already far away. Ricky, smiling calmly, asked Irma not to try to explain everything. He understood everything. Moreover, Bart was calm about her. Reich was strong, and in the Dark City, it wouldn't hurt her to unwind, as well as build a relationship with Reich. Irma was pleased with his words. After all, he cares about her, really. She didn't expect that from him. And then he shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. So what if he had said that he was against it? She wouldn't have gone. And the girl would have understood that in his heart, he was angry. He sadly lowered his head, trying not to show his expression, and added that she had to marry him only because he saved her life. But that was enough for him to be with her. Taking his hand, Irma hotly objected. Although she herself had made the decision to go to the Dark City, his opinion was very important to her, and he is very important to her, so she wants to get his understanding and support. After being inspired, he turned his head away and, pretending to pout, asked, "What if he doesn't agree to let her go?" Laughing, she squeezed his cheeks. How could she not agree? He had already given his consent. At this time, the saint was indignant that the inhabitants of the Beast Lord city were just a bunch of pathetic losers, and the flying lion who stole the jade was never found. The girl standing in front of her asked Her Highness not to be angry. In order to find the heir of the beast god, one should not rely on the city of the Lord of Beasts. When Saint asked about her idea, the girl replied that the fallen are those whom God the Beast sent to the air in those times. Someone can be sent to look for clues. The saint really liked this idea. And then she told the girl that in the Dark City, women are, if not fallen, then slaves, and she is so devoted that she is ready to go there and help with the search. This is commendable. The girl fell to her knees in horror and pledged her devotion, asking to be given the opportunity to send people to the Dark City and wait for good news. Enjoying her power, the saint took the trembling servant by the chin and clarified that she was the only one her subordinate served in this palace. The girl started jabbering that the saint was the only heir and that anyone who claimed power was unworthy of her. The saint praised the servant for her words and asked her to remember them, and ordered her to find the disciple of the beast god and kill him. On a dark night, 3 robed figures were whispering under the Osawa wall. Bart held the sleeping Jakob in his arms and tried to make sure the others understood what he had just said. Reich waited for Irma to say goodbye to Bart, Jono, and Ricky, although his patience was already running out. It seems like they forgot about him completely. It seems like he's just standing there, against the wall, with a child in his arms. Saying goodbye to Jono, Irma asked him worriedly if it was okay that they were leaving at night, that the tribe wouldn't suspect anything. Jono promised to come up with a legend that she allegedly went to look for a strong priest who could save Yakubu's life, and it handed him the figurine he had made for good luck. Jono was surprised. It was his gift. The girl sadly explained that he would be able to look at her if he missed her very much. Looking into his eyes and feeling the pain of separation, Irma said that even though she would not be there, this figure would be like her instead. He hugged her so tenderly, pulling her towards him, and asked her not to forget him. All the guys burst into tears, barely holding back their tears, because they would miss her. Then Reich, unable to bear it any longer, came up and replied that it was time for the boys to go home. Otherwise, he and Irma would not go anywhere until the morning. The children will soon wake up, and there is no one around. And it is time for them and Irma to hit the road. Bart ran to the children, and the abandoned Jono and Ricky watched with heavy hearts as Irma walked away. Irma turned around, as if something was not letting her leave. Her heart was uneasy. Irma kept a whole bag of her favorite food, which the boys had prepared for her. Jono didn't say anything, but Ricky let slip that he hoped Irma wouldn't be gone for long. Jono then told him that tomorrow he was going to the land of his ancestors, and his mother would tell everyone that he had gone with Irma to look for a priest. Ricky jumped up. Into the land of his ancestors, Jono was absolutely sure. Jono was confident and entrusted the affairs of the tribe to Ricky and Bart. On the land of the ancestors, the bones of all the dead beasts of the tribe are buried, and his ancestor, the golden-winged eagle, was among them. He was a strong warrior, and if he can find his beast pill. Ricky confirmed in all seriousness that the essence of the life force of the trapper, its processing, and it really can give incredible power, but the percentage of success is very small. If he can't process it, he will become a feral, godless beast who will forget about everything, about his family, about Irma. But Jono has made up his mind. Time is short. Improvement is slow. There is no other way out. He reminded his friend of their plans. Thoughtfully, Jono looked at the starry sky and said this for the sake of the tribe. In the light of the full moon, he saw the face of his beloved, and added, for Irma's sake. After several days of travel, Irma, Reich, and Jakub reached the dark city. Reich suggested that Irma go to her room and have a good rest, and he would show everything to Jakub. But before she could move away, a loud voice called Reich. It was his brother who said that without him, the rebellion could not be suppressed. Irma was sweating with horror. Reich was horrified. There was an uprising of animals in the southern part of the city. But the danger did not stop Lori from noting that his brother was a real man, having returned his female. Irma hesitated. She wanted to explain why she was here. But he and Reich couldn't get a word in edgewise. Lori had already congratulated his brother on becoming a father. Looking at Jakub, and the boys tried in vain to convey the truth to him. Reich was more concerned about the situation in the city, and his brother explained that he had been gone too long this time. The picture was not particularly optimistic. Mo was negotiating with the leader of the rebels, and many were vying for Reich's place. Lori was worried about how his brother would handle all this. But suddenly Reich smiled and called the rebels a bunch of hooligans, after which he handed Jakub over to Irma and told her to go and rest, and he would sort everything out. Irma was worried about how alone he was, but Reich hugged her and Jakub and asked them to wait. At this time, Mo was sitting in the Temple of Sacrifice. The rebel leader reminded Mo that he had previously had problems with Reich, so why was he helping him now? Mo replied that he was not helping Reich, but all the fallen, and he, more, would only lead everyone to their fall. These words enraged Moore. He even jumped up with indignation. How is he worse than Reich? This Reich forbade killing women hunters, robbing them. They barely make ends meet. But this Mo only cut off that you can't declare war on all half-beasts. You need to restrain your desires. Mur barked. Ah, restrained. And what will the people say? Will he continue to hide in the deserts for the rest of his life? The guards thought, well, he's right. Who doesn't want to live better? Moore grinned contentedly. Mo heard everyone supporting him. Suddenly, Reich appeared at the door and said, why not let everyone have their say then? Reich roared loudly, who dared to betray him. Moore screamed why he came back so quickly. Reich came up close to him and, piercingly looking at him, said that he didn't want to miss the show. Grabbing the traitor by the neck, Reich squeezed it so hard that Moore screamed in pain. Reich could barely restrain himself from wondering how he could betray him. The young guards screamed when they saw that the boss was being killed. Reich brushed them aside with his tail like annoying insects. Lori brought the rioters to their knees, ordering them not to move. Reich squeezed the traitor's chest more and more, promising to show what he does with traitors. Moore tried to croak something about the palace, and that Reich couldn't kill him, when he smiled and declared that there was nothing he couldn't do. Seeing that Moore was giving up his spirit, Io jumped up and asked him not to kill him. Reich did not understand why he wanted to spare the traitor, but Mo whispered that by killing them, they would not know who from the Divine Palace was behind the traitor. Reich stopped and thought, Divine Palace? Mo added to his thought that all the rebels survived the uprising on the Beast God Mountain, and therefore were their traitors. Reich, still holding the rebel leader in a chokehold, noticed that it seemed that Mo had not told him a lot of things. He just threw up his hands. But what good would it do, even if he told? Then Reich reminded him that he hated two things, concealment and betrayal. Then, letting Moore go, he added that he was leaving this guy with Mo. He was sure that he would make him talk. Patting him on the shoulder, he added that he believed in him and was waiting for good news. Mo promised not to let me down and to tell me everything. As he left, he dropped that Irma had returned with him to the dark city. His eyes narrowed, and as if in warning, he added that he would not allow anyone to threaten her safety. Reich gave orders to his brother to find out about the Divine Palace and report to him immediately. In addition, Reich ordered increased patrols to prevent civilians from causing problems and to place guards around the city hall. Lori had something else on his mind and wondered what his brother was planning to do. Reich didn't understand what he meant. Then his brother yelled, Irma, they have a child! Let them decide who they are to each other. Reich blushed. They kissed, but nothing else happened. They were fictitiously husband and wife. Lori even burst into tears. It wasn't easy to marry his brother. Oh, how difficult it was. So when will they have a wedding ceremony? He asked. I want to throw a party and have a great time. Reich replied that there would be no ceremony. It was impossible to attract unnecessary attention to Irma and create danger, which greatly upset Lori. His brother would be the husband of an unknown woman. But for Reich, it didn't matter. The most important thing was that Irma accepted him, and he was already happy. The fact that this woman is next to him is the best gift for him. But Lori couldn't leave it like that, assuring his brother that there was no way he could do without a ceremony. Reich didn't understand why, and Lori was seething with ideas on how to conduct the ceremony. And suddenly, he pushed Reich with all his might into Irma's room with the words, "The wedding night will be a ceremony." And to prevent Reich from jumping out, he locked the door from the inside. He was pleased with himself and his work. Let his brother not thank him. Reich frantically tried to open the door by turning the handle, which woke up Irma. Suddenly, he heard her say that she was worried. He was finally back. Then he turned and walked towards her, saying that yes, he was back. The girl had not yet fully recovered from her sleep and was asking if he had dealt with the rebels. Reich stood there, crimson, coughing nervously. Irma didn't understand why he was so nervous or why he wasn't telling the whole story. And then another second, and her arm wrapped around his neck. And now he is already lying on the bed, and Irma is above him, and Reich does not know what to say, stumbling even more. But as it turned out, Irma, with the air of a doctor, decided to check if he was injured. She thought that Reich was hiding his injuries so as not to worry her. She lifted his jacket and began to move her hand over his body, muttering that men have such an ego that they will hide it until the very end. Reich, smiling, took her hands and asked her to stop. Looking at him, Irma blushed, saying that he would show it himself. The guy tore his t-shirt. Then he pulled Irma towards him and, while kissing her, said that a more thorough examination was needed. Irma herself did not understand how everything came to this. Irma closed her eyes. Reich asked her if she could continue, and the girl nodded. He ran her hand over his body and added with a smile that he had not lied to her. Irma agreed, and he didn't lie, but everything was fine and in full order. Reich skillfully used caresses so that Irma was already in his power. He asked for a reward. Their hands were intertwined. They were so close. The reward that Reich asked Irma for was herself. Irma was no longer able to resist and did not want to. Reich was a skilled lover. His long snake tail wrapped around her legs. Reich looked at Irma with tenderness and love. She wanted to say something. Embarrassed, Irma asked slowly. Reich kindly promised to do everything to make her feel good. He really wanted Irma to be happy. Irma felt like she was flying in another dimension. They lay next to each other. Reich asked if she liked it. Irma modestly replied that it was good. She was terribly ashamed of the night. Having patted her on the cheek, Reich replied that if it was just good, then next time he would have to try harder. But before they could finish speaking, Jakub woke up, filling the room with loud crying. Irma jumped up, covering herself with a sheet. Jakub was hungry. Reich stopped her and offered to feed the baby himself. Gently taking Jakub's hands as he reached out to him, Reich cooed that they were about to eat, and he told Irma to rest and not worry about anything. Now Irma felt good and calm. She trusted Reich. In the corridor, Lori was already waiting for his brother, and, seeing him with Jakub, he noted that fatherhood suited him. Reich said that if Lori doesn't know what to do with herself, then she should find food for Jakub. Lori, in his usual style, slapped his brother on the shoulder and said that it would be a piece of cake for him. Rai asked why Lori had been waiting for him since the morning. Was there any news? The guy's face became serious, and he said that he had received information that Moore had escaped from prison at night. Reich flared up as he ran away, but he trusted Mo. Lori said that last night someone broke into his cell and got him out, killing the guards. It turns out that Moore is not cannon fodder. They need this guy, and he remains an important pawn for those who stand behind the curtain. Reich issued a conclusion, that is, they specifically released Moore in order to catch the others. Lori was killed by such a guess. But as Reich understood, he replied that it was so simple that even Jakub would guess. Turning to his brother, Reich asked how he was going to get to those standing behind Moore, and he sternly added that he could not allow failure. Irma stood up stretching. How well she had slept. She saw how Jakub was happily running after a butterfly. Reich gave instructions, taught that one must attract the insect with the tail. But of course, Jakub didn't wait, and screaming tried to catch all the butterflies at once. As a result, the baby fell and stood with his eyes full of tears from resentment. Reich stroked his head, soothing and praising him. Irma also approached her son and began to calm him down. They watched as a minute later, the child was happily running after butterflies again, and Irma asked Reich not to be so strict and learned from him that the training of cubs begins at 3 years of age. And now he doesn't have enough strength to learn to catch prey in another way. Irma thought that nothing would shock her anymore in the world of animals. But training at 3 years old. Reich agreed. The training of the fallen was different from the training of the trappers on the continent. The fallen cubs simply have no chance of surviving in this evil world unless they learn this at such an early age. After all, not all parents of fallen cubs care for them as much as Irma does. Most of them, upon learning that the child is an animal, simply abandon him in the forest. Irma's heart sank. It turns out Reich had a difficult childhood. He received so many scars from this world that hates the fallen. She took Reich by the hands and, looking into his eyes, said that everything would be different for Jakub. He had them. Who would protect him? They stood hugging, and Reich agreed that of course they would protect Jakub. But he immediately added that this did not mean that Jakubu would be able to shirk his studies. Later, they went out into the city for a walk, Jakub holding their hands and smiling cheerfully. Reich said that the Dark City is not much different from an ordinary tribe of animals. It's just that there are few women here, and the clothes are simpler. Jacob saw the children playing and running happily and shouted, asking to join them. Irma was worried that the boy would run around like that. But Reich reassured her. Let him run. Irma was happy to see how happy the child was, but in the tribe, she had to keep him locked up. Reich explained that any fallen person is welcome here, although the fallen themselves are not known for their good character and often start conflicts. At that moment, Jakub crashed into someone and flew away, crying. A fallen man with the body of a man and the bottom of a horse looked down on him. Jakub began to whine. He was in pain and was afraid of the stranger. The stranger began to lean towards the boy. Irma screamed because she was afraid that he would harm the baby out of anger. But he gently took Jakub in his arms with words of comfort. Rocking him in his arms, he noticed that the boy should not cry, because he would be a strong warrior. Irma felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Reich explained that although the fallen are not distinguished by good character, they would never harm a child. There is not a single calm and docile fallen cub, because you can be angry about this. Irma thought that all animals were as serious about their young as Reich. She involuntarily laughed, which attracted Reich's attention. Jakub was riding the stranger with all his might, who happily allowed the baby to play around. Irma decided that it was time to take the naughty child away. She apologized for her son, to which the stranger replied that she had a wonderful, active baby. When he saw Reich approaching, he froze in stupor with his mouth open. One word flew out, Lord, and Reich remained silent, saying nothing. Reich took Jakub from Irma, and the stranger looked at him with admiration and muttered, "Is it really him? But how can that be?" And then he made Irma blush by exclaiming, "Well, that means she's the Lord's wife." Someone was watching them from behind the wall, and, smiling unkindly, muttered, "So that's Reich's weakness." When they returned home, Irma noticed that the food in the Dark City was too monotonous. Maybe he would take her with him. She would look at the local crops, try to identify new varieties. But Reich flatly refused. There were too many animals in the Dark City. The environment was dangerous, and it was not worth going out there. Seeing how Irma's face darkened, he suggested asking someone to bring all the plants. They were interrupted by Jakub's cooing, demanding attention. Her legs are falling off, but he ran all day and didn't seem tired at all. Reich explained that the cubs of the fallen were much more resilient than the cubs of the hunters, and Irma realized that she had made the right decision in bringing Jakub here. Jakub pointed to the door, suggesting they walk some more, but the girl thought that she needed to know her limits. The boy ran around with his eyes shining. It looks like he won't sleep for a long time today. The frisky baby was picked up by Reich, who declared that he would sleep with him that day. While carrying Jakob away, he added that Irma should have a good rest. Then he whispered in her ear, "Or she doesn't want to let him go. You can continue the night adventure." How Irma was annoyed by these males' vulgarities. She blushed, muttering that she was simply worried about Jakub, who had not yet fully settled in. Reich looked at the child with tenderness and love, saying that now he would be with him. Now they are constantly together with Irma, but the boy needs to get used to the fact that Irma will leave. Irma's eyes grew sad. Yes, Reich was right. Jakob needed to get used to this place. Then, Reich tenderly kissed the girl on the forehead and wished her sweet dreams. And when Irma fell asleep, a black figure appeared in her room. The day had been busy, so Irma slept soundly and heard no movement in her room. Someone bared his needle-sharp teeth in a sinister smile. In the morning, Reich, with Jakob in his arms, knocked on the door of Irma's room. It's strange that she doesn't open it. Maybe she's still sleeping. He turned around and wanted to leave, but Jakob burst into tears, asking to go to Irma. This is what alerted Reich. Jakob was roaring so loudly and couldn't Irma hear. She would have opened the door, and with a wave of his tail, he would have knocked the door down. Fear and anger overwhelmed him. The bed was empty. Irma had been kidnapped. At this time, Irma barely opened her eyes, regaining consciousness. A satisfied Moor stood above her, looking at the helplessly tied-up girl. But she was furious, barking who he was and where she was. Instead of answering, he looked at her inquiringly and said that apparently this Reich was pleased with himself. Such a pretty woman. Taking her by the chin, he casually told her that when he became the Lord of the Dark City, he would take her as a servant. Irma turned her head away demonstratively and with disgust. Moore left the room laughing loudly at Irma's attempts to neglect him. Irma wondered if this was the leader of the rebels, since he said he wanted to become a lord. Her hands were tied behind her back, but she couldn't just sit there. Reich was furious, which means this Moor knows his palace so well that he got into it by kidnapping his wife. Grabbing Lori, Reich growled. Didn't he say that he would send someone to follow Moore? How could they allow Irma to be kidnapped? Lori tried to justify himself. His people were really following him. But last night he suddenly disappeared. Reich replied that in that case, Moore was preparing and he had some other hiding place. His brother tried to calm him down. Irma was kidnapped for a reason, but to threaten Reich. So for now, she is safe. Reich began to reason that in this case it was impossible to reveal who Irma was to him, but to wait for Moore's next move. But someone's voice was heard declaring that it would not work. It was Mo who believed that it was wrong to act so rashly. He reminded that the people behind Moore have not yet shown up, and if they catch Moore, they will go into hiding for a long time. Reich could barely contain himself. So what does he suggest? Leave Irma with the kidnapper? His patience ran out, and he grabbed Mo by the neck, reminding him of what he had warned him about. Squeezing Mo's throat more and more as he suffocated, Reich growled that Irma must never be put in danger. Reich and Lori look at the piece of paper with Moore's demand. Reich growled in anger, and he demanded that all the rebels be released from their cells, and even those criminals whom he locked up in the dungeons for causing trouble. Lori screamed in horror. But these were their worst enemies. They had put so much effort into catching them. Mo ended Lori's monologue by saying that Moore wanted to strip Lord Reich of his title and seize power. Reich said that Irma needed to be returned immediately, but Lori asked him to come to his senses. That's exactly what they wanted. It's manipulation. And as soon as they understand how dear Irma is to him, they will kill him. But Reich didn't care. His Irma was in their hands. He couldn't afford to lose. and Reich ordered to convey to Moore that he agreed to his conditions. He was shaking from worry that Irma was there with them. He wanted to see her to make sure that she was okay. At this moment, water was overturned with a loud roar and spilled across the floor. It was the saint's servant who scolded Moore. Where did he get so much courage to kidnap Reich's woman? And she also warned that the snake was strong and cunning. Moore stood silently on his knees in front of the girl. She added contemptuously with a grin, "If he thinks that she will save him a second time, then he is very wrong. She can find herself another assistant." A frightened Moore wheezed, with a face distorted with fear that he would use Reich's woman to destroy the city. The lady was apparently afraid that she would not receive the desired secret of the temple. This made the girl lose her temper. She grabbed onto Mora, shouting, "What kind of a fool does he think she is? She's just a woman. Reich was always cold-blooded and cautious, so why would he risk it?" The frightened servant muttered that Reich loved this woman very much, and he agreed to release his men from the cells. The words that Irma was very dear to the Lord interested the saint's assistant. She finally let go of Moore and asked him what he needed from her, why he was here. He obligingly said that now Reich would do everything he said. But when he said that Reich could certainly do anything without him knowing about it, he would rather return this female. That's where the girl stopped. Mur said that he had heard about the divine technique of the palace, if only the lady would tell him about it. At this time, Irma did not lose hope of getting out of the cell. Hearing someone's footsteps, the girl froze. Seeing the hand opening the door, she quickly hurried to the chair. No one should understand that she was able to untie the ropes. Seeing him enter, Irma asked him what he was like. Having removed the hood of her black robe, the very same assistant of the saint stood before her. Irma looked at the young girl with bewilderment, who looked at her with curiosity when she said that she was her mistress. Her eyes lit up with a violet flame, and her face acquired a terrible grin. Everything began to blur before Irma's eyes. At this time in the palace, little Jakob was crying loudly. He wanted to go to Irma. Reich and Lore tried to calm him down. Having ordered Lori to take care of the boy, Reich went to save Irma. The brother did not want to let him go alone, but Reich said that Moore agreed to a deal and would let Irma go. Larry didn't believe it. Moore had prepared a trap for Reich, but Reich replied that he was ready to go through fire and water for Irma. He reassured Lori that he was not going alone and would take security with him. No matter what tricks Moore tries, he won't succeed. Jakob reached out to Reich, feeling that he was also leaving him, and as he left, he asked Lori to take care of the child if he did not return. Jakob stood with tears in his eyes, and Lori was completely confused. He told his brother that he had to come back. Reich, with his guards and Moore's men, met with the rebels outside the city. Moore was nervous knowing Reich, but tried to act casually and said that he did not expect Reich to love a woman so much. Reich interrupted him, asking where Irma was. He wanted to see her, but Moore was stalling for time. What was the rush? He was interested to see what he was ready to do for this woman. And he asked, if he asks to give up the position of Lord. Reich chuckled at this. This position is given to those who can defeat all the beasts, and Muru's life is not enough for this. But even his captives did not believe that Moore could achieve such a status. Moore was indignant. Reich was mocking him, even in such a situation, and he shouted to his men to bring the girl. Irma appeared, associated with bruises on the face and body. Reich's heart sank at what he saw, and he couldn't help but scream. Irma also couldn't contain her emotions when she saw Reich. Moore enjoyed watching their suffering, and holding Irma, he enjoyed the helplessness of his lovers. Taking a lock of the girl's hair, Moore said that she smelled so nice. Why should she suffer any more? Let Reich let his people go. Someone from the guards shouted at Reich that it was impossible, but he gave the order to let him go. When the rebels were released and hobbled towards Moore, he was still holding Irma. Then Moore declared that since Lord Reich had been so kind, he would let his woman go. But there was something deceptively mocking in his gaze. He pushed Irma in the back with his cane and pushed her towards Reich. Irma's face was focused, and Moore said with a grin now. At that very second, he pulled out a hidden knife. Moore was going to strike quickly. Everything happened as if in slow motion. Reich saw the knife approaching him. The guards screamed in horror at the Lord, but everything happened too quickly. The knife had already plunged into Reich's body. Horror was reflected in Irma's eyes. A scream burst from her chest. But Moore's rejoicing did not last long. His eyes became bloodshot. Pain pierced his body. Irma plunged a knife into his body, ominously saying that he wanted this knife to be in Reich's chest. Pulling out a knife from which black slime was dripping, the girl said that she also had a plan. Moore writhed in pain, covering his wound. But why didn't this technique from the divine palace work? Meanwhile, a frightened Reich ran up to Irma, asking if she was hurt. What was that bastard doing to her? Irma smiled softly. Everything was fine with her. This scoundrel wanted to control her mind and force her to stick a knife into her Reich. But now, it's all over. Reich froze. Control the mind. He did not find words, but how she coped. He looked into her eyes and shouted how she could not give in. This is the most powerful technique. The girl simply lowered her eyes and softly and calmly replied that she was glad that the enemies had failed. When Saint's subordinate hypnotized her, Ben appeared and shouted for her not to give in, and Irma woke up. Fortunately, Ben came to the rescue, otherwise her hands would have been covered in Reich's blood. Moore couldn't believe it. Looking at Irma and Reich, the plan had failed. Clutching his wound, he yelled at the guards to catch them all. Reich, smiling slyly, said that Moore should not die. Reich's men began to surround the rebels, and Reich shouted for Moore to tie his own hands. A mad gleam lit up his eyes, and he hissed that it was too early to rejoice. He still had something in store. Reich accepted the challenge with the words to surprise him, although inside he was worried about what else he was up to. And a minute later, Reich, wincing in pain, sat down. Irma screamed what was wrong with him. Reich felt a sharp decline in strength, but did not understand how this was possible. Irma quickly jumped up and turned to Muru. This is his job. This is poisoning. He just smiled and remained silent, surrounded by Reich's people. And then, with glee, despite the pain of the wound, he admitted that it was him. Irma asked how he made the poison and where it was, and she remembered that moment when Reich ran up to her. It was at that moment that he still smelled the scent of her hair. Irma was surprised then, but the tense situation forced her to switch. She sniffed her hair. The smell, the poison penetrated him through her hair, but she couldn't understand why she didn't poison him herself. Moore explained that it was a poison for the fallen. The stronger the beast, the faster the poison kills it, so Reich wouldn't have enough strength. The more he resisted, the faster the poison would kill. Irma interrupted him, shouting where the antidote was. Taking the spear, she moved towards Moore, who declared that he was not a fool to give it away, just like that. This poison was his salvation, and he would not give it away just like that. Reich's life is expensive. Irma demanded to know what he wanted. Moore explained that the poison was from the divine palace, and no one but him could make it. Reich doesn't have much time left. A day, 2 at most. Moore took pleasure in describing Reich's death in agony and terrible torment. In the palace, Reich rushed around the room, shouting for Lori and Irma to stay away from him. Irma rushed about, not knowing how to help him, and at the same time feeling helpless. Reich was losing his mind from pain and agony, and screamed for Irma not to come near him. He could hurt her. Reich clenched his jaw so hard that foam started to flow, and he growled. Lori took Irma away, explaining that the more the beast suffers, the more it loses its humanity, and can cause pain to itself and others. Reich swept everything off the table, destroying everything in his path. Irma was in despair, seeing Reich banging his head against the wall. Was there really no way to calm him down? Lori replied that the only way was to leave him alone and wait for Moore to bring the antidote. Lori led her out of the room, trying to reassure her that these were just a couple of wounds and that they weren't scary for Reich. But Irma let go of his hand, but not for her. He is obviously used to enduring pain and getting injured, but she can't just stand there and watch him suffer. And Lori firmly declared that she would stay with Reich. She went back into the room and locked herself from the inside. Lore tried to knock, but in vain. And then Reich said, "A stunning woman." Reich tore himself apart and screamed in pain and agony. Irma gently touched his bloody hand, saying that he shouldn't hurt himself. She gently stroked his wounds, sympathizing with Reich as he endured such pain. Reich didn't understand what she was still doing there, but Irma made it clear that she would not leave him alone with his pain. She hugged the shocked Reich, that she would not leave him, even if he hurt her. Then he hugged her back, and something warm rolled over his pain-stricken body. He had to push Irma away because he could lose his mind. But when she hugged him, he had more strength and desire to fight the unknown pain. Ben told her that she shouldn't act so impulsively. If he hadn't used her contact to suppress his poison, she would have been torn apart long ago. Reich whispered words of gratitude and that he was already feeling better. They stood there, hugging each other tenderly. Reich felt relieved. At that moment, Lori ran into the room with a bottle, shouting that he had found it. Irma jumped away from Reich as if they had been caught doing something shameful, asking what it was. Lori pointed solemnly to the bottle. He had found the antidote. Irma took it, joyfully exclaiming that it was great and asking Reich to drink it quickly. 2 green capsules fell into Reich's palm. Their eyes were shining with hope. Now he will drink, and everything will be fine. In vain, Mo tried to attract attention to himself and shouted not to drink. It's not poison. Reich threw the capsules into his mouth with all his might. Mo grimaced nervously as he saw the Lord swallow the pills. A second later, Reich vomited blood. Irma froze in horror and then screamed for Reich. Reich was choking on bloody vomit. Not understanding anything, Irma was wailing in despair. Tears came to her eyes. What happened? Why is this happening? Lori grabbed Mo by the sleeve and yelled what the hell this was. If this wasn't an antidote, then what was it? Irma suggested that this might be one of Moore's plans to give the poison as an antidote. She hugged Reich. Then he would never recover, and she would lose him forever. But Mo suddenly replied that everything was fine. It was an antidote, just a matter of time. Irma and Lori wanted to kill him on the spot, while Mo made excuses that Reich had a lot of blood. Apparently, from a hard life, well, all sorts of things had accumulated. Irma asked again, so it was an overdose, but she only gave 2 pills. Mo explained in a businesslike manner that this antidote needed to be cut into 4 parts and divided into 4 doses. Irma's spirits perked up, which means she just gave it all in one go and overdosed. Although, considering Reich's body mass, this is a shortage, not an overdose. She hugged the poor, bloody Reich, asking him to be patient a little longer. At this time, the saint's assistant was hanging tied to a cross in the dungeon. I could barely say, "Is there anyone here?" When Mo entered, the girl was happy. He was finally here. She gave him the antidote. Now, he would let her out. But this was not his intention. He said that she was too naive, incited Moore to rebellion, almost killed Reich. So how can he let go so easily? Deuce screamed in helpless despair, but he promised to let her go if she gave him the antidote. Moore grabbed her face, squeezing it painfully, and replied that he could let her go on one condition. Let her tell everything about the Divine Palace and her mission in the Dark City. The girl answered without blinking an eye. What other goal? She accidentally fell into the hands of the fallen and did everything to escape. Mo chuckled, and he had to believe it. The maid girl accidentally ended up in the dark city. When she tried to say something else, Mo warned her that she should think about her next words. And also, if she doesn't tell the truth, he will kill her. He also reminded that her owner, who sent her here, will clearly not come to save her. The girl was scared, but insisted that she had told everything. Afterwards, she lowered her head and told that the lady had sent her to find out about the heir of the god of beasts. Irma listened to her confession. When the captive told that the heir might be in the dark city, Irma became scared. How did she know this? Mo hovered over the girl, asking how she had found that very heir. She sighed and admitted that no. Initially, she wanted to cooperate with Moore so that he could help control the temple in order to get more news when he came to power. But he failed. And Irma thought that, fortunately, Moore failed. The maid hopefully asked her to let her go again. She told him everything. Mo responded with a grin that he always keeps his word. And a second later, the rope flew off the girl's hand. The maid thought that this insignificant fallen man dared to treat her like that, and that he would find an heir and get even with them all. And then her eyes widened and her mouth opened in surprise. Mo closed the door of her cell. She screamed, "Didn't he promise to let her go?" Mo, satisfied with his manipulations, confirmed that yes, he let her go, but did not promise that she would leave the dark city. But he added jokingly that he would treat her well because he liked her. He and Irma walked down the corridor. Our heroine reasoned that the servant from the palace was a spy. The divine palace will soon realize that something is wrong and send someone else. But to Irma's surprise, Mo assured that people from the divine palace would not appear anytime soon. He explained that the divine palace was in the divine punishment country. Cannon fodder like this spy was not such a big problem. Irma heard that divine punishment is a land where criminals could atone for their guilt. But what does the palace have to do with it? Mo replied that the divine mountain used to be in these lands. The beast god set up several seals there to suppress the beast god's daughter and the girls in the black prison under the divine mountain. Gradually, the sacred mountain to which everyone sought to make a pilgrimage turned into a place where people stopped coming. It turned into a place of punishment. And after that battle, most of the sacred mountain collapsed, leaving only a small half of its base. Thus, Irma understood why the servants and rebels of the divine mountain could not escape divine punishment. They had no choice but to stay there. Progress and cultural achievements suddenly came to naught. And saying these things out loud, Irma froze. Wait, if the servants and the rebels couldn't get out of there, so if there are servants left in the sanctuary, aren't they all their enemies? Mo explained that in theory, yes. But Leah and her allies killed all the followers of the beast god during the uprising. So how would they treat her? The descendant of the beast god. Irma was disappointed. She thought there were only 3 enemies. But here there was a whole city. But when Mo encouraged her by saying that all the animals would help her, everything would work out, it became somehow more fun. But time was running out. The saint had her own people everywhere. Mother watched as Janos progressed as he tried to digest the pill of ancestral power. Jono was in a kind of suspended animation, not responding to external factors. Mother was worried about him and prayed that everything would work out for him, at least for Irma's sake. As she was leaving the cave, the woman heard some movement and turned around. It was Ricky, worried about his friend, who had already taken the animal elixir half a month ago. The priestess herself was worried, but at that moment, no one could help Jono. All he could do was wait. Before they could finish speaking, a furious roar was heard, and Mother and Ricky screamed. It was Jono, standing up with a distraught look. He grabbed his head and screamed, howled from horror and pain. He fell to his knees, screaming and covering his ears. Something was trying to tear him apart from the inside. Irma walked with a knapsack on her back. She was tired, but happy. She saw her house. She finally got there. She was home. The girl greeted her men with a ringing voice from the doorway. But Jono didn't look happy at all. He stood with a guilty face and asked to forgive him. Irma went cold about what had happened, but the guy still sadly replied that he could no longer be with her. She thought she would pass out from horror, screaming what he meant. She stretched out her hand towards him, trying to touch him, but Jono seemed to be close, but also seemed to be so far away. He disappeared, and Irma ran to him, begging him to explain. The name Jono came out of her mouth, disappearing into the void. Irma had a nightmare. She was sweating and kept calling for Jono, while a worried Reich was nearby trying to wake her up. And Irma screamed in horror at Jono and opened her eyes. Reich said with a smile, finally she woke up. Little Jakub did not cry, but worriedly watched the adults. Irma, still horrified by her experience, shared her dream with Reich. She asked if Reich knew what was wrong with the tribe, but he tried to calm her down, saying that such dreams should be interpreted the other way around, and that everything was fine with Jono. But Irma was still afraid. This dream was so real. And what if this was the saint's trick? She wanted to add something else, but Reich closed her mouth with his finger. She shouldn't worry. Before returning, he agreed that his man would watch every step of the enemies, and if something happened in the tribe, he would be immediately informed. His people are on guard. Finally, Reich managed to put Irma to bed, as Jakub made his presence known by yawning loudly. Hugging the girl, Reich asked her to try to fall asleep. It was still so early, and Irma, clinging to his chest and falling asleep, said that she was glad that she had him. In the morning, a cheerful Jakub ran with the other children, rejoicing in his freedom. Irma sat with other mothers and said that Jakub is adapting well to the dark city. He feels good here, and she wondered if it was time for her to return to the tribe. Even though the Reich's people are watching the enemies, Irma is still worried because of that dream. She was brought out of her thoughts by Reich's voice, who handed her a fruit that was exotic to her and offered it to her to try. It was an unusual fruit for the dark city, very sweet. Irma was happy to try it. After taking a bite, she chewed with concentration, trying to feel the full taste. Irma burst into tears of bliss. How delicious and sweet it was. She had never eaten anything like it. She was amazed. In the dark city, there are not enough resources. It is hot. But for some reason, the fruits here are always the sweetest. Irma thought to herself, the dark city is located in the desert, where there is a big difference in temperature between night and day, and there is enough light to preserve the maximum amount of sugar in fruits.